Chapter 1. The Scorching Sun. The sun was reveling in its full glory. In July, Tokyo was indeed uncommonly hot. Miwa Town, 5th District, within a dimly lit alley nestled between two buildings. Taki slowly opened his eyes, somewhat disoriented, and murmured, "Where am I?" The dampness of the alley made him feel quite uncomfortable. He shifted his feet slightly, only to discover water stains on the ground. Upon closer inspection, the puddle was a pale yellow, emanating an inexplicable odor. Who on earth had the audacity to urinate here? Looking around, he noticed that such stains were not in short supply. Why am I here? Taki rubbed his somewhat foggy head. He distinctly remembered lounging on the sofa, engrossed in a show about mice. How did he end up here? Could it be some scoundrel knocked him out while he was watching television and tossed him here? At that moment, a cold, mechanical voice resonated. Ding. System binding in progress. Taki? System? Binding? Golden finger? I certainly haven't transmigrated again. So where does this golden finger come from? As a 30-year-old man, I've read my fair share of novels. Do not deceive me. Show yourself. Who's playing tricks here? Taki shouted, his voice trembling slightly, yet it bolstered his courage. However, there was still no response. Only that cold, emotionless mechanical voice continued to echo. Taki bloodline loading. Taki felt as if his body were melting from heat. He was on the verge of fainting. His pupils dilated, mouth agape, gasping for air. Panic gripped his heart. He watched in horror as his hands and feet morphed into claws, his limbs transforming into legs. Though he could not see his entire form, he had a sinking feeling. His entire being must have changed to match this new appearance. Surely this is no jest. Could it be that he truly possesses a golden finger? From his home sofa to this dark alley. Could it be that he has genuinely transmigrated? Taki bloodline, loading 100. Commencing return to human form. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Warning, warning. The environment is excessively humid. The system is short-circuiting. Taki. This cursed system operates on electricity, and it can short-circuit. Warning, warning, system temperature exceeds limits. Initiating self-destruct sequence. Excessively humid environment self-destruct sequence failed to initiate. Taki. This wretched system feels rather incompetent. Suddenly, Taki felt a light crackling sound at the base of his neck. Then silence ensued. System? Taki silently pondered. No response came. Could the system have exploded from overheating? At that moment, the last voice of the system echoed. Taki, this useless system transformed me into a creature and then went kaput? What a trash system, failing to meet my expectations. How on earth am I supposed to turn back? Geneva, refund. Taki transformed into a frustrated individual. After cursing internally for a considerable time, with no system response, he felt utterly drained. Fine, I'll take it one step at a time, he thought, as he gazed towards the alley's exit. The blazing sun illuminated the outside world, starkly contrasting the dim, damp alley, as if they belonged to two entirely different realms. Meow, meow, meow. Taki froze. I clearly intended to say, take it one step at a time. So how did it become meow, meow, meow? This cursed system can't possibly. Not only has it transformed me, but it has also altered my language. Is there no science left to speak of? All the languages I painstakingly learned, have they become useless? No. Taki sharpened his claws, shaking his head to dispel his emotions. He recalled. Tom, presumably could still speak, right? Perhaps in English? Hello. Hi. He attempted to produce syllables. Though not fluent and somewhat awkward, it was still usable. As long as communication isn't hindered, it's acceptable. With a hopeful heart, Taki had begun to accept this new reality. What choice did he have? At present, he was powerless to alter this situation. He tried to stand upright on his hind legs. To his surprise, it was effortless. True to his Tom lineage, standing like a human was a trivial matter. He gazed at the sky beyond the alley, striding forward with his chest held high, his front paws tucked behind him, making his way out. As a system owner, I, the magnificent Taki, possess sufficient audacity. Though the system had already malfunctioned. After only a couple of steps, the expression on the magnificent Taki's face shifted to one of shock, fear, and disbelief. What is this sensation? He slowly lowered his head, only to see a pile of excrement resembling a lazy sheep's head beneath his paws. Curse be it, I've stepped in dog waste. It must be that foolish, uncouth dog Spike. Wait, why am I thinking of Spike? This sheer misfortune is beyond belief. Tack's face turned as dark as soot. He quickly jumped away, scrubbing his paws against the ground. Huh, why do I feel something wet? Glancing down, he realized he was standing atop a pale yellow puddle, exuding a foul odor. Taki inspected the ground beneath him, then surveyed the entire alley. His gaze grew increasingly incredulous. What sort of alley is this? Pale yellow stains, lazy sheep heads scattered everywhere. It was akin to a miniature minefield. To exit this alley, merely gazing at the stars is far from sufficient. One must remain grounded. Staring at the ground riddled with mines, Taki subconsciously began calculating the best route. Before long, he managed to chart a safe path. Then he leapt, bounding left and right, deftly escaping the alley filled with dark history. The sunlight outside felt scorching against his fur. Taki was no longer concerned about much else. The first thing he did upon exiting the alley was to furiously scrub his paws against the ground, feeling as though they were never clean. If only there were a place to wash up, Taki yearned and fantasized. Suddenly, Taki felt a shadow loom over him. He looked up. A girl with an anime-inspired hairstyle, resembling horns sprouting from her head, bent down to observe him, saying, "What a cute little one." Taki, why does this horned girl seem so familiar? Mouri ran? Is it true that I have indeed transmigrated? Mouri ran was initially in a rather foul mood. That baka, who only knows about deductions, had completely forgotten to remind her about their planned trip to Tralby Park tomorrow. To make matters worse, as she lifted her foot to kick him, he dared to glance under her skirt. That shameless, deduction-obsessed fool. He even had the audacity to pull out a stack of letters sealed with love from his female fans. It was all his fault. He had ruined her good spirits after winning a karate tournament. Mouri ran, would never be fond of a detective-obsessed fool. Feeling irritated, she walked home. Just as she was nearing her house, a blue and white British Shorthair suddenly dashed out from an alley. Its peculiar actions of rubbing against the ground lifted her spirits. She first stifled a laugh, then kindly bent down, smiling at Taki. What a cute little one. Taki gazed up at the girl before him. Their eyes locked. Mouri ran was taken aback. In Taki's eyes, she perceived a rich expression of first confusion, then realization. Such a plethora of expressions. What is this creature? Could it possibly be a drama queen? How amusing. She made an effort to soften her tone. Come with me? I have some delicious dried fish for you. Tongmu remained utterly bewildered, completely oblivious to Mao Lilan's words, rendered immobile in sheer astonishment. Mao Lilan? A washing machine? Is this the almost universally accepted, yet scientifically implausible world of Conan? Oh, with an expression of curiosity, Mao Lilan wondered why this one appeared somewhat dazed. But who cares? This is just perfect. She seized Tongmu, intending to take him back to her home. Tongmu? What is wrong with this girl, Mao Lilan? Does she think of herself as a stray? Meow. Tangma's body writhed violently, resisting with all his might. Be quiet, Mao Lilan exclaimed, a hint of irritation in her eyes as she glared at Tongmu. Meow. Tongmu continued to struggle, flailing his paws wildly. Mao Lilan looked on in astonishment. This one, how to put it? Just now, the sound seemed to emit the syllables of Yada. Could it possibly speak Japanese? What an intriguing little creature, despite its rather unpleasant temperament. It hardly resembles a cat at all. What a coincidence. Mao Lilan, excel at making others comply. She adopted a serious demeanor. I said, be quiet. Tongmu paid no heed, persisting in his defiance, thrashing about wildly. Bang! Meow. Tongmu gazed at the deep dent in the ground left by Mao Lilan's punch, utterly stunned. Is karate truly this powerful? Indeed, this world of Conan is devoid of scientific rationale. Now, answer me. Do you wish to come back with me? Mao Lilan's face adorned with a warm smile. Tongmu nodded vigorously, his heart fully in agreement. That's more like it. Mao Lilan was overjoyed this one could indeed understand her words. She carried Tongmu, making her way towards the Mouri detective agency. Meow. Tongmu squirmed once more. In truth, he longed to walk on his own, for he felt something beneath his paws. Surely, he hadn't cleaned himself properly on the ground. Mao Lilan's expression subtly shifted. Tongmu instantly became compliant. Oh well, let this little girl do as she pleases. Mouri Detective Agency. Date, Imbuk. Mao Lilan pushed open the door to the second-floor office. However, she found her father, Mouri Kagoro, furiously pounding a newspaper on the table with his fists. He was muttering angrily, that wretched kid, that wretched kid. Mao Lilan focused her gaze. On the newspaper lay a glaring picture of her beloved Kudo Shinichi. Father, please stop. Shinichi is quite remarkable. He's too remarkable. Mouri Kagoro exclaimed in fury. It's all this wretched kid's fault for insisting on being a detective while still in high school, leaving me with hardly any work. Please, Dad, don't be angry. Shinichi isn't doing it on purpose. Not angry? Mouri Kagoro was so incensed he could hardly articulate. Not angry, then. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Lon, what happened to the sleeve of your shirt? Sleeve? Mao Lilan looked at her own sleeve in surprise. What is this yellow stain? Lifting her sleeve to sniff it lightly, Mao Lilan's expression changed drastically. She had already realized what it was. But where could she have gotten it? Throughout her journey, there should have been no circumstances to encounter such filth. No, wait. This scent. It has a greater source. She sniffed the air, then her gaze fell upon a certain spot. There, she spotted a blue and white British Shorthair, staring at her with an innocent expression. And on that blue and white cat, numerous faint yellow stains were visible. It was indeed Tongmu. Mao Lilan instantly understood the situation. Her anger began to escalate. You little rascal! With a furious roar, Mao Lilan stormed over to Tongmu, seizing him by the scruff of his neck. Meow? Tangmu's fur bristled in an instant, his eyes wide with terror as he stared at Mao Lilan. What was this high school girl, with her gentle facade hiding a violent heart, about to do? Mao Lilan fixed her gaze firmly on Tongmu. Little one, I shall teach you the importance of cleanliness. With that, she marched Tongmu straight into the bathroom. Mouri Kagoro watched his daughter's retreating figure. A hint of concern in his voice. Lon, that's just a cat. Be careful not to go too far. As a father, Kagoro had no doubt about his daughter's compassion. Yet, he was acutely aware of the terrifying, destructive power of her fists. He genuinely feared that the cat would not survive the day. Bang! The bathroom door slammed shut, and Mao Lilan's voice echoed from within. Understood, Dad. Kagoro let out a slight sigh of relief, then once again fixed his gaze on the large photograph in a newspaper, grinding his teeth in frustration. Damn you! Kudo Shinichi. After a considerable time, the bathroom door swung open. Xiao Lan emerged first, clad in freshly changed attire, diligently drying her hair with a towel. Oh, Xiao Lan, weren't you supposed to be giving the little one a bath in the bathroom? Indeed, said Ran Mouri with a beaming smile. After giving Xiao a bath, I felt the need to cleanse myself as well. Indeed, Shiwu frowned. And what about that one? Come out. Tamuki reluctantly emerged from the bathroom, his expression one of utter desolation. Ran Mouri was nothing short of a female demon. He felt utterly ravaged. Although he had glimpsed a few hills and valleys, sights that were not meant for his eyes, these fleeting distractions could not soothe his wounded soul. Mew, mew, mew. Mao Lilan was taken aback by the sound. With uncertainty, she inquired, Are you saying that your name is not Xiao, but Tangmu? Meow? Tangmu nodded repeatedly. Goodness. Both Mao Li Ran and the ever-watchful Mao Li Xiao Wu Lang widened their eyes in astonishment. What on earth is happening? At the amusement park. Kudo Shinichi gazed at the back of Xiao Lan with his lifeless eyes, a look of dejection on his face. He had never imagined that one day he would sulk alongside a cat, even though he only believed in science. The very first glance at that creature named Tangmu made him feel an unsettling dissonance. He absent-mindedly touched the bandage wrapped around his hand. It was all due to that wretched feline, whose antics had not only left him needing a bandage, but also resulted in a painful injection at the age of 18. Infuriatingly, the one administering the injection was a male nurse, and worse still, a mere novice still in his internship. This led to a near disaster. Now, as he walked, he still swayed unsteadily, provoking laughter from Xiao Lan for quite some time. With a heart full of resentment, he cast another glance at that accursed creature. That wretched creature. Kudo Shinichi exclaimed with a booming voice. Meow? Tom exclaimed, his face a picture of confusion. Morilyn also turned her head and said, Shinichi, please do not hold any prejudice against Tom. He is the most obedient. Indeed, Shinichi Kudo echoed repeatedly. As Rand turned away once more, he immediately rolled his eyes, filled with exasperation. Obedient? What nonsense. That creature just buried its head in Rand's bosom. That spot. Even I would like to bury my head in it. He muttered to himself, convinced that this was no ordinary cat. Clenching his fists, he thought, had it not been a mere feline, he would have dealt with it long ago. The title of Tokyo's little jealous king was no trifling matter. Glancing once more, his irritation grew. That cat was rubbing its paws all over her. He quickened his pace, swiftly reaching Rand's side. Rand, may I propose something? Let's not keep this peculiar creature, shall we? Upon hearing this, Tomo's entire being trembled. What a fortunate turn of events. He too wished to distance himself from the gentle-looking yet ruthlessly violent girl. Mouri Rand's sweet exterior was indeed beguilingly deceptive. With her fair complexion, striking beauty, and long legs, she inherited the captivating looks of her mother, Eri Kisaki. A striking combination that was hard to resist. Yet, Mouri Rand furrowed her brow and adopted a serious expression. Shinichi, why do you harbor such animosity towards Tomo? This poor, homeless yet adorable stray, wouldn't it be wonderful if we took him in? Don't you possess even a shred of compassion? Kim, muttered Shinichi Kudo, his face etched with frustration. How did this become entangled with the notion of compassion? The crux of the matter is that this creature, in every conceivable way, is far from ordinary. Alas, I shall not dwell on this matter now. In due time, I shall seize the opportunity to expel this being. Rand, you have misconstrued my intentions. I am indeed the most compassionate young man, and the thought of adopting a stray delights me immensely. Is that so? Malilon gazed at Kudo Shinichi with a skeptical expression. Of course it's true. Kudo Shinichi swore, if I am lying, may I never grow up. Tangmu? He looked in astonishment at the washing machine, the future Idagawa Conan. Is it truly wise to make such a declaration? I forgive you, Malilon said, turning her gaze towards a nearby fountain. Let's go play over there. With that, she turned and walked away, prompting Kudo Shinichi to hastily follow. Upon reaching the fountain, he exclaimed, what a beautiful fountain. Malilon lifted her chin, feeling the gentle spray of water upon her exquisite face. Under the sun's reflection, it emanated a mesmerizing brilliance, as if a celestial fairy had descended to the mortal realm. Shinichi, it's so beautiful here. Let us take a picture together. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Kudo Shinichi found himself in a predicament as he surveyed his surroundings. Not a familiar face in sight. Would he have to rely on the goodwill of strangers? Just then, a sudden cry erupted, and Taki propelled himself upward with a powerful kick of his hind legs, leaping from Rand Mouri's embrace into Shinichi's arms. Shinichi's eyes widened in astonishment, pondering what this peculiar creature intended to do next. To his disbelief, Taki, the blue and white British Shorthair, stood upright, extending his front paws to retrieve the Polaroid hanging around his neck. What? Kudo Shinichi was filled with confusion. Is this creature truly sentient? Both Mouri Rand and Kudo Shinichi gazed incredulously at Takagi, who was fiddling with the instant camera. Kudo Shinichi, in a hushed voice, urged Mouri Rand, Rand, look at this. It's clearly not right. Perhaps we should reconsider adopting it. Oh no. Xiaolan's eyes, once filled with curiosity, transformed into two twinkling stars. How utterly adorable she appeared in that moment. Cute? Kudo Shinichi murmured softly, pondering how this unfortunate creature could possibly be associated with the word cute. Though his voice was barely audible, it was impossible to conceal it from the keen ears of Mouri Rand. Shinichi. Rand Mouri's voice took on a grave tone. You still intend to make Tamuki leave, don't you? Shinichi Kudo was just about to nod when, thwack, Rand Mouri's fist struck the ground, leaving a small crater. A jolt seemed to course through Shinichi Kudo's body, rendering him motionless and trembling. Shinichi Kudo was utterly dumbfounded. No, Shinichi Kudo denied hastily. Tomoki is simply too adorable. I shall never entertain the thought of making Tomoki leave again. That's more like it. Rand Mouri's expression softened into a gentle smile once more. Phew. Shinichi Kudo exhaled a long breath of relief. Meow, 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 Takumi exclaimed, holding a Polaroid camera in one hand while pointing at it with the other. Kudo Shinichi immediately became alert, fixating his gaze on Takumi. What mischief could Takumi be up to this time? Meanwhile, Mouri Rand wore a look of astonishment. Takumi, are you saying you can use that Polaroid to take pictures? Shinichi rolled his eyes in exasperation. Come on, are we still adhering to the laws of science? How on earth did you derive such a meaning from a mere string of meow, meow, meow? Meow, meow, meow. Tamuki nodded repeatedly. Indeed, that was the very essence of it. Observing Tamuki's actions, Kudo Shinichi was on the verge of losing his mind. How could they communicate so effortlessly? Does this align with scientific principles? Was it not stated that after the establishment of the nation, one was forbidden to attain sentience? No, Kudo Shinichi shook his head vigorously, his thoughts spiraling. That was a distant regulation from China, seemingly irrelevant here. Can this truly be feasible? Filled with doubt, Kudo Shinichi stood alongside Mouri Ran. Meanwhile, Tamuki stood upright, brandishing a Polaroid camera, aiming it at the two. Shinichi, stop overthinking and get ready. We are about to take a picture. Look at your expression. Hurry and smile. Kudo Shinichi suppressed his discomfort and forced a smile that was more grotesque than a frown. Click. Tamuki's paw pressed the shutter of the Polaroid. A joyful grin illuminated his face. My ability to capture moments is indeed unparalleled. Soon, a photograph emerged. In the picture, Mouri Ran's lips were slightly upturned, her eyes sparkling with joy as she nestled in Kudo Shinichi's embrace. Conversely, Kudo Shinichi wore a strained smile, his gaze occasionally darting towards the direction of the camera. Haha, Mouri Ran remarked, gently ruffling Toki's hair. Well done, Toki. This photograph is truly commendable. She laughed heartily, clutching her belly in amusement. Nuichi. You are simply too quirky. Kudo Shinichi leaned in for a closer look and exclaimed, what on earth? This is not quirky, it's an absolute embarrassment. The smile is more distressing than tears, and with that gaze directed at the camera, I appear utterly disreputable. I, Kudo Shinichi, the object of affection for all the girls at T and High, cannot be reduced to a figure of ridicule. Destroy this photograph immediately. Right now. He bellowed in fury. You dare. Mao Lilan exclaimed fiercely, seizing the photograph and clutching it tightly to her chest. Subsequently, she tucked the picture into the pocket of her clothing. Her fists were clenched, making a cracking sound. If you dare to destroy this photo, do not expect me to acknowledge you in the future. Kudo Shinichi observed Mao Lilan's fists, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Given your readiness to unleash violence, who would dare utter a word of dissent in your presence? As for the photograph, let it remain. Although it may be a relic of the past, if it resides in the hands of my girlfriend, my future wife, it might, in retrospect, turn into an amusing anecdote. How could I ever do such a thing? It's quite an entertaining photograph, and keeping it serves as a splendid memento. Kudo Shinichi waved his hands repeatedly, feigning reluctance. Look over there at that mysterious roller coaster. It seems incredibly thrilling. Let us go and enjoy that instead. In an effort to divert Mao Lilan's attention away from the photograph, he quickly pointed in another direction, for the roller coaster promised the utmost excitement. With a hint of curiosity, Mao Lilan turned her head, displaying an intriguing expression. She clapped her hands, producing a crisp sound, and joyfully declared that they would embark on the mysterious roller coaster adventure. With that, she picked up Tongmu and led the way toward the roller coaster attraction. Kudo Shinichi observed the scene with a resigned shake of his head, pondering how difficult it is to decipher a girl's thoughts. Meanwhile, Tongmu trembled with excitement. Trouble Park. The mysterious roller coaster? Though his memories of Conan were not particularly vivid, he distinctly recalled the plot of the first episode. Wasn't this the place where it all began? If so, would the washing machine soon transform into the Grim Reaper of elementary school students, Idagawa Conan? How intriguing. He could not afford to miss such a significant moment, especially with a Polaroid hanging around his neck. Capturing this scene would certainly provide him with leverage over Conan, the Grim Reaper of students. Excuse me, for safety reasons. Pets are not permitted on the roller coaster. Mao Lilan was taken aback, glancing at the pet she was holding and then turning to Kudo Shinichi. Shinichi, what should we do? Perhaps we shouldn't ride the roller coaster after all? Let us not rush, Xiaolan. Allow me to inquire about the situation first. He turned to the staff member nearby. Excuse me, do you offer pet sitting services here? Excellent, exclaimed Shinichi Kudo, clenching his fist with elation upon hearing the staff's affirmative response. He mused inwardly, contemplating. By entrusting this peculiar item to the care of the staff here, I can partake in the enigmatic roller coaster alongside Ran. It is said that during such exhilarating ascents, young women are often overcome by a sense of trepidation. Consequently, he could then grasp Ran's hand firmly, and thereafter. At this thrilling juncture, a trace of saliva involuntarily trickled from the corner of Shinichi Kudo's mouth as his countenance assumed an increasingly lascivious demeanor. Shinichi, Ran Mouri exclaimed, rolling her eyes. You must be thinking of something inappropriate again, aren't you? Shinichi Kudo snapped back to reality, hurriedly wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth. Of course not. I wouldn't even think about looking at you in such a manner, he began to say, but suddenly realized his folly and promptly closed his mouth. What? Mao Lilan expressed her confusion, having not heard clearly. It's nothing, nothing, he replied. As he swiftly took Tongmu from Mao Lilan's embrace and handed it over to the staff, asking them to kindly take care of Tongmu. After saying this, he grasped Xiaolan's hand and hurried towards the roller coaster's boarding area. Nu Tang, Xiaolan stammered, ultimately failing to complete her sentence. The amusement park staff, shaking his head in resignation, placed Tongmu into a finely crafted cage and provided some food. Tongmu cast a disdainful glance at the staff member. Do you think this shabby cage can contain me? Dream on. With its front paws firmly planted on the ground, Tongmu arched its back and stretched lazily. Then, to the staff's astonishment, it stood upright, used its claws to pry open the cage, and effortlessly leaped out. Is this creature possessed? The staff member's eyes widened in disbelief, panic setting in as he exclaimed, Hey, don't run. If you escape, how am I supposed to report this? Tongmu paid no heed to such concerns, thinking, Your reporting is of no consequence to me. As Tangmu took just a few steps, a piercing scream resonated from the direction of the roller coaster, echoing through the air. He looked up to see around. Plump head, accompanied by a jet of white special effects. Was it blood? It came hurtling towards him at an alarming speed. By heavens! Tangmu was utterly infuriated. Still transformed into the form of Kudo Shinichi. Was the death god's aura truly this formidable? Moreover, with such astonishing speed, even his newly acquired agile body could not evade it. At this rate, coupled with such rapidity, would he not be crushed to death? Was the might of the death god truly so outrageous? He had merely come along for the ride, yet now faced the peril of losing his life. Indeed, it seemed he would perish wherever he went. Most perplexingly, in this world where real individuals existed, why did the blood possess such peculiar white traits? Bang! Tangmu felt as though his head had been struck by a train. First came an unbearable cacophony, followed by an acute sensation of pain. Then, he was bombarded by dazzling lights. A wave of dizziness overtook him, and he fainted right there. When Tangmu hazily regained consciousness, he opened his eyes to see a member of the police department pointing at him, declaring, The murderer of the victim is this British Shorthair named Tangmu. Not only was there blood on him, but the victim's head was also conveniently situated beside him. Good heavens! Tangmu was astounded. Had he truly transformed into a meerkat, and now faced accusations of being a murderer? Was this reality so absurd? No wonder Kudo Shinichi could become the savior of the Neon Police Force. The ability to make such outrageous deductions clearly reflected their level of competence. Meow, meow, meow. Translation: Nincompoop. Inept. If you're bereft of understanding, seek out Shinichi Kudo. Do not embarrass yourself here. Tomoki gesticulated wildly, unleashing a torrent of invective. Upon closer inspection, a sense of familiarity washed over him. This officer, where had he seen him before? A realization dawned. Good heavens! Wasn't this Takagi? How had he been unaware of his incompetence? Daring to haphazardly accuse him of being the perpetrator. Just you wait. Tomoki harbored a long memory. If he didn't meddle in Takagi's dates with Sato, exacerbating his already tumultuous romantic journey by a modicum, or perhaps an immeasurable amount, he would be no man. For no discernible reason, Takagi felt a sudden pang of trepidation. He glanced over in astonishment. Goodness! Why did the feline's gaze seem to promise his demise? Calm yourself. Calm yourself. Shinichi Kudo interjected, gently stroking Tomoki's head. I know who the culprit is. You won't be wrongly accused. Shinichi Kudo was well aware that this peculiar feline possessed the ability to comprehend human language. Its earlier display of agitation made it clear that it had understood the officer's deduction and was incensed by it. Humph. Tamuki cast an imperious glance at Shinichi Kudo, then turned with feline grace, sauntering towards Rant's direction. Inspector Megure approached at that moment, patting Takagi's shoulder. I say, Takagi, my boy, aren't you a tad naive? How could a mere feline possibly commit murder? Your reasoning is somewhat far-fetched. Excuse me? Takagi raised his right hand, scratching the back of his head with an expression of embarrassment. Is it really that outrageous? All his colleagues at the Metropolitan Police Department turned away in unison, pretending not to recognize him. Witnessing this, Takagi felt even more awkward. This incident, before long, would likely spread throughout the entire precinct, and he, Takagi, would undoubtedly become infamous within the entire law enforcement system. If Officer Sato were to find out, he dared not even contemplate that possibility. Officer Takagi shook his head vigorously, trying to dispel the dreadful thoughts from his mind. Meanwhile, Officer Megure paid no heed to Takagi's wild imaginings and approached Shinichi Kudo, inquiring. So, Kudo, have you made any discoveries? Certainly. Kudo Shinichi replied with unwavering confidence. Come on, hurry up. We don't have time to indulge in your little detective games. The man with black clothing and golden hair spoke coldly, accompanied by a robust figure clad in similar dark attire. Kudo Shinichi looked up, and his gaze abruptly narrowed. These two individuals exuded an astonishing aura of menace. The man with golden hair radiated a chilling light from his eyes, as if he had already taken countless lives. Then, please commence your deductions, Kudo-san, interrupted Officer Megure, breaking Kudo Shinichi's train of thought. The situation unfolded as follows. While Kudo Shinichi remained engrossed in his deductions, Takagi discreetly scrutinized the two men in black with a sidelong glance. Gin. Vodka. In the distillery, 2 rare bottles of genuine liquor were present. The demeanor of these two individuals was indeed unlike that of ordinary people. Vodka regarded the ongoing deduction with a detached gaze, harboring a certain interest in the renowned high school detective, Shinichi Kudo's abilities, while Gin furrowed his brow in contemplation. Just moments ago, he had suddenly sensed an unsettling feeling of being observed, prompting him to discreetly scrutinize his surroundings. Yet, he remained oblivious to the source of this gaze. How could someone evade his scrutiny and lurk in the shadows, watching him? Jin found this astonishing. Could this hidden observer possess such formidable capabilities? Sooner or later, he vowed to uncover their identity and eliminate them. However, Jin was destined for disappointment. No matter how astute he was, he could never fathom that the entity observing him was not a person, but rather a creature. Time passed, and Jin still had not made any discoveries. Nonetheless, an instinctual feeling nagged at him, as if he were being targeted by some nefarious force. Meanwhile, Shinichi Kudo's deductions reached their climax. A girl clad in a deep blue dress, adorned with a light blue coat and a blue hairpin, knelt on the ground, tears streaming down her face as she recounted her motives. Those around her listened with expressions of sympathy, murmuring about the complexities of a love triangle. The suspect was taken away by the police, while Tamuki, having had the bloodstains hastily wiped away, was cradled in Shinichi Kudo's arms. He gazed up at the two figures conversing as they walked away, one weeping profusely, while the other offered comfort amidst the turmoil. It was all quite overwhelming. As Shinichi continued walking, a sudden epiphany struck him. Astonishingly, Tamuki witnessed a beam of light seemingly piercing through Shinichi's head. This flash of insight manifested in an extraordinary manner. Could it be that his mind was indeed penetrated by a ray of light? As Tamuki pondered this, he noticed Shinichi lowering his gaze towards him, his eyes shimmering with a profound brilliance. That gaze was unsettling, undeniably so. Meow meow meow. Tamuki. Shinichi Kudo's voice took on a grave tone. Can you elucidate for me how you managed to survive being struck by the victim's head? Given the velocity at which the body part was propelled by the roller coaster, shouldn't you have been reduced to a pulpy mess, according to the laws of physics? Physics? What spectral physics are you babbling about? You were just pierced through the brain by a beam of light and emerged unscathed, yet you dare lecture me on science. Typical of you, Shinichi Kudo. Invoking science in a world governed by the arcane. Duong. Mouri delivered a sharp blow to Shinichi Kudo's forehead, leaving a conspicuous, throbbing bump. Shinichi, stop spouting nonsense. How can you wish such a gruesome fate upon Tamuki? Tamuki is unharmed, and that is simply due to good fortune. Ouch, 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 Shinichi Kudo muttered, cradling his forehead. A look of exasperation etched across his face. Even with luck, basic scientific principles should still apply. Tap, tap, tap. Shinichi Kudo abruptly turned his head, his gaze fixed on a fleeting black figure. That individual is one of the men in black from earlier. Such haste. They must be about to engage in some nefarious activity. The moment for me, Shinichi Kudo, high school detective, to exhibit my prowess has arrived once more. He swiftly thrust Tamuki into Mouri's arms. Forgive me, Ran, but I must ask you to wait here for a moment. I shall return anon. With those words, he hastened after the black-clad man, Vodka, as he vanished into the distance. Wait, Shinichi. Mouri called out, attempting to give chase, but to no avail. Shinichi Kudo's figure had already dissolved into the shadows of the alleyway. In that instant, she experienced a pang of heartache, a premonition that she might never see Shinichi Kudo again, which caused her to falter momentarily. At that very moment, Tamuki leaped from her grasp, executing a graceful mid-air somersault before landing nimbly on his feet. Subsequently, his limbs began moving with frenetic speed, becoming a blur of motion. He launched himself forward with incredible velocity, akin to a projectile, pursuing the direction in which Shinichi Kudo had disappeared. "Tamuki, wait!" Mouri exclaimed, her jaw agape at the spectacle unfolding before her. At that moment, she could almost hear the roar of an engine in her ears. She was perplexed. Why does he resemble a vehicle when he runs? She, too, hastened after them, but upon emerging from the dark alleyway, she found no trace of either Shinichi Kudo or Tamuki. Both had vanished without a trace. Here, this should silence any further objections from you, yes? Incredible, so much. 100 million yen. Shinichi Kudo, concealed from view, cautiously peeked out. His expression one of astonishment as he observed the transaction between the man in black and the bald man. Transaction completed. Hurry, hand me the film. It is the photographic evidence of your company's arms smuggling, isn't it? Vodka remarked, casually tossing the film to the other party. Take it. The bald man in brown attire received it with a visibly anxious expression. Is this all there is to the film? Indeed. The bald man, hearing this, breathed a slight sigh of relief and scurried away. Just then, a frigid and taunting voice, accompanied by the rapid approach of light footsteps, echoed behind Shinichi Kudo. The detective game concludes here. Kudo Shinichi whirled around, only to witness a black baseball bat hurtling towards the back of his head. Duong. Crack. The baseball bat collided with the back of Shinichi Kudo's head. Simultaneously, Tamuki pressed the shutter of the Polaroid camera in his hand, using the sound of the bat striking Kudo's head to mask the sound of the shutter. Tamuki was quite pleased with his snapshot. He captured the scene perfectly. To think, we were followed by this brat. Jin's face was icy. Isn't he that detective kid from back then, brother? Vodka pulled a handgun from his coat. Let's just kill him. Hold on. Jin's countenance was grave yet composed, mindful of the police patrols nearby. From within his coat, he produced a vial of pills, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. I believe this will suffice. It's a newly developed toxin from the organization. Even upon death, the poison is untraceable. With that, he extracted a capsule, pried open Shinichi Kudo's jaw, and forced the pill down his throat, following it with a gulp of water, compelling the semi-conscious Kudo to ingest it. At the instant of administering the water, a distinct click echoed. Accompanied by a faint flash of light, Jin and Vodka exchanged a look of alarm. As elite members of the organization, they immediately grasped the situation. Though the sound was subtle and the flash indirect, they had not escaped their notice. It was the sound of a camera capturing a photograph. Someone had documented the events that had just transpired. Jin's face was as frigid as winter's frost. Could it be that even he was under surveillance? And by someone capable of evading his counter-surveillance measures? Intriguing, for some reason. This reminded him of the sense of being watched he had experienced at the roller coaster murder scene. Could it be the same individual? What could their motive be? Brother? Vodka turned to Jin. Indeed. Jin nodded heavily. Although the sound was faint and the glimmer fleeting, their seasoned experience allowed them to pinpoint the location for the photograph. In an instant, they sprang into action, flanking it from both sides. Snap! Snap! Within the blink of an eye, they found themselves behind the small tree. Then, Jin and Vodka simultaneously widened their eyes in astonishment. Brother, am I seeing this correctly? Vodka exclaimed. Removing his sunglasses and fixating intently on the scene before him, a figure standing upright like a human, wielding a Polaroid camera. Jin, though equally shocked, quickly regained his composure. For he had weathered countless storms. In this vast world, marvels abound. Vodka, take down that creature, seize the camera from its grasp, and destroy it. Very well, my brother. He reached out towards Tang Mu with fervor. Meow. Tom emitted a piercing shriek, crouching low to the ground, his back arched, his fur bristling. Swish, swish. 2 flashes of cold light streaked past. Vodka, his face etched with disbelief, touched his cheek, where 2 distinct claw marks were now visible. Tom, meanwhile, licked the bloodstains from his claws. Damn it, you fool. Vodka roared, his face contorted with rage. Vodka. The voice of the Jin was laced with irritation, as if exasperated by the regression of one's abilities. Not only had you just been pursued by a mere child, but now you find yourself incapable of handling even a single one. Apologies, my dear brother. Spare me the trivialities and act swiftly. Yes. Vodka brandished another dirk, advancing menacingly towards Tomo. He locked on, aimed, and struck with lightning speed, confident of a fatal blow. However, to his astonishment, Tomu executed a sudden, soaring leap, narrowly evading the assured strike. Adding insult to injury, Tomu performed a defiant 720-degree spin midair before gracefully rebounding off a branch, launching himself towards Vodka's neck. Before Vodka could parry, Tomu left a laceration upon his throat. Confound it. Vodka. It seems upon our return, a rigorous training regimen will be in order for you. Allow me to demonstrate the proper method for dealing with one of these." With that, he hefted the steel bat, advancing menacingly towards Tommy, radiating an aura of formidable intensity. With a piercing cry of meow, Tommy narrowly evaded the descending bat, propelled by a swift thrust of his hind legs. Scarcely had he touched down when Jin's bat was already arcing towards him. Had Jin anticipated his landing point? Verily, Jin proved a more formidable adversary than Vodka. With a strenuous contortion, Tommy, at the precipice of impact, leveraged his hind legs against the bat. Harnessing the force of its swing, he propelled himself rearward, accelerating into the distance. Upon landing, he initiated another rapid departure, vanishing in the blink of an eye, leaving Jin and Vodka to exchange bewildered glances. "Boss it. It got away," Vodka remarked, casting a glance at Jin. Jin, a veteran of countless trials, momentarily felt a flush of embarrassment. "It's already gone," Vodka added helpfully. "Silence, Vodka." "I am not blind," Jin retorted. "Good brother." Tangmu hid behind a distant tree. He observed Jin and Vodka returning to the scene where Shinichi Kudo had been attacked. Determined not to miss the iconic transformation of Shinichi into Conan, he was resolute in capturing the moment on camera. Shortly after their return, he noticed Shinichi's face flush red, indicating a fever was setting in. Tangmu hastily raised his camera. Click, click, click. He exhausted the remaining instant film, finally capturing the entire process. Sighing deeply, he lamented that it was merely an instant photo, capable of capturing only key moments. If only he had a camcorder, he could have recorded the entire event. That would have truly encapsulated Conan's dark history. A mere photograph was better than nothing. With his goal achieved, Tangmu took one last glance at Shinichi, now transformed into Conan, before turning to depart. Shinichi slowly opened his eyes, bewildered. "Am I not dead?" Unbeknownst to him, he had regressed into a child. He vaguely perceived a figure retreating in the distance. Was that Tangmu? His eyelids grew heavier, and he succumbed to unconsciousness once more. When he awoke again, he found two anxious officers squatting beside him. As Tangmu walked back, he was engulfed in turmoil. The photo had indeed been taken, but where should he conceal it? If he brought it back to the Mouri detective agency, what if Mouri stumbled upon it? Shinichi would surely be in grave danger. It needed to be hidden in a secret place. Suddenly, an idea struck him like a flash of lightning. The saying goes, the most dangerous place is the safest place. He could hide it in Shinichi's home. That fellow would never suspect a thing. Besides, the members of the organization would likely investigate Shinichi's house several times, given their methods. If the photo were poorly hidden, it could fall into their hands, and that would spell disaster. However, since the investigation was led by Shiho Miyano, it meant that hiding it in Shinichi's home would likely result in it ending up with AI Hybra. Therefore, he had to hide it in Shinichi's home. But it needed to be done with finesse to ensure the organization wouldn't discover it. Thus, he resolved to follow Conan home first instead of heading to the Mouri detective agency. Shinichi raced home, his mind reeling with disbelief. As he passed a glass curtain wall, he finally recognized the reality of his transformation into a child, nearly shattering his composure. His once perfectly fitting clothes now seemed oversized. The immediate priority was to return home, change into suitable attire, and seek out Dr. Agasa to resolve his predicament. As he sprinted, an unsettling feeling that he was being followed lingered in his mind. He had turned around stealthily several times, glancing through mirrors and reflective surfaces, yet found nothing amiss. Still, the sensation of being pursued clung to him. He even took a few detours, but could not shake the feeling. Taking several deep breaths, he attempted to steady himself. Perhaps the bizarre events of the day had made him overly paranoid. Resolutely, he ceased his wandering and headed straight for home. Tangmu watched as Shinichi returned home, changed into his elementary school attire, and hurried next door to Dr. Agasa's. Where to hide the photo? Inside the house? Absolutely not. That location was a primary target for the organization. The yards underground? Newly dug soil would certainly attract attention. Indeed, a perfect crime is unattainable, and flawlessly concealing an object is nearly impossible. There is always the risk of discovery. Therefore, for the time being, he decided to conceal it right at the entrance. He placed it beneath the lampshade. Who would suspect that such a hazardous item would be hidden in plain sight? Tangmu pressed down all the photos except for the one of Shinichi and ran together beneath the lampshade. Then, he left the Kudo residence, returned to the park, and proceeded to the Mouri detective agency. It wasn't that he didn't want to go straight back to the agency. He simply didn't know the route from the Kudo residence to the agency. He had to take this roundabout way. After running all this distance, he nearly exhausted himself. Just as he reached the entrance of the Mouri detective agency, he spotted Ran returning with Conan. "Tamuki!" exclaimed Ran Mouri, her face alight with surprise as she embraced Tamuki. "Where have you been? I was worried sick about you." Beside her, Shinichi Kudo, no, he should now be referred to as Conan Idagawa, wore a conflicted expression. Just moments ago, Ran had confessed her feelings for him, albeit unknowingly. Yet, as soon as she spotted Tamuki, she cast him aside. "Am I no longer your beloved?" The jealous prince of Tokyo was indeed feeling the pangs of envy. At that moment, a rapid thundering of footsteps echoed as a familiar voice called out in excitement. "Here it comes. It's coming." It was Kagoro Mouri dashing down the stairs. Ran, Conan, and Tamuki simultaneously changed their expressions, instinctively sidestepping to avoid the human cannonball that was Kagoro Mouri. Caught off guard, Kagoro leaped forward, landing face first before rolling over and sitting up on the ground. He paid no mind to such trivialities. Instead, with palpable excitement, he addressed Ran, proclaiming that after 6 months, he finally had a case. A wealthy man's daughter had been kidnapped by a man dressed in black. A man in black? Conan's body went rigid, as if electrified. Could it be that the nefarious figure from the black organization, the one who had drugged him, was involved? "Taxi!" shouted Kagoro Mouri. With a screech, the vehicle came to a halt, and the door swung open. Kagoro climbed aboard, utterly oblivious to the fact that Conan, Ran, and Takagi had joined him. When he finally regained his senses and glanced around, he was taken aback. "Why are you all in the car?" he exclaimed. "With me? That's 3 people. What sort of combination is this? Is this the configuration of a detective on a case?" "Vroom, vroom." Conan cheered exuberantly, feigning innocence. Observing this, Takagi raised his camera and with a click, captured the moment. Conan stiffened, turning his head with a twitch at the corner of his mouth, glaring at Takagi, who was holding up the instant camera, his eyes rolling in exasperation. "This is truly unfortunate. I am utterly incompatible with this situation." The adorable display he had just put on was now destined to become an embarrassing memory. Conan glared at Takagi, who returned the stare, as if they were locked in a contest to see whose eyes could widen more dramatically. "Give me that photo." "Meow, meow, meow." Tang Mu expressed his exasperation. Capturing moments had become second nature to him, to the extent that he had forgotten the instant camera was devoid of its special film. Not only had he inadvertently offended Conan, but he also ended up with no photographs to show for it. What a loss indeed. Suddenly, a resounding thud echoed as Mouri Kagoro playfully struck both Conan's and Tang Mu's heads with his fists. Instantly, noticeable lumps began to swell on their foreheads. "You 2 little rascals, quiet down." A primary school student and a little dog each clutched their foreheads, both feeling quite disgruntled. Mouri Ran watched the 2 boys in their moment of defeat, stifling a laugh behind her hand. Upon arriving at the manor, Tang Mu finally recalled their destination, the case of the chairman's daughter kidnapping. This particular case was hardly remarkable. It was merely an appetizer for the transformation of Kudo Shinichi into Conan and his adjustment to his diminutive form. In this instance, Conan was still subtly guiding Mouri Kagoro with his words, helping him to deduce the conclusion. Nevertheless, there was no need yet for him to resort to administering a tranquilizer to Mouri's neck. Lost in his thoughts, an unexpected bark suddenly pierced the air. Tang Mu felt an electric jolt coursing through him as he turned around, only to witness a robust dog lunging towards Conan. The crowd gasped in shock. Yet, to their astonishment, Conan deftly twirled a ball on his fingertip, effortlessly diffusing the dog's aggression. Meanwhile, Tang Mu remained fixated on the dog, his entire being tense with apprehension. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The lineage of Tom is unfamiliar to those who fear dogs. The canine known as Giant is not Spike, so what is there to fear? Perhaps sensing Tom's hostility, the affectionate Giant abruptly turned its head, fixating its gaze on Tom before leaping towards him. Tom's eyes widened in shock. What an unfortunate turn of events. Being unexpectedly assaulted by a large dog was truly a stroke of bad luck. He assumed a running stance, his feet whirling like the wheels of a whirlwind. In a flash of blue and white, he darted away like a bolt of lightning, while the dog, Giant, hastily pursued him. Tom led the charge, with Giant close behind. Tom could not shake off Giant, nor could Giant catch up to Tom. Kagoro, Conan, Ran, along with the estate's owner and butler, initially expressed some concern, but soon lost interest after observing the spectacle for a while. Dog play was far too common, especially for Kagoro and Conan, who redirected their focus back to the case at hand. Only Ran remained fixated on the chase between the dog and Tom. As Tom ran, he suddenly noticed a low wall ahead. He quickly dashed over, concealing himself behind it, and picked up a brick from the ground, raising it high like a human. He awaited the moment when Giant would come rushing by, ready to strike. Under the pressure of instinctive fear, he was so tense that he failed to realize that the brick he held aloft exceeded the height of the low wall. When Giant arrived, it spotted the raised brick. Its eyes glimmered with a hint of human-like contemplation. Although it could not stand upright like Spike, Giant stealthily approached the wall, lowering its body to minimize sound. Giant peered over the top of the wall, and, upon looking down, locked eyes with Tom. Plop! A drop of water fell onto Tom's head. Is it raining? He wondered, glancing up to see a massive dog head dripping saliva and glaring at him. Thus, a dog and a man found themselves in a silent standoff, gazing intently at each other. Tom swung the brick in his hand. With a resounding thud, Giant was struck on the forehead. Instantly, Giant's eyes spun in confusion, and it collapsed in a faint. Tom dusted off his hands, beaming with pride. What was this foolish dog thinking? Realizing I was hiding here to ambush it, yet not striking first? What a fool. Suddenly, Tom felt a chill breeze sweep past him. This was bad. A conspiracy. He turned around abruptly, only to find that everyone present was staring at him in astonishment. Xiaolon, elder sister, Conan said, his lips twitching slightly. Is your family possessed by spirits? Where can one find a creature capable of confronting large dogs, adept at stealthy ambushes, and wielding a brick? Xiaolon nodded gently, murmuring softly, that's not all. Tangmu can even speak. What? Conan did not hear clearly. Nothing, nothing, nothing. Mouri waved her hands repeatedly, outright denying it. Ahem. The chairman coughed several times, pondering whether it was wise to be preoccupied with trivial matters at such a critical juncture. The pressing issue at hand was to swiftly locate the kidnapper, who had just called demanding 300 million yen in cash within the hour. Only then did everyone snap back to reality. Conan and Kagoro Mouri once again delved into the analysis of the case, while Tamuki fell into deep contemplation. The kidnapping of the chairman's daughter. I recall that when this case was solved, it was Conan riding the giant who found the chairman's daughter, Akiko. Now, having knocked out that mangy dog, how would they proceed? If my memory serves me correctly, the location of the kidnapper should be the warehouse at Nabashi Middle School, right? Little Conan, forgive me, but your thrill of solving the case will have to wait. He leaped into Ran Mouri's embrace, gesturing animatedly while incessantly meowing. Is it really all right? Ran hesitated. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Very well. Mouri Ran finally acquiesced. I shall inform father. After speaking, she approached Mouri Kagoro and whispered, Dad, Nabashi Middle School. Nabashi Middle School? What is that? Mouri Kagoro inquired, his expression one of confusion. Suddenly, a spark ignited in his eyes as if a light had pierced through his mind. Nabashi Middle School, smokestacks, buildings. Mouri Kagoro, comprehend. Chairman, dispatch a vehicle at once. We are heading to the warehouse of Nabashi Middle School. Conan exclaimed, Nabashi Middle School? Nabashi Middle School. He too grasped the significance. Wait. How could Uncle Mouri be so astute? Shinichi Kudo, have yet to untangle the logic, yet Uncle Mouri has already deduced everything? In the car on their way back, Tamuki lay quietly in Mouri Ran's embrace, while Conan wore a gloomy expression. Prior to their departure, he had believed there was a lead regarding the Black organization, but it now seemed he had merely overthought the situation. It was simply an ordinary kidnapping case. While a kidnapping case was troubling enough, he found himself unable to clarify the logic, allowing Uncle Mouri to solve the case first. Could it be that his deductive abilities now paled in comparison to Uncle Mouri's? Upon arriving at the scene of the kidnapping to rescue the hostage, his transformed small stature rendered him nearly powerless. It was only through Rant's martial arts prowess that they managed to subdue the assailant. A wave of inadequacy washed over him. Am I truly suited to be a detective? He found himself engulfed in deep self-doubt. Nearly a coincidence. Just a fleeting chance. Hikadagawa Conan was once the illustrious high school detective Shinichi Kudo. How could he allow such a trivial case to defeat him? Next time, I shall solve the case before Uncle Mouri. He resolved fervently. He then raised his head, his gaze sharp as he looked at the self-satisfied Mouri Kagoro. Uncle Mouri, Conan, shall not concede defeat. He turned to the other side. Observing Tamuki peacefully sleeping in Rant's lap, and a surge of frustration welled within him. That is my childhood friend, my girlfriend. I want to win too. With that thought, he feigned drowsiness, tilting his head to rest against Rand's thigh, succumbing to sleep. Rand gazed at Conan's profile, finding him quite endearing, though she couldn't shake the feeling that his face appeared increasingly familiar. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. At 39, Gokucho, the Mouri detective agency, the trio had finally returned. Haha, I, Mouri Kagoro, am indeed a renowned detective. Mouri Kagoro was still lost in the throes of excitement. Father, it is quite late. Shouldn't you take a bath and rest? Mouri Rand inquired, puzzled. You both go wash up. After you finish, head to bed. I shall watch some television for a while. Mouri Kagoro casually stated as he grabbed a can of beer. Tonight, there was a variety show featuring Yoko Okino, and having solved the case, the agency was also officially open. Double joy, indeed, warranted a celebration. But father, you have work tomorrow. I run my own agency. I shall start work whenever I please. Tomorrow. I shall simply open later. What does it matter? Mouri Kagoro waved dismissively. As for you two, you have school tomorrow, so hurry and wash up before resting. Hearing Kagoro's words, Tamuki felt a twinge of sentimentality. This was the joy of being a freelancer, working whenever one wished, provided one's income could sustain oneself. All right, Mouri Rand said, embracing Tamuki and pulling Conan into the bathroom. Conan, you come help me wash Tamuki. He got quite a bit of blood on him at Tropicland today. Tamuki exclaimed, attempting to escape with a swift kick. Let Conan wash me? With that guy's hostility toward me, he might just strip me of 2 layers of skin. Do not even think about escaping, Mao Lilan declared, extending her hand to firmly grasp the nape of his neck. Tongmu flailed desperately, yet he was inevitably lifted off the ground. With no other choice, Tongmu resigned himself to his fate, being hoisted by Mao Lilan. He was led into the bathroom. Conan wore an expression of sheer delight. Such an unexpected turn of events was nothing short of a delightful surprise. He cheerfully followed Stalin into the bathroom. Meow, 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 meow. Shortly after, a blood-curdling scream emanated from the direction of the bathroom. After a considerable time, the bathroom door creaked open, and Tang Mu emerged, his body cleansed of all grime and blood. The damp hair, having been washed, was now dry and appeared voluminous and full of life. In that moment, he seemed to be reborn. Meanwhile, inside the bathroom, Conan gazed at Rand with astonishment. Sister Rand, what did you say? You want to bathe together? Of course we're bathing together. Rand replied matter-of-factly. It's already quite late, and after washing and drying Tang Mu, there's hardly any time left for us to bathe separately. Isn't that inappropriate? Conan stammered, struggling to articulate his thoughts. But I'm a boy. What's wrong with that? Rand dismissed his concerns casually. How old are you? You're just a little kid. Conan found himself momentarily speechless. Despite currently inhabiting the body of a first grader, he felt the spirit of a high schooler within. Enough with the nonsense. Rand said impatiently. We use too much hot water while washing Tang Mu. If we bathe separately, there won't be enough hot water left in the heater. Hello. Conan could only respond. In an instant, his entire face turned crimson, and Kazua's large eyes shrank into tiny dots due to her shyness. A whirlwind of thoughts raced through his mind. He never imagined that washing the dog would afford him the opportunity to bathe with Rand, even though his current state rendered him incapable of doing anything. Yet, how could any man possibly refuse such a situation? For a moment, he was at a loss, unsure whether to harbor animosity or gratitude towards Tamuki. What are you standing there for in a daze? Asked Rand, who had already prepared the warm water in the bathtub, her brows furrowed. Hurry up and take off your clothes and get in the tub. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.G. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mao Lilan inquired with curiosity. Conan, why do you wear your glasses while bathing? You should take them off. Yada. Conan exclaimed in surprise, and without hesitation, he declined. If he were to lose the disguise of his glasses, Rand, his childhood companion, would undoubtedly recognize him, leading to quite the commotion. Do as you wish, Rand Mouri remarked nonchalantly, quickly finishing her washing before retiring to bed. Very well. Here, 500 words are omitted. After a while, Marilan and Conan emerged from the bathroom one after the other. Conan, your bedroom is in that room, and Tamuki's nest is placed there as well. You two should become good friends, Marilan advised before returning to her own room. The day's events had been exceedingly thrilling, and even she, with years of karate training, felt fatigued and desired an early respite. Conan, with his fish-like eyes, scooped up Tamuki and walked into the room designated for him. Just as he shut the door, Tamuki leaped down from his arms. What's wrong, Tamuki? The anticipated meow 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 did not materialize. Instead, a phrase that utterly bewildered him emerged from the creature's mouth. Kudo Shinichi, hello there. Conan? Me? I'm fine. What the hell? I'm falling apart here. Tamuki, displaying an air of arrogance, continued, I initially intended to interact with you as an ordinary cat, but to my surprise, it resulted in estrangement. No more pretense. I'm a talking cat, and I'm laying it all out. Before him stood Tamuki, upright like a human, hands clasped behind its back, gazing at him with an air of calmness while articulating human speech. Conan felt as though his entire worldview was shattering. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He could hardly believe it. This defied the laws of science. No. Conan shook his head vigorously. This was not merely a matter of scientific plausibility, but rather, he fixed his gaze intently on Tamuki. Who exactly are you, and what is your situation? Tamuki paused, taken aback. Who am I? I am Tamuki. I have already told you that. As for my situation, Tamuki deliberately halted, prompting Conan to perk up his ears in anticipation. I don't know, Tamuki replied. Of course, he was not being truthful with Conan. The problem was that the truth was also impossible to convey. Having traversed realms, he had undergone a transformation. And now the system was silent? Who would believe such a tale? This was TA time, 2 decades hence, when web literature flourished in China. Bacana. Conan rolled his eyes. Do you think I would believe that? Or do you consider me a fool? You are just a little fool yourself. Conan continued. What about the sincerity between people? You mean that? Tangmu waved his hand dismissively. It was eaten by a dog. What a mess. Conan fixed his gaze intently on Tangmu. What on earth is your situation? To be honest, I'm not quite sure myself, Tangmu replied. When I woke up, I found myself in this state, with no memories of my past, yet I possessed the ability to speak 8 languages. Indeed, Conan mused, resting his hand thoughtfully upon his chin. The statement had piqued his interest, leading him to entertain the possibility. According to your account, you possess no recollection of your previous circumstances. So what exactly are you? It seems that anything is conceivable. I have 2 theories, Conan declared earnestly, fixing his gaze upon Tamuki. Tamuki was momentarily taken aback. 2 theories? As expected of you. Idagawa Conan, even my fabrications inspire such deductions. First, you are a being of a different nature, having inexplicably lost your former memories. However, this likelihood is exceedingly slim, as it defies the principles of science. Second, you were once human, and, through a series of fortuitous events, transformed into your current state. I find myself leaning towards this latter possibility. Conan's eyes bore into Tamuki's. Your transformation may be linked to that organization. Suddenly, he halted mid-sentence. That organization? Tamuki inquired, puzzled. Which organization? In an instant, as if struck by a bolt of insight, a flicker of doubt crossed his face as he regarded Conan. Surely, you don't mean those individuals from the bourbon? Oh. It's nothing. Conan hastily shook his head. To him, it was imperative that unrelated parties remained oblivious to the existence of that organization, for it posed an immense danger. Abruptly, a thought struck him. He fixed his gaze on Tamuki. How did you come to know that I am Shinichi Kudo? That. Tamuki replied casually. I saw it with my own eyes. Did you witness it with your own eyes? Conan was somewhat bewildered. Indeed, I personally observed the entire process. From when gin and vodka incapacitated you and administered the poison, to your transformation from Shinichi Kudo into Conan. Scoundrel! Conan exclaimed, suddenly lunging forward, wrapping his arms around Tamuki's neck, and they tumbled to the ground. You witnessed it all. Why did you not come to my aid? Are we not friends? Coughing and gasping for breath, Tamuki struggled. Let go. I won't release you. Conan resolutely defied him. Though I had observed the entire scene, I was but a mere spectator. How could I possibly intervene? Upon hearing this, Conan finally relinquished his grip. With a few gasps, Tangmu finally felt a bit more at ease. How absurd. You might think that witnessing it all firsthand was a walk in the park, but being discovered by those 2 figures clad in black was anything but trivial. Wait, Conan interjected abruptly. You were discovered by those 2 individuals, so how did you manage to survive? Well, you see, he replied, despite those 2 being quite formidable, their reaction speed is simply beyond that of an ordinary human. When I fled, they couldn't keep up with me at all. Conan wore an expression of disbelief. So you managed to escape and even gained a sense of superiority in the process? Is that so? He closed his eyes momentarily, casting a glance at Tangmu. If your reflexes are indeed that swift, Then why do you so easily find yourself caught by Sister Lan at the nape of your neck? Tang Mu instantly felt deflated. Can we not bring this up? No way. Conan would never agree. Having finally found an opportunity to seize this glutton for punishment, he would hold onto it tightly, refusing to let go. Shinichi Kudo, Tang Mu exclaimed, his face contorted with anger as he called Conan by his true name. Do you have no shame? In private, you still refer to her as Sister Ran, truly believing you are but a first grader? Is this how a high school detective conducts himself? Do you not understand how disgraceful it is to act so cute? Tang Mu unleashed his fury. Conan stood frozen, his entire being enveloped in embarrassment as his face flushed a deep crimson, steam seemingly rising from his head. His toes dug into the floor, as if attempting to carve out a 3-bedroom apartment from the ground beneath him. He felt utterly mortified. The persona of Shinichi Kudo, the high school detective, lay in tatters at this very moment. Tang Mu observed the scene with keen interest, the rare sight of steamed Conan. How I wish to capture this moment on camera, but alas, that wretched Polaroid has run out of film. After what felt like an eternity, Conan finally regained his composure, glaring at Tang Mu with a menacing gaze. Tang Mu felt a shiver run down his spine. Why are you looking at me like that? I assure you, I am trained. A mere 3 or 5 individuals cannot approach me easily. Do not provoke me. From now on, you are forbidden from resting in Sister Ran's embrace. Knowing that you possess an intellect akin to that of a human, I can no longer tolerate such behavior. I, Shinichi Kudo, the king of jealousy in Tokyo, am not a pervert. I do not indulge in such ridiculous whims. Hey, Tang Mu fixed his gaze on Conan. What are you thinking about? I am merely a human. Even if I had intentions, it would only amount to some trivial flirtation. What more could I possibly do? That is not acceptable. Conan threatened. Moreover, you must heed my commands from now on, or I shall reveal your secrets to the world. Such extraordinary abilities as yours would surely lead you to become a subject of dissection and study. Threatening me? Tamuki cast a sinister glance at Conan. Do you, Kudo Shinichi, possess the power to intimidate me? So what if I do threaten you? Conan retorted defiantly, lifting his chin. Very well, Tamuki said with a sly grin, leaning closer to Conan's ear. Conan-kun, you wouldn't want Ran to discover your little secret, would you? Conan was instantly startled. Tamuki's voice, reminiscent of a sinister whisper, continued to echo in his ears. You just took a bath with Ran. If she found out, she would surely be furious with you. Ran would never believe that. Conan protested, his neck taut. Do you truly believe the words you just uttered? Tamuki shot a sidelong glance at Conan, setting aside the possibility of my telling tales. With your striking resemblance to your younger self, do you have the courage to remove your glasses in front of Mouri Ran? I dare not, Conan exclaimed, stamping his foot fiercely as he cast a defiant glance at Tamuki, challenging him silently with the question, what can you do to me? Tamuki, in a tone that was both forceful and cowardly, responded, revealing a truth often overlooked. When a person sinks to the depths of depravity, they become invincible. This notion held a certain validity. Suddenly, a thought struck Conan, causing his entire body to shudder. Something was amiss. There was a flaw. He relentlessly closed the distance to Tamuki, his face nearly inches away from Tamuki's. What are you doing? Tamuki quickly stepped back 2 paces, crossing her arms defensively while casting a wary glance at Conan, her face awash with suspicion. If you seek companionship, go find your beloved Ran sister. I harbor no interest whatsoever in adorable little boys like you. Don't think you can divert the topic with your interruptions. I am not so easily swayed. Conan continued to regard Tamuki with an intense gaze, imbued with an air of authority. You mentioned that you witnessed my transformation firsthand and that you were discovered by members of the Black Organization? Indeed, I did mention that. What of it? Tamuki replied, somewhat taken aback, unsure of Conan's intent in broaching the subject. A lone figure appearing in public is entirely normal. So how did they come to discover your presence? Of course, she added, eyeing Conan with a hint of malice. What is it? Naturally, it is because, while witnessing such an intriguing scene, I inadvertently created a sound and a flash while capturing photographs with my instant camera. What did you say? Conan could hardly believe his ears. You even took a photograph? Of course. Tang Mu lifted his gaze at a 45-degree angle, staring at the ceiling with a visage as lonely as freshly fallen snow, and remarked, I captured the entire process. I even exhausted the instant film. All is lost, Conan expressed, a visage of utter despair etched upon his face. He could hardly fathom that even such trivial matters could serve as leverage against him. It was utterly absurd. Tamuki observed Conan's expression, one that appeared thoroughly defeated, and remarked, You see, Conan-kun, my previous statement about informing Ran Mouri was no mere jest. I possess ample evidence to convince her that you are, in fact, Shinichi Kudo. When that moment arrives, what shall you face? Conan remained ensnared in a stupor, his eyes devoid of focus. Noticing Conan's indifference, Tamuki playfully swatted his forehead. Duong. Pain, 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 Conan lamented, feeling as though a bell were incessantly striking his forehead. He quickly rubbed the swelling on his head, which provided a modicum of relief from the agony. At that moment, his gaze resembled a deep, frigid abyss, cold yet profound, while his charming face contorted in displeasure. He extended his hand towards Tamuki, inquiring, "Where is the photograph?" "Ah." He is throwing a tantrum again. Tamuki was not inclined to indulge him. "The photograph, you say?" Tamuki deliberately slowed his speech, adding, "Rest assured. I have hidden it in a place you would never expect." "Scoundrel." A glimmer of hope flickered across Conan's face as he challenged, "You're lying to me, aren't you? Those photos do not exist, do they?" "I'm afraid your assumption is erroneous," Tamuki replied, nonchalantly spreading his hands in a mocking manner. "They truly exist. I'll confront you." Conan lunged at Tamuki, and they grappled with one another. In an instant, dust swirled around them, and the noise escalated. In the living room, Kagoro Mouri, indulging in a drink while watching a variety show featuring Yoko Okino, was disturbed by the commotion. "Conan, Tamuki, if you two continue your ruckus and refuse to sleep, I shall throw both of you out." The clamorous sounds abruptly ceased. Tamuki and Conan exchanged a glance, each huffing with a touch of pride before turning their heads away. One sprawled on the bed while the other retreated to his corner. The following day, upon rising, Tamuki discovered that both Conan and Ran had already departed for school. The detective agency was left in solitude, with only Kagoro Mouri blissfully slumbering. What had this fellow been watching until so late last night? No wonder Eri had chosen to live apart from him. Tamuki paced around the office, eventually wandering to the bathroom. Upon glancing in the mirror, he was taken aback to find his face marred by what appeared to be a series of drawings in marker, including a whimsical king inscribed upon his forehead. Tamuki was at a loss for words. He was no tiger, and a mere mark upon his forehead would not alter his nature in the slightest. Such trivial antics could only be the handiwork of that rascal Conan. Who would have thought this was the extent of Conan's mischief? Resorting to doodling on his face while he slept? How juvenile. "Ugh, my head hurts," Kagoro Mouri mumbled, turning over and rubbing his face in a daze. Tamuki retorted, "With your nightly indulgence in alcohol and daytime slumber, you can't blame everything on Shinichi Kudo." Glancing at the clock and the dimming light outside, he realized it was nearly 4 in the afternoon. 4 o'clock. "So, I've slept the entire day? Just moments ago, I was mocking Kagoro. It seems I am not far superior. At this hour, Conan and Ran should be returning from school." Sure enough, a knock echoed at the door. Tamuki sprang to his feet and opened it. Ran and Conan entered together, both chiming in unison, "We're back." In a flash, Kagoro appeared at the door. "Ran, you're back." Tamuki was astonished. Hadn't this man just been in a deep slumber? How had he managed to dress and arrive so swiftly, though still disheveled? The signs of a hangover had vanished from his face. Ran replied, her demeanor noticeably subdued, worry etched across her features. "Today, Shinichi didn't go to school. I have no idea where he might be. That troublesome boy can go wherever he pleases." Kagoro evidently harbored no fondness for the lad who dared to court his daughter. "Dad, please don't say that," Ran interjected. Tamuki retrieved a photograph from his pocket and handed it to Ran. "A photograph?" Conan exclaimed, his body tensing with apprehension, fearful that Tamuki had unearthed evidence of his transformation. "Meow," Mao Lilan exclaimed, her face breaking into a faint smile upon seeing the photograph. It was a cherished snapshot of her and Shinichi at the fountain in Tropic Paradise. Conan, standing on tiptoe, finally caught a glimpse of the image and felt a wave of relief wash over him. Kagoro Mouri leaned in to see, and upon noticing his beloved daughter nestled in Shinichi's embrace, coupled with Shinichi's mischievous expression, a surge of irritation boiled within him. "That scoundrel," he thought. "With such a crooked smirk, he certainly doesn't seem like a good person." Conan retorted, "This is a blatant slander. Where's the crooked smirk? Clearly, you, the doting father, are just envious of my handsome face." Mao Lilan gazed at the photo, engulfed by a mix of longing and worry, while Conan wore a forlorn expression. He yearned to confess everything to Lilan, yet he hesitated. He couldn't involve her in the perilous affairs of the black-clad organization. They were far too dangerous. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He stood on his toes, stretching his neck eagerly towards the photograph. Show me, Lilan. I want to see how Shinichi looks." "Meow," Tamuki exclaimed with a hint of disdain. Conan, in his relentless pursuit of that photograph, shamelessly resorted to his adorable antics. Mouri cast a glance at Conan, affectionately ruffling his hair before handing him the photo, gently admonishing, "Make sure to return it once you're done, and be careful not to damage it. Otherwise, Sister Ran will be quite upset." Her face radiated warmth, and her tone was remarkably gentle. Yet, upon hearing her words, Conan shivered. He understood all too well what such a tone implied. If he dared to harm the photograph, Ran would undoubtedly be furious with him. He quickly accepted the photo with utmost care, his focus now entirely on it, his brow furrowing in concentration. Indeed, in that fleeting moment, he had not misjudged. The photograph contained vital clues related to the Black organization. He scrutinized the edges of the image. Where two men clad in black were conversing with a woman in a beige dress, her long black hair cascading down her back, although their faces remained indistinct. Their attire and silhouettes unmistakably identified them as Gin and Vodka, the very culprits who had ambushed him during a deal gone awry, forcing him to ingest the drug that rendered him small. Noticing Conan's intense fixation on a particular spot in the photograph, alternating between excitement and clenched teeth, Tamuki's curiosity piqued. What could capture the attention of this little fellow so thoroughly? He leaned in to examine the photograph, instantly grasping the significance of Gin and Vodka. It was no wonder Conan was so invested. His motives extended beyond mere revenge. He sought to uncover the antidote's whereabouts to restore his original self and, most importantly, to bring those criminals to justice. Tamuki then observed that Gin and Vodka were not together, but were engaged in a conversation with a woman across from them. This woman appeared to be associated with the organization, though it was uncertain whether she was genuine or a mere imposter. Regrettably, the distance rendered her features indistinguishable, and her form lacked clarity. Unless they encountered her again, deducing her identity from this photograph would be nearly impossible. Nonetheless, for Conan, this discovery was a serendipitous stroke of luck. His eyes sparkled with intelligence as he realized he had finally unearthed a clue, even if it was slight. It provided a direction for his investigation. The beige dress worn by the woman was a high-end item exclusively available at a shop in the Mihua building. He resolved to visit that store for further inquiries, believing that even the tiniest detail could prove pivotal in solving the case. However, he was abruptly interrupted by a knock at the door. Mouri Kagoro hastily opened it, stating that the Mouri detective agency was closed for the day. If there were matters to discuss, they would have to wait until tomorrow. Could it be? Mouri Kagoro's eyes widened in disbelief, his tongue stumbling over words as he exclaimed, "Yoko Okino." What? Malilon and Conan were equally astonished. Was this not the renowned superstar known to all? What could have brought her here at this moment? Indeed, Yoko slightly bowed her head to indicate her intrusion. In truth, my audacious interruption today is due to an urgent matter I wish to entrust to Kagoro Mouri. The moment Mouri glanced at his disheveled appearance, he transformed into a whirlwind. He swiftly dashed into the changing room, and with a resounding slam, the door shut behind him. In less than 3 seconds, the door swung open once more, and he emerged. Clad in a sharply tailored blue suit, complete with a neatly tied bow tie, his hair was slicked back to a glossy sheen. To top it all off, a vibrant red rose graced his hand. Leaning nonchalantly against the doorframe, he ostentatiously remarked, "Good day, fair maiden. You seem to be troubled by some predicament." Conan rolled his eyes, retorting, "Handsome uncle, who are you? Is this truly the disheveled Mouri uncle we once knew?" What a jest! Tamuki, equally astonished, noted that while it is often said that women adorn themselves for the sake of pleasing men, it appears that men, too, exhibit similar tendencies. Or perhaps, in the absence of a beloved, most men are indifferent to their own appearances and financial status. After introductions were exchanged, the group settled into the reception area of the Mouri detective agency. Yoko began to elucidate the purpose of her visit, seeking his assistance in investigating who had been following her of late. Conan listened intently, intrigued. Although the investigation of a tailgater may not be a grand case, it offers an excellent opportunity to hone a detective's reasoning skills. Thus, let me, the high school detective Shinichi Kudo, assist the bumbling Mouri uncle in fulfilling this commission. After all, residing in Mouri's household, I ought to find ways to contribute to his earnings. As Conan pondered this, he suddenly felt a tug at his pant leg. Looking down, his expression instantly soured. It was Tamuki, that mischievous little rascal. "Meow," shouted Tamuki as he turned and walked away into the distance. Upon witnessing this, Conan instinctively followed suit. "Tamuki, what have you summoned me for?" "Kudo, do you not feel it?" "Feel what?" "The aura of the case, or rather, the presence of a homicide? Is it a murder case?" Conan's expression instantly turned serious. Please elaborate. In the case of Yoko Oinoya, if one follows along, a murder is surely awaiting. Conan thought to himself, what kind of statement is that? From the tone of this deceased individual, it sounds as if the murder is meant to occur solely for my sake. Don't jest. He felt that this was merely an attempt to amuse oneself. Hastily, he made his way to the vicinity of the reception area. Such minor cases are quite effective for lightening one's mood. Thus, he aimed to eavesdrop on as much information as possible for subsequent deductions. Yoko Oinoya and her agent, Eiji Yamagishi, provided some basic details. And after establishing a contract and signing it, they officially entrusted the case to Kaguro Mouri. As Oinoya and her companion stood up to escort Mouri to her residence for a site investigation, she suddenly felt something gripping her leg. Alarmed, she looked down to discover a blue and white British Shorthair cat playfully tugging at her white stockings. Oinoya sighed with relief, realizing it was merely a cat. Yoko Oinoya, undoubtedly a household name and idol, possessed an adorable charm, particularly accentuated by her long, fair, and delicate legs adorned with white stockings, a true embodiment of beauty. Tamuki, unable to resist, reached out with his mischievous paw. The moment his paw brushed against the long, stocking-clad leg, he felt as though traversing into a delightful fantasy. Such boldness and taking liberties, if it weren't for the cat's presence, he might have faced severe consequences. Meow. Tamuki let out a piercing cry as he was caught by the scruff of his neck. This little lady may look charming, but she is far from benevolent. Not only did she ambush me while I was enjoying the leg rub, but she also seized my throat. Tamuki flailed his four legs in a frantic struggle. Yet it bore no fruit. The scruff of his neck was undeniably his Achilles heel. Oinoya lifted Tamuki, turning him over and examining him. Mr. Mouri, is this pet from your office? Absolutely adorable. Yes, Yoko Okino fondled Tamuki, turning him over and over. Suddenly, she parted Tamuki's legs and, upon seeing a pair of small testicles, smiled mysteriously, realizing he was male. Tamuki's face flushed crimson. Meow, meow, meow. This exquisite woman had seen his private parts. His innocence was lost. Most importantly, Conan had witnessed this. Given their adversarial relationship, this indelible mark would undoubtedly be used against him. And now, Conan was already rummaging around, undoubtedly searching for a camera to immortalize Tamuki's mortifying moment. Alas, the Polaroid was well hidden. Capturing Tamuki's dark history was out of the question. Sure enough, Conan searched in vain, abandoning the quest with a frustrated expression. Okino Yoko addressed Kaguro Mouri. Mr. Mouri, when you search my residence, may I bring this feline along? He's utterly adorable. Of course. As a devoted fan, how could Kaguro Mouri refuse his idol's modest request? Miss Yoko, please, be my guest. Okino Yoko beamed, cradling Tamuki in her arms. Let's depart, then. Tamuki, who had been struggling vehemently, instantly quieted down. Nestled against that soft, fragrant bosom was an unparalleled delight. Beneath that facade of kawaii innocence, Okino Yoko possessed a prodigious endowment. Observing Tamuki's lecherous expression, Conan knew precisely what he was thinking, having witnessed him ensconced in his girlfriend's embrace. That reprobate. At the entrance of Okino Yoko's opulent apartment, Tamuki arose from her arms, stretching languidly. Using the plush haven as a springboard, he leaped from Okino Yoko's embrace. After executing a mid-air double somersault, he landed gracefully in Conan's arms. Okino Yoko chuckled softly, remarking, he certainly is lively. Ha ha ha. Kaguro Mouri scratched the back of his head, laughing sheepishly. Though, it's understandable, Okino Yoko continued. Males are naturally energetic, and from what I observed, he hasn't been neutered. She turned to Kaguro Mouri, offering her counsel. Detective Mouri, if a male isn't neutered, he'll not only create a ruckus during mating season, disturbing the peace, but he'll also develop a host of ailments over time. I suggest you consider having him neutered when you have the opportunity. If you need assistance, I happen to know an excellent veterinarian. Tamuki? This stunning woman was a ruthless fiend. She wanted to castrate him. Vile. Utterly vile. Zhang Wuji's mother was right. The more beautiful the woman, the more venomous her heart. Conan, cradling Tamuki, wore a mischievous grin. He whispered to Tamuki, hear that? For your health, you need to get neutered. Don't even think about it. Tamuki hissed into Conan's ear. If Kaguro Mouri agrees, I'll make his life a living hell. If Uncle Mouri agrees, you'll be neutered. Conan said, relishing the spectacle. Impossible. Utterly impossible. You pathetic bipedal creatures think you can neuter me? You're delusional. Is that so? Conan expressed skepticism. In due time, you shall come to recognize the greatness of my esteemed Tamuki. Tamuki, however, preferred not to engage in further debate on the matter. Just as Kagoro Mouri was about to offer a casual response, Ran Mouri suddenly turned to Yoko Okino, her face etched with concern, and inquired, "Miss Okino, may I ask, if we do not proceed with the spaying surgery, will it truly affect Mimi's health?" "Certainly." Yoshiko Chiha nodded affirmatively. Upon hearing this, Tiki and Conan exchanged glances. Tiki turned to Conan with a fierce expression and remarked, "Your girlfriend is not a good person either." "Nonsense," Conan exclaimed, his face radiating joy. "Ran is the gentlest woman in the world." "Is that so?" "Of course." Conan nodded affirmatively. "The photo of you when you were small." Conan was taken aback. "Can we not mention that?" "Very well, I shall refrain from bringing it up for the time being." Tamuki leaned closer to Conan, whispering in a soft and mysterious tone, "By the way, have you sensed it?" Conan, with a puzzled expression, inquired, "Sensed what?" "The aura of a murder case." Tamuki replied. "What?" Conan's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. "Do you know something? Because wherever you appear, a murder inevitably follows. Don't look at me with those eyes. It's your extraordinary nature." "Stop joking." How could Conan, a staunch believer in science, possibly accept such a notion? What on earth is happening? "All right, I won't tease you any longer, Tamuki. You know, I possess a keen sense of smell, and I can already detect the faint scent of blood wafting from that room. You still acknowledge your own existence, huh?" Conan rolled his eyes, wearing a sarcastic expression. "Tell me, walking upright, taking photographs, speaking, what of these actions could be performed by a mere creature? Moreover, a keen sense of smell is characteristic of dogs." "Indeed," Conan mused, casting a sidelong glance at Tamuki nestled in his arms. "Your rather mischievous demeanor bears a striking resemblance to that of a dog. You're the one resembling a dog." Just then, Yoko Moken opened the apartment door and warmly invited everyone. "Welcome to my apartment." As she spoke, her gaze swept across the space. A piercing scream echoed throughout the apartment. Yoko, taken aback and shock, staggered back a step, her face etched with fear. Upon hearing the scream, Conan instantly became alert. Surely, a case had arisen. He hurriedly dashed to the apartment's entrance. There lay a figure, a knife embedded in their back, collapsed in a pool of blood. This was a murder, a locked room mystery. Such cases hold an irresistible allure for detectives. At that moment, the curious members of the death-seeking group, Jinta, Ayumi, and Mitsuhiko, peered into the apartment, only to be terrified and fall back in fright. Kagoro Mouri, who had been preoccupied with Yoko, rushed over and was equally startled by the scene inside. He waved his hand and shouted loudly, "Quickly notify the police department." As they awaited the police's arrival, Takagi turned to Conan and remarked, "See? I told you a murder would happen here, didn't I?" Conan chose to ignore Takagi, adhering to the principle of preserving the crime scene. Conan and his companions refrained from entering the apartment. He merely stood at the entrance, craning his neck to glimpse inside, hoping to gather as many clues as possible. Before long, Officer Magyar arrived with his team, and a cordon was established. As the first discoverers of the scene, Mouri and the others followed Officer Magyar inside to begin their investigation. Water stains beside the corpse, a knife lodged in the victim's back, hair clutched in the deceased's hand, earrings beneath the sofa. Each clue and piece of evidence was meticulously collected. Conan stood solemnly in a corner, deep in thought, his mind racing as he endeavored to piece together the clues in the most logical manner. What had he overlooked? What was the source of the inconsistency? Suddenly, a flash of insight pierced through Conan's mind. The two figures, Yuko Ikezawa and Yoko, bore an almost identical resemblance. Could it be? The cloud of doubt that hung over Conan dissipated, replaced by renewed confidence. "Officer, look here," he exclaimed. "Children should not meddle at a crime scene." Officer Magyar interrupted before Conan could finish. "Stop causing a ruckus." Conan retorted, "I've already solved the case while you're still wandering in circles." "Who is causing the disturbance?" I asked. He surveyed his surroundings, contemplating how to induce a reasonable sleep in Uncle Mouri. Observing Conan's newfound confidence, Takagi quickly understood. This little rascal had already cracked the case. "You questioned me earlier? Watch how I turn the tables." He leaped into Ran Mouri's arms, meowing playfully, his paws gesturing animatedly. "Eh?" Ran Mouri exclaimed in astonishment. Why would she tell her father about this? "Meow, meow, meow," I conveyed to my father, hoping he would comprehend. Mouri ran. With a hint of skepticism, approached Mouri Kagoro, leaning in close to his ear to whisper softly. "Indeed." "Ah, indeed." Kagoro Mouri nodded repeatedly, his expression transforming into one of sudden realization. "So that is it. Kagoro Mouri has come to an understanding." Cough, cough, he cleared his throat. "Inspector Magyar." I have unraveled the logic behind this case. The true culprit is... Inspector Magyar gazed solemnly at Kagoro Mouri. My dear Mouri, who is it? It is none other than the victim himself, Mr. Akihiro Fujiwara. What? Exclaimed the astonished crowd. Conan, who had just discovered an ashtray and was poised to strike Kagoro Mouri on the back of his head, stood frozen in disbelief. How could this be? The seemingly oblivious detective, Uncle Mouri, had actually spoken the truth. The situation unfolded as Mouri began his reasoning. Conan listened in utter bewilderment. The logic was impeccably clear, devoid of any flaws. Is this truly the Uncle Mouri I know? Could he have been possessed by some supernatural entity? Is that so? Upon hearing Kagoro Mouri's deduction, Officer Magyar wore an expression of sudden enlightenment. Mouri, my dear fellow, I had misjudged you in the past. You truly deserve the title of a great detective. As the case was resolved, the crowd gradually dispersed. Conan approached Kagoro Mouri, his face reflecting melancholy. Uncle Mouri, how did you untangle the entire case? Ha. Kagoro Mouri transformed once more into that foolish uncle. I am not quite sure how it happened. At that moment, a flash of inspiration struck me, and I grasped the underlying logic. I feel, he scratched the back of his head. My head is somewhat itchy. Could this be what it feels like to be intelligent? Intelligent? Conan looked utterly perplexed. What on earth is this? It's all so jumbled. Mao Lilan gazed at the snow skin that had fallen from her father. Along with the pungent scent of mousse, her face contorted in disdain. What does being intelligent even mean? Father, could you perhaps wash your hair more often? If you don't wash your hair and apply mousse, who wouldn't he have an itchy head? Conan was taken aback. So it's like that. Maoli Kagoro wore an awkward expression. Is that so? He glanced at the side, where the unusual gaze of Yoshiko Tsunokawa fell upon him. Instantly engulfed by despair. After all the effort to build rapport through reasoning in front of an idol, it all evaporated in an instant. How he wished to find a crack in the ground to hide. The case was resolved, yet Conan could not muster any joy. He had painstakingly unraveled the intricate logic behind the case, only to be outshone by the seemingly unreliable Uncle Mouri. Could it be that in terms of deduction, he was now less skilled than Uncle Mouri? How could he still have the audacity to call himself a high school detective? Conan had completely forgotten how he had exited that apartment. At that moment, Mao Lilan approached him, cradling Tongmu in her arms. Her face was a portrait of longing and sorrow. Conan-kun, although father solved this case, I feel that if Shinichi were here, he would have resolved it even faster. Conan rolled his eyes inwardly. I'm standing right in front of you. Look at me. No, wait. I was present the entire time. Yet Uncle Mouri got ahead of me. Just then, Conan suddenly stiffened, standing there in shock. Mao Lilan opened her arms and embraced him from behind. Her voice soft yet tinged with melancholy resonating in his ear. Conan-kun, do you know? I really miss Shinichi. I wonder where he could be. At her words, a subtle sadness washed over Conan. He longed to reveal the truth to Lilan, but he could not. All he could do was offer her some comforting words. Meow. Just as he was about to speak, a piercing cry emanated between the two. They recoiled as if struck by lightning. Conan stared blankly at Timu, his mind swirling with confusion. How on earth did this unfortunate creature end up here? Meanwhile, Mouri wore a guilty expression, exclaiming, Oh dear, Timu. I completely forgot you were holding me just now. Timu, on the other hand, appeared despondent, casting a disdainful glance at the two, secretly raising his middle claw. You two, he thought, engaging in sentimental antics without a care for my feelings as Lord Timu is utterly intolerable. Just moments ago, when Mouri embraced Conan, he found himself wedged between them, nearly flattened and struggling for breath. Observing Timu's anthropomorphic expression, Mouri could not suppress a giggle, saying, Oh dear Timu. Please don't be upset. When we return, I promise to give you a little dried fish. Meow, Tangmu called out, turning his head away with a face full of pride. 2. Tangmu's neck trembled slightly, yet he persisted in not turning back. Seeing this, Mao Lilan felt even more delighted. 3. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Have we closed the deal? Mouri exclaimed joyfully. Let us return home. Just as Tamuki was about to leap into Ran's embrace, she noticed Conan swiftly approaching. He scooped up Tamuki and, in a playful tone, urged Ran, Let's hurry along, Sister Ran. Afterward, he leaned down and whispered to Tamuki. If you dare to covet my girlfriend, you are dreaming. Your girlfriend? Tamuki adjusted her position comfortably in Conan's arms. Are you brave enough to admit that you are Kudo Shinichi? Conan's expression instantly fell, a look of deep melancholy crossing his face. Can we possibly refrain from discussing this matter? Absolutely not. How long do you intend to use this secret to threaten me? Conan felt a surge of frustration. This is a colossal secret, you know. Tomo grinned mischievously, extending a claw. This secret, I shall savor for a lifetime. Fool, Conan exclaimed, gripping Tongmu's neck with a wild expression. I'm going all out with you. Fine, let's do it. Tongmu gasped, but I have your photo. At that moment, Mouri suddenly turned her head, observing Conan and the struggling Tongmu in his arms. A smile graced her face, and a hint of happiness radiated from her gaze. The bond between Conan and Tongmu was truly remarkable. Curiously, she inquired, Conan, what are you discussing with Tongmu? Nothing much, nothing at all, Conan replied hurriedly, waving his hands dismissively. I'm just talking about the recent case, right, Tongmu? He then quickly shook Tongmu in his embrace. Meow. Is that so? Mouri raised her right index finger to her lips, her face revealing a contemplative expression as she murmured to herself. Regarding the recent case, she pondered why. Upon my mentioning it to father as you instructed, he was able to deduce the sequence of events. Unable to comprehend. She decided to dismiss the thought and not dwell on it. She turned to head back towards the office. Meanwhile, Conan stood frozen in place, casting an incredulous gaze at the trembling Tamuki in his arms. It was you, wasn't it? He demanded. I don't know. Don't say such things. It was Timmy. Tamuki vehemently denied. It must be you. Conan was utterly unconvinced by Tamuki's triple denial. While Uncle Mouri was certainly admirable, his deductive skills were nothing short of misleading. If it weren't for Uncle Mouri, how could he possibly have gotten ahead of me? It truly isn't me, Tamuki said, raising his hands in exasperation, believe it or not. Regardless, I am convinced it is you, Conan retorted, wearing an expression that suggested he could see through everything. Whether you choose to admit it or not. Playing the rogue, who can't do that? No, Conan exclaimed anxiously as he gazed at Tamuki. You didn't reveal anything while informing Rand, did you? Observing Conan's anxious expression, Tongmu couldn't help but chuckle. You seem to have forgotten that your girlfriend possesses a unique ability. Even if I do not speak directly, she can comprehend my calls. Rand can communicate with animals? Conan was taken aback. Why was I unaware of this? It's not about conversing with animals. It is simply about communicating with me. Oh, I see, Conan exclaimed, suddenly enlightened as he gently brushed off the snowflakes from his shoulder. By the way, Tamuki remarked, observing Conan's attire, aren't you feeling cold? What? Conan exclaimed in bewilderment. In the snowy weather, do you not feel cold wearing shorts that leave your legs exposed? Tamuki inquired with a curious expression. It's not cold, Conan remarked. Yet suddenly he shivered, exclaiming, oh, how chilling. I inquired, Conan, have you not noticed something amiss? What? Conan was taken aback, unable to comprehend Tamuki's meaning. The weather was quite pleasant when you stepped outside, wasn't it? How did it suddenly start snowing? There's nothing unusual about that, is there? According to scientific principles, it is entirely normal for it to snow at any time during the day. Very well. Tangmu gazed at Conan. The incident of your transformation into a child due to the drug administered by the Black Organization occurred just yesterday, did it not? Indeed. Yesterday was still summer, wasn't it? Indeed. How has today transformed into winter, with snow falling? Conan was momentarily taken aback, ensnared in a web of self-doubt. Why had he failed to notice the peculiarities that now seemed so glaringly obvious? Could it be that he was truly inept? Tamuki too gazed at the snowflakes gently cascading from the heavens. This world of deduction was, without question, the least scientific realm imaginable. At 10 o'clock in the morning, upon awakening, Tamuki surveyed the somewhat desolate Mouri detective agency. Not a soul was present within the confines of the office. Even the usually inebriated Kagoro Mouri was nowhere to be found, a most unusual sight indeed. This motley crew had ventured out without him. Nearby, however, someone had thoughtfully placed a bowl containing a scant amount of provisions. It was evident, without a doubt, that the meticulous Conan was responsible for this. Yet, where could that little rascal have gone? At that very moment, as Conan made his way to the Bika building, he suddenly sneezed. What is happening? He pondered, touching his head in confusion. Am I catching a cold? After sniffing a couple of times and confirming he was not under the weather, he felt relieved and continued his journey to the Mihua building. As he ran, he mentally chanted, Black Organization, Black Organization, this time I must uncover your clues. He had not forgotten the lead regarding the Black Organization discovered in a photo with Xiaolan. The woman in the beige dress, conversing with Jin, was someone he intended to identify today and then follow the trail. He envisioned the day he would find that woman, seize her, and uncover the leads to the Black Organization. He sprinted with impatience. Soon, he lifted his gaze to the imposing structure before him, the Mihua building. At last, a confident smile adorned his face as he entered the building, heading straight for the counter selling dresses. Meanwhile, Tamuki, left in the office, was exceedingly bored. He paced restlessly within the confines of the room, feeling utterly desolate. Suddenly, a rhythmic knocking interrupted his thoughts. A surge of excitement washed over him. Could it be that Conan and the others had returned? He hurried to the door, flinging it open. "You're back. How could you go out without me? That's quite inconsiderate." He paused, noticing the girl before him. "Who are you?" The girl looked equally astonished. She had not anticipated encountering such an intriguing event while passing by the Mouri detective agency. Her earlier impression had indeed been accurate. As the girl remained silent, staring intently at him, Tamuki began to scrutinize her appearance. Clad in a high school JK uniform, with long red hair and burgundy eyes, he widened his gaze. "Isn't that Keizuki Kkko? The witch, a classmate of Kaido Kuroba from Igoda High School, the rightful heir to the Crimson Magic. What could have brought her here?" "Hello, I am Keizuki Kkko, a witch," she introduced herself. "The reason I came here is that I sense the presence of a kindred spirit." "I didn't expect it to be you?" Tamuki exclaimed in astonishment. "Are you referring to me?" "Indeed." Koizumi Akiko nodded. "Do not jest." Although Takumi has yet to fully comprehend his circumstances, it is evident that he bears no connection to sorcery or any such phenomena. I am merely an articulate being. Am I not? How can one speak? Koizumi Akiko gazed at Takumi, pondering that, to her knowledge, only yokai possess the ability to articulate speech. "I truly am not a yokai," Takumi exclaimed helplessly. Raising his hands in surrender, Koizumi Akiko paused, employing her magical senses, her face a canvas of confusion. "What is this? How can there be no trace of yokai energy or magical prowess?" Soon, disappointment washed over her features. "I had hoped, in this age devoid of magic, to finally encounter a kindred spirit, yet." She shook her head. "I apologize for disappointing you." Takumi, observing the disheartened expression of Koizumi Akiko, felt a pang of sympathy, but he was indeed no yokai. Koizumi Akiko, seemingly unfazed by the notion of disappointment, remarked, "Your physique is rather peculiar. It appears to be one thing, yet it exudes the essence of a human." Takumi thought to himself, "Is this person truly so perceptive? Has she discerned my true nature so swiftly?" "You need not be anxious. I harbor no ill intentions towards you." Takumi replied, "Do you believe I will take your word for it?" "I have yet to inquire. What is your name?" "My name is Tangmu." "Tamuki?" Koizumi Akiko repeated, intrigued by the name. Her wine-red eyes curiously gazed at Tamuki, and it dawned on her why she sensed a kindred spirit in this place. "This body of yours truly resembles the creation of alchemy." "The creation of alchemy?" Tamuki was taken aback, pondering internally. "So, it turns out that the flawed system used alchemy to transform its own body?" "Indeed," Koizumi Akiko affirmed, "undoubtedly a product of alchemy. Though the level of this alchemy is astoundingly high, nearly reaching a state of perfection. Logically speaking, such alchemy could only exist in the legendary realms of the demon world. How could it possibly manifest in this age of diminishing magic? It is incomprehensible, unimaginable." Tamuki, somewhat perplexed, sensed the gravity of the situation yet remained silent. Adopting a demeanor of quiet observation, Koizumi Akiko, with a visage full of astonishment, elaborated on the effects of this alchemy. It directly transplanted the bloodline of a creature onto oneself. Such an extraordinary technique, executed with such impeccable precision. Tamuki was genuinely taken aback. "Koizumi-san, this is utterly outrageous. You've nearly unveiled your own origins. Should you utter anything about a system or the like, I might start to question your background." Observing Tamuki's astonished expression, Koizumi Akiko smiled gently. "Well then, Tamuki, under these circumstances, you could be considered half my kin. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance." With that, she presented a peculiar copper plate, stating, "This is a magical artifact I crafted. If you strike it in a sequence of 3 long and 1 short, I will be able to sense it. Until we meet again, Tamuki." As Tamuki accepted the copper plate, Koizumi Akiko waved goodbye, then mounted a broom and soared into the sky. Tamuki could only exclaim in awe, "This witch is truly enviable. Why does she seem more like the protagonist?" Conan exited the Miflower building, his expression one of disappointment. The anticipation he felt upon arrival was now replaced by a profound sense of loss. The sales clerk at the counter had no recollection of selling that particular dress. As for the surveillance footage, after much effort, he managed to infiltrate the monitoring room, only to discover that the recordings were retained for merely 7 days. That beige dress had likely been sold long ago. The prospect of tracing the black-clad organization through this lead appeared virtually impossible. With a heavy heart, Conan entered his home, despondently announcing, "I'm back." "Conan, you've returned." Mouri greeted him with gentle concern. "Oh, you look rather tired. Did you not enjoy your time with your friends?" "Nichin, you're back too?" Conan replied, surprised, thinking that Ran had not yet returned and that Tamuki had opened the door for him. "Yes, I just got back," Ran said, raising a finger. "Let me tell you, Conan, today's bath was incredibly refreshing. You really should have joined me. I bought a new yukata and wanted you to see it." "Nichin, you went for a bath?" Conan's eyes widened in astonishment. "And you bought a new yukata?" Conan felt a wave of unease wash over him. What on earth had he done today? He truly felt cursed. After a long day, he had missed out on something so delightful, all for the sake of pursuing leads on the black organization. If only he had known. He would never have bothered with such trivial clues. Just the thought of soaking in the bath with Ran was utterly enticing. With a look of resentment, Conan entered the office. At that moment, a figure lunged at him, claws flailing. Startled, Conan glanced at the oncoming Tom and realized that if he were to be struck by him, he would likely be flattened. Reacting swiftly, Conan lunged forward, executing a scorpion tail maneuver that sent Tom flying across the room. He rolled onto the ground, landing gracefully despite the dirt that now marred his clothes. The swiftness of his response was undeniably impressive. However, Tom was considerably worse off. He was sent crashing into the wall by the force of Conan's kick, coming to a halt only after a thud. His body slumped down, resembling a puddle sliding down the wall. Indeed, he was like a liquid creature. Ran watched in astonishment, noting that little Conan had quite the skill in soccer, reminiscent of that deductive fool, Kudo Shinichi, causing her to drift into a daze once more. When she snapped back to reality, she fixed her gaze on Conan, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity emanating from him. Conan, sensing her scrutiny, instinctively lowered his head. Surely, she couldn't be doubting him? Meanwhile, Tom shook himself, returning to his original form. Initially, he harbored some resentment towards Ran and Conan for their abrupt encounter. But now he felt nothing short of elation. The reason was simple. The now-defunct system had bestowed upon him a Tom-like lineage that was truly remarkable. Normally, being forcefully hurled against a wall would spell certain doom, yet here he was, merely shaking off the impact and returning to his original state. What an incredible advantage! He marveled at the system's capabilities, realizing that even a seemingly useless system could yield extraordinary results. He thought to himself, how could a traveler possibly be so fortunate? A series of knocks echoed through the room once more. Rant's heart leaped with joy. It must be her father returning. She dashed to open the door. Upon witnessing this scene, Conan breathed a sigh of relief. He had narrowly escaped a predicament. If Ran continued to scrutinize him, he would be at a loss for words. As the door swung open, indeed, it was Kagoro Mouri. "Father, welcome back." With a rare display of meticulous attire, Kagoro Mouri entered with an air of composure, gracefully removing his coat and hanging it upon the coat rack. "Are you doing well?" Mouri Ran inquired with a hint of concern. "Of course, everything is going smoothly. With me, the great detective Mouri Kagoro, on the case. What could possibly go wrong?" Mouri Kagoro struck a pose, extending his thumb in approval, showcasing his pearly white teeth, his face illuminated by a radiant smile. Tamuki distinctly noticed a flash of light reflecting off his dazzling white teeth, almost as if it emitted a sound akin to a sword being drawn. Observing Mouri Kagoro's demeanor, Conan couldn't help but chuckle, realizing without a doubt that the matter was far from perfectly resolved. How could this happen? Conan felt a profound sense of distress. Indeed, today was an unfortunate day. He should never have gone to the Bika building. Not only did he miss the opportunity to bathe together with Ran, but he also overlooked a case that he could have resolved himself. Regardless of the nature of the case, handing it over to Uncle Mouri was truly a waste. "Ran, is dinner ready?" "I'm absolutely starving," Mouri Kagoro grumbled, his brow furrowed. "Dad, I just returned from outside, you know," Mouri Ran complained. "Honestly, I thought you had already eaten by now." "Meow," Takumi called out. Ran Mouri looked down at Takumi and asked, "Have you not eaten anything all day? Such a pitiful little creature. I recall leaving you ample provisions when I departed." "Meow, that stuff is unpalatable even to dogs," Takumi retorted. Rant's expression instantly soured. "What do you mean, unpalatable to dogs?" "Takumi, you mustn't be so picky." "All right, Ran, let's not prolong this conversation with the cat. Hurry and prepare dinner. If you wait any longer, your father will truly starve," said Kagoro Mouri as he approached the refrigerator, retrieved a pack of beer, and settled onto the sofa. Turning on the television. I'll have a beer and watch Miss Yoko's variety show for a bit. Ran rolled her eyes. JPG. Conan rolled his eyes. JPG. Takumi rolled his eyes. JPG. At that moment, Kagoro Mouri sat with one hand clutching a can of beer, the other scratching his belly. His shoes kicked off, and his feet propped up on the table, squinting at the television where Yoko Nai appeared, occasionally shouting in a fit of excitement, "Miss Yoko." Takumi was utterly perplexed. How could someone with such a demeanor have captured the heart of the school beauty from Titan High, the esteemed lawyer Eri Kisaki? How baffling. Drink. Drink yourself to death. Ran muttered as she headed towards the kitchen to prepare dinner. Sister Ran, I'll help you. Conan called out as he dashed into the kitchen. Daramillo, said Mouri Ran, as she playfully tapped her index finger on Conan's forehead. Just obediently wait for your meal, Conan-kun, and refrain from causing any mischief in the kitchen. In an instant, Conan's face flushed a deep crimson, and he appeared visibly flustered. The usually articulate boy found himself at a loss for words, stammering, "I understand, Ran-nichan." Tamuki vaguely noticed that there seemed to be wisps of white steam emanating from both of Conan's ears. Mouri Ran found it somewhat peculiar. Why did this little rascal suddenly react so strongly? Just as she was about to inquire further, Conan, feeling somewhat guilty, darted towards Tamuki, feigning an intent to play. Mouri Ran smiled and shook her head, thinking to herself how much of a child he truly was. What were you planning to do in the kitchen just now? Tamuki wondered if Conan was about to put on a performance. Performance? Conan inquired, slightly puzzled. What performance? Tamuki chuckled, revealing that the performance was titled The Unspoken Affairs of Ran Mouri and Conan in the Kitchen. I'm going to confront you, Conan exclaimed, striding forward in indignation. Morning dawned as Tamuki awakened from his slumber, his eyes fluttering open to the soft, warm sunlight streaming through the office. Was it approaching evening? Lazily rubbing his eyes, he suddenly jolted. It was indeed nearing dusk. How long had he slept, and why was he so lethargic? As his gaze settled on the office, he noticed Kagoro Mouri, beer in one hand and a cigarette in the other, fixated on the television. Ran Mouri was beside him, speaking animatedly, yet Conan was conspicuously absent. Just then, the television broadcasted, "The remaining members of the Italian robbery gang are still at large, and the 15,000 maple leaf coins, valued at 600 million yen, remain missing." Tamuki was taken aback. 600 million? Maple leaf coins? The phrase sounded eerily familiar. At that moment, Ran Mouri suddenly placed her hands on her hips and shouted at Kagoro. "Dad, you're the worst. Just look at the mess you've made of the table." With that, she began tidying up, collecting crumpled papers, used cigarette butts, and empty beer cans, diligently placing them into a bag. Observing the industrious Ran, Tamuki couldn't help but reflect, what a virtuous girl she was. That scoundrel Shinichi Kudo must have saved the galaxy in a past life to deserve her. Kagoro Mouri, still transfixed by the television, glanced at Ran and casually inquired, "Where's that little brat? That little rascal?" Malilan was taken aback. "You must be referring to Conan, who, early this morning, set out with his friends to visit the art exhibition." Tamuki was momentarily stunned. A flash of brilliance pierced his mind. He suddenly recalled, "Friends, the art museum. 600 million, maple leaf coins. Wasn't that the episode where Conan and his companions, including Jinta Kojima, embarked on a quest for the maple leaf coins? If memory serves him correctly, it was on that very day that the Youth Misadventure Club, which had nearly led Conan to his doom on several occasions, was established." Tamuki glanced out the window, noting the sunlight. By now, Conan and his Youth Misadventure Club had yet to decipher the coded message or locate the maple leaf coins. If that were the case, could it be that he could? That would amount to over 15,000 maple leaf coins, valued at 600 million yen. Tamuki felt a surge of excitement. He instantly became alert. First, he examined the hidden map of Mafukacho within the house and quickly identified his target. It was right there. The route was settled. He darted out of the house. Tamuki, Leland, who was tidying up the house, caught a glimpse of Tamuki dashing out and felt a pang of annoyance. This boy was utterly unmanageable, always running off. Mizuki's Tavern. Tamuki stood atop the building, gazing at the ceiling. Above him, a rope was tethered to a black bag. With a hearty laugh, Tangmu felt a sense of satisfaction and silently mused, "Ah, Conan. You and your companions may endeavor to decipher the codes, but these golden coins shall belong to me, Lord Tangmu." In a few swift strides, he scaled the rope to the ceiling and retrieved the black bag filled with coins, just as he was about to make his escape. Suddenly, he sensed that something was amiss and a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. Meanwhile, Conan, clutching the coded message, Listen to the commotion caused by Jinta, Hiroshi, and Ayumi as they floundered in the river, his brow furrowed in concentration. What could this final code, resembling a fish, possibly signify? In a moment of clarity, a flash of insight pierced through Conan's mind. I understand. Jinta, Hiroshi, Ayumi. I comprehend it now. We must go there. Eh? The group exclaimed in surprise. Is it really true? Indeed, it is. Conan's face radiated excitement, secretly reveling in the thought. I am the illustrious high school detective, Shinichi Kudo. Even with these 3 little novices in tow, I can flawlessly unravel the case. Though I must refrain from overtly boasting, it is undeniably exhilarating, isn't it? Accompanied by the young detective league, Conan made his way to the Mingjio Ghost Tower. Along the journey, he cleverly diverted the youth risk-taking league trio and approached a public telephone booth. Using his voice modulator, he imitated an adult's tone to report to Officer Magyar about the 3 individuals in black suits who had been trailing the young detective league. He had already noticed them. Is the treasure truly here? Jenna questioned skeptically. Can we really see fish from here? Conan, brimming with confidence, pointed towards the window. Look over there. Jinta, Hiroshi, and Ayumi followed Conan take them away. Officer Magyar gestured with a sweeping motion, followed by an expression of bewilderment. It was rather peculiar. Why were there only a few children present, and where had the one who called for help gone? Officer Magyar, there's a gold coin up there. Conan pointed to the beam on the ceiling with a cherubic expression. Aren't you that little rascal from Mouri's household? Officer Magyar inquired, regarding Conan with a hint of confusion. What brings you here? With a composed demeanor, Conan began to weave a tale without a hint of embarrassment or breathlessness. My classmates and I ventured to the art museum, and somehow we found ourselves here. Not at all. Ayumi Yoshida pouted as she stepped forward. We had discovered a coded message while leaving the art museum, and after much deduction, we arrived at this moment. This time, Ayumi struck a pose, and upon witnessing this, Hikaru Tru and Jinta Kojima immediately understood. Without considering whether Conan was willing or not, they eagerly pulled him over and struck a pose together. The Young Detective League's inaugural mission was a resounding success. Conan rolled his eyes, his mouth twitching in disbelief. Oh, the fervent enthusiasm of youth. If you are not embarrassed, I am nearly dying of embarrassment. Huh. Officer Magyar appeared utterly bewildered, exclaiming, what is all this nonsense? However, more pressing at the moment were those gold coins, as Conan pointed out. Indeed, he acknowledged. Let's hurry and retrieve them. Eh? Takagi, removing the black bag, wore an expression of surprise. Officer Magyar, this bag is unexpectedly light. If it contained gold coins, it shouldn't be this light, should it? Light? Conan instantly became alert, his youthful face turning serious. His keen intuition had already sensed something amiss. How could a bag filled with gold coins be so light? Moreover, the quantity amounted to a staggering 15,000 coins. Officer Magyar also furrowed his brow. Open it. Hello? Takagi swiftly unzipped the black bag. Everyone present fixated their gaze upon the bag, and in an instant, their expressions shifted dramatically. Inside the bag, apart from a solitary piece of paper, there was nothing else. It bore some writing. Officer Takagi hastily picked up the paper, and upon reading its contents, I couldn't help but smile as it revealed that the maple leaf coin was a gift from Lupin III. Nanny. Officer Magyar's eyes widened in astonishment. Is it truly the infamous international thief, Lupin III? Quickly, seal off the surrounding area. He may not have fled far yet. Indeed. The group of Tokyo Metropolitan Police officers began to busily attend to their tasks. Yet, Conan furrowed his brow, contemplating. Something is amiss. This incident could hardly be related to Lupin III. The likelihood of such a chance occurrence coinciding with Lupin's presence is exceedingly minuscule. More importantly, as Conan observed the claw marks on the ground and ceiling, along with the blue and white fur that had fallen from the paper, it appeared unmistakably to belong to a cat. Suddenly, a bolt of inspiration struck Conan, illuminating his mind. He rolled his eyes, his lips twitching, and pondered. Could this be the work of that infernal cat from the office? Given its peculiar nature, it certainly possessed the capability to execute such a deed. Reflecting on the mischief previously caused by Tamuki, coupled with the blue and white fur left at the scene, Conan felt an 80% certainty that this incident was indeed orchestrated by that rascal Tamuki. How frustrating. Conan gently struck his own head. The sensation of being aware of the culprit's identity, yet being utterly powerless to act upon it, was exceedingly vexing. Conan. Ayumi Yoshida inquired as she leaned in with her petite head. Why are you hitting your own head? Nothing, Conan replied with a deadpan expression, unwilling to engage in conversation. In a dimly lit alley, Koizumi Honko descended on her broomstick. She frowned as she surveyed her surroundings, remarking, "I must say, the location you have chosen leaves much to be desired. Do not concern yourself with such trivialities," Tamuki interjected, standing upright. "I summoned you today because I require your assistance with a particular matter." "What matter?" Koizumi Akiko inquired, her expression one of astonishment. "Business." "Business? To be precise." Tangmu gazed at Koizumi Akiko with a mischievous grin. "It is a matter of fencing stolen goods." Disposing of stolen goods, Koizumi Akiko furrowed her brows. "How do you know I have connections?" Just as she uttered these words, Koizumi Akiko realized her slip and immediately covered her mouth. The reasoning was quite simple. As a witch, the materials required for crafting magical artifacts do not come cheaply. Even with the legacy of her family, one must still acquire a considerable amount on their own. Given your capabilities, to convert your possessions into currency undoubtedly necessitates such actions. Tamuki gazed at Koizumi Akiko. "Do you require me to continue? You are rather unlikable, aren't you?" Koizumi Akiko extended her hand. "Just show me. Do you have something that needs my assistance in disposing of?" Tamuki tossed the black bag directly to Koizumi Akiko. "How heavy!" Koizumi Akiko exclaimed as she took the bag, then opened it. "Maple leaf gold coins?" Realization dawned upon her. It turned out this batch of maple leaf gold coins had come into your possession. "Hee, are you quite concerned?" Tiki observed Koizumi Akiko. "Not particularly," she replied, weighing the coins in her hand. "If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. Once you finish with the coins, could you also arrange a check for me? Just sign it as Tiki and ensure the handwriting is like this." Tiki casually handed her a piece of paper he had personally signed. "No problem." Koizumi Akiko responded, making an okay gesture, her face unable to conceal her delight. "Do you possess any magical storage items? If so, I would appreciate one. Carrying things around all day is rather inconvenient." The smile on Koizumi Akiko's face deepened as she retrieved a box, tossing it to Tamuki. "This is for you. The item resides within the box. Is there anything else?" "There's nothing left." "That's wonderful." Kohinata Akiko mounted her broom, declaring, "I shall seek you out this evening to hand you the checkbook. Truly, the efficiency of the esteemed which is remarkable. By the way," Kohinata Akiko wore a joyous smile as she continued, "you have requested my assistance with 3 tasks today, each priced at 100 million yen. Thus, upon the arrival of the 600 million maple leaf coins, only 300 million will remain in your account." 300 million? How outrageous. Tamuki instantly erupted with fury. Kohinata Akiko, "Come back here. This is nothing short of robbery." "That is incorrect." The voice of Koizumi Akiko drifted from afar. "Robbery is not a swift means to acquire wealth. Such is the rule of witches." "Fraud," Tangmu muttered under his breath, increasingly admiring Zhang Wuji's mother. "Indeed, the more beautiful a woman, the more adept she is at deception. Wait a moment. Could that woman's magical prop also be a counterfeit?" Tangmu hastily opened the exquisite little box. "Surely. I must be seeing things." He incredulously rubbed his eyes and looked again, but there was no change. Inside the delicate box lay a piece of paper and a lady's fat prick, quietly resting. Tangmu picked up the paper and began to read. Instructions for using the magical fat prick. No wonder. Gazing at the instruction manual, Tangmu finally unraveled years of confusion. It was no surprise those witches always pulled out various props from under their skirts. He had originally thought it was merely a fantasy of the two-dimensional realm, but it turned out to be the two-dimensional fat prick. At that moment, he looked at the lady-shaped item with determination, declaring, "I, Lord Tangmu, would rather perish outside than wear that." Then, gritting his teeth, he viciously remarked, "Well, if I wear it underneath, no one will see." He wasn't Superman. There was no need to flaunt such an item. After removing his woolen pants and donning the magical prop, he put his woolen pants back on. Then, he set off towards the office. 2 days later, at the John Bull residence in London, Lupin had some news that would surely pique your interest. "Oh?" Lupin III set down his glass of red wine, his face alight with excitement as he gazed at Fujiko mine beside him. "Fujiko, would you care to join me for a date?" Bang! Fujiko drew her pistol and fired at the ground before Lupin, startling him. "Take a look for yourself." Fujiko tossed a newspaper to Lupin. He picked it up and saw the headline. The maple leaf gold coins had been stolen from Japan by none other than Lupin III himself. "How infuriating!" Lupin exclaimed, momentarily taken aback by the enormity of the predicament he found himself in. "I hope I never discover who is responsible for this." Just as he approached the Mouri detective agency, Koizumi Akiko descended once more on her broomstick, tossing a checkbook at Tamuki without a word of greeting before soaring away into the sky once again. This which must be feeling guilty. How dare she swindle me, Tamuki? Out of so much money. Tamuki leaped gracefully, catching the checkbook mid-air, and with a flicker of thought, he stored it within his magical apparatus. Meanwhile, the already distant Kuzumi Akiko, perched atop a rooftop, peered through a crystal ball to observe the unfolding events. The instant she saw Tamuki seize the checkbook, she vanished. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. How absurd. Wearing a lady's outfit, and it's still me. At last, Tamuki arrived at the threshold of the agency. He knocked gently, and the door creaked open to reveal Conan, who fixed a piercing gaze upon Tamuki. Where have you been? Why should you care about my whereabouts? Tamuki retorted, dismissing the inquiry as he nimbly slipped through the crack of the door and into the agency. Curse it, Conan muttered under his breath, hastily closing the door before turning to pursue Tamuki. Conan, Tamuki, while your playful antics may be amusing, should you dare to disarray the room, just wait and see how I shall deal with you. Understood. At that moment, Conan seized Tamuki with enthusiasm, responding playfully. He then lifted Tamuki and brought him into the room. With a serious expression, he fixed his gaze upon Tamuki and inquired, You took the maple leaf gold coins. Didn't you? I didn't. It wasn't me. Don't you dare accuse me. Tamuki vehemently denied the allegations in succession. Surely it is you, Conan exclaimed, producing several strands of hair. Those blue and white hairs left behind at the Mizu SHR, are they not yours? A simple DNA test would suffice. Are you not occupied? Tomoko raised an eyebrow at Conan, questioning if he had lost his mind over a mere hair sample for a DNA analysis. Not a moment's leisure, Conan declared solemnly. For all of this was in pursuit of the truth. Truth, what a farcical notion. Tamuki gazed at Conan, pondering that even if DNA testing revealed those strands of hair to be mine, what would it truly prove? My presence in any location is entirely justifiable, is it not? In an instant, Conan's expression fell. This fellow had deftly seized upon his Achilles heel, even if it were proven that this individual was at the scene of the crime. There would be no means to implicate him. A first-grade elementary student testifying against an adult. How utterly implausible that sounds. Nevertheless, I remain steadfast in my belief that my reasoning is infallible. The maple leaf gold coin has indeed found its way into your possession. Conan continued to fixate intently on Tamuki, for there was but one truth, and thus, Conan began to waver. What? Can you please refrain from relying on me's body to engage in criminal activities in the future? Do not slander me. Tamuki glared at Conan, asserting that he had never partaken in any illicit deeds. After speaking, he disregarded Conan and retreated to his cozy nook, curling up to fall into a deep slumber. How outrageous. Conan silently cursed within, perplexed by this individual who showed no signs of weakness. Even his intentionally provocative words failed to elicit a response. This is absurd. He has truly become cunning. Tamuki, blissfully lost in a dream, was suddenly awakened by an overwhelming aroma. He instinctively extended his tongue to taste, his eyes slowly fluttering open. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of a scruffy middle-aged man, Kagoro Mouri. At that moment, Kagoro wore a triumphant expression as he spoke to Ran and Conan. See, I told you, the best way to rouse a slumbering me is with delicious food. Tamuki thought. Meow, meow, meow. When did this foolish uncle acquire such skills? Conan also raised his thumb in admiration. Impressive, Uncle Mouri. Ran glanced at her disheveled father and said, Dad, could you please wash your hands? It's time for dinner. Turning to Tamuki, she exclaimed, Tamuki, this is for you. She then presented a delicate little bowl before him and retrieved a carton of milk from the refrigerator, pouring it into the bowl. Drink up, he said, eyeing the milk with an intense longing. In an instant, Tamu sprang from his cozy nest, his face illuminated by desire. What was happening? He felt a wave of astonishment wash over him. It was as if an innate craving from his very soul had awakened. How peculiar. He had never been particularly fond of milk before. Was this the instinct of his newly transformed body? Rushing to the bowl, he began to gulp down the milk eagerly, the sound of slurping escaping his lips as he involuntarily expressed his delight. Mouri Ran watched with joy as Tongmu savored the milk. So you do enjoy milk, Tongmu? She exclaimed. Meanwhile, Conan, lost in thought with his chin resting on his hand, remained contemplative. Come on, Conan, let's have breakfast, Ran urged, pulling him along with Mouri Kagoro toward the dining table. Tongmu quickly finished the milk and returned to his snug little nest, rubbing his round belly and murmuring contentedly to himself. Who would have thought that feeling full from milk could be so delightful? Before long, he drifted back into slumber. The following morning, he awoke early for the first time. At this hour, Conan, Ran, and Kagoro were still nestled in their dreams. After rummaging through the office for quite some time, he finally found a pin. From his magical belongings, he retrieved a blank check and filled in the amount. Afterward, he searched for Conan's clothes, putting them on and donning a hat to conceal his identity before stepping out of the office. Today, he had some shopping to do. He arrived at the bank, standing before the counter. Withdraw money. He slid the check forward. I'm sorry, but we do not conduct business for minors here. The young lady behind the counter replied gently. Tangmu cast a glance at her name tag, Hirota Yoshimi, the elder sister of Ai-chan, a peripheral member of the brewery. Mayano Akemi truly was a beautiful and gentle person. Withdraw the money. Tangmu reiterated emphatically, I am an adult, merely shorter in stature. Is that so? Mayano Akemi was taken aback, and soon enough, 200,000 yen was withdrawn and placed upon the table. With a swift motion, Tamuki swept the banknotes into his magical apparatus and then turned to leave. Mayano Akemi watched him depart, her mind swirling with confusion. This peculiar guest, though swift in his movements, had she not caught a glimpse of what appeared to be a furry paw peeking from beneath his sleeve? Could it be that she had encountered something unseemly? As she pondered this, her gaze inadvertently fell upon Tamuki's retreating figure, where a tail protruded from his pant leg. Was that indeed a tail? A wave of terror washed over Mayano Akemi. In the afternoon, Tamuki returned to the office, finding it empty. He wondered where Conan and the others had gone. With no one around, it was the perfect opportunity for him to scrutinize his spoils from the day's extravagant shopping spree. He extracted the fruits of his endeavors from his magical apparatus: a suit, a denim jacket, cowboy boots, a glider suit, cigars, a vintage lighter, a plethora of fireworks, an axe, a sickle, and a long sword intended for fencing. A veritable trove of useful items. The sole disappointment was his failure to procure firearms and ammunition. Not to mention acquiring a shotgun or even a formidable AK, even a simple handgun would suffice. Alas, he would have to seek out such opportunities in the future. In the company of Conan, it was inevitable to cross paths with those from the organization. It was essential to possess reliable tools for peace of mind. Tamuki sighed, dismissing his worries as he gazed at the resplendent sunset, murmuring to himself, the sunset is undeniably beautiful, yet it heralds the approach of dusk. Just then, the sound of keys jingling signaled the arrival of Conan and the others. Indeed, the door swung open, revealing Kagoro Mouri, followed by Ran Mouri and Conan. The moment they entered, Kagoro Mouri headed straight for the refrigerator, retrieving a dozen beers, and settled into his designated seat before turning on the television. After taking a sip, he exclaimed, "Ah, refreshing." After a long day, nothing was more delightful than indulging in a cold beer. He then turned to Ran, saying, "Ran, hurry and prepare dinner. Your father is famished." "All right, I'm on it," Ran replied, exasperated by her father, the ever-enthusiastic drinker. No matter the situation, it appeared his thirst for alcohol could not be postponed. However, she cautioned, "Father, please don't overindulge. We have a wedding to attend in Kyoto tomorrow." "I know. I won't get drunk," Kagoro Mouri replied dismissively, showing little concern. "Dad, I want to attend the wedding tomorrow too." "What?" Kagoro Mouri was taken aback. "What are you going to do?" "Since I'm in Kyoto, I thought I'd take a look," Ran Mouri explained. "Forget it. If you want to go, then go. Your presence doesn't matter much to me," Kagoro Mouri replied, shifting his gaze back to the television. His eyes began to sparkle, and his cheeks flushed from the effects of alcohol. He occasionally took sips of beer, raising his fist in exuberance, exclaiming, "Miss Yoko is just too kawaii." Conan glanced at Kagoro Mouri, who had fallen back into his old habits, and a little devil stirred within him. What to do? What to do? I should capture this moment and send it to Aunt Airy. He uneasily paced around the room, searching for something. It was strange. The instant camera that had been here was now gone. Spotting the relaxed Takagi, he hurried over and leaned in close, whispering, "Do you know where the instant camera went?" Takagi looked at Conan suspiciously. "What are you up to?" Conan gestured towards Kagoro Mouri. "I want to take a picture of this scene and find an opportunity to send it to Aunt Airy." Upon seeing Kagoro's state, Takagi couldn't help but smile knowingly. Indeed, a dutiful future son-in-law's intentions. If this moment were captured and shown to Airy, Kagoro Mouri would likely face a rather brutal scene. "Hurry and take the picture," Takagi said with a mischievous grin, retrieving the instant camera from his magical props and handing it to Conan with an encouraging thumbs up. Conan furrowed his brow at Takagi. "Why do I feel like you're aiming a cannon at me? How could that be?" Takagi stammered, realizing he had been seen through. "Darn it, this detective is too sharp." He quickly added, "It's merely encouragement, I assure you." "Cut it out," Conan rolled his eyes. If Takagi hadn't explained, he might have believed him. Now, He was even less convinced. At this point, Conan had grasped Takagi's style, a peculiar blend of childlike mischief and adult-like logic that was simply unpredictable. However, regarding the photograph, Conan gazed thoughtfully at Kagoro Mouri, subconsciously lifting the instant camera. Click, click. Once the little devil in his heart was unleashed, Conan could not stop. He snapped numerous photos until the camera's film was entirely used up. Only then did he regain his senses. Meow, said Tamuki, calling out to Conan. Conan looked at Tamuki in astonishment. Tamuki swiftly snatched one of Conan's photographs, which depicted a particularly unflattering moment of Kagoro Mouri. Return it to me, Conan exclaimed with a hint of urgency. Tell me, what would happen if Ran discovered you were Kudo Shinichi? Tamu gazed at Conan, saying, I possess photographs capturing your transformation from Kudo Shinichi to Conan throughout the entire process. You scoundrel. You insufferable wretch. Conan grasped Tamu's neck tightly, shaking him frantically. Where have you hidden those few photographs? How long do you intend to threaten me over such a trivial matter? Coughing, he released his grip, swiftly reclaiming the photo while still fixing an intense stare at Tongmu. Tongmu adjusted his fur and, looking at Conan with a leisurely demeanor, remarked, with such a significant secret, I shall certainly hold it over you for a lifetime. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, is that so? Tamuki remarked as he took the photograph, casting a sly glance at Conan. Those members of the black-clad organization are merciless killers. Are you truly so comfortable with Rand knowing all of this? Rand's safety. Conan fell into a prolonged silence once more. This time a silence that felt eternal. This was the true Achilles heel of his heart. Although Rand possessed commendable skills in karate, she would still be vulnerable against those dangerous individuals who frequently wield firearms. Conan lifted his gaze, fixedly staring at Tamuki. I understand. But when will you cease to use this matter as leverage against me? I would appreciate it if you did so whenever I find it tedious. Tamuki examined the photograph of Kagoro Mouri, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Very well, Kagoro Mouri, from now on, you shall quietly serve as my diligent caretaker. Conan, Tamuki. You two seem to share quite the bond. Dinner is ready. Both Tamuki and Conan jumped in alarm, fearful that their recent conversation had been overheard by Ran. Here comes Sister Ran, Conan exclaimed, feigning cuteness. Tamuki sighed and followed him outside. Inside the Shinkansen carriage, Kagoro Mouri observed Ran and Conan sitting across from him, his gaze drifting towards a group of Conan's classmates running towards them, Jinta, Yumi, and Mitsuhiko from the Junior Detective League. Kagoro gently massaged his temples, watching the raucous children with a furrowed brow. Ran, how much should I contribute to the occasion to be deemed appropriate? Mouri Ran looked at Kagoro in astonishment. Father, why do you ask about this? As for the wedding ceremony, it's quite customary to give a gift equivalent to what one usually presents. Is this not the norm? Kagoro pointed at the few rascals in front of him for mischievous little ones, along with the two of us. One might mistakenly think we are here to cause a ruckus. Even this Mouri Ran appeared somewhat taken aback. It seems rather inappropriate if the gift were to be insufficient. Conan chuckled, his lips twitching at the absurdity of the situation. He mused inwardly, given such circumstances, if the monetary gift were to diminish, it would likely spell the end of Uncle Mouri's friend's prospects. Yet, what if it were to increase? He cast another glance at Mouri Kagoro, who had just finished shaving on the train. It seemed that Uncle Mouri's already meager wallet would grow even more desolate. Uncle Mouri, could it really be Tamaki? Conan rubbed his eyes, doubting his own vision. How could he possibly be aboard the Shinkansen? It wasn't like he was stowed away in a pet carrier, was it? Upon a closer inspection, it indeed was Tamaki. The fellow was now clad in an eye-catching tailcoat, complemented by a white inner lining and a white bow tie, though his legs still bore the familiar fur. A term quietly surfaced in Conan's mind. Dapper. Eh? Conan's eyes widened in astonishment. Tamuki, that fellow. Was he really so bold as to disregard those around him? Walking upright like a person, was he trying to draw attention to his unusual demeanor? As expected, the passengers on the Shinkansen stared at Tamuki with expressions of surprise. Whose pet was this, and why wasn't it confined to a carrier? It could walk upright like a human. How intriguing. Given its agility, it should be able to maintain this posture for a short while, which indeed seemed feasible. However, the elaborate attire it wore indicated that its owner was rather meticulous. As people gazed at Tamuki, he reveled in their astonished stares as if they had never encountered anything like him before. He leaped gracefully onto Rand's lap, prompting a collective realization among the onlookers. So, it belongs to her. How cute, exclaimed Yumi, leaning in curiously to observe Tamuki. Tamuki turned his head away, dismissing her. He found little amusement in the antics of a small girl. Meanwhile, Jinta reached out to grab Tamuki, exclaiming, "Let me see." In an instant, Tamuki's fur bristled, arching his back and fixing Jinta with a fierce glare. While the little girl was merely annoying, that troublesome boy was altogether intolerable. One careless moment, and one could scarcely imagine what havoc he would wreak. Oblivious, Jinta continued to approach Tamuki with a cheerful grin. Ran, sensing the impending trouble, warned, "Be careful." Just then, Tamuki extended his claws and swiftly swatted Jinta's face with a flurry of slaps. With a start, Jinta recoiled in fright, collapsing onto the train floor. "Are you all right?" Mouri ran, with a face full of concern, approached to check Jinta's face. Upon discovering no visible injuries, she let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was unharmed. She then turned her gaze, her expression shifting to one of anger as she confronted Tamuki. "Tamuki, you mustn't behave this way." Tamuki gestured with his paws, seemingly communicating something. "Are you implying that if you weren't holding back out of consideration, you would have used your claws?" Upon hearing this, Mouri pondered for a moment. "All right, I shall forgive you this time, but you must refrain from playing pranks in the future." "Ran sister, Kagoro called out repeatedly. "What is it? Can you converse with me?" Kagoro exclaimed, his face alight with admiration. "That is truly incredible." Indeed, both Jinta and Ayumi gazed at Mouri Ran with expressions of awe. "Eh?" Mouri Ran was taken aback for a moment, then smiled at the group of children. "I can't speak with me, but I can communicate with Takumi." "That's impressive." The young detectives surrounded Mouri Ran, eager to learn. Conan rolled his eyes nearby, thinking, "It's somewhat remarkable that Xiao Ran can understand Takumi. But what's even more astonishing is that it's utterly abnormal. If he wanted to, he could speak to you in Japanese. Do you believe that?" Mouri Kagoro watched the ruckus of the children and Takumi, a hint of annoyance creeping onto his face. He shouted, "Go play somewhere else and don't disturb my rest." The young detectives were startled. Jinta and Hayu immediately grabbed Conan and led Ayumi away, saying, "Let's go explore the train." Conan, exasperated, thought, "What kind of exploration is there on a train?" Just then, two figures walked past him, clad in black suits, one stocky and the other tall and lean, both wearing top hats and possessing golden hair. A jolt of electricity surged through Conan's mind, causing him to momentarily freeze. Gin and Vodka? How could those two be here? Could it be that they have a target on the Shinkansen? With this thought, Conan quickly broke free from Jinta and Haya's grasp, concocting an excuse to escape them, and hurried towards the two men in black. After all, he had shrunk. They surely wouldn't recognize him. "Black organization. I meet you once more. This time, let me, the high school detective Shinichi Kudo, catch your trail and send you where you belong." Conan mused, a confident yet mysterious smile creeping onto his lips. In the midst of his musings, he failed to notice that the young detectives had returned to his side. "Conan, your smile just now was really something." Jinta leaned in, pondering how to express his admiration. "Eh?" Conan jumped, exclaiming, "I'm in the middle of tracking down a villain. Is it really appropriate for you to speak so directly in front of me? This so-called young detective group is more like a group that gets me into trouble." He added, "This could attract the attention of the bad guys." Sure enough, the two men turned their gazes towards Conan and the others. Conan caught sight of their faces. "Eh?" He was taken aback. Who are these two? They seemed to resemble Gin and Vodka, but they looked completely different. Conan felt a wave of relief wash over him, his strength ebbing away. He shook his head helplessly, a self-deprecating smile forming as he thought, "Even I, the renowned detective Shinichi Kudo, can be startled by the members of the Black Organization." Not wanting to dwell on such thoughts, Conan glanced at the young detective group surrounding him, feeling conflicted about how to extricate himself from these children. "Spending all day with them is making me a bit dull." "Takumi, your outfit is quite nice. Where did you get it?" Mouri Ran inquired, taking interest in the Takumi resting on her lap. His tailcoat truly suited him, and she had never considered that a cat could be so elegantly dressed. In her original perception, a cat could only have a flower placed on its head. "Meow, meow, meow, meow," Takumi replied. "You mean you bought this yourself?" Mouri Ran was astonished. "Where did you get the money?" "Meow, meow, meow, meow," he said again. "You mean you used your own money?" "Ha ha." Mouri Ran laughed heartily. "I find that hard to believe." "Not believing?" Takumi casually waved his paw, retrieving a pre-written check from his magical props. "Meow." Tang Mu proudly waved a check with one paw, reveling in her triumph. "I'll take a look," said Ran Mouri as she picked up the check. Upon closer inspection, she was astonished to find it amounted to a staggering 10 million yen. How impressive! She cast a skeptical glance at TG, wondering if this check could possibly be a forgery. Check. Suddenly, Kagoro Mouri, who was troubled over what gift to give, was struck with inspiration. Let me take a look. He took the check from Mao Lilan's hand and scrutinized it carefully. As a former police officer who had spent some time as a detective, he possessed a fundamental ability to discern authenticity, and to his astonishment, it was indeed a genuine cash check. Lilan, where did this come from? Ah. Mao Lilan glanced at Tangmu, who had brought it. It's mine now, exclaimed Kagoro Mouri, joyfully accepting the check. Father, how could you do this? Protested Ran Mouri, visibly displeased. You cannot simply take Tamuki's belongings. Although Tamuki is just a pet, you cannot claim it as your own. What do you know? Raising a pet doesn't come without expenses, Kagoro Mouri retorted, showing no signs of shame or guilt. Let us consider this as the cost of keeping Tamuki in our home. But that is far too much. It amounts to a whopping 10 million yen. Ran felt that this was rather excessive. Don't worry, Ran, Kagoro said, stroking his chin. We will just have to treat Tamuki a little better in the future. Let us indulge in some premium food. Very well, Ran Mouri ultimately relented. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, meow meow meow. Little dried fish? Mao Lilan chuckled, covering her mouth. All right then. Let it be little dried fish. Little dried fish is great, indeed. Mao Zayagoro beamed with delight. In this country, little dried fish is significantly more affordable than gourmet fare. Father, do you not feel embarrassed? Mao Lilan could easily discern her father's thoughts. Mao Zayagoro remained unfazed, dismissing any notion of shame, for earning money was paramount. At that moment, Conan was engulfed in worry. Initially, he believed that since those two individuals were not affiliated with the black organization, Gin and Vodka, everything had come to a close. However, he was utterly unprepared for the revelation that, after visiting a restaurant, the two had exchanged their briefcase with someone else. By chance, he learned that the contents of that briefcase were, in fact, a bomb that would detonate upon experiencing severe vibration or reaching a specific time. From the tone of those two individuals, it was clear that once the bomb inside the briefcase exploded, the entire Shinkansen would be doomed. Damn it, Conan muttered as he walked, lamenting the limitations of his elementary school physique. Just moments ago, he had reported to two officers on the train, yet his concerns were dismissed as mere childish pranks. To make matters worse, one of the officers had the audacity to suggest that Uncle would call upon a superhero for assistance, truly underestimating his capabilities. What should he do? Time was running out before the impending explosion, and if he did not locate that suitcase soon, the figure of Ran Mouri emerged vividly in Conan's mind as he clenched his fist tightly. I must find that box in time. Just then, a sweet, childlike voice rang in his ears. Conan, has something interesting happened? Looking up, Conan saw Yumi from the Junior Detective League. Jinna chimed in, if something's going on, be sure to tell us. Conan couldn't help but roll his eyes, reflecting internally. Are these the only friends I have? Friends? What a joke. That peculiar box, which can render me, a detective, helpless, might just spark some ideas. Meow. Conan looked up to see Tamuki. Just as he wished. Conan swiftly picked up Tamuki and evaded the so-called Junior Detective League, making his way to the restroom. Once inside, he expressed his predicament to Tamuki, speaking rapidly. Are you suggesting that all we need to do is convince the officers of your information, and then they will halt the train at the station for a search, correct? Indeed. Conan nodded repeatedly, yet with my current physique, it is utterly implausible to convince anyone. Thus, Tamuki gazed at Conan with a mischievous glint in his eyes, suggesting that this predicament could be easily resolved. Just close your eyes. Close your eyes? Conan was taken aback. What are you planning to do? Just because I look adorable. Do you still want to solve the bomb issue? I have already shut my eyes. Please be gentle. Upon hearing this, Conan promptly closed his eyes, his heart racing wildly. Tamu chuckled gleefully. With a flick of his hand, he retrieved 3 items from his magical prop, Fat Blessing. The first was Kudo Shinichi's attire. The second was a bottle of Henceforth by Gone, and the last was an instant camera. He distinctly remembered that one time. Conan drank Henceforth by Gone and temporarily transformed back into Kudo Shinichi. Seizing the moment while Conan's eyes were closed, he uncorked the bottle and began pouring the potent liquor into Conan's mouth. Wait, what are you making me drink? Conan flailed helplessly, but a substantial amount of the strong alcohol was forced down his throat. Before long, he felt dizzy, the heat coursing through him as if his very bones were melting. It's so hot, Conan mumbled to himself. Tongmu raised the instant camera, poised to capture the moment. A quarter of an hour later, Conan gradually regained consciousness. My head hurts. First, put on some clothes, Tongmu said with a mischievous grin, having already tucked away the developed photos. You're quite the sight, completely bare. Bare? What on earth did you do to me? Forget that. You should really take a look in the mirror. Mirror? Conan exclaimed in astonishment, glancing over. And upon looking at his own body, he realized he had returned to his original form. He hastily donned his clothing and fixed his gaze intently on Tongmu. You two are from the Black Organization, otherwise how could you possess the antidote to such a poison? You are mistaken, Tongmu replied. What I just had you drink was not an antidote, merely a type of liquor known as Lao Baijiu. Enough of this, he growled. You must promptly address the bomb issue. We shall converse properly later. Kudo Shinichi declared fiercely. Though he still felt somewhat unwell, the relief of returning to his former self was indeed a blessing. How absurd it was that he had to relieve himself. The young officer was laughable. Let us see if he dares to disregard me any further. With that, Kudo Shinichi pushed open the bathroom door and strode out. As a high school detective, Kudo Shinichi was determined to make his mark once again in the neon-lit streets. However, upon opening the door, he collided with an individual, specifically, someone beyond his capacity to confront. I'm sorry, I thought it was Conan, Mouri said, bowing in apology. But as she lifted her head, she stood there in stunned silence. Her eyes brimmed with tears. Shinichi, she stepped forward and threw herself into his arms. Where have you been lately? Do you have any idea how much I've missed you? In an instant, Shinichi's face flushed crimson, and his eyes transformed into mere dots of astonishment. Just then, Tagaki emerged from the bathroom, wearing a bemused expression as he witnessed the scene unfold. He had been unwittingly served a dose of romantic drama. Was this not a case of poetic justice? Had he known this would happen, he would have refrained from reverting Conan back to Kudo Shinichi. Meow, Tongmu intentionally called out, secretly thinking, this light bulb is definitely mine. Hearing the sound, Mao Lilan's body jolted as if electrified, separating from Kudo Shinichi. She nervously twisted her fingers, lowering her gaze to the ground, as though she had committed some grave error. Kudo Shinichi inwardly cursed, lamenting the meddlesome interruption, before recalling the pressing matter at hand. Xiaolon, I have an incident to attend to. I will find you once I am done, he said hurriedly, rushing away. Wait, Shinichi. Mao Lilan reached out to stop him, but all she could see was his retreating figure, reminiscent of the past. No, Mao Lilan resolutely vowed to herself that this time she would not allow Shinichi to slip away from her side. She encouraged herself silently and quickened her pace, pursuing the direction in which Kudo Shinichi had departed. Back then, in the open space of Trobi Park, she had been unable to catch him. Now, aboard the Shinkansen train, she was determined that he could not evade her again. Tongmu observed the two departing figures, and a peculiar, almost maternal smile spread across his plump face. It seems that things are becoming quite interesting. Bomb. Officer A on the Shinkansen wore an expression of disbelief. Are you not jesting? Did that little child truly speak the truth? Fool. Officer B slapped Officer A on the head, incredulous that he could be joking. Haven't you realized? This fellow is the high school detective, Shinichi Kudo. Shinichi Kudo? Ah. Officer A suddenly understood. The one frequently featured in the newspapers, heralded as some sort of savior? Good grief. Let us not mention how incompetent we appear as the Neon Police. Listening to their incessant chatter, Kudo's mouth twitched in annoyance. Just moments ago, when he arrived as Conan, they dismissed him as a prankster. Now, under his true identity as Shinichi Kudo, they chose to believe him. Yet their raucous behavior was utterly absurd. Enough of the noise. The most pressing matter is to find the nearest station to park and search for that bomb. Indeed, only then did the two officers on the Shinkansen realize the urgency. As they were approaching Nagoya Station, they planned to stop there, evacuate the passengers, and secure all the doors for the police's arrival. Kudo glanced at his watch, noting with urgency that less than half an hour remained. Time was of the essence. Kudo-kun will notify the conductor. You handle the police alert. I will inform Officer Magyar to bring assistance. Kudo nodded in agreement. Who is Officer Magyar? Officer A inquired, puzzled. Kudo replied. I seem to have made a foolish mistake. Officer Magyar is in Tokyo, and we're almost in Nagoya? Ahem, I meant for him to notify the officers here. Kudo awkwardly clarified. Understood. We'll contact the conductor right away. The two officers dashed off. Kudo exhaled deeply, relieved. Taki, who had been observing, was left speechless by such a lackluster excuse that the two officers aboard had actually believed. Kudo Shinichi turned around and found Mouri gazing at him in bewilderment. Ran, allow me to handle this case first, and I shall seek you out shortly. Mouri Ran remained silent, her eyes fixed intently on Shinichi. What could she possibly be looking at? He pondered, following her gaze to his wrist, where his watch rested, his watch. Oh no, this watch has always belonged to Conan. And I forgot to swap it when I changed my clothes. A cold sweat began to beat on Shinichi's forehead, cascading down in droplets. He grew anxious and hastily explained. Ran, please let me clarify. Allow me to explain. This watch belongs to Conan, doesn't it? Although Mouri Ran phrased it as a question. Her tone exuded certainty. It was over. Kudo Shinichi was utterly dumbfounded, having resigned himself to his fate. Since Ran had discovered that he had bathed with her earlier while disguised as Conan, should she recall those events, he would surely be reduced to a mere puddle of remorse. Well, whatever will be, will be. 18 years later, I remain a distinguished detective. Shinichi, you must have seen Conan just now. As an adult, how could you appropriate his belongings? Mouri Ran stepped closer, directly removing the watch from Shinichi's wrist. I shall keep this for Conan. When I see him later, I will return it. Afterward, she glanced around and mused, by the way. Where has that little boy Conan run off to? Kudo Shinichi was left utterly perplexed. Ran did not perceive the situation as he had feared, and his worries seemed unfounded. Was this surprise truly so abrupt? Just as he contemplated an excuse, he heard Ran inquire, Shinichi, what exactly is the case? There are 2 individuals aboard this train who have planted powerful explosives. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Kaido Shinichi extended his hand, only to see the receding figure of Ran Mouri. In an instant, he felt an overwhelming sense of melancholy. Am I truly your loyal companion? Or is that little brat Conan the one you cherish? Although, in a way, Conan is a part of myself. Yet, there lingers a peculiar sensation, as if I have betrayed my own feelings. Who has wronged me? And whom have I wronged in return? Is it I who has betrayed myself? Shaking his head to dispel these chaotic thoughts, Kaido Shinichi began to call the police. The efficiency of the Metropolitan Police was commendable. With the cooperation of the officers, the situation was swiftly resolved. Kaido Shinichi had already deduced the location of the explosive suitcase, which contained only 4 individuals. The officers quickly identified the suitcase based on his guidance. After the bomb disposal team conducted their thorough examination, calm was restored. Kaido Shinichi exhaled a sigh of relief. Such a perilous case had finally come to a close. As the high school detective, it was only fitting that he should resolve the case flawlessly. Not far away, Kogoro Mouri occasionally glanced in their direction, muttering to himself, that wretched kid. Not only has he taken my precious daughter, but he insists on playing detective. This case was supposed to be my chance to shine. That little brat. Kaido Shinichi inadvertently caught a glimpse of Kogoro Mouri's grumbling and smiled with an exasperated shrug. It's best not to engage with this befuddled uncle. Seeking out Ran is far more appealing. Turning, he made his way toward a spot not far from where Ran Mouri stood. Just as he was about to greet her, he noticed that she was fiddling with his watch. Oh no, that watch was not merely a timepiece, it was a tranquilizer gun in the guise of a watch. Recently modified by Dr. Agasa, which he had yet to use in practice. Ran Mouri mused, examining the watch in her hand, sensing something peculiar about the dial. This looks like it can open. Curiously, she lifted the cover, leaning in for a closer look, realizing that the cover bore an uncanny resemblance to a scope. Peering through the scope, she inadvertently caught sight of Kaido Shinichi. He froze. The tranquilizer gun was now aimed directly at him. Ran, please don't press that button. He silently pleaded. Shinichi, Ran Mouri exclaimed, her face lighting up at the sight of him. In her excitement, she disregarded the watch, closed its cover, and dashed toward Kaido Shinichi. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Conan? Ran Mouri was taken aback. Where have you just been? By the way, did you see Shinichi? He pointed in a certain direction. Thank you, Conan. Please go find my father. I will catch up with Shinichi and then come back to you. Sister Ran, Shinichi just said, no matter what he says. This time I will catch up with him. Ran Mouri clenched her fist tightly, then handed her watch to Conan. Here, take your watch. I am off to chase him. With that, She swiftly turned and ran away, leaving Conan standing there, dumbfounded. At that moment, a figure emerged, Tamuki, who had never acknowledged her. Can this really work? Before that colossal organization is dismantled, I can only do this for her safety. A resolute expression adorned Conan's small face. Suddenly, he glanced down at Tamuki, then abruptly extended his hands to seize her. What on earth did you make me drink before? Do you have the antidote for that drug? Let go. I don't have an antidote. What I gave you earlier was merely white wine. What kind of liquor is this? Conan exclaimed anxiously. Quickly tell me. I need to revert to my original form. It is a type of Chinese liquor, uncanny, from a distant land. However, that particular drink will only allow you to briefly transform back into Shinichi Kudo. Most importantly, it is effective only the first time you consume it. Subsequent sips will yield no results. Do you think I believe you? Conan cast a sidelong glance at Tamuki, for the so-called effect is merely temporary, which indicates one thing. What is it? Observing Conan's resolute expression, Tamuki was taken aback. It was simply a matter of insufficient quantity. With an air of pride, Conan proclaimed, You only gave me one bottle, and I briefly transformed back into Shinichi Kudo. Once I return, if I indulge in 3 bottles, I shall permanently revert to my true self. 3 bottles of high-proof liquor? Are you out of your mind? Do you wish for your own demise? Tamuki could scarcely fathom that Conan would utter such words. Is this truly the same Conan who believed in science? Surely he must realize that excessive consumption of high-proof liquor could lead to alcohol poisoning? Humph. Conan, disinterested, let out a cold snort and turned to leave. In a quaint convenience store not far from the Mouri detective agency, a beautiful salesgirl gazed in astonishment at the young boy before her. Uncanny? I do have this Chinese liquor, but what do you need it for? Of course, for drinking, Conan replied, suddenly realizing his slip. It's for my guardian. Is that so? The female shop assistant gazed gently at Conan, her eyes reflecting a profound wisdom as if she could see through everything. After all, children are incapable of deceit. She had just heard Conan's impending utterance of the word drink. Indeed, the beautiful older sister, I assure you, I am not lying. It is truly my guardian who sent me here. Really? The female shop assistant bent down and playfully ruffled Conan's hair. Why don't you let your guardian come and purchase it? Individuals under the age of 20 are not permitted to consume alcohol. However, Uncle Mouri, just as Conan was about to argue, suddenly recalled that his uncle, who bore the hallmark of a heavy drinker, indeed had such liquor stored away in the office. Thank you, Miss Shop Assistant. You are truly beautiful, Conan said, adorably flattering her before turning and sprinting back to the office. The charming shop assistant watched the direction in which Conan dashed off, her face beaming with a warm smile, thinking how precocious he was. Upon returning to the office, Conan rummaged through every nook and cranny, ultimately uncovering 3 bottles of Henceforth tucked away in a box high atop a shelf. Exactly, Conan exclaimed, proudly clutching a bottle of liquor. Before long, having consumed 3 bottles, he became increasingly drowsy. I am so close to reverting back. How exhilarating. Suddenly, Mouri opened the door to the office. Conan, why are you lying on the floor? As she approached, the potent scent of alcohol wafted through the air, and she spotted 3 empty bottles on the ground. Were they bottles of white liquor? Conan drank 3 bottles of white liquor. Conan, are you all right? She lifted him up and called to Kagoro Mouri, who had just entered. Dad, hurry and call an ambulance. Conan has consumed 3 bottles of white liquor. He might be suffering from alcohol poisoning. Kagoro Mouri exclaimed in shock. This little rascal truly does not comprehend the gravity of the situation. In the Mouri detective agency, Conan, feeling frustrated, brushed his teeth vigorously, wishing he could scrub away the effects of the alcohol. Why was it not working? He pondered silently. Could it be that 3 bottles were insufficient? Perhaps he should attempt 5 bottles next time? After much contemplation, he ultimately dismissed this alarming notion. If 3 bottles landed him in the hospital, 5 would surely result in dire consequences. He took a sip of water from his cup to wash away the foam in his mouth, furrowing his brow. The reason he had not reverted to his original form might not be due to the insufficient quantity of liquor he consumed. Instead, it could be that the liquor Tamuki initially forced upon him was not genuine white liquor, but rather a temporary antidote he concocted. Nevertheless, although he had been compelled to drink it, he had still sensed the flavor of alcohol. This implied that the concoction must contain alcohol. Should he press Tamuki to reveal the formula? It seemed unlikely, considering he had previously kicked him with his power-enhanced sneakers, reducing him to a puddle of mud against the wall. Logically, he should have sustained severe injuries. However, that fellow had feigned great pain, yet miraculously stood up. displaying astonishing resilience. Lost in such thoughts, he then noticed Tamuki, clad in pajamas and holding a toothbrush and towel among other bathing supplies, had arrived. This fellow's demeanor was anything but ordinary. In fact, it was more refined than that of many others. "What are you staring at?" Tamu shot a glare at Conan, marveling at his striking handsomeness. Conan rolled his eyes in exasperation. He had no desire to engage in a quarrel with this individual. Tamu, undeterred, leaped onto the sink and filled a cup with water. He then seized the toothpaste that Conan had just set down and squeezed it onto his own toothbrush. Conan felt an overwhelming surge of frustration. Sharing a tube of toothpaste made him feel utterly diminished. "What is the matter?" Tamu turned to Conan, only to find him sulking in silence. Unfazed, he placed the toothbrush in his mouth and began brushing his teeth. Once Tamu had completed his morning routine, Conan finally spoke up. "Why did you use my toothpaste?" "Because I don't have any," Tamu replied, standing tall as he approached Conan. He playfully patted Conan's shoulder. "Don't be so stingy, Conan-kun. Next time I buy toothpaste, I'll let you use it too." Tamu's condescending gaze pushed Conan to his limits. "You idiot. Is this really just about being stingy? Don't you think sharing a tube of toothpaste is unsanitary?" Tamu shot Conan a disdainful look. "Did you ever consider hygiene when you and Xiaolan shared a tube of toothpaste?" Conan's cheeks instantly flushed a deep crimson, as if steam were rising from the top of his head, his eyes transforming into tiny beads due to his embarrassment. "What is different?" he retorted defensively. Tamuki chuckled. "Could it be because Ran has grown horns? You are a creature, while Ran is a person, a very hygienic one at that. Of course, there is a distinction." Conan finally found a rationale. "I am also a creature that values cleanliness, a refined cat, if you will. Are you truly exquisite?" Conan gazed at Tamu, raising an eyebrow. "With your attire resembling a bathrobe, even while brushing your teeth with cold water, and your sleep-laden eyes, where is the elegance in that? Moreover, your unkempt beard certainly diminishes any claim to sophistication." "You are missing the point," Tamu retorted, blowing a bubble. "As a staunch believer in science, you should comprehend what a beard signifies for a cat. Is it not merely a means of measuring width? Indeed, it serves that purpose. Holmes once proclaimed that a true feline never trims its whiskers." "Conan, what?" "Tamu. That was Holmes. When did he ever utter such words?" "I am utterly unaware." With gritted teeth, Conan was tempted to tear a piece of flesh from Tamu for daring to fabricate words supposedly spoken by Holmes. "If you dare to concoct more of Holmes' quotes, I shall not let this rest." "Holmes never said that?" "Absolutely not," Conan asserted with unwavering confidence. "Come, recite with me." "A true feline never trims its whiskers," Tamu taunted as he positioned himself directly in front of Conan. "Why? Do not overthink it. Just read along with me." Conan murmured to himself. "What is this nonsense?" "Hurry up," urged Tamuki. "The true essence of a cat never trims its whiskers." Unable to resist Tamuki's insistence, Conan finally uttered, "All right." With a clap of his paws, Tamuki exclaimed, "Now, as Holmes once said." "What?" Conan exclaimed, utterly bewildered. "Aren't you the Sherlock Holmes of the Heisei era?" Conan's expression shifted dramatically, his face flushing a deep crimson, steam practically emanating from his head, and his eyes narrowing into tiny dots. "This fellow just praised me as Sherlock Holmes. How exhilarating. What should I do?" "Foolish Tamuki. Even if you say that, it won't bring me joy." Observing Conan's awkward demeanor, two words silently floated through Tamuki's mind. Mastery. Ignoring the still-dazed Conan, Tamuki turned and exited the washroom, returning to the shared room with Conan. He then retrieved a tailcoat from his magical belongings, a magical pair of underwear, donned it with finesse, adjusted his bow tie, and styled his hair into a slick back with mousse. After spritzing himself with cologne, he stepped forward with an air of elegance, declaring, "Dare anyone say I lack refinement? Just look at me now. I, Tamuki, am undoubtedly the most sophisticated feline in the entire cat planet." As he stepped out of the room, he encountered Mouri. "Tomoko?" Mao Lilan rubbed her eyes, questioning whether she was still in the realm of dreams. As she glanced again, the scene remained unchanged, prompting her to stifle a giggle. "What on earth happened? Why are you dressed in such a manner?" "Meow, meow, meow. You mean to say that it is entirely reasonable for you, a cat, to don a tailcoat?" Mouri Ran couldn't help but chuckle, giggling. "Where is the reason in that?" "It is rather your slick-back hairstyle." Mouri Ran clutched her stomach, doubled over in laughter. "Oh, how you make me laugh." At that moment, the blaring of a car horn echoed, and the voice of Kagoro Mouri could be heard from downstairs in the office. "Ran, Conan, come quickly." Prompted by his call, Ran and Conan hurried downstairs, with Takagi following suit. "So what do you think of the car?" Kagoro Mouri stood coolly beside a small automobile, impeccably dressed in a suit, resting his hand on the hood, gazing up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Dad, you bought a car. Where did you get the money? Haha. Have you forgotten about that 10 million yen check? Kagoro Mouri exclaimed, brimming with pride. Are you referring to that check from Takagi? Indeed, Kagoro Mouri exclaimed, striking the engine hood with his right hand, producing a resounding thud, his face illuminated with a joyful grin. Isn't this car splendid? The money from Tamuki is indeed well spent. Tamuki retorted, Oh, how impressive you are, so lofty. You use my funds to purchase a car for yourself. And does your conscience not ache? Wait, is that you, Tom? What on earth happened to your attire? Kagoro Mouri finally noticed Tamuki, initially taken aback, then began to boast. Come, Tamuki, take a good look at my new acquisition. Good heavens. What the devil? That despicable Kagoro Mouri is stabbing my heart with a knife. Isn't it marvelous? Purchased with your money, mind you. With a piercing cry of indignation, Tamuki leapt into the air, executing a somersault and lunging toward Kagoro Mouri. In an instant, they were entangled in a fierce struggle. Baka, you fool. What are you doing? Where are you scratching? Meow meow meow. After a considerable time, Kagoro Mouri appeared in a tattered suit, with several claw marks adorning his face, and his meticulously styled hair now resembled a bird's nest. The tailcoat of Tamuki had been reduced to mere rags, hanging limply from his form, while a few strands of his mustache had been forcibly removed by Kagoro Mouri, leaving him with several swollen bumps atop his head. Damn Tamuki! Kagoro Mouri extended his arms, eager to continue, but was firmly restrained by Ran. Meow meow meow. Let us engage in a fierce battle. Tamuki brandished his claws, yet was tightly embraced by Conan, with neither party showing any signs of ceasing their antics. Ran's eyes sparkled with a brilliant idea. Father, your new car is truly stunning. Shall we take a drive? Huh? Kagoro Mouri paused, then immediately brightened with excitement. Ran, you have quite the discerning eye. Wait just a moment, I shall take you for a ride. With that, he dashed upstairs to the office. After a cacophony of sounds, he returned, transformed. The disheveled figure was now impeccably dressed in a sharp suit, with a striking hairstyle that seemed to radiate brilliance. Ran shook her head in disbelief. Father's skills are indeed impressive. Kagoro Mouri opened the car door. Ran, hop in. Once she settled into the vehicle, he hurriedly took the driver's seat and, turning his head towards the window, hesitantly asked, Ran, could you call your mother? Ran, taken aback, thought, has Dad changed his ways today? But this is a tremendous opportunity. I'll call Mom right away, she exclaimed, seizing Kagoro Mouri's phone to make the call. Before long, everything was arranged. She turned to Conan, who was still holding Tamuki. Conan-kun, today is a rare family gathering at my home, so I want to be taking you with us. You and Tamuki can keep the house safe, and remember, do not open the door for strangers. Conan rolled his eyes. Tamuki, what exactly did you give me to drink earlier? He casually inquired while watching television. That was Hengshui Lao Baigon. Tamuki replied impatiently. Haven't I already told you that? You were talking nonsense. Conan turned to look at Tamuki. Yesterday, I drank that stuff and ended up hospitalized. Didn't I tell you that it only works the first time you drink it? I thought you were deceiving me. Conan wore a look of disappointment. Why would I deceive you? Tamuki replied, speechless. This little brat is too confident in his deductions, becoming overly suspicious. By the way, Conan, don't you have classes today? It's the weekend, no classes. Conan casually responded. The weekend? Tamuki was at a loss for words. How many days does the weekend actually have? In the most scientifically rigorous world, the timeline is truly unscientific. Conan, don't you find anything odd? What? Conan's ears perked up instantly. Something felt amiss? Could there be a case? It had been several days since we had last met, hadn't it? Indeed. Conan nodded repeatedly. If my memory serves me right. You seem to have attended school only once, correct? Your recollection is quite precise. It was indeed just once. Conan wholeheartedly agreed. What on earth is going on at your school? Is it a one-day-a-week schedule? Conan was bewildered. Why is that? I too was curious about the reason. Yet, why ponder over such matters? When it is time for school, one must simply attend. Conan shrugged it off, but then a thought crossed his mind. However, to attend school in the guise of an elementary student felt like a threat to my very existence. Tamuki pondered. Are the rules of this world truly in effect? Even when deliberately guided, Conan would subconsciously overlook this abnormal timeline. How utterly tyrannical and unreasonable. By the way, Conan, why haven't you gone out to play with your companions from the Junior Detective League today? Don't mention them, Conan replied, rubbing his temples, feeling quite vexed. As a high school detective, he found himself mingling with a group of mere children still in elementary school. This experience was utterly dreadful. To make matters worse, that group of children insisted on forming a junior detective league, leading themselves into perilous situations. Even he, a top-tier detective, nearly found himself in dire straits. What happened? I recall your relationship with them was quite good, especially that little girl Yumi. She seems to have a fondness for you. Don't mention it, Conan remarked, gazing at the television. The last time he visited the art museum with them, they encountered a cipher while searching for gold. Had it not been for my quick thinking and alerting the authorities in advance, I might have met a grim fate alongside those reckless youngsters, falling victim to that band of robbers. Given my frequent associations with them, I could easily lose several lives in their company. At this juncture, Conan abruptly paused, a glimmer of inspiration igniting in his eyes. He feigned indifference and casually remarked, "You know, the incident with the maple leaf gold coins, the one where you stole them." "Hey, don't spout nonsense. I did not steal the maple leaf gold coins," Conan retorted. How infuriating. Why is this fellow so alert? He initially presumed that, under the weight of habitual thinking, the man would inadvertently confess to the matter of the coins. To his surprise, however, the bait remained untouched. Even though Conan understood that, given the man's position, an admission would not yield any advantage, he remained unfazed, knowing he had plenty of opportunities to extract the truth from Tamuki. Tamuki then turned his attention back to the television, inquiring, "So, Conan, what plans do you have for today? Are you simply staying here to watch television? Are you going out?" "Do not go out." Upon hearing this response, Tongmu was immediately taken aback. Good heavens, Conan is not going out today. I must inquire. How can one possibly coexist in the same room with the grim reaper of a primary school student for an entire day without becoming a victim? I am anxiously awaiting a response, as this is quite urgent. Tongmu's nerves were on edge. Indeed, Conan, this fellow, is a veritable harbinger of death, a reaper of lives. His ominous reputation is rather terrifying. Wherever he goes, incidents invariably follow. Today, he must spend the entire day in solitude with Conan, without anyone else to serve as a shield. Is it not certain that danger will inevitably befall him? What troubles you? Conan inquired, observing the visibly anxious Tamuki with a perplexed expression. Is there truly anything in this world that could cause such a creature to be so utterly tense? Surely not. Nothing at all, Tamuki insisted, waving his hands in an attempt to divert Conan's attention. What an odd fellow. Conan, however, remained unfazed. He stood up and approached the refrigerator. What could Conan possibly be up to? Surely he wasn't planning to take action against him? To Tamuki's surprise, Conan opened the fridge door and retrieved a can of Fanta. Huh? Why was the light in the fridge flickering? Conan found it peculiar but decided to wait for Uncle Mouri to check it later that evening. He returned to the sofa, sipping his Fanta while watching television. Tamuki finally breathed a sigh of relief, realizing he had overthought the situation. In that moment of relaxation, he failed to notice his long exhalation had stirred a piece of paper on the table. The paper fluttered up, landing precariously on top of a small box that was already teetering. Under the paper's influence, the box began to wobble, tipping over. The paper had unwittingly become the final straw that broke quick. "Take cover," Conan shouted. As the expression on Conan's face shifted, a sense of alarm surged within Tamuki, prompting his body to react swiftly. He leaped into action, yet failed to notice the precise trajectory of the wine bottle. Ironically, the direction of his jump led him directly into the path of the bottle. Crash! The wine bottle made intimate contact with Tamuki's forehead, resulting in a shattering explosion of glass, with crimson liquid cascading down the fur on his body. The question remains, did the bottle strike Tamuki's forehead? Or did his forehead collide with the bottle? Ah! Tangmu cried out in agony as a conspicuous, crimson bump rapidly formed on his forehead, even emitting a flickering special effect. Conan helplessly shrugged his shoulders, remarking, "Tangmu, your luck today is truly abysmal, isn't it?" "Luck abysmal? What utter nonsense!" Tangmu vehemently rejected the notion, convinced that such coincidences could not possibly occur. He suspected that this was merely a manifestation of Conan's death god's power. Was it that wherever he went, death followed? Such a force of fate seemed to be acting with blatant disregard for any semblance of subtlety, directly targeting him. "Conan, I detest you," he lamented while rubbing his throbbing head. Conan retorted, "Your misfortune has nothing to do with me." Tangmu, uninterested in engaging in a debate with Conan, opened the refrigerator and retrieved a bottle of sparkling wine. Inserting a corkscrew, he declared, "I need a drink to calm my nerves and bolster my courage." Conan, perplexed, scoffed. What a ridiculous notion. He thought Tangmu's demeanor bore an uncanny resemblance to that of Kagero Mouri. As Tang Mu twisted the bottle's cork, he found it stubbornly unyielding. What is going on? He wondered, inspecting the bottle of sparkling wine, shaking it vigorously. To his astonishment, he noticed gas rapidly and wildly accumulating within. The cork began to swell ominously, and even the glass bottle appeared to be on the verge of bursting. This is bad, he gasped, realizing that the cork and the corkscrew were aimed directly at his head. If it were to launch, it could very well deliver a fatal blow. Just as he turned away, the cork shot out, narrowly missing his ear, and severed several strands of hair. That was too close for comfort. With a resounding pop, the cork, along with the corkscrew, struck the window of the office, shattering a large pane of glass. Conan was left in a state of shock. What kind of luck is this? Before Tang Mu could catch his breath, the sparkling wine erupted from the bottle, dousing him in a torrent of liquid which cascaded to the floor. Some of it splattered onto the wall, trickling toward the nearby refrigerator's socket. Suddenly, sparks flew, causing Tang Mu to jump in alarm. What now? Bang! The malfunctioning refrigerator erupted into a cloud of smoke and fire, coincidentally igniting a pile of fireworks stored nearby. The subsequent explosion created a cacophony of noise and chaos. After a considerable time, Tang Mu emerged covered in soot, his once vibrant blue and white fur now obscured. He opened his mouth, revealing only his white teeth amidst the billowing smoke. Conan, too, was not faring any better. His meticulously tailored suit was now unrecognizable, and one of the arms of his frameless glasses had been blown off, leaving him looking as though he had survived a bomb blast. In that moment, as the fireworks exploded around Tang Mu, a surge of rage ignited within him. Seizing a firework, he aimed it at Conan, exclaiming, "Misery loves company. I won't be the only one suffering." Meanwhile, Mouri's voice echoed from outside. "Mom and Dad, it's so wonderful that you're back." With a click, she unlocked the door to the office, only to slam it shut almost immediately, muttering, "I must be blind." Rubbing her eyes, she opened the door once more, only to be met with absolute chaos. Has this place suffered a terrorist attack? She gasped in disbelief, while Kagoro Mouri stared agape, his mouth wide enough to fit an egg. Eri Kisaki looked on incredulously. "Tang Mu, Conan, did you two blow up the office?" Kagoro Mouri was thoroughly exasperated. Just days prior, he had managed to convince his wife to reconsider their separation, only for Tang Mu and that little rascal Conan to nearly demolish the office. Eri had left in a huff, and now, with Valentine's Day looming, Kagoro Mouri found himself in a predicament. He had envisioned rekindling old flames with his estranged wife, only to have his plans thwarted by a pair of miscreants. On the other hand, Conan, having just finished school, was engaged in activities with the Junior Detective League. Jinta, Akuba, and Ayumi were busy distributing flyers in hopes of garnering some cases for their detective agency. Conan leaned against a nearby telephone pole, rolling his eyes in boredom as he observed the children. Do they really believe this will attract clients? Such naivety. Tang Mu smirked, and yet, you seem to be enjoying their company. Conan's face flushed. I am not. Really? Then why did you join them instead of returning to the office? Tang Mu teased. I was forced to come along, all right? Conan protested. You know my current physique is no different from that of an ordinary elementary student. Just look at Jinna's size. How could I possibly escape his grasp? Tang Mu, knowing Jinna's large stature, chuckled. I can only imagine the sheer weight of that kid. Didn't Dr. Agasa enhance your shoes for increased power? Tang Mu grinned slyly. If you kicked Jinna with those, you'd surely take him out. Conan interjected. Please. Those shoes are meant for dealing with dangerous criminals, not innocent children. Powerful indeed. Tang Mu scoffed. With a football, you could bring down a satellite. Though Conan's logic was sound, Tang Mu was determined not to let him have the upper hand in their verbal sparring. What will you do then? You're no match for this dilemma. Tang Mu smirked, looking down on Conan. Is this what you call a modern-day Sherlock Holmes? The predicaments he faced were far more formidable, yet he resolved them all. What on earth? Conan exclaimed, his emotions ignited by the mere utterance of a few words. Is this truly the nemesis destined by fate? Tamuki, let me enlighten you. What's going on? Tang Mu provocatively glared at Conan. Being forcibly dragged into the activities of the Junior Detective League today was quite absurd. Not even Sherlock Holmes, nor even God himself, could change my mind. For I am Kudo Shinichi. Tang Mu? This is quite sudden. What is Conan up to? The two stared at each other, wide-eyed. At that moment, a robust male voice resonated from a distance. Xiaolan, tomorrow is Valentine's Day, and today I am here to invite you. Would you do me the honor of going on a date? Conan. He could no longer afford to bicker with Tang Mu. Someone was attempting to encroach upon his territory as Kudo Shinichi. How could he stand for that? Conan clutched Tang Mu and cautiously retreated to a corner, peeking out to catch sight of a burly man resembling a bear, bending down to request something from Mao Lilan and Suzuki Sonoko. "Are you going, Yoshi Kawakatsuhiro?" Sonoko inquired. "Of course." "Splendid," Suzuki Sonoko exclaimed, her right fist clenched, igniting with enthusiasm. "Then it's settled. I shall come to collect you tomorrow." After the man spoke, he drove away in his small car. Conan observed this scene, inwardly cursing, "Damn it. Why is it always these muscle-bound brutes, their bodies resembling small mountains? This fellow is just as loathsome as Jinta." As a detective, one who relies on intellect to navigate all matters, he found such individuals, who resorted to brawn and muscle, particularly detestable. For they truly lacked reason. Honestly, isn't it a bit perverse to secretly watch someone else flirt with your girlfriend? Conan's face flushed crimson in an instant, only to darken with indignation. "What do you mean, my girlfriend? Ran is not my girlfriend," he retorted, his voice dwindling. "Furthermore, your words are utterly outrageous." "What do you mean I was secretly watching? How am I the one being perverse? Not your girlfriend, you say?" Takumi smiled slyly. "Then I shall freely take advantage of Ran from now on." "You dare," Conan whispered menacingly. Suddenly, he appeared to have an epiphany. From now on, he would act with integrity. But what about the past? Had he previously taken advantage of Ran in secret? Did burying his head in her embrace count? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mouri Ran hesitated considerably. Upon noticing this, Sonoko's eyes twinkled with mischief as a clever idea struck her. She tilted her head and gazed at Mouri Ran, saying, "Aha. So you still have feelings for that Shinichi, don't you?" In an instant, Ran was struck at her vulnerable spot, and she retorted angrily, "Who would ever like a mere detective? What about the party tomorrow?" "I can't believe it," Conan exclaimed. "Yoko, you insufferable woman." With a sigh, he glanced at Tamuki, preparing to turn away. However, he noticed Tamuki was fixated on Ran and Yoko. "If you dare to keep staring at my girlfriend, I'll gouge your eyes out," Conan threatened. "Now you admit that Ran is your girlfriend?" Tamuki retorted. "So what if I do?" "You cannot continue to gaze at her." "I'm not looking at her." "Not at Ran? Then you must be admiring Yoko, that infatuated gossip monger, right?" "You hit the nail on the head. I am indeed observing her." Conan was left bewildered. Is there truly someone who could find Yoko appealing? This world is utterly insane. Why? I would say it's love at first sight. Do you believe that? I do not. Now, tell me, what is the real reason? Sherlock Holmes once said. Conan paused. Holmes? What did he say? Tamuki continued. Women only influence the speed at which I draw my sword, whereas wealthy women can provide you with a sharper blade. Conan listened, utterly perplexed. That is quite profound. Profound, my foot. After all this, it turns out you're merely after Yoko's family's wealth. Truly a money grubber. Most importantly, this fellow is shamelessly invoking Holmes' name to spout nonsense. Are you attracted to the Suzuki family's fortune? Is that even a question? Who bears animosity towards wealth? Tamuki scoffed, glancing disdainfully at Conan. Come, let us make an acquaintance. You'll be disappointed. Conan smugly waved a finger. Yoko is merely the second daughter of the Suzuki family and does not possess the full inheritance rights of the Suzuki conglomerate. What kind of nonsense is that? Tamuki looked at Conan with disdain. That's the Suzuki conglomerate. Who needs full inheritance rights? Just a sliver of their wealth could provide your father, Kudo Yusaku, with enough material for a lifetime of detective novels. Conan rolled his eyes. Well, thank you for that, I suppose. Moreover, discussing money is rather sordid. I am merely seeking to meet a beautiful woman. Isn't that delightful? Beautiful? Conan exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes filled with skepticism. Could it be that Tiki was blind? How could he possibly think that YKO, that insufferable woman, was attractive? What? Do you truly believe YKO lacks beauty? Is it merely based on the garden? Conan scoffed, her expression dripping with disdain. The words beautiful and she were utterly incompatible. Not even close? Tangma chuckled. Let's go. What is the matter? I want to show you just how beautiful the garden is. Conan replied, surely you are aware that Yoko and I are classmates? How could I possibly be unaware of her beauty? Stop wasting time, just follow me. Tamuki walked ahead, with Conan reluctantly trailing behind. Meow, said Ran Mouri, turning her head. What are you doing here, Tamuki and Conan? Ran Mouri expressed her surprise. So, this is the little rascal staying at your house? Sonoko Suzuki approached Conan and playfully ruffled his hair, adding with a hint of confusion, for some reason, I find this little boy rather annoying. Conan, wearing a cheeky grin, retorted, well, I find you rather bothersome too. Sonoko then shifted her gaze to Tamuki. Is this the rather peculiar one from your home? Yes, this is Tamuki. Quite adorable. Isn't he? She said, extending her hand. Be cautious, Xiaolon quickly cautioned. In her recollection, apart from those at the office, Tang Mu was not someone easily approached, often brandishing her claws to scratch at others. Eh? Mao Lilan gazed in astonishment at Tang Mu, who had taken the initiative to lick Yuanzi's palm. This was indeed a change of character for her today. Well done, Yuanzi embraced Tang Mu. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Mu leapt upward, soaring high. His claws swiped out, aiming directly at Yuanzi's head. Ah! The garden was startled and let out a loud scream. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, kakui. Sparkles danced in the eyes of the garden. She remained utterly oblivious. As the headband slipped away, her hair cascaded down gracefully. Meow. Tomoko provocatively glanced at Conan. Conan was left utterly astounded. How had Sonoko suddenly become so enchanting? It was merely the removal of a headband. Could it be so astonishing? Is this what they call the beauty sealed by a headband? Mouri also gazed at Sonoko in sheer amazement. Sonoko, you are truly beautiful. Yuanzi was momentarily taken aback, instinctively reaching up to her head. Oh no, where is my headband? Observing the astonished gazes of those around her, she comprehended the situation. Her striking beauty, which could withstand any scrutiny, had been unveiled. She swiftly reclaimed the headband from Tang Mu's hand and secured it back in place. A visage of unparalleled beauty once again sealed away. Taking a deep breath, she turned to Conan and inquired, "You wouldn't dare to speak of this, would you?" Seeing the icy glare from Suzuki Yuanzi, Conan was startled, unable to suppress a shiver as he stammered, "And no, I wouldn't." The expression on Yuanzi's face was so dark it seemed as though it could drip with water. "Absolutely not. I swear." Conan solemnly raised his right fist. "That's wonderful." Suzuki Sonoko squinted her eyes and smiled, playfully ruffling Conan's hair. "Indeed. Those who smile with squinted eyes are all peculiar." Had she not acquiesced just now, this meddlesome girl would undoubtedly have given her a good thump. Sonoko turned her gaze to Ran. "Ran, what are you pondering?" "I am your dear confidant. Of course, I will keep your secrets," she assured. However, Ran, perplexed, responded, "You are undeniably beautiful. Why do you persist in wearing that headband? If you were to forego it, given your stunning looks and the status of the Suzuki family, countless handsome suitors would surely come knocking." Sonoko sighed. "While it is true that I have an affinity for handsome men, what I desire even more is a handsome man who truly loves me." She looked up at the sky. "Those who care only for my family's wealth and my appearance could never win my heart." Turning to Ran, she continued, "The headband is something my mother insisted I wear. She said that only someone who genuinely loves me will appreciate me as I am, and even with this headband, they will protect me well." Tamagawa thought to herself, "I see." Conan mused, "So Sonoko is indeed a girl with such delicate feelings. Yet, I still yearn for a handsome guy. Ideally, someone as dashing as Kid." Sonoko cradled her heart with both hands, her eyes sparkling with dreams. "This is the true Sonoko," Conan concluded. Everything that transpired earlier was merely an illusion. Upon returning to the office, after dinner, Ran, still clad in an apron, was busy concocting something in the kitchen. Conan stood nearby, inhaling the delightful aroma. "Sister Ran, are you making chocolate?" "Indeed. Tomorrow is the annual Valentine's Day," she replied. "Valentine's Day?" Sister Ran. "Do you have a special someone?" Conan asked, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. "Is it that brother Shinichi is coming back?" "Shinichi?" Mouri paused, a thoughtful expression crossing her face. "Only upon your mention did I recall that individual." Conan stifled a laugh, adjusting his rimless glasses. "So, this chocolate was not intended for Shinichi Kudo. Who could it possibly be for? Surely, it wasn't meant for that muscle-bound oaf from today. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Regardless of who it was meant for, anyone daring to encroach upon my Shinichi's territory will certainly face my wrath. You wish to indulge in chocolate, do you? I shall make it my mission to deal with you accordingly." "Ran, look over there." Conan pointed in a particular direction. "What?" Mouri exclaimed in surprise as she turned her head. Seizing the opportunity, Conan extracted a bottle of croton powder and poured it into the pot where the chocolate was simmering. Noticing this, Ran glanced down at Conan and gently rubbed his little head, saying, "Conan, you mustn't be so mischievous." With that, she continued her chocolate preparation. Conan remarked, "Ran, truly the epitome of a devoted wife and mother." The following day, Ran, carrying the packaged chocolates, informed Kagoro Mouri, "I'm heading out." Kagoro waved his hand dismissively. "Young people these days, how delightful. If it weren't for that little brat." Today would have been a day filled with vigor and enthusiasm. But alas, I am left to the company of this cold television. Even Ran, who usually cooks for me, has gone out on a date. Now, I must ponder how to resolve my lunch dilemma. Kagoro scanned his surroundings, a look of confusion crossing his face. Where have that little brat and his companion gone? After taking a sip of beer, Kagoro shrugged off his concerns. Children and their whims, always running about. For now, I shall indulge in watching the charming Yoko to alleviate my solitude. With that, he retrieved a videotape, inserted it into the player, and began shouting, "Yoko-chan. So cute." Meanwhile, in the trunk of a small car, Conan muttered through gritted teeth, "I must see where they are headed for the Valentine's Day party." "Conan," Takumi questioned, "don't you think this is rather inappropriate?" Conan, puzzled, asked, "What do you mean by inappropriate?" "I mean, hiding in the trunk to track two lovely ladies. Doesn't that seem like stalking? Tailing?" Conan's eyes widened in disbelief. "Indeed. I recall that many of the works by certain teachers I had previously encountered contained numerous such scenes," Tamuki reminisced. "There were also titles like After School of the High School Girl and The Enigmatic Widow." Conan, his forehead lined with frustration and his expression dark enough to draw water, retorted, "What nonsensical things are you watching?" "Nonsensical things?" Tamuki vehemently disagreed with Conan's perspective, asserting, "Those are magnificent pieces of art. Those teachers are simply dedicated. Unbelievable. You must refrain from watching such content in the future." "On what grounds?" "Observing this chaos, you frequently linger in the office. What if you develop ill intentions towards Shaolin? As for me, even if such thoughts arise, what could I possibly do?" "Eh?" Conan suddenly came to a realization. Indeed. This fellow is merely a creature. Even with good intentions, it lacks the strength. How amusing. This individual cannot possibly be a rival in love. If you wish to continue watching, then by all means, indulge yourself. After a while, I shall find you a female. Tamuki, what the hell do you mean by female? Though I may be but a creature, my affection lies with beautiful young ladies. As for the notion of females, they can all go away. Very well, Conan replied nonchalantly. As long as it did not bring harm to his dear Ran. He pondered deeply about the matter at hand. "What?" you inquired. "What will you do if Xiaolan truly gifts chocolate to that mountain-like fellow?" Conan, with unwavering conviction, replied, "Xiaolan would never do that." "What if? Even if I were really given it, I wouldn't be afraid." A mischievous smile played on Conan's face. If that guy dared to eat it, he would undoubtedly regret it. "Ah!" Tongmu exclaimed in astonishment. "What is going on?" Conan wore a mischievous grin. "I added some croton seeds inside." "Ha ha ha, splendid job." Tongmu gave Conan a thumbs up, acknowledging his cleverness. However, Tongmu continued, "This is ultimately a post-event punishment. Would you like to stage a grand return on the spot?" "What grand return?" "To make an entrance as Shinichi Kudo." Conan gasped, "Nanny, you truly possess the antidote to that poison, don't you?" "Not exactly," Tongmu replied, wiping his face with his paw. "I concocted a potion that can cause a person to grow in size, with effects lasting for an hour." "Enlargement?" Conan could not comprehend. Was that not merely an antidote? No, to be precise, that potion would indeed affect even Kagoro Mouri, transforming him into a giant towering 5 meters high. Thus, it implies that your concoction has the capacity to temporarily amplify a person's size, effectively counteracting the effects of the poison coursing through my veins? Indeed. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Handsome. Handsome. Yoko continued to murmur. "What were you just saying, Ran?" Malilon replied, "It's nothing. It's best not to seek the opinion of this infatuated Yoko." Finally, they arrived at the party venue. Cheers. The attendees at the party raised their glasses, while Conan, observing from outside, felt a fire ignite within him, concealed in the shadows. He listened intently to the unfolding events. At this moment, he recognized that the mountain-like figure, known as Iwasaki Toshihida, harbored ill intentions towards Ran. During the seating arrangement, that scoundrel had deliberately positioned himself next to her. Now, in these fleeting moments, he incessantly attempted to grasp Ran's hand, an affront that was utterly intolerable. It was time for me, Shinichi Kudo, to make my entrance. Ran's radiant smile and beauty were to be safeguarded by none other than me. He glanced down at Taki, who was wagging his tail and leisurely enjoying the spectacle. "Taki, you better transform into a giant medicine and bring it forth. I intend to teach that Iwasaki Toshihida a lesson." Taki furrowed his brow. "Why does that sound so familiar? Are you certain you want to make your move now?" "I am absolutely certain." Conan's teeth were nearly grinding. I must ensure that Iwasaki Toshihida receives a proper reprimand. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Poison? Conan exclaimed in shock. Relieved? He thought of the various types of poisons. Conan, I'm even more anxious now. Observing Conan's terrified expression filled Tongmu with delight, reassured. He mused that employing poison to combat poison was a concept he understood well. With so many different poisons combined, their toxicities would perfectly negate each other. Really? Conan felt as though he could hardly breathe. Was it just him, or was he on the verge of perishing? After uttering this, he collapsed rigidly to the ground, utterly motionless. 5 seconds later, Conan's body suddenly sprang to life, and after a series of leaps and flashes in the air, a version of Conan, now the size of an adult and adorned with rippling muscles, emerged. Or rather, it was Shinichi Kudo. He glanced at his physique, clenched his fists, and the well-defined pectorals and biceps made him appear incredibly formidable. Power surged within him as Shinichi Kudo strode purposefully towards the party venue. Release that girl and allow me to take her place. With a furious shout, Kudo Shinichi burst onto the scene just as the robust Yin Song was about to place his hand on Xiaolan's. The guests at the party turned in astonishment, questioning the identity of such a brawny individual. Xiaolan, too, wore a look of disbelief, but when she recognized his face, she froze. Shinichi? She murmured, her eyes scanning him in utter disbelief. Could it truly be him? Indeed, it's me, Shinichi replied. Mouri ran furrowed her brow, scrutinizing Kudo Shinichi with an air of contemplation. His face was unmistakably Shinichi's, and his voice bore the same familiar tone. Yet, this physique, a muscular, chiseled figure, seemed worlds apart from the Shinichi she knew. With a hint of skepticism, she inquired, "Are you truly the Shinichi I know?" "Of course it's me, Ran. It's been a while. And I've missed you dearly. I can't believe you wouldn't recognize me." Shinichi feigned a sorrowful expression. "The day we visited Trophy Park." Mouri Ran's eyes widened in joyous surprise. "It really is you, Shinichi." She approached him, examining him closely. "How have you transformed into this? How is it?" Kudo Shinichi flexed his right arm, his biceps bulging like a small mountain. "Quite impressive, isn't it? Here I stand, possessing both a robust physique and a keen intellect." "Eh?" Mao Lilan exclaimed in astonishment, her hands exploring the muscles of Kudo Shinichi. "Shinichi, during your absence, did you perhaps spend your time in a gym, lifting weights?" In an instant, Shinichi felt a surge of anxiety. Could it be that Lilan has discovered something? Go to the gym to lift weights? What the hell? Kudo Shinichi thought to himself. If it weren't for that unreliable drug from Taguchi, I wouldn't have ended up like this. As he contemplated Taguchi, Shinichi glanced around. Yet he could not find any trace of him. Where has that fool disappeared to? At that moment, a robust voice rang out, "Miss Lilan. If you wish to feel some muscles, I have plenty, and they are even more formidable." Mao Lilan retorted, "Who in the world is the pervert wanting to touch muscles? I merely wanted to feel Shinichi's." Kudo Shinichi recognized the voice instantly. "I know that's you, Iwasaki Toshihida. You think you're stronger, do you? Today, I shall demonstrate that a detective possesses not only an astute mind but also well-developed muscles." With a determined shout, Kudo Shinichi seized Iwasaki Toshihida and executed a shoulder throw, sending him crashing to the floor with a resounding thud. "Fool!" Yin Songjuanshio struggled to turn over and rise, just as he wished to retaliate. "Idiot Shinichi. Who is your girlfriend?" Mao Lilan, feeling bashful, stamped her foot, disregarding her own strength. With a loud crack, the floor was left with a gaping hole beneath her. "Huh? Is this the seemingly delicate and fragile girl, Xiaolan?" Yin Songjuanshio was taken aback, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, his cheeks flowing like a small stream. At that moment, his gaze towards Mao Lilan shifted from fervent to one of sheer terror. It was too frightening, too brutal. He then glanced at Kudo Shinichi beside him. And in his eyes, there was no longer anger or jealousy, but rather an abundance of sympathy for his younger brother Kudo. "So, you are Miss Maria's boyfriend. My apologies for the misunderstanding." He approached Kudo Shinichi and earnestly bowed, expressing gratitude for the hardships he had endured. "Rest assured, I shall never trouble Miss Mouri again." "What did you say?" Mao Lilan's fist crackled ominously. If this Yin Songjuanshio dared to be disrespectful again, her fist would surely land with precision upon him. Yin Songjuanshio, however, dared not respond and quickly slinked away. Mao Lilan and Kudo Shinichi exchanged glances, shaking their heads in resignation, especially Kudo Shinichi. He chuckled self-deprecatingly. To consider such a person a rival, I truly am regressing. Suzuki Sonoko gazed at Kudo Shinichi in astonishment. Is this really Kudo Shinichi? The original Kudo Shinichi. Though his personality did not endear him to her, possessed a physique and looks that were undeniably captivating. As for now, Sonoko scrutinized him closely. His face was still strikingly handsome, but his physique resembled that of someone who had excessively bulked up through rigorous training, something she found utterly unappealing. Sonoko discreetly pulled Xiaolan aside. Xiaolan, is this really Kudo Shinichi, and not someone who merely resembles him? Xiaolan replied, Sonoko, what nonsense are you talking about? He is undoubtedly our classmate Kudo Shinichi. Is he really just a classmate? Sonoko looked at Mao Lilan with a peculiar expression. Of course he is. Mao Lilan, feeling a bit flustered, quickly changed the subject. What about you, Sonoko? How is Matsukawa Katsuhiro? Don't mention it, said Sonoko, her face filled with disappointment. That guy, being the president of the tennis club and so handsome, unfortunately, seemed to be entangled in a rather complicated love triangle. After speaking, she gazed blankly at the ceiling, pondering why all the handsome men already had boyfriends. Oh God, grant me a charming boyfriend. Suddenly, music resonated throughout the living room, catching everyone's attention as they turned towards the entrance. They stood there, dumbfounded. A figure appeared, Kudo Shinichi, and Mouri Rant's mouths twitched in disbelief. What on earth was this guy, Timoku, up to? With the strong essence of American Western music in the background, Timoku appeared, donned in a white cowboy hat, a green scarf around his neck, a denim vest, and jeans, complemented by gear-laden cowboy boots, embodying the very spirit of a Western cowboy. He stood up, moving rhythmically, each step echoing a clop as he strolled leisurely towards Sonoko. Then, with a flourish, he produced a square sheet of white paper and a pipe from his pocket. He unfolded the paper, squeezed the pipe, and tobacco fell neatly onto it. With a deft movement of his fingers, he rolled a handmade cigar. Locking eyes with Sonoko, he tossed the cigar into the air, swiftly drew out a revolver, and fired a shot. The bullet ignited the cigar midair, catching it in his mouth. He took a deep drag and exhaled a ring of smoke that formed the words, "Hello, beautiful," leaving everyone utterly astonished. They rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Was this really happening? Sonoko trembled, pointing at Timoku. Ran, your Timoku is truly amazing. Her eyes sparkled with admiration, even if he were merely a dog. She felt as if she had been charmed. Kudo Shinichi watched Timoku, feeling aggrieved like a robust detective. How could a mere dog steal the spotlight from him? The esteemed high school detective? At that moment, Timoku had yet to reveal his ability to speak. Even without uttering a single word, his body language had captivated Sonoko, a girl who adored handsome boys, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Even his longtime girlfriend, Ran, wore a smile and gazed at Timoku with shining eyes. Who was the real star here? Was Timoku here specifically to overshadow him? Suddenly, Kudo Shinichi recalled something. When Timoku lit the cigar, he had used a revolver. Hadn't he? Firearms were illegal to purchase here, weren't they? That guy. A dangerous glint sparked in Kudo Shinichi's eyes. He finally had a lead on him. No longer would he be the one threatened without the means to retaliate. Now, he needed to locate that gun. He hoped Timoku had carelessly discarded it where someone might find it and cause trouble. Meanwhile, Timoku continued to gaze affectionately at Sonoko. With a wave of his hand, he retrieved a wooden guitar from a magical prop gifted by Koizumi Honko and began to strum a lively tune. Sonoko's eyes widened in amazement. Ran, your Timoku must be magical. That guitar appeared out of nowhere. Can he perform magic? Moreover, Sonoko exclaimed excitedly. He can play the guitar. This tune sounds like a love song. How delightful. Ran stared blankly, chuckling. Well, I didn't know any of this either. Ran, your Timoku is incredibly entertaining. I've never seen anything like this. Is he for sale? I would pay a high price. They all began to discuss Timoku enthusiastically. Sonoko clutched Ran's leg, pleading, as your best friend, I beg you for one favor. If you can't agree to this, I won't rest in peace. Sonoko, please stop. Ran looked flustered. Let go of me. I'll agree to whatever you want. Really? Of course it's true. Then let me Tom for a couple of days. At that moment, Tom, who was strumming his guitar, felt a sudden thrill. Could such a delightful opportunity truly exist? A wealthy lady's residence, indeed. I must go and see it. At this instant, the attention of the crowd was completely captivated by the enchanting Tom. Utterly oblivious to the plight of the tennis club president, the handsome Katsuhiro Akikawa, who was grimacing in agony while clutching his neck. Cough, cough. He could not help but cover his mouth with a handkerchief, desperate to suppress the sound. After his fit of coughing subsided, he glanced at the handkerchief, only to find it stained with an alarming amount of dark, crimson blood. Realization dawned upon him. He had been poisoned. Just as he intended to call for help, he discovered that his body had grown too weak to emit a sound. Even breathing became exceedingly laborious. His vision began to blur, and soon, as he collapsed onto the table, the crowd turned in astonishment to recognize that something was amiss with him. Kiyotaka. The woman closest to him hurried to help Kiyotaka, only to be horrified by the blood trickling from his lips, causing her to scream in terror. She successfully displayed the appropriate demeanor expected of a citizen of Mihan City. Upon witnessing this, Shinichi Kudo rushed over to assess Kiyakawa's breathing and carotid pulse. His expression darkened as he shook his head. It was evident that Kiyakawa had already succumbed to death. With a decisive gesture, he called out, "Quickly, call the police." Several individuals hurried off to make the call. Before long, Officer Megure and Kagoro Mouri arrived almost simultaneously. Upon hearing his daughter mention a murder, Kagoro Mouri hastened to the scene, driven by concern for her safety and the desire to bolster his own reputation. However, upon arrival, he encountered a face he least wished to see, none other than the insufferable Kudo Shinichi, who brandished a hoe and was intent on uprooting the cabbages he had nurtured for over a decade, all while competing for his job. "If it weren't for the friendship between our parents, just you wait." At that moment, Officer Megure stepped in. "Mouri, Kudo, both of you are here?" he exclaimed in astonishment. With two esteemed detectives present, it seemed this case could be resolved with ease. "Mouri, Kudo?" Kagoro Mouri shot a disapproving glance at Megure. "Officer Megure, that is rather disrespectful, don't you think? What do you mean by Mouri, little brother, Kudo, little brother? That brat is in the same class as my daughter." Shinichi Kudo was taken aback. "Is this some sort of generational leap? Am I now on the same level as my future father-in-law? Must it be this exhilarating?" "Ah. Let us not dwell on the details," Megure said, scratching his head awkwardly. "Let us focus on solving the case." Kagoro Mouri nodded in agreement. Suddenly, he turned to Shinichi Kudo and, with fervent enthusiasm, shouted, "Kudo Shinichi, let us engage in a duel of distinguished detectives." Hello. Kudo Shinichi thought to himself, feeling exasperated. "Uncle Mouri truly is rather unreliable. What nonsense are you spouting, Mouri-kun?" Megure drew a fixed a serious gaze upon Mouri Kaguru, emphasizing that this was a homicide case, and the primary focus should undoubtedly be on solving the mystery, rather than engaging in a rivalry among detectives. "If you cling to such notions, I shall have no choice but to ask you to leave." Indeed, Mouri Kaguru awkwardly scratched the back of his head, while Kudo Shinichi had already begun to scrutinize the clues at the crime scene. Although he did not acquiesce to Uncle Mouri's challenge, he was determined to solve the case. He certainly did not wish to be defeated. If memory serves him right, those individuals had not shared pleasant encounters with this Katsuhiko Michikawa, which raises questions about the motive for murder. Mouri Kaguru also cast his gaze towards the crime scene, hoping to uncover some clues. Suddenly, he spotted something. "Tamuki. Huh." Mouri Kaguru exclaimed, astonished. "What in the world is someone from the office doing here?" "Tamuki." Mouri Kagoro exclaimed loudly, seizing Tamuki and delivering a sharp slap to his forehead. "What are you doing here? Go play elsewhere and stop being an eyesore at the crime scene." Tamuki retorted, "Now it's Kudo Shinichi who's present. Conan is absent." "Are you treating me like Conan?" Mogure JZ, directing his subordinates as they examined the scene, was taken aback by Mouri's antics. Was this truly reliable? Fooling around at a crime scene? Kudo Shinichi shook his head in resignation, casting a glance before returning his focus to the search for clues. "Ah, that person is here." Kudo Shinichi hurried over to inquire. Tamuki broke free from Mouri Kagoro's grip and leapt away, busying himself. After a while, he had been teasing Suzuki Sonoko for quite some time and was beginning to feel tired and thirsty. Glancing down, he noticed a cup of untouched coffee on the table. He swiftly gulped it down, letting out a satisfied meow, exclaiming, "This is truly refreshing." However, moments later, Tamuki's expression shifted. The coffee something seemed amiss. His insides began to twist painfully. Suddenly, he coughed up a mouthful of blood before collapsing straight to the ground. "Tamuki!" Yoko exclaimed as she hurried to embrace Tamuki. Meanwhile, Kagoro Mouri stood in shock, his mind racing. He felt an itch in his head. Was he about to gain more insight? The coffee was poisoned. The victim must have succumbed to caffeine poisoning. Yet, in such a crowded gathering, why had no one else been affected? Upon closer inspection of the food arrangement on the table, particularly the cake, the pieces began to fall into place. The coffee was the poison, while the cake served as the antidote. Such precise targeting of the victim's dietary habits could only point to one thing. The perpetrator must be someone intimately familiar with them. "Officer Makuru." Kagoro Mouri rose and approached Makuru JZ, I have already deduced the identity of the perpetrator. Allow me to explain the circumstances. Indeed, Mouri J-san nodded repeatedly. By merely examining the coffee and cake, you will be able to pinpoint the evidence. Indeed, Officer Magyar nodded repeatedly. At that moment, his gaze towards Kagoro Mouri was filled with respect. Shinichi Kudo emerged from the kitchen, having gathered all the clues and woven them into a coherent chain of reasoning leading to the true culprit. If all goes as anticipated, it must be that individual. Officer Magyar, I have identified the perpetrator. Shinichi approached Officer Magyar with an air of ease. Oh, it's you, Shinichi, Officer Magyar greeted him. The criminal had been apprehended. It was none other than the mother of the deceased. Shinichi exclaimed, what? Who could it be? The notion that Officer Magyar could have outpaced him in finding the culprit was utterly unbelievable. If Officer Magyar possessed such prowess, then Shinichi Kudo would not have risen to prominence as Japan's savior among law enforcement. Ha ha ha. Officer Magyar chuckled at Shinichi's stunned expression. Although you have indeed identified the criminal, you were still one step behind Kagoro. It seems, dear high school detective, that you still fall short of the esteemed detective Kagoro Mouri. Shinichi was left in shock. Uncle Kagoro solved the case? Of course. Kudo Shinichi could hardly believe his ears. That bumbling Uncle Mouri actually solved the case. Had the high school detective Kudo Shinichi truly been defeated in this battle of wits? And to lose to the lecherous Uncle Mouri, no less? How absurd. This was more painful than if he had been killed himself. Officer Magyar, could you enlighten me on Uncle Mouri's reasoning? Kudo Shinichi still found it hard to accept the situation. Officer Magyar began to explain the deductions. Ah, so it was pure luck? Stumbling upon the poisoned coffee and deducing its toxicity, which, when combined with the cake on the table, led to the identification of the culprit? What a fortunate Uncle Mouri. How ridiculous. Poisoned coffee? Could it have been Tamuki? Kudo Shinichi began to panic. Dr. Agasa's inventions allowed him to continue his detective work in the guise of a child, while at times enabling him to experience the thrill of solving cases as Kudo Shinichi. Tamuki couldn't possibly be dead. In a flurry, Kudo Shinichi dashed to the table and found Tamuki lying quietly in the embrace of the garden. Damn it, he really had been poisoned. A sudden wave of sadness washed over him. Why was that? He couldn't quite comprehend it, but the departure of this life caused a faint ache in his heart. Why? They had never gotten along. 2 tears slipped from his eyes, and if it weren't for his composure, he might have already broken down in tears. He gazed silently at Tamuki, suddenly sensing something was off. With urgency, Kudo Shinichi approached and placed 3 fingers on Tamuki's neck. The carotid artery was still there, and it was quite strong. This indicated that his heart was still beating. He then placed his hand on Tamuki's nose. There was breathing, and it was robust. This fool was merely pretending to be dead. How infuriating. He had shed tears for nothing. With a resounding slap, Kudo Shinichi struck Tamuki's forehead. Ouch. Tamuki sprang up, clutching his swollen head, howling in agony. Yoko, who had been holding Tamuki, was startled into a panic, her pupils dilating as she stammered. Is he faking his death? Quiet, Yoko. Kudo Shinichi replied, exasperated. This fool was just pretending to be dead. He then lifted Tamuki and walked aside, whispering, so, the coffee wasn't poisoned? How toxic. Tamuki remarked, gently touching the bump on his head. How is it that you are unscathed? A mere drop of poison cannot possibly harm me. Tamuki, even the potion that shrank you, I can assist you in temporarily reverting. Such poison is trifling. Did you deliberately consume that cup of coffee to provide a hint to Uncle Mouri? Not at all. Tangmu rolled his eyes. To him, Mouri Kagoro was merely a servant, unworthy of the risks he was expected to take. He was simply parched at that moment. If you were fine, why feign being poisoned? Was it not merely to linger a bit longer in the embrace of a wealthy lady? Kudo Shinichi thought to himself, this wretched lecher. He had no inkling that his actions had tarnished his reputation beyond measure. The renowned detective Kudo Shinichi, bested by the illustrious Mouri Kagoro? He could already envision how the newspapers would sensationalize this incident. The mere thought of the headlines was unbearable. Kudo, the case is resolved. Why are you not with your beloved Ran, instead of mingling with me? Who on earth wants to mingle with you? Kudo Shinichi retorted, frustration evident as he exclaimed. I'm going to find Ran right now. Hurry up. Tangmu's face displayed a longing expression. The feeling of lying in the embrace of a wealthy woman was truly delightful, and he had yet to fully experience it. Sharpening his claws, Tangmu declared, Yuanzi, I am coming. The case had been resolved. Next came the standard post-case sequence. The criminal collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably as they divulged their motives, followed by a profound expression of remorse. At this moment, Kudo Shinichi had arrived by Xiaolan's side. Xiaolan, I'm back. You've been worried lately, haven't you? Who would concern themselves with someone who occasionally vanished without a word? Humph. Mao Lilan let out a haughty snort, turning her head away. Kudo Shinichi, feeling a headache coming on, rubbed the back of his head. With that demeanor and tone, if he did not placate her, he would surely face her wrath. I was busy solving cases, Kudo Shinichi hurriedly explained. Mao Lilan turned back, scrutinizing Kudo Shinichi from head to toe. Were you really busy solving cases? Of course. I wouldn't deceive you, Kudo Shinichi thought to himself. Although he had transformed into the childlike Conan, he had indeed been engaged in unraveling various mysteries. So this was certainly no falsehood. You are lying, Mao Lilan declared with unwavering conviction. Kudo Shinichi felt a surge of panic. Had he been discovered? With a series of sharp slaps, Mao Lilan struck Kudo Shinichi's arm, exclaiming, "Look at those muscular bulges. You must have been sneaking off to the gym to lift weights." Kudo Shinichi silently pondered. So this matter cannot be brushed aside, can it? However, in order to win back Lilan's affection, he thought to himself, even if it meant admitting to his clandestine workouts, what of it? Lilan, you truly are astute. Nothing escapes your keen perception. I knew it. Mao Lilan exclaimed, hands on her hips, her voice tinged with indignation. I have no objection to your going to the gym, but you must not disappear without a word. All right. Kudo Shinichi replied repeatedly. From now on, no matter where I go, I will make it a point to keep in touch with you. So you need not worry any longer. This feels just right. Mao Lilan exclaimed, extending her arms and leaping into Kudo Shinichi's embrace. I truly miss you so much, Lilan. I miss you dearly as well, he replied. By the way, Shinichi, I have a gift for you. Please close your eyes. A gift? For me? And I must close my eyes? Kudo Shinichi's face flushed crimson, his eyes transforming into tiny dots. Is this really appropriate in such a public setting? Hurry, close your eyes. Mao Lilan feigned irritation. All right. Shinichi Kudo trembled as he closed his eyes. The cheerful voice of Ran Mouri rang out. You can open your eyes now, Shinichi. Huh. Shinichi Kudo found himself momentarily stunned. Aren't we supposed to be consuming potassium disulfide iodide? Given Ranchai disposition, it was indeed unlikely for her to express such sentiments in a public setting. Hurry and open your eyes, she urged. He complied, slowly unveiling his gaze. Today is Valentine's Day, and I have specially prepared this chocolate for you. Are you happy? Shinichi, still preoccupied with thoughts of potassium disulfide iodide, had yet to fully comprehend the situation. He mechanically accepted the sizable piece of chocolate and replied absent-mindedly, Yes, I'm happy. Just be happy, Mouri Ran exclaimed with excitement. Eager to savor the flavor, Kudo Shinichi took a bite, chewed a couple of times, and swallowed. The flavor was rather delightful. Wait. Suddenly, a flash of realization struck him. This piece of chocolate, it couldn't possibly be the one he had slyly added croton oil to while Ran was busy preparing it, could it? At that moment, he gazed at the remaining chocolate in his hand as if it were a terrifying beast poised to devour him, extinguishing any appetite he had left. What's wrong? Ran Mouri inquired, her face a mixture of confusion and hopeful anticipation. Is it not tasty? As she spoke, she reached out to break off a piece of the chocolate for herself to taste. Kudo Shinichi was taken aback. He hastily snatched the small piece from her hand, along with the remainder, and stuffed it all into his mouth, mumbling incoherently, No, it's quite good. Tears streamed down his face as he devoured the chocolate. Was this akin to shooting oneself in the foot? Just as Kudo Shinichi intended to express his longing to Ran once more, he suddenly heard two beeping sounds. Instantly, his expression changed. The sound emanated from his wristwatch, the alarm he had set long ago. This meant that in just 1 minute, it would be time for him to transform back into Conan. He quickly silenced the alarm and was about to concoct an excuse to leave when he noticed Ran's intense gaze fixed on his watch. That watch looks so familiar, she remarked. Kudo Shinichi froze. Oh no, this watch was the same one he wore as Conan, which Ran had once snatched away to fiddle with. He swiftly guarded the watch, stammering, Ran, I have something to attend to. Let us talk next time. With that, he turned and fled. Wait a moment. Ran Mouri exclaimed loudly, ready to pursue her beloved Shinichi. What was so compelling about that insufferable detective? Kagoro Mouri firmly grasped his daughter's hand, turning to say, Let me introduce you to a tall, handsome, and wealthy father. I still have matters to discuss with Shinichi. After saying this, he exerted all his strength to break free from Kagoro's hold, only to find that Shinichi had vanished from sight in the direction he had been running. Damn it! Ran stamped her foot in frustration. That guy Shinichi has gotten away again. If he dares to show his face before me again, I shall surely break his bones. Exactly. Ran. Kagoro Mouri wholeheartedly agreed. That arrogant fellow deserves nothing less. Dad. Malilon stamped her foot fiercely once more. Well, Miss Shalon. Although you are a friend of Officer Mugu, if you continue to recklessly damage someone else's flooring, you will still need to compensate for it. Hearing this, Malilon glanced at the cracked floor, her face instantly flushed with embarrassment. She quickly bowed, exclaiming, I am truly sorry. I will be more careful next time. After lying in Yuenzi's embrace for quite some time, Tangmu reluctantly got up, leaping away from her hold. He began his search for Kudo Shinichi, or rather, Conan now. His legs moved with the swiftness of a whirlwind, propelling him directly into the backyard of the boy. Behind a tree, he spotted Conan. What can be said? Conan was now the size of a mouse. At that moment, Conan glared at Tangmu with an expression of sheer anger. Tell me, why have I ended up like this? Tangmu was taken aback, realizing that the medicine he had instinctively mixed had unexpectedly altered its effects. Instead of returning to normal after its efficacy, it had made him even smaller. He recalled the time when he had taken such a potion and was transformed by Jerry. Wait, I don't have such an experience. Why does this memory surface in my mind? Could it be the work of that defunct system? Cough, cough. Conan, I apologize. I took the wrong medicine. This one does indeed make a person grow, but the side effect is that after its effect wears off, one becomes smaller for a period. You scoundrel, you set me up. Conan bellowed. Tangmu looked down at the mouse-sized Conan, a sly grin spreading across his face. With a flick of his paw, he sent Conan tumbling to the ground. How do you speak to your elder? Come, ascend. Tangmu crouched on the ground, bending down. What are you doing? Conan inquired with a sulky tone. I will take you to find Dr. Agasa. In your current state, you are utterly unfit to meet Ran and the others. Otherwise, everything will be exposed. More importantly, given your diminutive size, venturing anywhere will not be an easy task. If by chance someone else sees you, you could very well end up being dissected for research. I am not easily intimidated by your words. Conan retorted defiantly. Yet the cold sweat cascading down his back betrayed his bravado. The opportunity was fleeting. Taguro, with a stern expression, stated, if you do not come up, you will have to figure it out on your own. With a determined effort, Conan propelled himself onto Taguro's back in a few swift strides, declaring, Since you have so earnestly invited me, I shall grant you this favor. Humph, such a proud creature. Taguro scoffed as all four of his limbs sprang into action, launching forward with great force. What a powerful sensation of acceleration. Conan clutched tightly to Taguro's fur, his curiosity piqued. Don't you usually run like a human? Isn't it obvious? Two-wheel drive cannot compare to four-wheel drive. Upon arriving at Dr. Agasa's residence, the sight of the mouse-sized Shinichi Kudo left Dr. Agasa utterly astonished. Shinichi, how have you shrunk again? Have you consumed that poison once more? Doctor, it is not as you assume. The situation is rather complex. I shall explain it to you in detail later. Is that so? Dr. Agasa gently pinched Conan's small arms and legs. Will you remain like this in the future? It could prove quite inconvenient for your daily life. What if someone discovers you? Doctor, you needn't worry. I have merely transformed temporarily. In approximately half an hour, I shall revert to my original appearance, Conan reassured. Very well then. You may remain here for a while without concern. Conan nodded and glanced around, pondering. Where has Tamuki gone? At that very moment, Tamuki stood at the entrance of Shinichi Kudo's residence, his expression one of disbelief. He had intended to seize this opportunity to retrieve the photograph of Shinichi, which had been concealed within a lampshade, and secure it within a more reliable magical artifact. However, to his utter astonishment, the very photograph he had hidden was nowhere to be found. Could it be that that little brat Conan had discovered it? Surely not. If that were the case, he would lose a means to threaten him, a leverage to put him in a predicament. Although this fellow was merely an elementary school student, he certainly possessed an air of arrogance. I must devise a strategy to outwit him. After Conan returned to his original form at Dr. Agasa's place, he and Tamuki, who had been waiting, made their way back to the office. Conan? Mouri Ran asked with a worried expression, where have you been all day? Ah, what? Conan feigned a bewildered expression. I have been at Dr. Agasa's house all day. Am I at the doctor's residence? Indeed, the toys at the doctor's place are simply delightful. Is that so? Mouri Ran's eyes sparkled with a touch of innocent naivety, making her appear easily deceived. She glanced towards Tamuki, asking, Tamuki, how is it that you returned with Conan? Meow, meow, meow. Are you saying that you encountered Conan at the door and came up together? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, very well. Mao Lilan nodded, marveling at the sheer coincidence. After speaking, she discreetly glanced at Conan's wrist, clenching her fist in silence. Indeed, it was the watch that Shinichi used to wear. Humph. Conan, with a goofy grin plastered on his face, suddenly felt a sharp pang of abdominal pain. Oh no. The gourmet chocolate he had indulged in earlier was beginning to take its toll. Clutching his stomach with one hand and his backside with the other, he leapt up, shouting toilet, toilet, as he dashed towards the restroom with the speed of a sprinter. Bang! The restroom door slammed shut, leaving Mao Lilan and Kagoro Mouri exchanging bewildered glances. That little rascal Conan? Did he eat something bad? Moments later, a cacophony of explosive sounds erupted from within the restroom, reverberating through the floor as if it might collapse. Mao Lilan approached the restroom door and knocked lightly. What are you doing in there? You're not setting off firecrackers in the toilet, are you? Sitting on the toilet. Conan was utterly flabbergasted. What the heck is she talking about? Firecrackers in the restroom? The potency of that chocolate was simply terrifying at that moment. He felt like a human cannon. He could not fathom why his small body was still expelling after such an extended duration. Conan, if you don't respond soon, I will break the door down. Mao Lilan warned with a stern expression. If I find you really setting off firecrackers, you'll be in big trouble. Little Lilan. Conan's voice called out, I am genuinely using the restroom. I will be out shortly. I understand, Mao Lilan replied, but don't be mischievous. After that, she turned and walked away. What neither Mao Lilan nor Conan anticipated was that his shortly would stretch into a full half hour. Creak. The restroom door swung open as Conan emerged, his legs trembling, his face pale and devoid of color. Mao Lilan gasped, Conan, are you all right? I'm fine. Conan managed a strained smile, wanting to say something more when suddenly his expression changed. Clutching his stomach once again, he dashed back to the restroom with whirlwind speed, slamming the door behind him. Mao Lilan, Kagoro Mouri, Tamuki. At that moment, a knock echoed through the office. Who could it be at this late hour? Lilan, surprised, opened the door. I'm sorry, the office is closed. If you need anything, please come back tomorrow. Unzi? Lilan exclaimed. You promised me today that I could borrow Tamuki for a few days. Unzi pleaded, hands clasped together, her face a picture of desperation. Please. Mao Lilan was taken aback, gazing at Unzi's expression, ultimately conceding, all right. At that moment, Conan emerged from the restroom once more, his legs trembling and his complexion as pale as a ghost. Conan, are you all right? Mao Lilan rushed over to support him. Peering into the restroom, where she was astonished to see the toilet shattered into 4 pieces, filth scattered in multiple directions. What kind of force? What impact could possibly cause a toilet to be reduced to such a state? Suddenly, the Conan she was supporting tilted his head and fainted. Conan! Without a moment's hesitation to tidy up the restroom, she shouted, Dad, quickly call an ambulance. Conan has collapsed from diarrhea. Then, he cast an apologetic glance at Suzuki Unzi, saying, Unzi, I'm terribly sorry, but we must head to the hospital immediately. Tamuki, I entrust you to take care of things for a while. Of course. But we can use my family's car to take Conan to the hospital. I truly appreciate it. Although my father has a car, his driving skills. Lilan expressed her gratitude with a sincere smile. It's all right, said Sonoko, covering her nose as she approached Tamuki, lifting him up and descending the stairs. With a long sigh, Sonoko reflected on the day's events. First, there was the lively party in the afternoon, followed by the late-night trip to the hospital with Conan. After a day filled with activities, she finally returned home with the enchanting creature known as Tamuki. Why are you home so late? Inquired Shiro Suzuki. Sitting solemnly in the living room, his expression serious. As a young lady, it was inappropriate for her to return so late. I apologize, father. I was busy taking Mr. Mouri's child to the hospital, which is why I arrived at this hour. Is that so? The driver who accompanied Suzuki Sonoko nodded, affirming that indeed. Miss Sonoko had delayed her arrival in order to escort Conan to the hospital. Well done. Suzuki Shiro nodded, reflecting the proper upbringing expected of a young lady from the Suzuki family. Beside him, Suzuki Tomoko subtly inclined her head in agreement, sharing her husband's perspective on the matter. However, being well aware of Yoko's character, Tomoko cautioned, Yoko, you must remember that you are a member of the Suzuki family. It is essential to uphold your demeanor as a lady. Yes, dear mother. Yoko responded with courteousness, yet in her heart, she pondered, a lady? What on earth is that? Taki, nestled in his embrace, widened his eyes in disbelief. Could this polite, gentle, and graceful girl truly be the same Suzuki Yoko? Known for her boisterous laughter and carefree spirit, it seemed implausible, as if she had been possessed by some mischievous spirit. Yoko bowed to her father and was about to return to her room when Tomoko caught sight of something in Yoko's arms, her brow furrowing deeply. Yard. Suzuki Enko immediately stood obediently. She stiffly turned around, forcing a smile on her face. Mother, do you have any further instructions? As I have previously mentioned, though we do not prohibit keeping pets at home, if you wish to have one, you must personally take responsibility for cleaning and tidying up. Yes, I will ensure cleanliness. Suzuki Tomoko originally intended to say more, but upon seeing Enko's swift agreement, she could only wave her hand and say, "You may go." Taki, nestled in Enko's embrace, was initially astonished by the opulent decor of the Suzuki residence, but now a hint of anger emerged. Dare to scold my wealthy mistress, old lady? Just wait and see if I can frighten you. Despite being a wealthier lady herself, Taki preferred to rest in the arms of a youthful, fair-skinned beauty with long legs. He had no interest in someone like you, an aging beauty with lingering charm. Even if there were interest, it wouldn't matter since you were rude very well. Suzuki Shiro maintained a calm facade while internally clenching his fists, his heart silently roaring. Control. Each time he sought to assert his decisions. He merely needed to feign a fearful disposition before Tomoko, who would generally acquiesce to his wishes. After all, women often seek nothing more than a sense of security and a desire for dominance. He had long since deduced this pattern. By presenting himself as a submissive husband in front of his family, he could achieve his desires without objection. Moreover, fearing one's wife was hardly a disgrace in the matters of marriage. Unzi, you may return to your room now. Remember to prepare the nest for that creature, he instructed. All right, Papa. I will prepare the nest for Tamuki, came the cheerful reply. In the deep of night, the air was as cool as water. Tamuki opened his eyes and stretched lazily, listening to Unzi's steady breathing. Tamuki deftly retrieved an earmuff from his magical possessions and carefully placed it on Unzi before leaping off the bed like a whirlwind, dashing to the kitchen. His mouth watered as he fixated on the refrigerator. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a delightful array of food, milk, fruits, ham, and champagne. Like a tempest, he arranged the bounty upon the dining table in the hall. He then produced a tape recorder from his collection and set up the drum kit. The party commenced. He pressed the play button, and frenetic music erupted as Tamuki danced exuberantly, drumming intermittently and occasionally seizing a hefty slice of ham to devour with sheer delight. Ah! Tamuki joyfully howled, his heart soaring with glee. Dare to scold me, my wealthy mistress? Let us not sleep tonight, let us revel together. Everything was simply about dancing. Suzuki Tomoko was jolted awake, along with Suzuki Shiro. They sprang from their beds, bewildered. Was there an earthquake in their home? As realization dawned upon them, their faces turned pale with shock. Who on earth was hosting a rock party in the middle of the night? Suzuki Shiro furrowed his brow, declaring, the servants wouldn't have the audacity for such a thing. We watched Unzi retire to her room. It can't possibly be her. Could it be Rinko with her friends? What nonsense are you spouting? Suzuki Tomoko exclaimed, her eyes wide. Rinko, with her gentle and considerate nature, would never disturb others' rest at such an hour. Such behavior could only be attributed to Unzi, who, despite having gone to bed, might have risen again. Fine. Whoever it is, we shall find out. A rock party in the dead of night is utterly outrageous. Suzuki Shiro donned his robe and descended from the bed. I'll go with you. Suzuki Tomoko's face was as cold as ice. If it truly was Unzi, she would not hesitate to reprimand her. Together, they approached the hall, and the scene before them rendered them utterly speechless. Suzuki Shiro rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Am I seeing things? Is a cat dancing to the music? Performing the moonwalk like Michael Jackson? And playing the drums? Those foods must have been taken from our refrigerator. Suzuki Tomoko was equally astonished. Could it be that a cat had truly come to life? Intrigued, Suzuki Shiro felt his blood boiling with excitement. At that moment, the usually stern face of Suzuki Tomoko flushed with a hint of color, her eyes sparkling with newfound admiration for the creature. She marveled, I find that cat oddly charming. It makes my youthful heart flutter. Tamuki, noticing the arrival of Suzuki Shiro and Tomoko, extended a finger, beckoning them with a glance. Is this cat inviting us? They mused in unison. Should we approach? They exchanged glances, nodded in agreement, and decided to give it a try. Let us attempt it, declared Suzuki Shiro. With that, they moved toward Tamuki, swaying their bodies in time with the music, occasionally grabbing food to munch on. Shiro, do you feel a sense of freedom? Suzuki Tomoko exclaimed, twisting her waist wildly. I've attended numerous upscale galas and parties, but only this little rock party makes me feel truly liberated and exhilarated. Suzuki Shiro jiggled his belly, playfully slapping it as he spoke. You're absolutely right, Tomoko. This is the essence of freedom. As they danced, savoring the delectable fare, their spirits soared. And they even found themselves at the drum kit, striking a few beats, regardless of whether they kept time, their laughter echoing in delight. Tamuki paid no mind to the two elders reveling beside him. I only care about my own enjoyment. Whether these two old folks are having fun is of no concern to me. You're Tamuki, right? You're quite the entertainer. Suzuki Tomoko found herself dancing closer to him. Meow, just enjoy yourself, don't mind me, he replied indifferently. Will you dance with me? Suzuki Tomoko asked excitedly. Tamuki, meow meow meow, go ahead and play. Who wants to dance with you? You agree? That is wonderful. Tamuki was left speechless, pondering. What is wrong with Yuenzi's mother? Can she not comprehend my language? Before he could fully process the situation, Suzuki Tomoko seized him and began to dance in harmony with the music, performing a cha-cha dance. Their movements perfectly synchronized. The exhilarating sensation of sweating and the joy of the moment was simply magnificent. Tomoko, let me take over. Suzuki Shiro, captivated by the harmonious performance between Tomoko and Tamuki, felt inspired. Upon hearing this, Tomoko stepped aside, moving to the dining table to pour herself a glass of champagne, savoring it slowly. After a brief dance, she found herself slightly breathless and needed a moment to recuperate before continuing the revelry. Seeing Tomoko withdraw, Suzuki Shiro eagerly stepped forward, bending over to slap his belly, twisting left and right. Although his movements appeared comical, they exuded a unique charm as Tamuki matched his rhythm. If the cha-cha with Tomoko was wild, then his dance with Shiro was bold and carefree, each style distinct yet harmonious. Soon, the music transitioned, and Suzuki Tomoko rejoined the dance floor, the trio dancing freely and joyously. As she stood before the brightly lit doorway, Suzuki Rinko felt a twinge of confusion. Why were her parents and Yuenzi still awake at this hour? And what was that music emanating from the manor? Having returned from her vacation abroad late due to flight delays, she did not wish to disturb her parents' rest. She stepped forward, opened the door, and entered. Miss Ayako, you're back. The steward beheld Ayako. You are still awake. What is the reason for the lights and music within the house? The steward hesitated. The commotion within the main residence was so pronounced that, as the steward, it was implausible for him to be entirely oblivious. However, the scene unfolding through the cracks of the door and the windows was so astonishingly intimate that he could scarcely believe his eyes. It would be prudent for him to refrain from speaking recklessly. Is it inconvenient? Ayako Suzuki inquired with curiosity. No, perhaps you should see for yourself, he replied. Very well. Ayako Suzuki did not pursue the matter further as she handed the greeting to the butler and gradually made her way toward the main residence. The closer she approached the house, the louder the music became. Was there a party in progress? It was already late at night, and yet it showed no signs of concluding. Upon opening the door, she was taken aback by the scene before her. Her parents, clad in their pajamas, were dancing wildly as if reveling in a celebration. Was it my eyes that deceived me, or was this world truly mad? Is this in accordance with the laws of science? Mother and father, what on earth are you doing? It is Ayako, said Shiro Suzuki and Tomoko Suzuki, glancing towards the door. Welcome back. You must be tired and hungry. Come, indulge in some delicious food, and then let us dance together. Ayako Suzuki, with a look of astonishment, wondered about this inexplicable surge of dancing spirit. With hesitant steps, she crossed the threshold, embarking on a wild dance. Ah! Yoko stretched languidly. It was still early morning, and despite her scant attire, she was neither exposed nor caught in any scandalous situation. The reason was simple. She was indeed the second daughter of the Suzuki family, always prepared. As she stretched, Yoko felt a slight itch on her ears and instinctively reached up to touch them. What was this? Earmuffs? Who adorned me with these? As she spoke, she casually removed the earmuffs, and a cacophony of frenzied music erupted. Yoko quickly covered her ears. What on earth was happening? She glanced at the earmuffs in her hands, realizing that someone had placed them on her to spare her from the noise. After a moment of acclimatization, she lowered her hands, hastily donned her clothes, and made her way to the hall. What she beheld in the hall shattered her perception. Mom, Dad, Sister Tomoko, what on earth are you all doing? Oh, it's you. Yoko, replied Shiro Suzuki, sporting prominent dark circles under his eyes. As you can see, we are hosting a rock party. Those dark circles are incredible. Just how long have you been partying? Tomoko Suzuki waved her hand invitingly. Come on, Yoko, join us. We danced all night, and still haven't had our fill. All night. You've been partying for an entire night. Yoko could scarcely believe her ears. Her mouth hung open in astonishment. You're not feverish, are you? Come on, Yoko. Dancing is such a delight, urged Ayako Suzuki, who was now swaying her body with wild abandon, exuding an alluring yet untamed aura. Yoko pressed her forehead. A cascade of dark lines forming. Was this truly her gentle and demure sister? Had she perhaps been possessed by an entirely different spirit? Possessed by me? Yoko paused, questioning why such bizarre thoughts crossed her mind. She shook her head vigorously, dismissing the troubling notions. I, Suzuki Yoko, am a gentle and charming girl. I am not boisterous. Yes, that is it. She redirected her gaze towards the hall. Dad, I never knew you could dance. Of course, in my youth. I was known as the little white dragon of the waves on the dance floor. How else could I have won your mother's heart? Had I not taken over the Suzuki group, I surely would have become a star in the world of dance. Little white dragon? A dancer? Yoko looked at her father's corpulent and greasy figure, curiosity bubbling within her. What manner of charm did her father possess in his youth? She then glanced at Tomoko. Mom, I had no idea you could dance too. Indeed. Mother, I too wish to learn the art of dance. Tomoko Suzuki exclaimed, her body swaying with exuberance. To master dance, one must exert effort. What is effort? What is dance? Mastery is forged through the passage of time. Shiro, dance. Shiro Suzuki promptly twisted his waist. Dance again. He complied, though his movements appeared somewhat uncoordinated, reflecting his 2 or 3 years of dancing experience. Tomoko Suzuki pursed her lips in disappointment, exuding an air of frustration. Then, with an astonishing grace, she twisted her waist and began to dance, embodying a siren, exuding an allure that was irresistible. This performance, a culmination of 2 decades of dedication, could you withstand it? As they witnessed this spectacle, the eyes of Enko Suzuki and Rinko Suzuki sparkled with admiration. While Shiro Suzuki rushed to Tomoko, clinging to her leg, wife, you are simply magnificent. Meanwhile, Takumi, who had been dancing fervently to the music, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him upon witnessing this scene. You lot, so absorbed in your revelry, dare to overlook the greatness of Lord Takumi. Humph, he declared, abruptly approaching the tape recorder and pressing the stop button. In an instant, the music that had filled the Suzuki residence vanished. Shiro and Tomoko halted their dance, exchanging incredulous glances. What enchantment did that music possess? Why had it compelled them to dance passionately through the night? Suddenly, a wave of embarrassment washed over them. More importantly, they felt utterly exhausted and sleepy. Rinko's expression mirrored clarity and shame as she pondered how she had spent the entire night dancing in the hall. Alongside her parents and a friend, this was hardly the gentle self she prided herself on. How mortifying. Unable to bear it any longer, she fled to her room. Covering her face, she needed to regain her composure. Ahem. Shiro Suzuki, sporting dark circles under his eyes, proposed, Tomoko, shall we return to rest? An excellent idea. At that moment, the butler called from outside the door, Sir, Madam, you have an appointment with Congressman Koizumi today. When shall you depart? Suzuki Shiro exclaimed, ugh, while Suzuki Tomoko echoed his sentiment. Just when they yearned for slumber, they were faced with an unavoidable obligation. How utterly torturous. Please arrange for the car. My wife and I shall depart in 30 minutes. After Shiro spoke, he and Tomoko returned to tidy themselves. Oh, and do not forget to have the chef prepare some porridge. My wife and I shall partake of it in the car. We danced and drank all night, consuming little food, and my stomach feels rather uneasy. Once Shiro and the others departed, Sonoko approached Tamuki, exuberantly lifting him into her arms. Tamuki, shall we go to the amusement park today? Tamuki, equally exhausted from the previous night's revelries, felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. Sonoko's enthusiastic words startled him awake. To the amusement park? The one in the notoriously volatile Mikihara city? Is that not courting disaster? This amusement park was infamous for its perilous attractions. There were tales of people losing their heads on roller coasters, blood fountains erupting, or bombs placed atop Ferris wheels. It seemed fraught with danger. Tamuki shook his head vigorously to decline, yet fatigue soon overtook him, and he succumbed to sleep once more, snoring softly. Sonoko's heart soared. It was said that Tamuki only chanted sutras when he felt joy and lowered his guard, which meant he had consented. Butler, arrange a vehicle for me as well and procure 2 tickets to the amusement park. No, just one will suffice. I wish to frolic at the amusement park. Drowsily nestled in Sonoko's embrace, Tamuki slept soundly. Sonoko wore a satisfied smile, for he was truly a sleepy little cat. Gazing at the amusement park ahead, she thought, let us commence our revelries. There are attractions I have longed to experience. Today, we shall fully enjoy them. Tamuki slept blissfully, stretching and finally opening his eyes, his pupils slowly focusing. Meow! He let out a piercing shriek. How could I be suspended in midair, plummeting uncontrollably? Free fall. Just moments ago, I was snug in warm arms, and now I am high above the ground. Looking around, he finally comprehended his predicament. He was on a drop tower. What a calamity! Despite his enhanced balance, coordination, and flexibility as a cat, the sensation of weightlessness at such heights was utterly terrifying. Just then, Sonoko's voice rang out, Tamuki. This is the drop tower. Exciting, isn't it? Meow? Exciting? It's about to scare me to death. Yet, he pondered. Was the safety harness on the drop tower designed only for adults? How was he secured? When he looked down, he realized the truth. He was secured by Sonoko herself, who had embraced him tightly to board the ride. Meow, meow, meow. Sonoko, please don't let go. My life is entirely in your hands. With a grin adorning his face, Unzi exclaimed, You have no idea, Tamuki. Initially, when I brought you here to ride the drop tower, the staff were quite resistant, citing concerns over safety and such. Can you guess how I managed to resolve the situation? Meow? Ha ha ha, of course, it is due to my family's connections. This amusement park is half owned by my family. Are you touched? Meow. I truly thank you. Indeed, regardless of the world one finds oneself in, can wealth truly grant one the liberty to act without constraint? Is there no longer any semblance of reason? Tang Mu's face bore the indignation of the despicable capitalism. The drop tower ascended rapidly, and Tang Mu's heart soared to his throat. Finally, the tower reached its zenith, and with a whoosh, it began its descent under the force of gravity. Tang Mu shut his eyes, murmuring incessantly, Meow, 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 please hold on tight. In an instant of weightlessness, Suzuki Sonoko let out a piercing scream. Overcome with exhilaration, she inadvertently released her grip. Tamuki felt the loss of her embrace and opened his eyes wide, glancing down in disbelief. Oh no. This Sonoko is utterly unreliable. How could she let go at such a height? Panic surged within him. Sonoko, too, quickly opened her eyes, calling out, Tamuki. The moment she had relinquished her hold, Tamuki was not far from her. She stretched out her arms, yearning to pull him back, yet her efforts fell short. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Tamuki's heart raced. My esteemed Tamuki, am I destined to meet my end here? In a flash of inspiration, he devised a plan. He shifted his 4 legs, gliding through the air as if swimming. Before long, he maneuvered close to Sonoko, who seized him in a tight embrace. They both exhaled in relief, having narrowly escaped peril. As the free-fall ride descended to a certain height, it began to decelerate rapidly. In a short time, it stabilized and reached the ground. Once they disembarked from the ride, Tamuki felt slightly dizzy, still shaken by the earlier events. In contrast, Sonoko wore an expression of sheer exhilaration. She grasped Tamuki's head and shook it with fervor, exclaiming, Tamuki, wasn't that thrilling? Thrilling? It was downright terrifying. Tamuki rolled his eyes, reluctant to engage with this seemingly reckless heiress. Hey, Tamuki, look over there. That roller coaster looks fantastic. Shall we ride it together? Meow. Don't even think about it. Tomu fervently shook his head, resolutely refusing to go. Observing Tomu's unwilling demeanor, Yoko thoughtfully placed her index finger against her lips and pondered. Did I frighten you just now? Indeed, it was quite perilous, so let us forego the roller coaster. Tomu exhaled a sigh of relief. Yoko at times could be quite perceptive. Then how about we ride the Ferris wheel? It moves slowly and has enclosed cabins, making it exceedingly safe. Yoko's face radiated enthusiasm. Safe? If memory serves me right, that fellow Matsuda Jinpei met his demise on a Ferris wheel. Such places are inherently unsafe. No way, not going. Tomu shook his head emphatically. Seeing Tomu's continued refusal, Yoko paused, gazing up at the sky, and mused, not the Ferris wheel either? Then shall we ride the carousel? It hovers close to the ground, virtually eliminating any risk, making it arguably the safest attraction in the amusement park. The carousel? If she were Navi, I would show her the world's splendor. If she had endured hardships, I would take her for a ride on the carousel. How does Yoko perceive that within my being resides a mature soul? Does she harbor some thoughts about me? Meow, Tomu nodded. Finally, she acquiesced after having declined twice. To refuse again would surely portray her as exceedingly ungrateful. Let us go ride the carousel. Suzuki Yoko exclaimed with enthusiasm, taking Tomu by the hand and leading her to the carousel. They purchased tickets and mounted their steeds in one swift motion. Tomu chose a small horse near the front, while Yoko opted for a larger horse at the back. Accompanied by the music and lights, Tomu's body swayed with the gentle rise and fall of the ride. To her astonishment, her first experience of horseback riding was on a carousel in an amusement park. Even though they merely spun in place, it imparted a thrilling sensation akin to galloping freely. As the carousel twirled, Tomu and Yoko shared hearty laughter. Before long, the carousel came to a halt. Yoko brushed her hair back and dismounted, while Tomu stubbornly remained seated atop the carousel. "Then you shall ride again," Yoko declared, paying for another ticket. At that moment, Tomu was the only rider left on the carousel. The ride resumed its rotation, and Tomu burst into laughter once more, reveling in the exhilarating sensation of the wind rushing past her ears, which brought her a delightful sense of contentment. Wait a moment. Wind. Why was the wind picking up speed? Tomu, momentarily distracted from the joy of the carousel, looked closely. Oh my goodness. Why was the carousel spinning faster? It felt as though it might launch into the stratosphere. Wasn't this supposed to be the safest amusement ride? As Tamuki witnessed the carousel spiraling out of control, Uenzi was engulfed in a state of panic. The guilt weighed heavily on him, as he had already felt remorse for inadvertently letting go while riding the drop tower with Tamuki. Now, bringing Tamuki to experience what was supposed to be the safest of rides, only for it to malfunction, left him tormented with regret. Was Tamuki simply having an extraordinarily unfortunate day? If Tamuki were to discern Uenzi's current thoughts, he might very well exclaim in frustration, "Unfortunate? Nonsense. It is this world that is askew." Thankfully, that little rascal Conan was not present. Otherwise, who could predict the direction events might take? Setting aside such contemplations, the carousel continued to accelerate. Suddenly, Uenzi had a brilliant idea and shouted to Tamuki still aboard the spinning ride, "Tamuki, while the carousel's speed hasn't reached its maximum, leap off quickly. Otherwise, it will become increasingly difficult to dismount." Tamuki paused for a moment, realizing the strategy at play. He prepared himself and, with a powerful push from his legs, leapt just as the carousel tilted awkwardly, shifting to a diagonal rotation. Utilizing the momentum from his leap, he was flung into the air. As he soared aloft, Tamuki let out a piercing scream, his heart heavy with despair. Was it truly the fate scripted for him by this world to meet his demise from such heights? First, the drop tower nearly plunged him into freefall. Then the Ferris wheel, which he had wisely opted out of. Now, even a simple carousel had catapulted him skyward. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming malice emanating from the universe. Yet, he thought to himself, "I am the illustrious Tamuki, blessed with the bloodline of greatness. How could I succumb so easily? Watch my maneuvers." With a swift motion, he conjured a wooden board from his magical arsenal. With another flick of his wrist, a drill appeared in his grasp. He then took a pencil and drew a circle at the center of the board. Using the drill, he created a hole in the drawn circle. In the next instant, he transformed into a liquid state, slipping through the hole until his neck became lodged within it. With a sudden jerk, he spun the board, causing it to rotate rapidly. Thanks to the lift generated by its whirlwind motion, he finally halted his descent. Behold, the catcopter has arrived. The board whirled fiercely, nearly igniting from the friction against his neck. Tamuki, now skillfully controlling the speed of the rotation, soared toward Uenzi's direction. Uenzi gazed in awe at the approaching makeshift helicopter, marveling at the surreal spectacle. How could science possibly explain a wooden board spinning and hovering like a helicopter in the air? Tamuki landed successfully not far from Uenzi, discarding the board with relief. The sensation of solid ground beneath him was truly exhilarating. Uenzi rushed over, her concern palpable. "Tamuki, are you all right?" Rolling his eyes, Tamuki retorted, "Do I look fine?" "Clearly. I am terrified." After embracing him and conducting a thorough examination, Uenzi confirmed that Tamuki was indeed unscathed. Only then did she ponder the earlier events. "Tamuki, how did you manage to rotate the board around your neck and take off?" Tamuki remained silent, unwilling to divulge his secret. Uenzi, undeterred, gently touched his neck. "Did it not hurt when the board was spinning around you?" Tamuki, who had not felt any pain until now, suddenly realized the throbbing discomfort. "Ouch! It hurts terribly," he cried. "Did I hurt you with my touch?" Uenzi asked, her face a mask of regret. "Let's head back and ensure you are properly checked." "Checked?" Tamuki exclaimed, alarmed. "Absolutely not. In this condition, if I undergo an examination, I might very well end up being subjected to dissection. At the very least, should that veterinarian discover I have not been neutered, and Uenzi believes it is necessary, what would become of me? I would rather perish than face that fate." "Meow?" Timu exclaimed, and with a swift push of her hind legs, she leapt from Suzuki Sinoko's embrace. Then, she dashed forward, asserting that no matter how wealthy one might be, nothing could compare to the lifelong happiness she sought. Eh? Yoko was taken aback. Where are you going, Tamuki? Saying this, she hurriedly ran after the direction Tamuki had taken. Tamuki, meanwhile, was running continuously, but soon found himself lost amidst the chaotic buildings that made navigation exceedingly difficult. Perhaps I should rest here for a moment, he thought. After a night of partying, he was still shaken and in need of a good sleep. He found a lounge chair, lay back, closed his eyes, and drifted off. The warm sun shone down, accompanied by a gentle breeze. The bounties of nature were indeed not to be overlooked. When Tamuki awoke, he found himself at the Suzuki residence, resting in Yoko's embrace. Akin to a pillow for the weary. Upon noticing Tamuki had awakened, Yoko exclaimed, "Tamuki, you're awake. Do you know that after you got lost, I immediately mobilized the resources of the Suzuki family to search for you? Just an hour later, we found you asleep on a lounge chair in the amusement park." Tamuki replied, "Is having money that impressive? Just hiding away somewhere and having so many people find me so quickly. What a display of financial power." After dinner, once everyone at the Suzuki residence had succumbed to slumber, Tamuki again opened his eyes as night fell. Last night had been a raucous celebration, and tonight promised to be another wild affair. Having ensured Yoko had a good rest the previous night, he planned to enjoy himself thoroughly tonight. He retrieved a white cloak from his magical props and donned it, then took out a recorder. Eerie music filled the air. Clad in the white cloak, Tamuki crawled around outside the window. Shiro Suzuki and Tomoko Suzuki, having partied all night before, had spent the day engaging in cerebral battles with politicians, and were now exhausted and sprawled on their beds. Suddenly, they heard the strange music wafting through the air. They opened their eyes to see a ghostly figure in white floating outside their window. A ghost! Both exclaimed, trembling. When did the Suzuki residence become haunted? The family, including Shiro, Tomoko, Ayako, Yoko, and their servants, had shared an unforgettable night. The once peaceful and dignified Suzuki home had become a site of supernatural disturbance. Truly shocking. It wasn't until dawn that the ghostly presence finally dissipated, leaving the family with an even more memorable night than the previous one. Morning arrived with the sun shining brightly, and the family gathered in the living room. A table laden with exquisite delicacies lay before them, yet no one had the slightest interest in eating. Yoko's teeth chattered as she spoke. "Mom, Dad, about last night, enough." Tomoko interrupted. "Today, your father and I will visit an exorcism agency to have a ritual performed at home. What occurred last night must not happen again." Though Tomoko spoke with conviction, deep down, she felt uncertain. Individuals of their stature often oscillated between belief and skepticism regarding such mysterious matters. A little faith wouldn't hurt. And as for the cost, problems that could be solved with money were hardly considered problems at all. Their belief in these matters was merely a quest for peace of mind. However, what transpired last night had indeed exceeded their expectations. For years, ghosts had remained within the realm of myth, often distorted through word of mouth. Witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different experience. Would an exorcist truly be effective? Yoko remained anxious, while the typically serene Ayako looked at Tomoko with hopeful anticipation. "Everything will be fine." Tomoko reassured everyone, including herself. "We will find the most renowned and capable exorcist." Tamuki scoffed. "An exorcist? What good are they? That ghost last night was merely me in disguise, not a real ghost. An exorcist would be utterly useless. If we really want to resolve this, we should hire a detective. At least a detective might uncover some clues about me, and then the issue could be resolved." "Exorcist, exorcist," Yoko murmured, feeling an inexplicable familiarity. As if she had once known an exceptionally powerful exorcist, even though she didn't recall knowing any. Tamuki remarked, "Is this perhaps the sixth sense from a parallel world?" "Thankfully, that guy SH isn't in this Conan universe. Otherwise, his antics would be even more outrageous." In the afternoon, the exorcist arrived at the Suzuki residence, adorned with an array of impressive exorcism tools, leaving Tamuki utterly speechless. Dressed in such a manner, one could reasonably call it professional, but uncharitably. It could also be described as fraudulent. After performing an ostentatious ritual, the exorcist collected a handsome sum of money and prepared to depart. At that moment, Shiro Suzuki stopped him. "Mr. Kamikaze, please wait. Is there still doubt, Mr. Suzuki?" The exorcist inquired, momentarily taken aback and feeling a pang of anxiety. He thought to himself, "Could this Shiro Suzuki have seen through my act? Earning this money is not as easy as I thought. I may need to showcase some additional skills." While Shiro did not express any doubts, he suddenly became serious, his sharp gaze piercing through the air like an eagle's. "Mr. Kamikaze, I request that you stay the night at my home." "Stay for a night?" Kemui was taken aback. What kind of operation was this? Is this convenient? Kanji was somewhat taken aback. The opulence of the Suzuki household had already elicited a twinge of envy within him. To his astonishment, he now had the opportunity to reside there for a night. Haha, Mr. Kanji, do not overthink it. As long as you spend a night at my home, your remuneration will be doubled. Double. Such a delightful proposition. This is akin to finding money for free, if one can gain without effort. I must extend my gratitude to Mr. Suzuki, Kanji replied, accepting the offer. Haha, splendid. Suzuki Shiro's hearty laughter echoed as he instructed the butler to prepare a banquet in honor of Mr. Kamikaze. A look of astonishment spread across Kamikaze's face, mirrored by his two assistants. Yet, he remained oblivious to the truth. He possessed no genuine spirit exorcising abilities but was merely a charlatan. Meanwhile, Takumi observed these individuals with a knowing smile. Spirit exorcism, exorcist? Tonight shall reveal whether I can instill fear in you. As night descended, the Suzuki family remained wide-eyed and restless, unable to succumb to slumber. Conversely, the exorcist Kamikaze and his two aides were utterly fatigued. Yet the hosts lingered in the living room, preventing them from retiring early. The group remained vigilant until the clock struck midnight, yet nothing transpired. Suzuki Shiro and Suzuki Tomoko exchanged relieved glances, concluding that Mr. Kamikaze indeed possessed commendable skills in exorcism. They silently vowed to cultivate a stronger rapport with him. Just as they were about to speak, a haunting melody filled the air, and the specter of a ghost materialized outside the window. Takumi, who had returned from dinner and had been resting for quite some time, now appeared invigorated. The Suzuki family, along with exorcist Kamikaze and his assistants, were suddenly stricken with dread as they gazed out the window at the floating apparition. Nanny, Kamikaze gasped, his expression one of disbelief. Is there truly a ghost? How can this be? Despite being an exorcist, he had always placed his faith in science. The so-called methods of exorcism were merely an amalgamation of scientific principles and magical techniques. He mechanically turned his head towards Suzuki Shiro's somber visage. Mr. Suzuki, are you serious? Is there really a ghost in your home? What if there is? Suzuki Shiro replied, a flicker of confidence igniting within him. Mr. Kamikaze, quickly employ your exorcism techniques to rid us of that ghost. Kamikaze was taken aback. Ridding of a ghost? I would certainly wish to, but I lack the means. Panic set in. What he had initially perceived as a simple money-making endeavor had turned into a daunting challenge. No, this isn't about earning money anymore. The priority is now to ensure my survival. Seeking advice, as a fraudulent exorcist confronted with a genuine ghost, what course of action should I take? I'm earnestly awaiting your guidance. Mr. Kamamu? Tomoko Suzuki waved her hand before his eyes. He forcibly calmed his mind, declaring, I shall commence at once. With that, he retrieved his bag and began to prepare his equipment for the journey. In a short while, he emerged adorned with a small white flag on his back, inscribed with the words "Begone, malevolent spirits." Around his neck hung a necklace of garlic, while one hand clutched a golden crucifix and the other grasped a string of jade prayer beads. Suzuki Yoko stood in astonishment. Exorcist, your beliefs seem rather eclectic. Miss Yoko, you do not comprehend, he replied, feigning a professional demeanor. To confront these formidable apparitions that have manifested, it is essential to employ a diverse array of methods to achieve efficacy. Indeed, Yuenko exclaimed, instantly giving a thumbs up. You are truly professional. Hushin sighed in relief, resolutely suppressing any signs of uncertainty from the Suzuki family. Whether the apparition could harm him was one matter, but if the Suzukis discovered he had deceived them, he feared he might suffer a most dire fate. He cast a glance out the window at the swaying apparition, his very toes quivering in trepidation. He had never encountered such a thing in his entire life. Summoning all his courage, he placed the crucifix and prayer beads before him and stepped cautiously towards the apparition, chanting fervently, Vol spirit, begone, depart, malevolent specter. At his fervent declarations, Tongmu paused in astonishment. Could this fellow truly be a fool? Lost in his thoughts, Tongmu neglected to move. Consequently, to the astonishment of the Suzuki family and the exorcist's entourage, the previously frenzied apparition came to an abrupt halt. Could it be that the exorcist's formidable powers had subdued it? Ayako Suzuki felt a flicker of hope. Could it truly be effective? Exorcist, you can do it. Shiro and Tomoko Suzuki also felt a slight easing of their anxiety. The two assistants exchanged glances, marveling at their master's audacity. How brave he was to face such perilous circumstances. However, high risk often signifies high reward. Should the exorcism prove successful, the compensation would undoubtedly be substantial, leaving them free to negotiate as they pleased. More importantly, they would secure the Suzuki family's goodwill, and such news would spread rapidly among the upper echelons of society, placing them in high regard. With this thought, a surge of ambition filled them. Let us take the plunge. We could turn our bicycle into a motorcycle. They steeled themselves and followed closely in Hushin's footsteps, positioning themselves beside him. Hushin looked to his left and right. Recognizing that his two disciples had not been in vain, in such a perilous moment, they stood steadfastly by him, reliable indeed. Master, what shall we do next? One disciple inquired. What to do? Hushin pondered, feeling equally troubled. He was merely holding on himself. What course of action to take, he had no idea. Master, the other disciple said mysteriously. I recall that you always carry a firearm, do you not? What do you intend to do? Shenwu asked, taken aback, and replied softly. Disciple B glanced around furtively before leaning closer to Shenwu's ear, whispering, I once read in a newspaper about a method of exorcism involving firearms. It had a rather appealing name, something like American Kendo. American Kendo? Shenwu pondered, considering the possibility. Seizing the moment, he promptly retrieved a revolver from his backpack and handed it to Disciple B. You suggested the method. Why don't you give it a try? Disciple B exclaimed. What? Me? How can I know if this will even work against a ghost? What if it fails? Then the spirit would surely turn its gaze in wrath upon me. Master, perhaps we should reconsider. Enough chatter. Hurry up, Shenwu urged. Trembling, Disciple B took the revolver, steeling himself. Gritting his teeth, he raised the weapon and fired in the direction of the apparition. Tangmu, who was portraying the ghost, was utterly astonished. I merely intended to scare someone by pretending to be a ghost. How did it escalate to the threat of being shot? Moreover, isn't this country gun-free? How could an exorcist possibly procure a revolver? Before he could contemplate further, Tangmu swiftly dodged. Bang! Crack! The gunshot echoed, accompanied by the eerie sounds that had accompanied the apparition, which vanished in an instant. Tangmu was taken aback. That shot ruined my recording device. Before he could process this, he saw Disciple B raising the revolver again. Wait, this is no longer a joke, Tangmu thought, abandoning his ghostly pretense, fleeing in panic. Bang! Bang! Disciple B fired 5 more shots, emptying the chamber, while the ghostly figure outside had long since disappeared. Shenwu and his 2 disciples breathed a collective sigh of relief. It seems that American Kendo exorcism is indeed reliable. Disciple B returned the revolver to his master, who accepted it and stored it away before approaching the Suzuki family. Mr. Suzuki, the exorcism has been completed. As for the fee, Sure Suzuki and his family, finally emerging from their shock, could only exclaim in disbelief, absurd. Utterly absurd. This is beyond comprehension. Cough, cough, Suzuki Shiro was the first to regain his composure. He gazed at the esteemed Mr. Kaminu, expressing gratitude for his hard work, assuring him that the remuneration would be deposited into the esteemed office's account by morning. Surely to his satisfaction. The evening was growing late, and he suggested that Mr. Kaminu retire for the night. At that moment, Suzuki Shiro felt no fear or trepidation. The ghost was, after all, afraid of firearms and ammunition. What was there left to fear? The Suzuki conglomerate, a premier financial entity in the nation, possessed the capacity to wield significant influence over the political arena. Acquiring firearms and ammunition was merely a trivial endeavor. He was eager to witness whether that audacious ghost would dare to act recklessly at the Suzuki residence. Most importantly, the revelation that a ghost feared firearms served to reassure many of the elite, prompting them to carry weapons for their own protection. In the past, the dread associated with ghosts stemmed primarily from the unknown. Moving forward, any lingering fear of ghosts could only arise from a lack of firepower. On the other hand, after Takumi fled in a panic, he hurriedly stowed away the white ghost attire into his magical storage. He lay quietly in the cozy nest he had arranged for himself in the garden. From that moment forth, Takumi resolved to be a tranquil, resting little creature, utterly unconcerned with any ghosts. Admittedly, he acknowledged that the sight of the opponent drawing a handgun and firing had rattled him. Had he not been worried about exposing his own role as the ghost, he would have already retrieved his handgun from his magical equipment to return fire. Wait a moment. A handgun? He scoffed at the thought of using such a trivial weapon. I shall wield a Gatling gun, the kind that spits blue flames. The following morning, the servants of the Suzuki household were diligently cleaning the courtyard. A servant gazed in astonishment at the shattered fragments outside the hall window, exclaiming, Master, you must come and see this. Suzuki Shiro, already awake, hurried over upon hearing the call. With his wealth of experience, he quickly discerned that these were remnants of a tape recorder. Stroking his chin in contemplation, he mused, So, the apparitions of the past 2 nights were merely human impersonators. No wonder they feared firearms. This revelation brought him a mix of joy and disappointment. He was elated that the matter of the apparitions had finally reached a conclusion, yet disheartened that the notion of American-style Iaido being effective against them had suddenly become dubious. Tamuki had spent a few days at the Suzuki residence, until little Rand took the opportunity after school to escort him back to the detective agency. At that moment, Tamuki was in his room engaged in conversation with Conan. You mean to say that during my absence of just a few days, you encountered 2 cases, one an attempted murder and the other a homicide? And you resolved both? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. What? Conan asked in confusion. It is not the case that is calling upon you, but rather you who summoned the case. What do you mean? Conan was taken aback. It means that wherever you go, a case is bound to occur. You are indeed a harbinger of misfortune. Do not speak nonsense. Conan gazed at Tongmu with an expression akin to looking at a fool. A case is a case. It could never transpire solely due to my presence. I am not a harbinger of misfortune. Your beliefs are mere superstition. Superstition indeed. While at the Suzuki household, I encountered a haunting incident. It must have been a masquerade by someone else. Without a moment's hesitation, Conan retorted, asserting that the existence of spirits is implausible in this world. Moreover, he eyed Tongmu suspiciously, suggesting that perhaps it was he who was pretending. What the heck? Tongmu was astounded by Conan's acute intuition. Truly, he is worthy of being a renowned detective. By the look on your face, I can tell I was correct, Conan remarked, rolling his eyes in exasperation. In the future, refrain from concocting such nonsense to frighten people. I did not. Do not accuse me falsely. Tongmu hastily shifted the topic. By the way, what were the 2 cases you encountered? One involved a father whose child died due to delayed medical attention, who sought to place the blame on the doctor, even attempting to murder the doctor's son. The other case revolved around the curator of the Middle Ages Art Museum, who, emulating a renowned painting in the collection, committed murder against the owner. Tongmu was momentarily taken aback. So, those were the 2 cases. Conan continued, I have been most unfortunate. During the resolution of the first case, I was suspected by Ran of being Shinichi Kudo. It is simply absurd. Tongmu replied, recently, I have already seen you revert to Shinichi Kudo in front of Ran twice. The fact that she still harbors doubts only indicates that you have grown overly complacent. Your behavior is entirely inconsistent with that of a child. If she does not suspect you, whom would she suspect? Indeed, Conan replied with a furrowed brow. Had it not been for that day at the office, when Dr. Agasa made a call to Ran in the name of Shinichi Kudo, I would have been exposed long ago. Yet, this incident has ultimately sown the seeds of doubt within Ran's heart. It is only a matter of time before my true identity is revealed. What course of action should I take? There exists a straightforward method to extricate myself from this predicament. What method? Conan instantly became alert. Having Shinichi Kudo and Conan appear before Ran simultaneously would completely dispel her doubts and suspicions. Fool! Conan exclaimed angrily. How is this possible? I am Shinichi Kudo. How can Conan and Shinichi Kudo appear simultaneously? This is absurd. As he spoke, Conan's voice grew increasingly subdued as a thought began to dawn on him. He raised his gaze towards Tamuki. Are you suggesting? Indeed, it is precisely as you surmised, Tamuki affirmed Conan as suspicion. Someone impersonates Shinichi Kudo while you appear at the scene. Impersonate me? Conan furrowed his brow. It's a clever idea, but who could possibly do that? An ordinary person would never be able to pull it off. Who says it's impossible? That thief kid could manage it. Kid? Conan's eyes widened in astonishment. You know Phantom Thief Kid? Tamuki was taken aback, realizing he had let something slip. Oh no, I've said too much. While I'm not well acquainted with Kaido Kuroba from Idoka High School, Kazumi Hanako is quite familiar with him. But this is something I must never share with Conan. Given his nature, once he learns of Kid's true identity, he would undoubtedly apprehend him and send him to prison. You know Kid's true identity, don't you? You must tell me. Conan demanded, gripping Tamuki's neck and shaking him vigorously. Absolutely not. I will never divulge that information. Do not even think about it. Tamuki firmly refused. Moreover, as a detective, wouldn't it be far more fulfilling for you to capture him during his next heist? Wouldn't he that showcase your prowess as the Holmes of the Heisei era? Huh? Conan paused, contemplating the suggestion. Tamuki glanced at him with a sly look. Could it be that you lack confidence in your own abilities, feeling inferior to Kid? Utter nonsense. Conan exclaimed, his face a picture of defiance. I fear not that thief. Kid, With that, he fixed a serious gaze upon Tamuki, declaring, "Do not inform me of Kid's identity. I shall capture him with my own hands." "Very well, then strive for it," Tamuki replied, harboring little faith in Conan's words. After all, the rules of this world were orchestrated by the infamous Aoyama, and in comparison, Kaido Kuroba was merely a favorite child. That fellow is just a thief. How can he possibly compare to me, a detective? Conan boasted with an air of arrogance. Just as Tamuki was about to retort, the voice of Rand echoed from the kitchen. "Dinner is ready, Conan, Tamuki. How much longer do you intend to linger in there? Come out and eat. Here it comes." Meow. As one person entered the dining hall, they began to indulge in their dinner. At that moment, the voice of the host emanated from the television, announcing that tomorrow marks the grand festival of the world's finest night in Saitama Prefecture. At this, Kagoro Mouri, Rand Mouri, and TG all gathered, bowls in hand, fixated on the screen. TG remarked, "These citizens of Japan certainly love to boast, claiming everything is the best in the world, utterly shameless." Rand suddenly interjected, "Dad, Conan, it has been a while since we've gone out to have fun. How about we attend this grand night festival tomorrow?" Conan rolled his eyes, thinking, "Haven't we just started school? Aren't we always going out?" Kagoro Mouri replied, "If you wish to go, then by all means, but I shall remain at home to enjoy some drinks and watch Yoko Ajino." Conan declared, "I will stay home to do my homework." TG responded, "Meow? Is that so? Neither of you wish to go, do you?" With her fists clenched tightly, Rand slammed her fist onto the stainless steel table, causing it to bend under the force. "I am giving you both a chance to reconsider your words." Kagoro Mouri instantly straightened up, thinking perhaps a little outing would indeed be refreshing. He adjusted his bow tie, silently regretting allowing Rand to learn karate. "And what about you, Conan?" Rand appeared like an angel, full of determination. "Well," Conan instantly conceded. "Tamuki?" Tamuki paused. "Meow? What about my matters?" Ultimately, Tamuki arrived in Saitama Prefecture. This place name always reminded him of a poker-faced, bald fellow. If that guy were here, he might truly be deemed the best in the world. No, perhaps even considered the best in the heavens. Lying in the embrace of Rand Mouri, gazing at the scene of the night festival, he felt an acute sense of incongruity. At that moment, a man hurriedly approached, extending his camera towards Rand Mouri. "Could you please take a photo for me? Just in front of that burning best in the world sign will suffice." Tamuki immediately leaped to the ground, his curious gaze scrutinizing this individual. Of course, the girl, affectionately referred to as an angel by Belmode, readily accepted the task of taking a photograph. She grasped the camera, prepared to capture the moment. Tamuki, on the other hand, observed the man in the suit before her with curiosity. Was this fellow truly so audacious? If you were not the protagonist, daring to establish a connection with the main cast would either lead one to become a victim or a perpetrator. How bold indeed. At that moment, Conan happened to stroll by, the rabbit balloon tethered to his back inadvertently entering the frame. Click. The photograph was taken. "I apologize, Conan. Your balloon obstructed part of Rand's view. Shall we take another?" "No need. It's already quite lovely." Tamuki then leaped into Conan's embrace. He was taken aback, exclaiming, "What madness is this, Tamuki?" With a grin stretching across her face, she asked, "Conan, do you not sense the air of a looming mystery? An incident of murder?" Conan instantly perked up. "Where?" Tamuki pointed to the long-faced man who had just asked Rand for assistance in taking a photograph. "It's him." "Him?" Conan cast a skeptical glance at the fellow. How could that be? He was merely an ordinary tourist. Yet Conan's brow furrowed suddenly. Something was amiss. Why? On such a sweltering day, was he clad in such a heavy suit? While the confirmation of a murder remained elusive, it was undeniable that this man had something to hide. Conan reached a conclusion. He turned to Tamuki. "How did you come to this realization?" "That man carries the sin of gunpowder. I suspect he has just fired a weapon." Tamuki declared earnestly, "I forgot to mention, I have a keen nose." Upon hearing Tamuki's assertion, Conan rolled his eyes, a look of derision crossing his face. He had anticipated some remarkable observation, only to be met with this? He regarded Tamuki with disdain. "Are you a fool? Today is the grandest of festivals, and a multitude of fireworks were just set off. Anyone would carry the sin of gunpowder. You're the fool. Your entire family is composed of fools." Tamuki retorted sharply. Dealing with a detective was truly exhausting. The flimsiest of excuses could be dismantled in an instant. How utterly embarrassing. However, while the rationale was fabricated, he found himself recalling the case. This case was one of the rare instances where the true culprit revealed themselves before the reasoning began, unlike others where a minor character would emerge. Conan adjusted his glasses, pompously declaring, "My father, Yusaku Kudo is a world-renowned mystery novelist, a paragon of intelligence. My mother, Yukiko Kudo, is a world-class film star. I, Shinichi Kudo, am a high school detective. Do you truly believe I come from a family of fools? At that moment, Officer Yakagumo approached. You are Mr. Seiichi Seija, correct? Hibego, is that so? Tangmu glanced at Conan. Then, with every new case, wouldn't Mr. Mouri have to endure the sting of a tranquilizer gun? Conan shrugged, acknowledging that it was an unavoidable circumstance. You say, Tamuki remarked with a mischievous grin directed at Conan. If one day you were to return to your former self, do you think Mouri Kagoro would still allow you to marry Ran after discovering all that you have done? Conan was drenched in sweat. Marrying? It would be a miracle if he survived. Uncle Mouri would never find out. Is that so? Tangmu chuckled wickedly as he produced a photograph. Upon seeing the image, Conan erupted with fury. I'll kill you. In the Mouri Detective Agency, I introduced myself as Akagi Ryoko. I came here in search of someone who has mysteriously vanished, and I find myself at a loss. She then revealed a photograph, stating, this is him. His name is Kudo Shinichi. The truth is, we once had a relationship. Conan was instantly taken aback. You dated me? What nonsense is this? When did this happen? How come I have no recollection of it? Mouri Ran, equally astonished, gazed at the photograph, confirming, that is indeed Kudo Shinichi. You claim you were once his partner? Hi. Akagi Quantum confirmed. Mao Lilan's charming face instantly flushed crimson. Her fists clenched tightly, producing a cracking sound. So that's it. I wonder why he had disappeared for a time. It turns out he was with Conan. Upon seeing Mao Lilan's expression, Conan was taken aback. It's over. If this continues, I will surely be torn apart. Sweat trickled down his forehead as he quickly shifted the topic, insisting that there must be some misunderstanding. Perhaps they simply resemble each other. There was no doubt about it. Akagi Quantum, filled with emotion, clenched her fists and declared, I and Shinichi have already reached the kissing stage. Conan exclaimed, when on earth did I kiss you? I have no recollection of that. Mao Lilan's face turned even redder, uncertain whether it was from embarrassment or anger. Gritting her teeth, Kudo Shinichi. Mao Kagoro glanced at Akagi Quantum, smirking slightly. That kid Kudo has quite the taste. Each of them was lost in their thoughts, momentarily enveloped in silence. A sharp crack interrupted the stillness as they all turned to see a blue and white British Shorthair cat, dressed in a tuxedo, lounging with its legs crossed on a small stool, a round table in front of it adorned with sunflower seeds and watermelon. It was Tamuki. The noise that had broken the silence was merely him cracking seeds. Tamuki, clearly enjoying the scene, casually grabbed a handful of seeds and extended them, meowing. Want some? Mao Lilan instantly understood Tamuki's implication, her face darkening. That guy Shinichi is infuriating, and now even you are annoying me. Clenching her fists tightly, she began to seethe with rage. Tamuki noticed her transformation, as if a yellow aura were swirling around her. It seemed that at any moment, her hair could stand on end, transforming her into a Super Saiyan Lilan. Conan, observing Mao Lilan's state, trembled with fear. This is dangerous, far too dangerous. Tamuki, sensing the impending doom, hastily gathered his stool and cleared the table, stuffing the seeds and watermelon into his mouth, then obediently standing to the side. Conan watched in astonishment, silently giving a thumbs up. Impressive. Akagi Quantum, with a hesitant expression, raised her arm. Immediately, Mao Lilan turned, glaring at her. The others also shifted their gaze towards Akagi Quantum. So, are you going to accept this commission, or not? Mao Kagoro wore a cryptic smile. Is it really just to the point of kissing? Might there be something more? Akagi Quantum's face flushed deeply. Something more? You lecherous uncle. Not receiving a response from Akagi Quantum, Mao Kagoro lost interest in continuing the conversation. You all can handle this as you see fit. I have no interest in the romantic entanglements of kids. With that, he shot a knowing glance at Lilan and retreated to his room. At that moment, a phone call came in from Dr. Agasa. After Conan answered, a realization struck him. I understand now. Goodbye, big brother Shinichi. Upon hearing Kudo Shinichi's name, both Mao Lilan and Akagi Quantum turned their gazes toward Conan. It's Shinichi calling, he said. Yes, big brother Shinichi said he would call Miss Quantum shortly. So she need not worry. Mao Lilan's brow furrowed. Let us go to Miss Quantum's house together. This time, I will personally catch that guy Shinichi. With that, she swung her fist fiercely. Conan rolled his eyes. Hey, are you trying to get me killed? At Akagi Quantum's home, Conan had been investigating for quite some time. Finally, he unraveled the mystery. Akagi Quantum, this girl, wanted me to investigate a case, and she even claimed to be my girlfriend, which nearly drove me to madness. Glancing at the news on the television and then at the clues he had uncovered, Conan had solved the case. But how should he resolve this incident? He fell into contemplation, feeling disgruntled. Why is it that this time, Uncle Mouri didn't come? He looked again at Leland and her delicate neck. Should he take a shot at her? Perhaps he could use a voice-changing bow tie to imitate her voice while presenting the reasoning? But then, would Akagi Quantum even heed Leland's directions? Furthermore, Leland is my officially designated girlfriend. What if a tranquilizer needle left a scar on her tender neck? This is troublesome. Just then, meow. Conan looked down to see Tamuki. He quickly embraced Tamuki and led him to a quiet room. Tamuki, do you still have that potion to enlarge? Huh? Tamuki was taken aback. You want to revert to Kudo Shinichi again? Of course. If you could make me permanently revert to Kudo Shinichi, I would be eternally grateful to your ancestors. Tamuki replied. Is that polite? Do you have it or not? I do have some. Just the other day, I brewed 2 more vials. But are you sure you want to use it now? Tamuki looked at Conan with a peculiar expression. Absolutely. Are you not afraid Leland will hammer you? What do you mean? Conan questioned, feeling a bit guilty. Tamuki rolled his eyes. In Leland's mind, you've been missing for so long just to date Akagi Quantum. Now that she's furious, do you think she wouldn't hammer you when she sees you? It's a misunderstanding. I just need to clarify things. Akagi Quantum only said that to ask for my help with the case. Conan wiped the sweat from his forehead, calming himself slightly. Do you really think Leland will listen to your explanation now? Should I? Conan felt a cold sweat trickling down his brow as he recalled the furious visage of Rand. He was utterly devoid of confidence. Perhaps? He chuckled. As long as you were happy. Tamuki retrieved a small vial from his magical apparatus and placed it on the ground. Consider whether you wish to temporarily revert to Shinichi Kudo before making your decision regarding this potion. Suddenly, a thought struck Conan. Upon consuming this elixir, not only would he grow in stature, but he would also transform into a muscular version of himself. Surely, he would be able to withstand one of Rand's powerful punches, or so he hoped. Let us proceed, Miss Quantum. Shinichi Kudo made his dazzling entrance. Clad in his elegant blue suit. Shinichi, exclaimed Akaki Ryoko, her face alight with surprise upon seeing Kudo Shinichi. With his arrival, the mystery of the missing Komori would undoubtedly be resolved with ease. Shinichi, shouted Mouri Ran, her anger boiling over as she advanced toward Kudo Shinichi with heavy steps, determined to confront him. Just wait, Ran. Let us first unravel this case, and then I shall offer you an explanation. Case. Mao Lilan was momentarily taken aback. Then her ire ignited. Are you once again using the excuse of a case to arrange a rendezvous with a girl? Shinichi. Kudo Shinichi exclaimed. Danger. Damn it. How could I have overlooked this? He recalled what Akagi Ryoko had just said, realizing he was digging his own grave. Shaolon, wait. There's a misunderstanding. Allow me to plead my case. No. Let me explain. Shinichi. Ran Mouri said with a stern expression. Today, no matter how much you plead, you were destined to receive this beating. Not even Jesus could save you. This is what I, Ran Mouri, decree. Shinichi Kudo thought to himself. What a tremendous grudge this is. Wait. He attempted to resist once more. Do not utter a word. First endure this thrashing. Ran Mouri forcefully seized Shinichi's collar and threw a punch towards his handsome face. You scoundrel, I shall bring you to your end. I am wronged. Shinichi Kudo sighed dramatically, raising his arms to shield his face. Thud. Crack. Shinichi felt a sharp pain as he realized his forearm had shattered. Damn it. What is happening? Last time, when he briefly recovered after taking the medicine, he had transformed into a muscular powerhouse. His strength and resilience were remarkable. So why was it that now he had reverted to the original Shinichi Kudo's physique and capabilities? This defied logic. Do you dare to block my way? Seeing this, Mao Lilan became even angrier. I shall strike you with my tiny fists. Raising her fist, as large as a sandbag, she once again swung it towards Kudo Shinichi. This blow landed squarely on his chest, and Kudo Shinichi felt as though 2 of his ribs had been shattered. Then, Mao Lilan bent down, seized Kudo Shinichi by the ankle, and with a vigorous toss, sent him flying, as if he were a human windmill, tumbling left and right. Smack, smack, ah! Kudo Shinichi cried out in agony. Tamuki covered his eyes with his paws, peering through the gaps to sneak a look at the scene unfolding before him. It was a domestic violence spectacle, too horrific to witness. Oh dear, this is simply barbaric, he exclaimed, and setting his paws down. He retrieved a Polaroid camera from his magical props, thinking how could such a classic scene go undocumented? Akagi Riko was left dumbfounded by the scene before her, and after a long pause, she finally regained her composure. She hurried to Mao Lilan's side, extending her arms protectively in front of the prostrate Kudo Shinichi. Miss Leland, you have truly misunderstood, Akagi Riko rushed to explain. Shinichi-kun is not my boyfriend. I only said that to persuade him to assist me with the case. If I were to approach Shinichi directly, the kidnappers of Komaru would surely harm him. Mao Leland stood there, bewildered. This is a misunderstanding? She quickly turned her gaze to Kudo Shinichi, who lay on the ground with two large, swollen bumps on his forehead, one eye barely open, the other darkened with bruising. His arms hung limply, as if he could not lift them, and his legs and back bore numerous scrapes. He appeared utterly wretched. Shinichi, are you all right? Mao Leland exclaimed, her face etched with concern. I will take you to the hospital right away. There's no need to worry, Leland. The case is of utmost importance, Kudo Shinichi insisted, forcing himself to rise. Tamuki, observing this exchange, was equally astonished. Even in such a pitiful state, he still prioritized the case? Truly remarkable, Kudo Shinichi. Are you really fine? Akagi Riko asked hesitantly, concern etched on her face. Although she was worried about Komaru's situation, Kudo Shinichi's condition appeared far more alarming. Shouldn't we still go to the hospital? Mao Leland's face was filled with worry and guilt. It's all my fault. It's all right, Leland. To demonstrate that he was indeed fine, Kudo Shinichi managed to stand, though he inwardly gasped at the pain. It really hurts. Are you sure you're fine? Of course. I'm fine. Kudo Shinichi forced a smile. Look, I can take a few steps. He moved awkwardly, taking 2 steps and declared, see, I can walk, jog, and even leap. He proceeded to jog a couple of steps, and then jumped. To an untrained eye, he seemed to be in good shape. Yet only he understood the extent of the pain involved in performing those actions. All right, but please don't overexert yourself. I want to overdo it, absolutely not. Kudo Shinichi thought to himself, for the sake of solving the case, I will endure anything. All right, said Mouri Ran, finally in agreement. Miss Quantum, next. We shall proceed to visit Naoki Uemura. Uemura Naoki? Indeed, the culprit is he. Akagi Mamoru is currently in his grasp. Kudo Shinichi exuded confidence as he brushed his hair back, but due to the constraints of time, I shall refrain from elaborating on the reasons. We must hasten to rescue little Mamoru. Tiki observed this scene, somewhat speechless. Kudo, your pretentious hair-flipping might charm the ladies, but given your current disheveled state, you could hardly be considered handsome. The absurdity of your predicament is simply laughable. Seizing the moment while Kudo and the others were distracted, Tiki took out a Polaroid camera and captured the moment with a click. At Uemura Naoki's residence, the group successfully rescued Akagi Mamoru, and the culprit, predictably despondent, divulged his motives and the unfolding events. Tiki regarded the individual named Uemura Naoki with a smirk, remarking, truly, a citizen of Mihama City. Merely due to an incident on the court, one resorts to a grand kidnapping. Kudo Shinichi exhaled a sigh of relief. How painful. Shinichi, are you all right? Mouri Ran rushed over, enveloping Kudo in a concerned embrace. A mischievous grin spread across Kudo's face as he stealthily leaned into Peck Ran's cheek, eliciting an immediate blush from her. Transforming into a flustered maiden, she instinctively tightened her grip around him. Then click. Ran, please let go. My waist is about to snap. Kudo Shinichi yelped. If we were to marry someday, even a simple affectionate gesture could be perilous. What is the point of learning karate, really? Mouri Ran quickly released her hold, her gaze cast downward, shy and fidgety. At that moment, a series of beeping sounds pierced the air. Kudo Shinichi jolted. Realizing the time had come, without a word, he dashed away, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Recovering from her bashfulness, Ran looked around, but Kudo's figure was nowhere to be found. She felt a desire to pursue him, yet lacked direction. After a while, Conan and Tiki walked over together. Conan? Ran Mouri gazed in astonishment at the approaching young boy. What happened to you, and how did you sustain these injuries? Conan replied, this. Ran Mouri lowered her head to scrutinize. Tamuki approached, meow meow meow. Ran was taken aback. Are you suggesting, Tamuki, that Conan just climbed onto the cabinet and accidentally fell? Her expression immediately turned serious. Conan, you mustn't be mischievous anymore. Conan rolled his eyes. Mischievous? That's absurd. This is clearly your doing. It has nothing to do with mischief. Tamuki rubbed her sleepy eyes. So soft, she mused, realizing she was nestled in some girl's embrace. Upon glancing up, she saw a lovely figure but couldn't discern the face. Stretching her neck forward, she noticed the pointed fringe. It's Ran. Well, that essay relief. Just as Tamuki was about to drift back to sleep, she failed to notice that Conan's expression had darkened considerably. This little brat, taking advantage of my girlfriend. Sister Rand, could you hold Tamuki for a while? Conan said with an adorably innocent face. Oh, Conan, do you want to hold her for a bit? That's perfect. Conan eagerly accepted Tamuki into his arms. This little brat seems to have gotten heavier. He deliberately lagged a few steps behind, putting distance between himself and Kagoro Mouri and Rand. Can you refrain from lying in Rand's arms in the future? Conan pouted, clearly displeased. Speaking of which, I find it quite puzzling. I distinctly remember sleeping soundly in my own bed last night. How did I end up here? We brought you over, they replied. Everyone from the office went on a trip together, and we couldn't leave you alone at the office. Therefore, Tangmu glared at Conan while reclining in Rand Mouri's embrace. Thinking to himself, what is it to me? It is not as if I chose to lie here. Eh? Conan exclaimed, somewhat bewildered. Where exactly have we arrived? Moonshadow Island. Moonshadow Island? What am I doing here? You seem to have forgotten that a week ago, Uncle Mouri received a letter. Wait a moment, are you saying a week ago? Tamu's eyes widened. Wasn't I at Yuanzi's house? No, it was after we together resolved the case of Akaji Mamoru. Tamu, this bizarre timeline is manifesting again. Isn't it? Nevertheless, the name Moonshadow Island feels oddly familiar. My name is Ase Masashi, and I am the doctor here. I possess a formal medical license. Tamu. Ase Masashi? Tamu gazed at the adorable girl before him, internally marveling. A cross-dressing master. The recollection struck him. Among the cases in Conan, while he couldn't remember each one, this particular case was etched in his memory. The lifelong regret of Conan, the Moonlight piano murder case. Tamu gently scratched Conan's arm with his claws. This was their prearranged signal. It indicated that he had something to convey to Conan. Conan deliberately distanced himself from the others. What is it? Conan. I have a question for you, and I implore you to answer it earnestly. Tomo's face bore an unprecedented seriousness. What's wrong? Why the sudden gravity? Tell me, why do you have such a passion for being a detective? Is it the thrill of solving cases, or the desire to prevent crime? This question left Conan momentarily speechless. After a lengthy contemplation, he replied, perhaps it is a combination of both, but the truth is of utmost importance. The truth, you say? Tomo pondered for a moment before continuing. If one day you encountered a case, would you prefer to prevent the crime, or to revel in the thrill of solving it after it has occurred? This question. Conan was engulfed in turmoil, for it was an exceedingly difficult choice for him. Ultimately, I would indeed prefer to prevent crime. Many individuals stray onto the path of crime due merely to a fleeting impulse. Indeed, I did not misjudge you. A smile of appreciation graced Tomo's face. You truly possess a beautiful soul. Come with me. Tom jumped out of Conan's embrace. What is happening? Conan asked, somewhat bewildered. To prevent a crime. Conan exclaimed. Do you have some kind of revelation? Do you recall the letter you just mentioned that your Uncle Mouri received? Was there anything unusual about it? That letter is a murder threat. An announcement of murder. Conan's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this true? The renowned pianist Keiji Masu, who perished 12 years ago, alongside the former village chief Kamayama, who passed away 3 years prior, along with the haunting melody of the Moonlight piano piece that echoed on the night of Masu's demise. And finally, the mention of Moonshadow in the letter received by Mouri. Do you not comprehend? Moonlight, Moonshadow. A sudden illumination pierced through Conan's mind. This time, I truly understood. That letter was indeed a forewarning of murder, but who could have possibly sent it? Come with me. Tangmu strode ahead. Have you made any discoveries? Conan's expression was grave, and he appeared somewhat displeased. He felt as though he had been overshadowed by someone else, which was utterly intolerable for him. Since this case involved an old case from 12 years ago, there must certainly be some clues hidden within the records from that time. That makes sense. Conan's eyes sparkled with realization, yet he gazed at Tamuki with a hint of skepticism. Such meticulous reasoning and logic. Are you sure you are merely a cat and not a detective? Do you not trust your own eyes? Tamuki rolled his eyes and continued walking ahead. Where are we headed? To the information room at the community center. Upon arriving at the locked door of the information room, Conan and Tamuki exchanged puzzled glances. Without a key, we are utterly unable to open it. If only we had inquired with the villagers about who holds the key. We could have borrowed it and taken a look inside. Thud. Tamuki's playful punch landed squarely on Conan's forehead. Are you foolish? In a place as securely guarded as the information room, how could they possibly lend you the key before the case even occurred? Indeed, Conan realized at that moment. What do you propose we do? What is your purpose then? Tamuki gazed disdainfully at Conan. As a detective, not being able to access even a single archive was truly a source of shame for him. Conan merely shrugged, retorting, as if you could get in. Tamuki's stubbornness flared up instantly. All right, today I shall demonstrate my skills. As he spoke, he waved his hand and produced a slender wire from his magical toolkit. With deft movements, he twisted the wire into a loop and inserted it into the keyhole, turning it gently. Click! Conan's eyes widened in astonishment. The lock truly opened. You must have been a thief in your past life, sneaking through doors and picking locks. Tamuki immediately felt a surge of annoyance. You just called me a detective. A lock picker cannot possibly be a true detective. Perhaps you are merely impersonating that phantom thief, kid. Tamuki retorted. If that kid could disguise himself as anything, it would be quite impressive. Conan shook his head at the absurdity. Enough chatter, let's hurry in and find the information. With that, the two of them stepped into the archives together. Meanwhile, Ran and Kagoro Mouri, after concluding their conversation with Dr. Aizawa, turned around to find not a single soul in sight. Where had Conan and Tamuki gone? It was this musical score. Finally, Tamuki unearthed a stack of sheet music from the heaps of documents, a collection left behind by the late pianist, Keiji Isu, who had passed away 12 years ago. Show me. Conan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly leaned closer, almost wishing to press his face against the sheet music. Here you go. Tamuki directly handed the sheet music to Conan. Thank you. Conan casually expressed his gratitude before fixating his gaze intently on the sheet music. After some time, he rubbed his temples, a look of perplexity crossing his face. It was indeed peculiar. Aside from the piano piece Clair de Lune and a few other renowned compositions, this particular score possessed a rather unusual melody. But what could this sheet music possibly signify? Conan extracted one sheet from the considerable pile and examined it with great care. The notes appeared to stand upright like sentient beings, while he gently stroked his chin in contemplation, suggesting that since they were all piano pieces, it might be beneficial to align the melodies with the corresponding piano keys and label them in sequential order with letters. Ah, I see, Conan exclaimed, smiting his forehead in realization. So, could it be that my son, Narumi, is connected to this? He pondered aloud, a thoughtful expression gracing his features. The female doctor we encountered earlier, her name was indeed Ase Narumi, wasn't it? Is this merely a coincidence, or could they actually be one and the same? Just as you envision. Takagi affirmed Conan's speculation. Masao Keiji's son, Narumi, is none other than the doctor you just met, Ase Narumi. How can this be possible? Conan's face contorted in disbelief. The Dr. Ase Narumi is clearly a woman. How could she possibly be Masao Keiji's son? Ase Narumi is quite adorable, isn't she? Indeed. Conan nodded repeatedly. From any perspective, and for anyone who gazes upon her, she is undoubtedly a gentle young lady, is she not? Indeed. Conan nodded. For he was a gentler soul than even Ran. Tamuki exclaimed, You truly have no filter, do you? If Ran were to overhear this, it could lead to yet another domestic dispute. Moreover, in the realm of this detective world, there exists no girl more tender-hearted than Ran, provided she refrains from employing her karate skills. But have you ever heard of a certain type of person? Who is it? Conan did not lift his head, continuing to fixate on the sheet music, hoping to uncover more clues within it. That would be the cross-dressing master. You mean? Conan suddenly expressed interest. Just as you imagined. Dr. Narumi Ase, although a young man, possesses such a slender appearance that when presented in a feminine guise, he is indeed difficult to recognize. But how did you come to this realization? Conan was quite perplexed, because I noticed earlier that when Dr. Narumi Ase spoke, there was an Adam's apple moving beneath his neck. The Adam's apple. Conan suddenly felt a wave of discontent. How could I have overlooked this? Am I, the illustrious high school detective Shinichi Kudo, now unable to match even a single clue in the realm of deduction? Let us depart, said Tangmu, gracefully stepping forward and leading the way outside. Where to? Conan was taken aback. To stop Dr. Narumi. Conan, this fellow, unexpectedly possessing a sense of justice. Shaking his head, Conan quickly followed with his short legs. Ahead walked Narumi Asanami, trailed by the affluent Kawashima from Tsukikage Island, a childhood friend of his father and one of the culprits responsible for his father's murder 12 years ago. Step by step, he approached the seaside, intent on drowning this man to avenge his father, Keiji Isu, despite the wrongs his father had committed in the past. At that moment, his heart felt as heavy as his footsteps. He understood that once he began, there would be no turning back. He would be like those four demons, his hands stained with the blood of the guilty. At this moment, he wished fervently that someone would stop him. As he drew closer to the shore, he sighed inwardly. It seemed that the detective Mouri, who came from Tokyo, was not as formidable as he had thought. If such a renowned detective could not thwart him, then his meticulously devised plan for murder was about to unfold. Dr. Asanami, why have you summoned me here? Kawashima inquired, quite astonished. He believed he had no significant ties to Dr. Asanami, so what could necessitate a private conversation? Suddenly, Asanami turned sharply, coldly fixing his gaze on Kawashima. Kawashima was taken aback. That look gave him the impression of a predator poised to strike. Observing the fear-induced contortion on Kawashima's face, Asanami resolved to act. Thud, thud, thud. He rushed toward Kawashima, intent on drowning him in the depths of the sea. Just then, a voice interrupted, "You must think carefully, Dr. Asanami. Once you take a life, there is no turning back. Your father wished for you to live a good life, after all." Dr. Asanami, or should I say, Asunarumi. Asanami's expression shifted dramatically. Who is there? He quickly turned to see a young boy in a blue suit and glasses leaning against the wall of the civic center by the sea, arms crossed. Head lowered, exuding a cool demeanor. Meanwhile, upon hearing the name Asunarumi, Kawashima collapsed onto the beach. Asunarumi, you are Asunarumi, then Keiji Asu is your father. So, you have come for revenge. In that instant, realization dawned upon Kawashima. He cast a fierce glance at Asanami and then at Conan. Contemplating. As long as he eliminated these two, the secret would remain concealed. Everything would return to normal. In a one-on-one confrontation, he might not stand a chance against the robust Asanami. Better to summon Kuroiwa and Nishimoto. With that thought, he turned to flee. Yet, how could Conan allow him to escape so easily? As he spoke, Conan bent down to adjust his shoes, activating the power-enhancing sneakers. The soccer ball had already been positioned at his feet. Just as he prepared to kick the ball to knock Kawashima down, a figure suddenly appeared before Kawashima. In that brief moment of distraction, Conan executed a swift cat paw strike to Kawashima's carotid artery, rendering him unconscious. Conan's face darkened. Damn it, Tamuki. You've stolen my kill. Tamuki ignored Conan and focused on Asanami. Dr. Asanami, your hands should heal and save lives, not take them. Asanami, you can speak? Is this scientifically valid? Honestly, Conan exclaimed with a look of exasperation. Did I not tell you to refrain from appearing? Speaking to someone in such a manner can be quite alarming. Just look at how you have frightened Dr. Chungshur. What do you know? Tangmu curled his lips, rising to his feet, and sauntered over to Ase Narumi's side. After all, he was the chosen caretaker of this cat, and it was only fitting that he should be acquainted with some fundamental details about its nature. Pooper scooper? Conan was momentarily taken aback. Were we not here to thwart crime? What was this peculiar situation regarding a pooper scooper? As the name suggests, it refers to the individual responsible for attending to the royal needs of this esteemed feline. With his head tilted at a 45-degree angle, he gazed skyward, his face a portrait of arrogance. As for the notions of preventing crime and saving the world, those were merely ancillary concerns. Conan thought, I should never have trusted this creature. You scoundrel. At this moment, Ase Narumi felt utterly numb, his face displaying a vacant expression as he gazed at the commotion between a talking cat and a small boy. Is there truly no issue with this world? A feline capable of speech, coupled with a young boy whose logical reasoning resembles that of a detective. Excuse me, may I inquire? Ase Narumi attempted to raise his hand. Silence, exclaimed Tom and Conan in unison. Hi. Ase Narumi immediately fell silent, trembling with fear. The two had finally tired of their quarrel. It was only then that Conan turned to Ase Narumi and inquired, What were you about to say, Dr. Narumi? Ase, however, could not help but reflect inwardly, feeling a sense of melancholy. Have I truly been so insignificant that it took this long for anyone to remember me? Me? Conan inquired, directing his small finger towards himself. My name is Adagawa Conan, and I am a detective. After speaking, he gently adjusted his glasses, from which a glimmer of cold light was reflected. As you can see, I am a being of a certain nature. As for my name, I am called Tamuki. Tamuki, Ase Narumi murmured, if you are a creature, how is it that you possess the ability to speak? If you were to inquire about this, Tamuki deliberately paused. I am not entirely certain myself. Conan and Narumi, who had been listening intently, initially anticipated a revelation of significant importance. Instead, they were met with the absurdity that even that creature was unaware of its own nature. Narumi, supporting her slender waist, gradually rose to her feet, then regarded Conan with utmost seriousness. Conan the detective. You just mentioned that my father wishes for me to live well on my own. What grounds do you have for such a statement? Certainly there is. Conan gazed earnestly at Ase Narumi, sensing that she had yet to uncover the stack of musical scores bequeathed by her father. Did your father leave behind any musical scores? Indeed, They are preserved in the storage of the community center. With that, Conan produced the scores, saying, "Here they are, salvaged from the scene where your father met his tragic end in the flames." Ase Narumi's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Quick, let me see," she exclaimed. "You must know how to decipher the hidden messages within." "I am aware." Ase Narumi quickly took the sheet music and began to examine it closely. After a considerable time had passed, he fell into a profound silence. "Father, I shall honor your wishes and live on steadfastly," he declared, before turning to Conan. "How did you come to know about my circumstances? Previously, did you not send a letter to the Mouri detective agency and remit 500,000 yen? "Indeed," Ashizai Narumi exclaimed, striking his forehead in realization. "How could I have forgotten? You came here with Mr. Mouri. So, your awareness of my intentions is also a deduction made by Mr. Mouri?" Conan replied, given Uncle Mouri's state. Hoping for him to deliver brilliant reasoning and uncover the truth is akin to expecting a sow to climb a tree. In a distant reverie, Mouri sneezed, feeling as though he had been offended. "As for how I came to know about your affairs, you must inquire with the one who has passed." "The one who has passed?" Narumi directed his gaze towards Takagi. "That would be me. You shall address me as Lord Takagi," Takagi asserted, his demeanor serious and exuding an air of authority. "Hello." Changshur immediately bent down and bowed. "Lord Tongmu, how did you come to know about me?" Conan gazed at this scene in speechless disbelief. That fool is at it again, putting on airs. In the words of that guy, this can only be described as showing off. Tamuki listened with palpable enjoyment to the way Narushi addressed him. "Call me once more." "Hello, Lord Tamuki." "Delightful." A look of pure bliss adorned Tang Mu's face as he glanced at the ever-respectful Changshur. Pondering to himself, could this fellow possibly regard himself as some sort of deity? After all, in this land of uniquely eccentric thought patterns, it is said to boast a pantheon of 800 gods. In such a peculiar place, even a mere woodland spirit can ascend to divine status. Ahem. Tang Mu cleared his throat and continued, "How I came to know your affairs is of little consequence. What truly matters is whether you desire to avenge your father." Certainly. The face of Changshur, seemingly gentle, was marred by a flicker of malice. The enmity between parents is a debt that must be repaid. As he spoke, his expression grew somber. "Yet, my father wished for me to live on, untainted by the blood of the guilty." Conan stepped forward, contemplating vengeance. To honor the deceased does not necessitate that one personally exacts retribution. One can also expose their misdeeds and allow the law to deliver justice upon them. Even if they escape the death penalty, they shall spend a lifetime repenting in prison. "Yet, I possess no evidence." Changshur's visage reflected his distress. "I only learned the truth from the deceased Kamishima. Without evidence, it seems unrealistic to imprison those scoundrels." Conan advanced, an invisible aura of determination enveloping him. "My name is Adagawa Conan, a detective. Uncovering evidence is my forte." He then turned to Changshur, urging, "Share everything you know with me. It will expedite the process of gathering evidence." As shallow while Changshur scrutinized Conan with a hint of skepticism, he inquired, "Are you capable of this?" "I was once known as Kudo Shinichi." Conan could no longer tolerate such doubt in his gaze. "Shinichi Kudo?" Nagisa stared blankly at Conan, astonished that the high school detective who had been making headlines was now in the form of a child. "How did you transform into this?" Conan relished the look of shock on Nagisa's face and replied, "The reasons for my transformation are quite intricate. All you need to know is that I can assist you. Moreover, after securing the evidence, I will need to enlist Uncle Mouri's help to ensure that those individuals are delivered to where they rightly belong." "Very well." Changshur felt no more doubts. Mumu Shursan gazed at the Mouri family before him, a headache forming. "Mouri, my dear brother, why is it always you? Wherever you go, there seems to be a case. This time, it not only pertains to the 12-year-old arson and murder case, but also involves the smuggling of powder." "Ha." Kagoro Mouri laughed heartily, unable to help himself, for after all, I am a detective. Yet, beneath that jovial exterior, he pondered, what is this situation? Another murder case? Smuggling of powder? Have I solved another grand mystery? J.Z. Magyar rolled his eyes, inwardly cursing, a detective indeed. If you continue to stumble upon cases everywhere you go, I shall be at my wit's end. Mouri, wait a moment, do share your reasoning. Startled, Mouri exclaimed, "Huh?" At that instant, a familiar wave of dizziness washed over him, causing him to step back and take a seat on the sofa in the community hall. The story begins 12 years ago. In the future, this will be your residence. What a charming little villa. Changshur marveled, gazing at the quaint villa adorned with a small garden, his hands cradling his chin with longing. How cozy. Lord Timoku. Is this your home? In that moment, he radiated joy, akin to flowers blooming. Even as a man, the doctor dressed in feminine attire exuded an irresistible charm. It's a house I recently purchased, though I seldom reside here. I usually stay at the Mouri Detective Agency. Why don't you live here? Because there is an amusing little rascal there, and the thrill of tricking him is simply delightful. A nostalgic smile graced Timoku's face. Ah, I see, Chungshur understood. Even deities possess their own peculiar tastes. Encountering such a divine being is indeed an intriguing experience, much like that diminutive detective. Suddenly, he realized how remarkably enjoyable life could be. Lord Timoku, what would you have me do? Chungshur inquired respectfully. As your humble servant, your duty is to provide food whenever I require it, or at times. To tend to my litter. Understood, Lord Timoku. You may call upon me whenever you need. Chungshur replied with a gentle smile. Lord Timoku, you are truly amusing. Referring to your priest as a litter attendant. Stay here for now. I will reach out if necessary. Of course, Lord Timoku. By the way, the neighbor is a scientist, Dr. Agasa, in his 50s. You might want to cultivate a good relationship with him. The house next door belongs to that fellow, Shinichi Kudo. All right then. By the way, I will be coming over this evening, so please prepare a delightful dinner. I am eager to savor your culinary skills. As per your instructions. Lord Tamuki, Chungshur responded earnestly. In his heart, Tamuki was the deity who pulled him back from the brink of despair. He vowed to serve him for a lifetime. Tamuki shook his head. Chungshur, why do you appear so dim-witted? Originally, his meticulously crafted plan for murder had managed to deceive that little rascal Conan for quite some time. Never mind, I won't dwell on that. I should hasten to the office and see if there is anything I can use to outsmart Conan. As he walked back, Tamuki strolled leisurely, relishing the afternoon sun and the gentle breeze wafting from afar, which brought Mimi a sense of contentment. Suddenly, Tamuki's gaze sharpened. There were Conan and the little rascals from the Detective Boys Club. They seemed to be playing hide and seek. How amusing. I initially thought only someone like me, transformed into such a creature, would indulge in these childish games. I never expected you, Kudo Shinichi, with your thick brows and wide eyes, would stoop to playing hide and seek with a bunch of snot-nosed kids. What a surprise. A cunning smile crept across Tamuki's face. Conan, how could I possibly resist collecting such socially mortifying moments of yours? The collector of iconic scenes, the snapshot enthusiast, Tamuki is here. Unbeknownst to Conan, he was presently engrossed in pompously analyzing the hiding spot of Genta. Now, I have entirely grasped your ruse. Essentially, there are 3 reasons. Conan extended a finger. First, beside the trash can lay numerous empty cans. The scattered cans indicated that something must be hidden in the trash can. He extended a second finger. Second, the ice cream you were just eating is carelessly left beside the trash can, and it hasn't melted yet. Then he raised a third finger. Third, through the gaps in the trash can, I can still see your large posterior, Genta. Upon reaching this point, Conan thrust his little hand forward with spirit, declaring, So you are hiding in the trash can? Come out quickly, Genta. Verbose. Yuantai muttered, leaping out of the trash bin. Ha! Conan exclaimed with unbridled joy, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Suddenly, a sharp click echoed through the air. Conan's expression shifted, his neck turning mechanically as he turned to see, indeed. The corner of his eye caught sight of a blue and white British Shorthair cat, clutching a Polaroid camera, capturing the moment. Another click rang out, accompanied by a bright flash. Damn it! Conan's face darkened. That rascal Tamuki not only photographed him and his young detective companions enjoying themselves, but also captured his recent expression. Curse it! Am I, the illustrious high school detective Shinichi Kudo, doomed to be ensnared by that wretched creature? Is my esteemed reputation destined to be at the mercy of that feline? Just as he contemplated rushing over to reclaim the photos, he heard the voice of the little lowly Ayumi beside him. Conan, you are truly amazing. I admire you so much. Huh. Even such a small creature could evoke such praise. Yet it still brought a smile to his face. The members of the Young Detective League were wonderful, unlike that cat, which incessantly tested his nerves. Aiming to appear nonchalant, he tilted his head back at a 45-degree angle, gazing at the sky, and coolly remarked, It's nothing special. Conan, you're so cool. Ayumi's eyes sparkled with admiration. Unable to resist, she leaned in and planted a kiss on Conan's cheek. Conan, I was just stolen a kiss. By a little lowly, no less. Meanwhile, Tamuki, holding the camera, was utterly dumbfounded. Conan, no, I mean Shinichi Kudo got kissed by a little girl? This is too memorable. Reflexively, he pressed the shutter. Click. That classic moment was captured. Conan turned in shock, his face reddening like a boiled shrimp. Steam occasionally puffing from his head. Steam Princess Conan. JPG. Ayumi, meanwhile, was too shy to speak, covering her cheeks with her hands. Where had that courage come from just moments ago? You moron, Conan. I'll tear you apart. Jin raged, swinging his fists, ready to confront Conan. Hikaru also looked incredulous. Ayumi, you actually kissed Conan. Seeing this, Conan panicked and fled. Ran. Oh no, this is bad. Ayumi kissed my cheek. As he dashed away, he fervently reassured himself. I only love Ran. I only love Ran. Panting heavily, Conan pressed his hands to his knees, gasping for breath. Jinta and Hikaru trailed a few steps behind him. Jinta collapsed onto the ground in exhaustion, while Hikaru stuck out his tongue, both utterly worn out. Could you two please stop chasing me? Conan finally caught his breath, insisting, what just happened is not my fault. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, is that true? Yuan Tai exclaimed with a beaming smile. Conan felt a sense of relief. Was this not an easy matter to manage? However, he soon noticed a look of distress wash over Yuan Tai's face as he lamented. But, what about Ayumi and the grilled eel rice? Conan rolled his eyes internally. Filled with sarcasm, how could someone so oblivious to the importance of a girl versus culinary delights have pursued me for so long? Just as Yuan Tai was mired in his dilemma and Conan was busy with his thoughts, Haya suddenly shouted, Where's Ayumi? Conan and Yuan Tai exchanged bewildered glances. Scanning the surroundings, yet there was no trace of Ayumi to be found. Conan furrowed his brow in contemplation. He distinctly remembered that when Yuan Tai and Hayo had been chasing him earlier, Ayumi had been watching with evident concern. How could she have vanished? Ah, the detective badge. Conan hastily activated his badge, tuning it to Ayumi's frequency. Ayumi? Ayumi? Can you hear me? A muffled sound of woo-woo emanated from the detective badge. In that instant, Conan discerned the meaning behind the sound. It was the voice of someone attempting to speak, but whose mouth was obstructed. What? Yuanta and Mitsuhiko exclaimed in astonishment upon hearing Conan's reasoning. The emergence of such a situation indicated, as Mitsuhiko pondered while touching his chin, that Ayumi had been kidnapped. Ah! Yuanta cried out, gazing skyward, before lowering his head in despondency. Isn't this situation perilous for Ayumi? Conan's expression turned grave, reflecting the seriousness of the circumstances. Indeed, there was a genuine possibility that she had been abducted. However, the clues were woefully scant. One might even argue that they were non-existent. Wait, how could I have overlooked that cat? Conan smacked his forehead. Tamuki's cat had just been here, and it must possess the clues he sought. Casting a glance at Tamuki, who was lounging nonchalantly nearby, Conan seized the opportunity while Yuanta and Hikaru were lost in their own thoughts and hurried over. He scooped up Tamuki and inquired, Tamuki, do you know where Ayumi has gone? Has she been kidnapped? Tamuki, basking in the sun, was momentarily taken aback. Ayumi? Kidnapped? Could this be the case where Conan mistakenly believed the little girl was the target of a serial dismemberment? In reality, it was merely two actors from the Titan University Cultural Festival rehearsing their lines. If that were indeed the case, then Tamuki had a sense of what was happening. Ahem. Tamuki cleared his throat, then pretended to extend his paw, making a few dramatic gestures. With an air of mystery, Tamuki gazed at Conan, causing him to feel a surge of anxiety. What is the situation? Conan inquired hastily. This so-called kidnapping incident was merely a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Conan was taken aback. Are you implying? Indeed. Tamuki interrupted Conan before he could finish speaking, continuing on his own. In truth, this incident was merely a misunderstanding. The individuals encountered by Ayumi were not a serial killer of young girls at all, but rather two actors who had been misinterpreted by her. Is that so? Conan furrowed his brow, questioning, with your deductive abilities, you should hardly be mistaken. What is your evidence? Evidence? What evidence? I can clearly predict outcomes. Huh, without evidence. What are you even saying? Conan was overwhelmed with frustration, thinking, what on earth is the ability to predict? Even if I've been transformed into a child. You cannot deceive me like this. At that moment, the detective badge on Conan's chest emitted a series of beeping sounds. He looked down to see it was the frequency of Ayumi's badge. Ayumi, where are you? We are all very worried about you. However, the voice that emerged from the detective badge was not the expected tone of a little girl, but rather a rough, adult voice. This tiny badge seems to be capable of communication. I was just wondering why a voice was coming from that little girl's chest. Conan was taken aback, and his expression turned tense. Who are you? Who I am is of little consequence, replied the voice, sounding serious and cold. What matters is that if you cannot prepare 100 million yen in a timely manner, this little girl will lose her life. With that, the connection was abruptly severed. 100 million yen. Damn it. Conan clenched his fist in anger. The ransom demand had begun. Ayumi must have been kidnapped. Hearing the voice from the detective badge left Takagi in a state of shock. How is it so different from what I remember? Could it be that my memories have become distorted, or perhaps my actions have begun to set off a chain reaction? In this world, where rules are unyieldingly powerful, have my actions finally begun to make an impact? But why did my previous actions not yield significant results? Could it be that Seiji? This pivotal character's fate has been altered due to my influence, leading to a modification of the world's rules? Conan shot a disdainful glance at Takagi. Death. This time your deduction is flawed, yet you dare to claim you can predict outcomes. Takagi muttered. What the hell? How could I possibly predict this? I merely knew the plot. But who would have anticipated that it would change so drastically? He had intended to play the role of a fortune teller, but never expected to be so swiftly contradicted. It felt as though this world was filled with malice towards him. How long are you going to remain in a daze? Seeing Takagi lost in thought, Conan urgently shook him. Quickly tell me any clues you have. I need to rescue Ayumi. Very well. In that moment, Tamuki, having lost his narrative advantage, ceased to show off. When it comes to reasoning and embodying the role of a detective, this little rascal is the true expert. Just now, I observed that Ayumi entered a white sedan, a Toyota to be precise. I cannot recall the license plate, but I distinctly remember the numbers 3 and 6. As he spoke, Tamuki gestured towards a direction on the road outside the park, stating, I remember that car headed in that direction. That direction? Conan pondered. How long has it been since they left? It seems to be around 10 minutes, and moreover, the vehicle was not traveling at high speed. 10 minutes. Conan furrowed his brow in contemplation. The car's speed was slow, and only 10 minutes had elapsed since their departure. When that gruff-voiced man contacted Ayumi using her detective badge, the sounds of traffic had already faded, indicating that they had indeed come to a halt. A kidnapping cannot occur in an easily exposed, open environment. This implies that the individual who abducted Ayumi must have driven for no more than 6 minutes. Within that direction, a location conducive to a kidnapping within a 6-minute drive can only be the abandoned factory district, which lies within a 5-kilometer radius. Let's go. Conan exclaimed as he held onto Tamuki, rushing towards a bench in the park. There lay the solar-powered skateboard that Dr. Agasa had prepared for him. He stepped onto the skateboard, switched it on, and was just about to take off when he noticed that Genta and Hakuba had already climbed aboard. Conan was startled. What are you two doing? You must have made a discovery, right? We want to come too, Hakuba declared earnestly. We are also friends of Ayumi, members of the Junior Detective League, and we too wish to save Ayumi. Indeed, Genta exclaimed, thumping his chest. How can we allow you, Conan, to always be in the lead? We must also leave a favorable impression in Ayumi's heart. After all, she just kissed your cheek. Jenna was still hung up on that moment. Conan found himself momentarily speechless. Were elementary school students maturing this quickly these days? Furthermore, was it wise to lead 2 young students into the hands of a kidnapper to rescue another? It seemed to him that he was bound to be led astray. Hey, Conan, why are you dawdling? Hikaru urged impatiently. If we don't act quickly, Ayumi might be in danger. All right, let's head out. Conan reluctantly agreed, activating his skateboard and swiftly propelling himself towards the direction he had chosen, bathed in the glow of the setting sun and caressed by the warm breeze. The 3 boys and 1 girl advanced onward. Yay! Yuan Tai exclaimed with exuberance, heralding the commencement of the young detective corps mission to rescue their comrade. Hikaru, equally exhilarated, declared, then let us name this operation the Operation Save Rumiko. Operation Save Rumiko? Conan silently pondered, inwardly lamenting the inexplicable surge of excitement he felt. All right, the Operation Save Rumiko officially begins. Upon uttering those words, Conan experienced an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, despite recognizing the name as rather juvenile. He could not fathom why he had so impulsively voiced it. In that moment, he wished nothing more than to vanish into a crevice of the earth. Hooray! Genta and Hakuba raised their fists to the sky, overflowing with excitement. In that moment, they seemed to have forgotten their initial purpose of swiftly locating and rescuing Rumiko. Buckle up, I'm about to accelerate. With that, Conan maneuvered the solar-powered skateboard, hurtling forward at breakneck speed. The wind howled around them. Tomoko, nestled in Conan's embrace, gazed in astonishment at the rapidly retreating scenery. What is this? Tomoko's eyes widened. Was this truly the velocity achievable by an electric skateboard? The powerful thrust against their backs, the inertia of drifting around corners? This little rascal, Conan, had transformed a mere skateboard into a racing experience. Could it be that he would become the legendary king of Akina Mountain in the future? Who knows? Standing at the rear of the skateboard, Jinta and Hakuba clung tightly to Conan, managing to avoid being flung off. Indeed, in this world governed by scientific principles, the most illogical occurrences transpired. Before long, they arrived at a fork in the road. Just as Conan intended to turn right according to his plan, he felt a claw scratching at his arm. "What are you doing, Tomoko?" "I'm almost losing control of the skateboard." Tomoko extended her claw, pointing towards the left path. "That route? Why? Conan, hurry over there." "What are you whispering about?" "If we don't hurry, Rumiko." "Be quiet." The serious Conan would not indulge these little children. At this moment, he felt the claws of Tamuki inscribing something on his arm. Before long, a weary smile appeared on his face as he grasped Tamuki's meaning. "This way, at this distance. I can already send a Yumi." Without hesitation, he chose to trust, maneuvering his skateboard to head towards the left fork in the road. It is worth noting that a cat's sense of smell is over 40 times more acute than that of humans. Moreover, Tamuki is an extraordinary creature. His olfactory abilities are undoubtedly reliable. Sure enough, after turning left and traveling a short distance, Conan spotted a white Toyota sedan, and indeed, the license plate bore the numbers 3 and 6. "Tamuki, is this the car you saw earlier?" "Meow." In that moment, Conan comprehended that Tamuki was referring to this particular vehicle. Jinta and Hakuba gazed at Conan and what he held in his arms with expressions of astonishment. "Conan, your pet is truly fascinating. It can communicate with humans. I initially thought only Sister Rand could converse with your pet," they exclaimed. Conan, realizing the childlike distraction, felt compelled to steer their focus back. "Regarding Tamuki, let's set that aside for now. Our foremost priority is to locate a Yumi." "Ah, a Yumi," Jinta exclaimed, slapping his hefty hands together, looking as if he had just recalled her existence. Hey, Conan internally lamented. "You were just intent on chasing me down for a Yumi. And now you've forgotten her?" Truly, one might say, such is the nature of elementary school students. Conan brought his skateboard to a halt and, cradling Tamuki, approached the Toyota vehicle. Meanwhile, Jinta and Hakuba dismounted their skateboards, surveying their surroundings with keen interest. "Soupwood." "Meow," Tomu exclaimed, extending a paw to begin inscribing letters upon Conan's arm, reminiscent of a vehicle that still bore the lingering scent of Bume. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, I will not go. A knowing wisdom graced Conan's face, as he instructed Jinta and Hayuko to report to the authorities while he ventured in to rescue Ayumi. It must be noted that the kidnapper was a ruthless criminal. For the two children, Jinta and Hayuko, to confront such a danger was exceedingly perilous. "Are you not at risk?" Takagi continued to write. "I possess power-enhancing sneakers." At this juncture, Conan swiftly turned to Jinta and Hayuko, who were scrutinizing the Toyota vehicle, and commanded, "Jinta and Hayuko, hurry and call the police. Contact Officer Megure at the police headquarters, while I proceed to locate Ayumi." "Wait a moment." Hikaru halted Conan, who was about to enter the abandoned factory. "One person is sufficient to call for help. Why are both of us being sent to report? You must be planning to rescue Ayumi all by yourself, right?" "Ah. So that's how it is." "Conan, you are being quite unreasonable." At this moment, Jinta also grasped the situation. Conan retorted, "Why is it that you two have suddenly gained some sense at this very moment?" With determination, Hikaru continued, "My verbal skills are a bit more natural. I shall handle the task of calling for help. Let Jinta accompany you in saving Ayumi." Hikaru, whose face was dotted with freckles, clenched his fists in frustration. "Everything is for Ayumi. Otherwise, I would truly wish to be the first to dash forward and rescue her." Tamuki, nestled in Conan's embrace, gazed at Hikaru with astonishment. Could a mere elementary student utter such words? He is aware of his desires, yet also comprehends the optimal choice at hand, exhibiting a profound sense of perspective, and even understands the necessity of sacrifice for the greater good. This little rascal. Perhaps his future achievements will surpass those of Conan, who merely excels in deduction. Conan, equally astonished, stared at Hikaru, then turned his gaze toward Jinta, who was absent-mindedly scratching the back of his head with a silly grin. To have this muscle-bound brute accompany him in rescuing Ayumi? Surely that would raise alarm and lead to disaster. After all, aside from his brashness, it seems this fellow possesses little else. No way. Conan firmly rejected the idea, asserting that while it was permissible for you to call the police, Jinta could not accompany you inside. Jinta gazed at Conan, declaring, "If you don't allow me to enter, I will wait until you go in and then follow." Conan responded, "If that's the case, the likelihood of Jinta encountering danger will increase considerably." Reluctantly, Conan acquiesced, conceding, "All right, you may come with me, but we must act together and not separate." "I understand." Jinta chuckled foolishly, scratching the back of his head. At that moment, Conan felt Tamuki scribbling on his arm. The message read, "I have some bad news for you. My nose detects that within this abandoned factory, aside from Ayumi's scent, there are two more, indicating that the kidnapper is not a single individual, but two. Conan's expression darkened instantly. The difficulty of the rescue had just escalated considerably. "What are your thoughts?" "Observe the situation and act accordingly. When the time comes, focus on the individual closest to Ayumi. The enhanced athletic shoes I provided you will be your advantage, while I will handle the other." Tamuki continued to write. "Are you?" Conan gazed suspiciously at Tamuki. "What kind of look is that? Though I may be but a mere creature, I have faced off against the likes of Jin and Vodka from the Black Organization. Even if it was only for 2 or 3 exchanges, I emerged unscathed." Tamuki wrote, "API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, understood." Jintai bowed respectfully. Conan nodded in satisfaction and then placed Tamuki on the ground. The 2 elementary school students and a creature stealthily ventured into the abandoned factory, resembling 3 weasels poised to pilfer. "Miura, after all this time, shouldn't we get in touch with that little girl's family again?" "Indeed, Yasuji, it is time to reach out. Let them hear the voice of their child this time. Otherwise, they may hesitate to part with such a staggering sum of 100 million yen. Afterward, regardless of whether her family pays the ransom or not. She has already seen our faces, leaving her with no escape. That is precisely how it should be done." Meanwhile, Conan, Jintai, and Tamuki had arrived at the scene. They were currently hiding in a corner, observing their surroundings. As soon as Ayumi caught sight of the bound Ayumi, Jintai was about to speak. But Conan swiftly covered his mouth. "Are you foolish? Speaking out now will not only jeopardize Ayumi's rescue, but also endanger us." Conan reprimanded him in a hushed tone. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Jintai nodded in understanding. Conan let out a sigh of relief and turned his gaze back to the kidnapping scene. This glance caused his expression to change drastically. He saw that the one named Yasuji had picked up Ayumi's detective badge and was shouting into it. "Hey, can you hear me?" As Yasuji spoke, a voice echoed from a corner of the scene. "Hibuhu," cried Bume, tears streaming down her cheeks as her body writhed in fear, struggling against her captors. "Please be quiet," Miura commanded, striking the handle of his knife against Bume's neck, rendering her unconscious. At that moment, Yasuji approached the corner, wielding a baseball bat. "What is this? 2 small children," he exclaimed. "Yasuji, are you certain? Are they truly just children?" "Indeed, they appear to be first-grade boys," Miura replied. "We must capture them as well. They have seen our faces. We cannot allow them to leave alive. Furthermore, we might extract a sum from their parents." As he spoke, Miura's demeanor relaxed slightly. At this juncture, Conan discreetly placed his hand on his shoe, activating the power-enhancing sneakers. Before him lay a solitary can. "I, the Kanball Master Adagawa Conan, am about to make my triumphant return," he silently chanted within himself. Yet, a troubled expression crossed his face. There was but one can, while there were 2 opponents. Should he use it to incapacitate Miura and free Bume from danger, or should he aim to eliminate Miura in order to extricate himself and Jinta from their predicament? As Conan grappled with this dilemma, Yasuji drew ever closer. "Ah!" Jinta bellowed as he charged directly towards Yasuji. With his mountain-like physique, he unexpectedly collided with Yasuji, sending him crashing to the ground. "Splendid work, Jinta." In that moment, Conan no longer had to agonize over whom to kick. Jinta had already made the choice for him. With a powerful kick, the Sodakin soared through the air, tracing the path he had envisioned, reaching an astonishing speed of nearly 200 km/h. The can sliced through the sky, accompanied by a shimmer of white light. This was a strike, a spectacular goal. With a resounding crack, the can struck Miura squarely in the face, the tremendous force rendering him unconscious. Conan hurried to the side of Ayumi, swiftly untying the ropes that bound her and removing the towel stuffed in her mouth. "Ayumi, are you all right?" He inquired. Conan, you came to rescue me? That's wonderful, she exclaimed, bursting into tears. I was really so scared. Ayumi flung herself into Conan's arms, sobbing uncontrollably, her earlier terror still fresh in her mind. Conan thought to himself, why does she keep diving into my embrace? Internally, he repeated, I like Ran, I like Ran. Observing Ayumi's relentless tears, he gently patted her head, reassuring her that everything was safe now. Ayumi gazed up at him with tear-streaked cheeks, asking, is Conan-kun my knight in shining armor? Conan was utterly bewildered. What knight and princess nonsense is this? He mused, recognizing that Ayumi was simply a little girl lost in her fairy tale. As he attempted to shake his head in denial, he noticed her head inching closer once more. Wait, are you trying to steal a kiss? He thought, startled. He instinctively took a step back, exclaiming, what is this? Conan-kun is completely clueless about romance. Shouldn't the princess repay the knight? Rolling his eyes, he internally grumbled about how precocious the children were these days. You're just a first grader. What do you know about romance? He reflected, recalling that even as Kudo Shinichi, he had never encountered such scenarios. At that moment, Yusuji, having been knocked down by Jinta, struggled to his feet. He seized Jinta and shoved him to the ground before swiftly binding him by heavens. Conan exclaimed, his face awash with astonishment as he gazed upon Tangmu before him. Could it be that this deceased individual still possessed the art of swordsmanship? What? Yusuji rubbed his eyes, scarcely able to believe the astonishing sight before him. A mere practice sword, wielded as if it were an actual weapon, had effortlessly blocked his full-force swing of a baseball bat. Was this some sort of fantastical realm? How could such an absurdity exist in the world? As a seasoned kidnapper and murderer, he had encountered countless scenarios. Yet he had never witnessed anything so defying of reason, an entity standing upright like a human, brandishing a practice sword. Instead of fear, a surge of anger welled up within him. Fueled by rage, he swung the bat with renewed fervor, aimed directly at Taki. I refuse to believe that as an adult, I can be outmatched by this. Thwack! The bat was thwarted once more by the practice sword. At that moment, Taki cast a cold glance at Yusuji, casually draping a black cloth over his eyes. Gripping the practice sword with both hands, he faced Yusuji. Yusuji could hardly fathom the audacity of this being, choosing to blindfold itself in the face of his challenge. His eyes twitched in disbelief. He was being looked down upon by this creature. Only Conan seemed to grasp the significance of Taki's actions. The being merely sought to flaunt its prowess. Determined now, Yusuji raised his bat, carefully watching Taki. The corners of Taki's mouth curled into a devilish smile as he transformed into a whirlwind, dashing toward Yusuji in the blink of an eye. With a powerful swing, he aimed the practice sword directly at Yusuji's neck. Yusuji narrowed his eyes, hastily positioning the bat defensively across his chest. To his astonishment, Taki's sword, which had seemed destined for his neck, suddenly pivoted upon contact with the bat, gliding toward his throat instead. This creature truly understood the art of swordsmanship. Yusuji's last fleeting thought before losing consciousness was a stunned realization. He had been bested in one swift move by a being wielding a practice sword. He distinctly felt the blunt impact against his carotid artery before the world faded into darkness. Thud! Yusuji collapsed to the ground. Jinta and Ayumi stared, wide-eyed, at Taki, who stood poised with the sword, his eyes covered by the black cloth. Their eyes sparkled with wonder. Conan, is this your pet? It's simply marvelous. Yours even knows swordsmanship. Conan replied, this is the first time I've learned that this creature possesses sword skills. Moreover, I wonder how many more surprises it has in store. Taki removed the cloth from his eyes, gazing down at the fallen Yusuji, extending a middle finger in clear disdain. The message was unmistakable, trash. With a flick of his wrist, he stored the practice sword within his magical arsenal. The magical pants have vanished. It must be some sort of sorcery. Conan, your home is a realm of magic. Upon witnessing the instant disappearance of the sushi rolling stick, Jinta and Ayumi erupted in excitement, shouting joyously, completely forgetting that they had just been kidnapped. Hey, Conan, quickly untie me. Jinta, lost in his exhilaration, now remembered that his hands and feet were still bound. Inspector Magyar could hardly believe his eyes. Earlier, a young boy had called to report the discovery of a serial kidnapper and murderer, and he had initially thought it to be a prank. Adhering to the principle of responding to all reports, he had brought along some officers to investigate. Little did he expect that upon arriving at this abandoned factory, he would indeed encounter the notorious kidnappers. In fact, they had been in pursuit of these two criminals for some time, having already obtained profiles of the suspects. The moment they laid eyes on them, They were certain that these two were the vicious perpetrators they sought. But why were they being subdued by a group of elementary school children? Was this some sort of jest? If such fearsome criminals could be easily overpowered by children, how could they have maintained their audacity for so long? At that moment, he finally noticed Conan standing nearby. "Ah, aren't you from the Mouri household? I am Adagawa Conan, a detective." "A detective, you say?" Magyar chuckled in disbelief. "Please, spare me the mention of detectives. That Mouri fellow seems to attract cases wherever he goes. Now, does this peculiar ability extend to the children in his household as well? If so, my own work and life could become quite troublesome." He envisioned his future, constantly responding to emergencies, only to have cases solved by a child detective, leaving the police department's reputation in tatters. No, the future could not unfold in such a manner. Shaking his head to regain focus, he gestured to have the two suspects restrained and taken away. Then, he turned to the children, his expression softening. "Little ones, you must accompany Uncle to the police department and briefly explain the situation." "Very well." Yuanta cheerfully scratched the back of his head and introduced, "I am Yuanta. This is Mitsuhiko, and she is Ayumi. We are the Junior Detective League." The trio enthusiastically pulled Conan into a pose. Conan exclaimed, "Could you please not drag me into this? It's utterly embarrassing." Listening to the exuberant shouts of the children, Magyar JZ felt as though his head had been struck by a heavy hammer. A Junior Detective League? A sense of foreboding washed over him. He had an unsettling feeling that he would soon find himself entangled with this so-called Junior Detective League. Could it be that this group was also a source of trouble? Shaking his head to dispel the thought, he suppressed his discomfort and managed a warm smile as he addressed Conan. "Conan, my young friend, let's take a trip to the police headquarters together." Conan replied, "What is this young friend nonsense? When I was Shinichi Kudo, you called me older brother Kudo. Now that I am Adagawa Conan, you refer to me as younger brother Conan. When we see Uncle Mouri, will you also call him younger brother Mouri? Is every male in this world your younger brother? Or perhaps you suffer from a condition where you believe you will perish if you do not address everyone as younger brother?" Unaware of Conan's whimsical musings, Magyar turned to Officer Takagi beside him and said, "Takagi, please drive and escort the children back to the police headquarters, where you and Officer Sato can question them about the events." "Hello," Takagi Wataru replied without a moment's hesitation. After a brief pause, he realized, "Wait, Officer Sato?" He struggled to articulate his thoughts, as he harbored unusual sentiments towards Officer Sato. However, after his previous absurd reasoning had rendered him the laughingstock of the entire police department, the once ambiguous relationship with Officer Sato had soured, and she no longer acknowledged him. It was all his fault. Had he not uttered such nonsensical deductions, they might not have reached this impasse. If not for his robust mental fortitude and an extraordinary obsession with becoming a police officer, he might have even considered leaving the precinct. Now, a rare opportunity had arisen to collaborate with Officer Sato. He was determined to seize the moment and demonstrate his reliability. With this thought in mind, he hurriedly got into the car. "Conan, and the young detectives, please get in quickly. Just a moment, I need to bring along Tamuki." "Tamuki?" Takagi was taken aback. Wasn't Tamuki the very one he had initially identified as the perpetrator? He couldn't believe that after all this time, he still couldn't escape that predicament. Watching the blue and white British Shorthair being carried into the car by Conan, Takagi shook his head in self-deprecation. How foolishly endearing he had been to suspect a meerkat as a criminal. The thought now made him blush. At the police station, Murojuizu examined the inquiry record submitted by Takagi, his brow furrowed in confusion. "Takagi, is this truly your inquiry record?" "Yes. This is the result of my questioning with Officer Sato," Takagi replied. "Bakiaro." Inspector Makuju Jusen glared at Takagi, forcefully slamming the report onto the table before him. "Take a look for yourself. What is the meaning of this record?" Takagi leaned in, glancing at the document. "Inspector, is there anything amiss?" Makuju Jusen rubbed his temples, appearing quite exasperated. "Should I consider you adorably foolish?" He continued, "Pray tell, what is the nature of this inquiry report?" A blue and white British Shorthair named Taki wielded a bakin and defeated a perpetrator armed with a baseball bat? Is this some sort of fairy tale? Takagi's face flushed crimson as he attempted to clarify. But this is indeed the genuine inquiry report. Both the child named Jinta and the one who was kidnapped, a girl named Ayumi, have stated as much. With a sigh, Makujuju shook his head. Even if such words were uttered by a child, certain statements should not be recorded. Officer Sato was uncertain, but surely you must share the same confusion. After speaking, he leaned on the table and bellowed at Takagi. How am I supposed to justify this to my superiors? Does this not make me appear as foolish as the rest? Hey there, Takagi called out, feeling a sense of relief. At this moment, he was truly grateful. Officer Sato's suggestion proved to be quite effective. Fortunately, he heeded her advice and brought up the children's inquiries to test the waters first. Had he brought the statement from the criminal named Yusuji, wouldn't Officer Megure have torn him to shreds? It must be noted that the statement clearly recorded Yusuji's own admission of being struck down by a swinging wooden stick. It seems that he must refine that statement before submitting it. Nevertheless, it was precisely that statement, along with the inquiry records, that rendered his previous deductions less foolish, at least in the eyes of Officer Sato. As for the other officers, they could interpret it however they wished. Conan and Agasa returned to the office quite late. At this moment, Kagoro Mouri and Ran Mouri, who had attended the tea and university anniversary celebration, had just returned. Conan unlocked the door and entered the office. Well, little buddy, did you have fun playing with the kids today? Kagoro Mouri asked with a hearty smile. Hi. Conan responded with a cute voice, dismissing Kagoro entirely as he had no inclination to engage. It was less about being happy and more about sheer astonishment. He had previously accepted that the dead could speak, but now he discovered that Tamuki not only could write, but was also proficient in swordsmanship. He felt that this deceased individual's abilities were even more outrageous than his own. Shinichi Kudo. Under normal circumstances, shouldn't cases and criminals be resolved by the illustrious Detective Conan? Yet today, the criminal could send flying the soda can that he had kicked with his power-enhanced shoes, forcing him into a corner. The outcome was that this esteemed detective found himself saved by a mere animal, a truly humiliating situation. Observing Conan's sulky expression, Kagoro Mouri remained unconcerned. After all, a child with such a demeanor was likely deserving of a reprimand. Most importantly, his beloved Yoshiko's show was about to air. Yoshiko. Kagoro placed a beer on his desk, one hand waving a fist in excitement while the other turned on the television. In an instant, he transformed into a lecherous old man. However, Ran Mouri noticed something amiss with Conan. She approached from behind and embraced him, asking, Conan, is something troubling you? Conan exclaimed. It's a foul to collide with the ball. His face instantly flushed a deep crimson, steam occasionally puffing from him. Conan's steam princess. JPG. Meow. Upon hearing Tamuki's call, Ran released Conan, looking at Tamuki in surprise. Are you saying that Conan's emotions are perfectly fine, and he's actually quite happy? Meow, meow, meow. Tamuki nodded repeatedly. Why do you say that? Ran Mouri gazed at Tamuki. Meow, meow. Tamuki responded, producing a photograph and handing it to Ran Mouri. You claim you have photographic evidence? Ran, bewildered, accepted the photograph and examined it closely. At that moment, Conan's internal alarm bells rang fiercely. Could that photograph possibly be the one of Ayumi stealing a kiss from him? Quick, give me back the photo. Conan leaped and bounded towards Ran to snatch the photograph from her grasp. Now, Conan, Ran said, firmly holding Conan's head down so he couldn't jump, while her other hand clutched the photograph, scrutinizing its contents intently. Moments later, Pata! Ran burst into laughter. How amusing. It turns out there's a little girl who has a crush on Conan. Ran mischievously glanced at Conan. What a lovely little girl, isn't it wonderful? Wonderful? Conan rolled his eyes. If you knew I was Shinichi Kudo, would you still say it's wonderful? You would likely send me to my demise on the spot. Is there more? After examining the photograph, Morlin felt a lingering sense of dissatisfaction. With keen interest, she gazed at Tongmu, her heart brimming with anticipation. Meow Meow API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, As she gazed at one of the photographs, a peculiar expression crossed Mao Lilan's face. Why does this photograph evoke such a sense of familiarity? Mao Lilan was utterly perplexed. Conan leaned in with his small head to take a look. At that moment, the photograph that Xiao Lan was examining was indeed the one he had taken after confidently analyzing the whereabouts of Yuan Tai. Suddenly, Ran Mouri was struck by inspiration, as if a thought had just occurred to her. She hurried into the house, rummaging through drawers and cabinets in search of something. Sister Ran, what are you looking for? Allow me to assist you, Conan said, approaching her with a sense of eagerness. For some inexplicable reason, at that moment, he was overwhelmed by a foreboding feeling. Move aside, Mao Lilan exclaimed as she casually pushed Conan away, continuing her frantic search. Conan thought to himself, something is amiss. This is not the usual demeanor of Xiaolan towards me. Just then, Tongmu entered the room with elegant strides, equally curious about what could have caused Mao Lilan's urgency. Suddenly, Mao Lilan clutched a photograph, her face alight with excitement. Exclaiming, "I found it. It's this photo." She swiftly approached the table, laying the two photographs side by side, beginning to compare them. Conan leaned in for a closer look. Oh no. The photo that Stalan had just uncovered featured a young version of himself alongside her. As Mao Lilan compared the two images, she murmured to herself, as expected, the physique, expression, and clothing are nearly identical, except for the glasses. This was troublesome. Conan cautiously began to retreat, attempting to slip away unnoticed. Tongmu observed the scene with amusement, never anticipating that Kudo Shinichi's transformation into Conan would be exposed so soon. Or was it that Xiaolan had just witnessed him being affectionate with a little girl? He would undoubtedly face dire consequences, just as Conan had taken 2 steps back. Mao Lilan turned her serious gaze upon him, fixing him with an intense stare. Conan, where do you think you're going? Where am I supposed to go? The world feels so vast, yet there seems to be no refuge for me. In a frenzy, Conan's mind raced until he devised the most classic escape, pretending to need the restroom. I must go to the bathroom. I simply cannot hold it any longer. He feigned the demeanor of a small child, bouncing about as if he truly were about to burst. Stop right there. Mouri extended her arms to block Conan's path. It has always struck me as peculiar. Each time I encounter you, I am enveloped by an unsettling sense of familiarity. Yet I could never quite decipher the reason behind it. Now, gazing upon these 2 photographs, clarity has finally dawned upon me. Xiaolan, Conan whispered softly. He had somewhat resigned himself to his fate. Once discovered, what could he possibly do? It was all the fault of that wretched creature. You must be Shinichi. Indeed. I am. Indeed. Mao Lilan raised her hands in jubilation, affirming her deductive prowess. The next time she encounters that scoundrel Shinichi, she will ensure he knows that she possesses both beauty and intellect. She regarded Conan with warmth. You must be Shinichi's cousin. No wonder you bear such a resemblance. Conan, taken aback, thought to admit it, but her earnest absurdity left him perplexed. Observing Lilan cheerfully humming as she dashed to the kitchen to prepare dinner, Conan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Fortunately, Lilan had managed to rationalize the situation. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for an explanation. This remained a potential risk. Sooner or later, Lilan would harbor doubts. It appeared that the plan proposed by Tamuki, to find someone to impersonate him, needed to be prioritized. Only by having both Adagawa Conan and Kudo Shinichi appear before Lilan could her concerns be thoroughly alleviated. Before long, Mao Lilan announced, "Dad, Conan, dinner is ready." As she summoned Kagero and Conan, she scanned the room, her brow furrowed in confusion. Where has Tamuki gone? Unbeknownst to her, Tamuki had quietly departed the Mouri detective agency the moment Lilan began cooking. After all, earlier that day, he had promised his caretaker, Narumi, that he would return to sample his culinary creations. At that moment, he had already returned to the quaint villa he had purchased. Narumi, clad in a maid's outfit, had prepared dinner and awaited his return. As Tamuki gracefully entered the villa's entrance, a captivating smile adorned Narumi's face. "Tamuki-dano, welcome back. Dinner is prepared. Would you care to dine now?" Tamuki's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of Narumi, who looked enchanting in the maid's attire. He rubbed his eyes, feeling his heart race and blood quicken. Who could resist such a charming sight? He felt as though he might faint from excitement. In his 2 lifetimes, he had never encountered such a scene. Cough, cough, suppressing the desire within, Tangmu cleared his throat and continued. "Chengshi, how long have you been preparing this meal? Is it possible that it has grown cold? Rest assured, my lord Tangmu, the dishes have just been served a mere 10 minutes ago, and they are at the pinnacle of their culinary perfection." "That is splendid." Tangmu rose to his feet, his right paw poised in front of him while the left rested behind his back. He strode towards the dining hall with an air of grandeur, his gait embodying a commanding presence. Behind him, Chengshi stood momentarily dazed. Truly, Tangmu exuded the aura of a powerful sage traversing the earthly realm. Every movement radiated authority. As Tangmu settled at the dining table, Chengshi promptly fetched a scarf and draped it around Tangmu's neck. He then picked up the knife and fork, expertly preparing the meal before presenting it to Tangmu. "My lord, please open your mouth." "Ah, delicious." Tangmu exclaimed as he swallowed, his mouth full as he mumbled praises. "So tasty, truly delightful. Your culinary skills are remarkable." A crescent-shaped smile graced Tangmu's face, his eyes curving with joy. He reflected on this life of ease, having everything at his fingertips, realizing that he had never experienced such luxury in 2 lifetimes. It felt as though his previous existence had been in vain. As long as Lord Tangmu enjoys it, that is what matters. I absolutely adore it. Tangmu nodded repeatedly, Chengshi possessed not only exquisite medical skills and exceptional culinary talents, but also striking good looks. Aside from a few minor imperfections, he was flawless. Moreover, how could one conquer the world if their heart was not at peace? Chengshi, I have made up my mind. From now on, I shall visit this place once a week to savor your culinary creations. Chengshi was taken aback. Did my cooking not satisfy Lord Tangmu's palate? Why did Lord Tangmu not sample my dishes at every meal? No. Your culinary skills are indeed top-notch. The reason I do not dine here daily is simply because. Why is that? It is essential to govern one's desires. Once one succumbs to the abyss of craving, extricating oneself becomes a formidable challenge. Truly, Lord Tamuki exemplifies remarkable self-discipline. In Chengshi's eyes, admiration sparkled brightly. Perhaps, in Chengshi's perspective, everything done by the life-giving Lord Tamuki is inherently right. After dining, Chengshi approached Lord Tamuki, meticulously wiping the smudge from the corner of his mouth. Tamuki remarked, such a decadent existence is indeed irresistibly enticing. Lord Tamuki, will you be resting here tonight? I shall prepare a bed for you at once. No need, Chengshi. Tamuki replied, rising from the table and stretching leisurely. I must head to the Mouri detective agency shortly. You should retire early as well. Very well. Tangmu stepped out of the villa's entrance, his silhouette vanishing into the night. Chengshi watched as Tangmu's figure melded into the darkness, before retracting his gaze. Truly, Lord Tangmu embodies a deity brimming with compassion. Upon returning to the Mouri detective agency, as soon as he opened the door, Tangmu was greeted by the wide-eyed stares of Mouri Ran, Mouri Kagaro, and Conan, all of whom were evidently wide awake. Hearing the door creak, the trio simultaneously turned towards him, their eyes ignited with fervor. Mouri Ran clenched her fists, the sound of her knuckles cracking resonating in the air as she slowly rose to her feet, a strained smile adorning her face as she inquired, Tangmu, could you explain why you vanished during dinner? Tangmu responded, meow. What was this inexplicable aura of murderous intent that he sensed? Silence, is it? The stiff smile on Mouri Ran's face swiftly morphed into a furious expression, heralding the return of the Super Saiyan Ran. Is there really no explanation? She advanced towards Tangmu, her tightly clenched fist poised to strike the floor beside his head. Danger. Life-threatening peril. Should that fist connect with his skull, it would be akin to being struck by a hefty brick. Reacting with the swiftness of a trained animal, he leaped aside, narrowly evading the blow. The ferocious fist grazed past his ear, the mere force of its passage ruffling his fur into disarray. Subsequently, the fist crashed into the floor, creating a substantial crater upon impact. Conan, witnessing this spectacle, was drenched in cold sweat. Why was such a lovely Ran so adept in karate? He could almost envision a grim future where he reverted to Kudo Shinichi and married Ran, plagued by the misery that would ensue. The piercing scream of meow 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 echoed from Tomu. Oh? Mao Lilan turned to look at Tangmu, her expression curious. Are you attempting to argue? Pray, repeat that. Meow meow meow, meow meow meow. Tangmu waved his hands in denial. Ah, so you seek my explanation. Mao Lilan's face softened into a gentle smile. Very well. I shall listen to what you have to say, should you dare deceive me. With that, she tightened her fist, a hand as formidable as a sandbag. If you catch my drift. Meow meow meow, meow meow meow. I see. So you just dined at Dr. Cheng's residence? Was the food there truly delectable? Mao Lilan gazed at Tangmu, genuinely curious about its taste. Indeed, Thomas affirmed with alacrity. All right. Mouri was invigorated, determined to engage in a conversation with Dr. Chengshi on another day. He was eager to discover the culinary prowess that compelled one to venture so far to savor a dish, just as his meal was nearing completion. Tamuki mewed, sensing an impending calamity. By the riverbank, Tamuki sighed heavily, his mood decidedly dismal. He glanced to his left, where Conan effortlessly scooped a net full of small fish. To his right, Jinna was using a small basin to directly scoop fish from the water, while Ayumi, the little girl, cradled a small fish in her tiny hands. Yet here he stood, equipped with top-tier fishing gear, including an exquisite rod, float, and a no. 5IC hook baited with self-dug earthworms. Despite all this, he had caught not a single fish. In his previous life, he had been an elite angler. In this life, however, he was reduced to a novice. How was it possible to come up empty-handed? An angler simply could not go home without a catch. He cast a sidelong glance at Mitsuhiko, who nodded appreciatively. Indeed, this unfortunate lad, like himself, had not managed to catch a fish. At that moment, Mitsuhiko was earnestly analyzing the reasons for their lack of success, his face mirroring Tamuki's incredulous expression. as long as he was not the sole one failing. He felt somewhat relieved. Oh, by the way, why was there no reaction from the others regarding Tamuki's fishing skills? Conan had long grown accustomed to Tamuki's peculiar antics. While the other members of the Junior Detective League had accepted Tamuki's extraordinary capabilities ever since witnessing him vanquish a kidnapper with a mere baton, they regarded Tamuki as one of their own, for children possess a remarkable capacity for acceptance. As Tamuki pondered his predicament, Mitsuhiko approached him. Casting a glance into Tamuki's empty basin, his face revealing a peculiar expression at the sight of no fish. Tamuki, could I borrow your fishing rod? I believe my failure to catch fish is purely due to inferior equipment. Tamuki retorted, what do you mean your equipment is lacking? Even with my superior gear, I haven't caught a single fish. Noticing Tamuki's silence, Mitsuhiko persisted, please? Tamuki, unwilling to engage further, thought to himself, go ahead and try. Once you realize that your failure to catch fish has nothing to do with your equipment, you will understand. He stood up from his spot, silently moving aside to attempt to snag a couple of the small fish from Conan's net. For some reason, ever since his transformation, he found himself unable to resist the allure of dried fish. Before he could act, Mitsuhiko, who had just taken his place, suddenly shouted, I've got one. A black float. Tamuki turned in shock, witnessing the rod bent under the weight of a thrashing fish. It was a sizable catch. Tamuki felt as though he might lose his mind. This was more painful than death. Mitsuhiko, you should be cursed. Tamuki's eyes were fixed on the splashing water as he silently urged, unhook it, unhook it, unhook it. Yet, to his dismay, the fish was reeled to the riverbank, its size nearing 10 pounds. How on earth did this elementary school student muster the strength to haul such a large fish ashore? Conan, upon seeing this, quickly grabbed a landing net to assist Mitsuhiko in securing the catch. Tamuki lamented, I wish I were dead. My world of fishing is utterly destroyed. Just then, Ayumi exclaimed. What is that? Tamuki, Conan, Genta, and Mitsuhiko turned their gazes toward the direction Ayumi pointed. They spotted a remote-controlled boat, tethered to a balloon, racing across the small lake formed by the river's confluence, performing various maneuvers. The four of them found the sight quite amusing. Suddenly, a soft pop was heard as the balloon burst. Conan's instincts kicked in. He recognized the sound and trajectory. It was the unmistakable report of a sniper rifle. He quickly grabbed the binoculars hanging around his neck and scanned the rooftops in the distance. There, he spotted a man holding a sniper rifle, flanked by several others. As Conan processed this alarming revelation, Tamuki, brimming with frustration from his fishing failures, erupted. With a sweeping motion, he produced a Barrett sniper rifle from his magical arsenal. Not long ago, he had acquired an assortment of firearms from Koizumi Hongzi, albeit at the cost of 50 million yen. Ignoring the wealth of details, Tamuki glared at the rooftop across the way, his anger igniting. He thought to himself, do they not realize there are people here? How dare they fire a sniper rifle in my direction? Bring it on. I shall counter with my cannon, the Barrett. Without a moment's hesitation, he aimed the Barrett at the rooftop and pulled the trigger without aiming. The resulting boom startled the members of the Junior Detective League, causing them to tumble to the ground in shock. What just happened? Was that an earthquake? Jenna scratched his head, bewildered. Ayumi rubbed her head, groaning, that hurt. Mitsuhiko, closest to the blast, covered his ears, his mouth moving soundlessly as he thought, I think I'm deaf. Conan, recovering from the shock, turned to see Tamuki slowly rising from behind the Barrett, his voice faltering. Tamuki, what have you done? Conan had believed he knew Tamuki well, but he never anticipated that he would wield a Barrett so recklessly. Would there come a day when Tamuki, in a fit of displeasure, would brandish the Barrett at him? It was too perilous. From that moment on, Conan resolved to remain vigilant during any future interactions with Tamuki, lest he find himself in dire straits. Suddenly, Conan paused, turning to Tamuki, who was still posing theatrically. Tamuki, where did you hide the Barrett? He distinctly remembered that Tamuki had only brought fishing gear when they set off. Tamuki turned, a smile adorning his face as he strolled over to Conan, leaning close to whisper, sometimes, being too clever can be quite dangerous, don't you think, Conan? Conan shivered at the unexpected remark and retreated a couple of steps. What are you planning? Tamuki leaped onto Conan's shoulder, whispering conspiratorially, I can perform magic. Do you believe me? Conan rolled his eyes, exuding exasperation. Do you think I, Shinichi Kudo, am foolish enough to believe in such unscientific nonsense? Magic does not exist in this world. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, he conjectured, I bet you stashed the Barrett in your fishing gear bag, didn't he you? Don't try to fool me with your so-called magic. Although I may lack any actual magical abilities, I possess a magical artifact bestowed upon me by the enchanting Koizumi Akiko. To remain solemn while engaging in such playful banter would be quite remiss of me, wouldn't it? With that thought in mind, I waved my hand, and the Barrett vanished into thin air. Now, Conan, what do you have to say about that? Surely, you must be an exceptionally skilled magician. Magician? Jinta, Ayumi, and Mitsuhiko exclaimed in unison, their eyes wide with curiosity as they gazed at Tamuki. They had previously witnessed Tamuki make a magic stick vanish and presumed he was merely skilled in one trick. Could it be that he was not just a practitioner of simple illusions, but a master magician? Hey, Conan, is Tamuki really a magician? Jinta inquired, his voice heavy with intrigue. Can anyone become a magician? Mitsuhiko pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. The cat's meow magician. Ayumi's eyes sparkled with excitement. As for whether one can become a magician, I cannot say. However, the ability to suddenly make a large object disappear can only be attributed to magic, which exploits the discrepancies in human perception and psychological errors. As for sorcery, that doesn't exist. Conan scoffed, adding, we must trust in science. Upon hearing this, Tamuki rolled his eyes, admiring Conan's deductive prowess. Believe in science? I think it's damn it. He cursed, startled by the sound of a Barrett sniper rifle firing. At that moment, he was utterly bewildered. This was not a battlefield, nor were there any armored vehicles or bulletproof cars. How could someone employ an anti-material sniper rifle? Had someone lost their mind? Bang! The bullet from the Barrett struck a 4-centimeter thick steel plate atop the building, piercing it effortlessly. Not only did it breach the plate, but the resulting hole erupted outward, appearing grotesque and terrifying. Alert! The men who were intimidating Koichi Yamabe tightened their grips on their weapons, assuming a defensive stance. Yamabe shook his head and turned to the assailants beside him, requesting the sniper rifle he had just used. Looking through the scope, he could only see a few children playing in that direction, with no sign of the Barrett marksman. Had the adversary retreated so swiftly? What had they discovered? A man in a black suit inquired nervously. The enemy had vanished without a trace, and judging by their rapid withdrawal, it was evident that they were masters of disguise and stealth. Who could it be? The men in black suits fell into deep contemplation. At that moment, Conan, who was engaged in a heated argument with Tamuki, suddenly changed his expression, filled with regret. How could I have focused solely on debating with Tamuki? There is an adept sniper across from us, aiming right at this direction. He hastily grabbed his binoculars to look. But the silhouettes of those sharpshooters were nowhere to be seen. Regret washed over him as he swiftly moved his short legs towards the rooftop of the building. Conan, wait for us. Have you discovered another case that you intend to tackle alone? The young detective team sprang into action once again, following Conan's lead. The 4 members of the team hurried after Conan, leaving Tamuki staring blankly at their retreating figures. Wait for me. I haven't even gotten into the car yet. Just a moment ago, you were all intrigued by my flashy moves, calling me little sweetie. Now, have you relegated me to the role of a mere bystander? Is investigating and solving cases truly that captivating? Tamuki shook his head, dismissing his jumbled thoughts, and followed the direction in which the young detective team had departed. Upon reaching the rooftop, he heard Conan exclaim, "Quick, contact the police." At that moment, Conan was holding a calculator that contained crucial clues he had just discovered. Tamuki thought to himself, how is it possible that he found a key clue just a few minutes after leaving my sight? I must say, this kid's detective skills are indeed remarkably impressive, unbelievably strong. Before long, Officer Magyar arrived in his police car. It must be said that Officer Magyar was genuinely kind to the young members of the detective team. With just a phone call, he was almost always at their beck and call. Even when the children engaged in perilous antics, he exhibited ample patience and understanding towards them. Such a gentle soul. Yet he was a police inspector vehemently opposed to evil. Indeed, everyone possesses a soft spot within. He simply devoted his gentleness to these innocent children. At this moment, Magyar was examining the scene on the rooftop. Conan, are you saying that while you were fishing by the river across, you encountered a remote-controlled boat tethered with balloons? And those balloons were shot down by a sniper's bullet fired from here? Before Conan could respond, Hikaru interjected, "Yes, that's right. We were just fishing on the other side, and I even caught a 10-pound fish." "Look," Hikaru exclaimed, lifting the hefty fish he had caught. Magyar raised an eyebrow. "Huh? Are you certain that this is to confirm that you were fishing by the river and not merely to boast about catching a large fish?" "Baka," Conan exclaimed in anger, subsequently elucidating the circumstances to Officer Magyar. "At that moment, I was holding this binocular, gazing through it, and I chanced upon a man wielding a sniper rifle. However, observing the behavior of the men around him, I surmised that he might also be a victim of coercion." As he spoke, Conan raised the binoculars hanging from his neck. his expression grave as he articulated his hypothesis. I believe this is a rehearsal orchestrated by the criminals for an assassination. A rehearsal for a sniper attack? Officer Magyar mused, rubbing his temples, which were beginning to throb. Indeed, such a possibility exists. You suspect that the calculator in your possession was intentionally left as a clue by that sniper, perhaps compelled to communicate in such a manner due to duress. I deduce that the numbers inscribed upon it pertain to the anticipated location and coordinates of their sinister plot. Is that so? Magyar Jusin's gaze turned serious. Please hand me that calculator. He produced a transparent bag, for it was conceivable that it might have been left behind by the sniper, and thus it was highly likely to bear the fingerprints of the marksman. We shall see if we can extract any clues from it. Indeed, Conan obediently placed the calculator into the bag, then retrieved a pen and a piece of paper to record the information displayed on the device. Inspector Magyar meticulously stored the evidence bag and turned to Conan, stating, "Now, let us discuss the next matter." Conan inquired, "Next matter? Is there something else?" Inspector Magyar pointed towards a shattered steel plate on the rooftop, asserting, "If I am not mistaken, this damage was caused by a Barrett anti-material sniper rifle. Judging by the marks, the shooting position should be across from this building, near where you were fishing." Inspector Magyar then gazed at Conan and the other three young detectives, asking, "Did you witness anything unusual? Did you hear any sounds?" Inspector Magyar remained vigilant, emphasizing the seriousness of an anti-material sniper rifle, which is not typically used for targeting individuals. Rather, it is designed for engaging armored vehicles on the battlefield. The presence of such weaponry being discharged here indicates a significant case. The young detectives nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "We did see something, and it was right at the scene." "What?" Magyar Juzu exclaimed in astonishment, startled. He hurriedly drew his small handgun, adopting a vigilant stance. "Where is it?" The young members of the juvenile detective team all pointed their hands in unison towards a singular direction. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted indeed. The young members of the detective club nodded in unison. Then, Uinta added, "Tamuki is quite remarkable. He can even fish. Not only can he perform magic," they exclaimed, striking poses with enthusiasm. The young detectives chattered excitedly, while Conan observed the scene with a detached gaze. For Officer Magyar, the notion was utterly implausible. How could it be possible for an adult? Magyar JZ felt as though his head might explode from the cacophony of the children's chaotic voices, which echoed in his ears like a mesmerizing incantation. "Stop, stop, stop!" He waved his hands repeatedly. "If you ever pull such pranks again, I shall never trust you again." "A Barrett sniper rifle? Don't be ridiculous." "How infuriating!" Yuan Tai exclaimed, his face etched with discontent. "Officer Mouri did not believe us at all." "Precisely," Hikaru exclaimed indignantly. "The last time TGI employed the sword technique, it was similarly troubling, and now, while wielding a sniper rifle, the situation remains unchanged. Woe is me. I can no longer place my trust in you." Ayumi, feeling wronged, burst into tears. Magyar J-san, perplexed, turned to Conan for assistance. "Humph." Conan turned his head away in a huff, thinking that whoever made him cry should be the one to comfort him. Don't cry, don't cry. It was Uncle's fault for not believing you." Magyar Juza quickly began to soothe, attempting to change the subject. "In which direction did you find it?" Only by diverting the children's attention elsewhere could he truly console them. As expected, Ayumi ceased her tears, pointing into the distance. "Right there. Is that the direction?" Magyar Juza approached the edge of the rooftop, one foot resting on the ledge as he raised his binoculars to gaze across the small river. However, he found nothing. He continued to scan with the binoculars, saying, "I will thoroughly investigate upon my return. But if we mobilize the search personnel, we might discover bullets or something on the other side," Conan reminded him. Unfortunately, it just so happened that there were few available search personnel due to recent holidays. Conan was taken aback. In such a situation, he felt powerless, as the clues were simply too scant. They could only hope to decipher the information left by the sniper on that calculator soon. "All right, I must head back now," Officer Magyar declared, putting away the binoculars and preparing to retract his foot from the ledge. Little did he anticipate that, at that very moment, he felt a slip beneath him. "Damn it. Has my right leg been bent for too long? Is it numb?" Then, his body tilted, and he began to tumble down from the rooftop. Oh no. Magyar was genuinely frightened this time. Help? Inauspicious. Conan was momentarily stunned, as he had inadvertently maneuvered himself into a precarious position with one foot dangling over the edge of the rooftop. Now, it seemed, he was destined for a fall. Yet, The notion of Inspector Magyar suddenly losing his footing and plummeting from the rooftop struck him as exceedingly unfortunate. Without dwelling on the matter, Conan dashed forward, extending his diminutive hand to seize Inspector Magyar. Remarkably swift, he managed to grasp the inspector's collar just as his body was about to completely disappear over the edge. Sensing the immense, irresistible force transmitted through his grasp, Conan's face paled. A grave miscalculation. In the heat of the moment, his adrenaline surging, he had overlooked Inspector Magyar's robust physique and considerable weight. How could his slender arms possibly bear such a load? He promptly called out to his companions in the Junior Detective League, imploring them to lend their assistance. Mitsuhiko, Genta, and Ayumi swiftly arrived, each seizing a portion of Inspector Magyar's attire. The combined efforts of the four youngsters barely sufficed to maintain equilibrium, suspending Magyar precariously in midair. Among them, the stout Genta exerted the most significant force. However, the situation was far from resolved. The Junior Detective League's collective strength could only barely sustain the balance, making it virtually impossible to haul Inspector Magyar back up. Furthermore, Conan, Genta, Mitsuhiko, and Ayumi acutely felt their strength rapidly waning. It would not be long before their grip failed. To compound matters, the quartet was not grasping Inspector Magyar's limbs but rather his coat, a brown overcoat. Under the strain of the tug-of-war, it emitted a tearing sound, threatening to rip apart at any moment. Magyar glanced down at the ground below, the sheer height instilling a sense of dread in him, a man who typically considered himself fearless. Casting another glance at the four children exerting themselves to their utmost on the rooftop, Inspector Magyar sighed, resolving not to allow the children to be imperiled by his mistake. Conan, Genta, Ayumi, Mitsuhiko. Inspector Magyar exclaimed, "Release your hold. I appreciate your valiant efforts to save me, but I cannot allow you to be endangered because of me." "Fool!" Conan exclaimed with a tone of resentment. "Officer Magyar, just hold on for a few more seconds. Help is on the way." Although Conan himself felt uncertain at that moment, he saw Tamuki striding confidently toward them. Tamuki shook his head helplessly and sighed. "A bunch of novices. It seems I must ultimately come to the rescue." With a grand gesture, he produced an umbrella and handed it to Conan. Conan gazed at the umbrella in his left hand, utterly bewildered. "What does this mean?" Tamuki made a gesture resembling a parachute. "Are you suggesting?" Conan was left in astonishment. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Open it. Mouri complied, his expression filled with confusion. An umbrella? What purpose does this serve? Hold him tightly. Oh. Though Magyar was filled with confusion, he firmly grasped the handle of the umbrella. Conan glanced at his companions nearby and signaled to them. They understood immediately. This phrase, derived from a mysterious dialect of Sichuan in China, had been learned during their previous activities in the Young Detective Club. Although they did not comprehend its meaning, they had long since established this as their secret code. Magyar wondered, what are these little ones talking about? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Oh my goodness. It seems that you little rascals have concocted this idea. Using an umbrella as a parachute? How inventive of you. Which animated series has bestowed upon you such a notion? This is utterly outrageous. In the future, we must ensure that elementary students refrain from indulging in such animated shows. As Mouri lamented internally, accompanied by a thunderous scream, he floated down from the sky, aided by the umbrella's peculiar function. At long last, Mouri landed on the ground. Though his body ached and bore numerous scrapes, he had, after all, escaped with his life. Is it truly useful? Officer Magyar pondered, scratching the back of his head in disbelief. Wasn't this all just a fabrication from the animated series? He glanced at the intact black umbrella, marveling at its remarkable quality. To cushion my fall from such a height, without a single blemish, what factory produced such a conscientious product? Grasping the umbrella, he finally noticed a few words etched on the handle, made in. He paused, contemplating the distant land of China, that enigmatic realm. Paradise umbrella? Had this umbrella been any less reliable, he might have indeed found himself in paradise. At that moment, Conan and his young companions descended from the rooftop via the elevator. Officer Magyar, are you all right? They inquired. I'm fine, Magyar replied, brushing off the dust from his trousers as he stood up. Just a few minor abrasions. A simple band-aid will suffice. With a benevolent smile, he turned his gaze towards the young detectives. Thank you, children. You saved my life. Of course, Hikaru declared, puffing out his chest with a sense of pride. We are the Junior Detective League. Conan rolled his eyes at this proclamation. What does this have to do with being a junior detective? You always say that, and even I start to believe the Junior Detective League is something truly remarkable. Very well. Officer Magyar nodded, then his gentle expression shifted to one of seriousness. However, he cautioned, next time, such behavior is unacceptable. The foremost duty of a child is to safeguard themselves and avoid placing themselves in perilous situations. Bume, the little girl, was momentarily taken aback, appearing somewhat bewildered. Just a moment ago, she had been receiving praise. How had it suddenly transformed into criticism? Humph, Yuan Tai scoffed, having just witnessed an incident involving an unknown individual who, while observing the river across the building, precariously placed a foot on the edge, only to slip and plummet from the height. Moro Jesusen remarked, "If you hadn't brought that up, we would still be good friends. Moreover, what is with that sarcastic tone? Is that the kind of language a primary school student ought to use? Today's youngsters seem far too mature for their age." Nevertheless, the little rascal was not entirely wrong. Standing on the precipice of the rooftop, with one foot on the edge, was indeed an exceedingly perilous act. Moro, weighing over 200 pounds, had nearly met his fate in that moment. Henceforth, he vowed never to stand at the brink of a rooftop again. The sensation of falling from such heights was one he wished never to experience again. Contemplating this, Moro Jesusen gazed at Conan and the other members of the Junior Detective League, his expression more serious than ever. Yuan Tai, you are correct. Uncle's prior action of stepping on the edge was inappropriate. I assure you, I shall never repeat such folly again. Therefore, you must not engage in such behavior either. Very well. The young detectives, excluding Conan, responded in unison. What about you, Conan? Conan paused, taken aback. Is there something concerning me? Despite his current appearance, he declared, I am indeed an adult, fully aware of such dangers. However, he was reluctant to engage further with Officer Magyar over these trivial matters. Very well, he said. You should return early as well. I must take my leave now. Moro exhibited a gentle demeanor as he gathered his calculator to take with him. The young members of the detective boys were taken aback. Inspector Magyar, are you not going to take us back? However, Magyar had already started the car, seemingly oblivious to the hushed whispers of the young detectives. Did he not hear us? It seems we must return on our own. As Magyar drove, the forced smile on his face faded away. Ouch, he groaned in agony. It hurts terribly. He hurried to the hospital, hoping it was nothing serious. Children, it's not that I don't want to take you home. It's just that I am in so much pain right now. Please forgive your uncle. Upon returning to the office, Conan held the meticulously copied sheet of numbers, pondering deeply, what could this possibly signify? After scribbling and calculating for quite some time, he still found himself devoid of any useful information. Frustrated, he transformed into a rather irritable figure, slamming the pencil onto the desk with fervor. This is futile. I simply cannot comprehend it, and I am gaining not a shred of insight. Mouri tilted her head, gazing at Conan. Did you truly witness someone firing a sniper rifle? Indeed. Conan continued to gaze intently at the paper, casually remarking, not only did I witness someone firing a sniper rifle, but I also saw a figure retaliating with a Barrett. Nan? Mouri was taken aback. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, she darkened her expression and inquired. You can't possibly be referring to Tamuki, can you? Diminish your tone of skepticism. I am indeed speaking of Tamuki. Ha ha ha, Mouri suddenly burst into laughter. Conan, you are truly amusing. Tamuki can shoot a Barrett? This isn't a fairy tale. Why don't you say he practices kendo too? After speaking, she cast a glance at Tamuki, who was quietly crouching nearby. Tamuki smiled up at Mouri and said, Meow. Conan replied, I knew you wouldn't believe me. But kendo? You're quite right. Tamuki truly excels in that. Mouri Kagaro also laughed heartily, thinking how wonderful it is for children to live in a carefree fairy tale world. Yet, this truly is the message left by that sniper. With a smile, Mao Lilan cheerfully remarked that she was merely playing with the children. She casually analyzed, as for numerical information, in the case of a targeted strike, it would typically involve leaving behind crucial details such as time and location. Come, said Kagoro Mouri, his enthusiasm ignited. Allow me, the illustrious detective Kagoro Mouri, to analyze this for you. Young detective enthusiasts, pay close attention. After speaking, Kagoro Mouri cast a glance at the numbers on Conan's paper. Conan, you mean to say that these numbers were originally displayed on a calculator, and at that time, there were individuals supervising him and coercing him, correct? Conan nodded in agreement, puzzled by why Kagoro Mouri had suddenly posed that question. Clearly, the information was not so apparent. Otherwise, those who had threatened him would have undoubtedly destroyed it. It reminded him of a game he often played during his university days. Kogoro Mouri took a piece of paper and a pen, inscribing a sequence of numbers in the format of a calculator display, then turned it upside down and handed it to Conan, saying, "Now, take another look." Upon receiving the paper, Conan's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. 291, Heisei Express? Kogoro Mouri analyzed, 1 p.m. on the 29th, aboard the Heisei Express. Therefore, the stretch of river where you were playing with the remote-controlled boat must resemble the route the train takes at that hour to be effective for a sniper. Conan thought, is this really Kogoro Mouri? Has he truly developed his intellect? Such meticulous logic and detailed analysis. This is something I had not deduced. Tomo, also, will you not report it to the authorities? Conan inquired with a hint of confusion. Little brat, Kogoro Mouri exclaimed as he struck Conan on the head with a powerful punch. You still dare to call yourself a detective? Playing those childish detective games with your little friends? Do you possess any evidence? Without evidence, all of this is mere conjecture. We must conduct an on-site investigation to confirm that there is indeed corresponding terrain along the Heisei Express route. Do you understand? Conan, cradling his throbbing forehead and feeling the painful bump, wore an expression of despair. This bumbling uncle, though not entirely befuddled today, still resorted to his usual brutish methods. How could he treat such a charming young boy this way? It was utterly disgraceful. He thought to himself that perhaps he should no longer be called Kogoro Mouri, but rather Violent Mouri. However, he dared not voice these thoughts aloud, seeing Mouri's fist still tightly clenched, as though it might strike him again at any moment. Conan hastily replied, I understand. He silently reassured himself, this is not cowardice, this is merely prudence. When Mouri finally relaxed his fist, Conan let out a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed Takagi, who had been quietly seated, advancing towards him step by step. Takagi rose, extending his hand to press down on the swollen red bump on Conan's forehead. With a firm push, he pressed down, causing the bump to flatten. To the astonishment of Takagi and all present, another bump on Conan's forehead visibly swelled up at an alarming rate. Takagi then placed his hand on this new bump, applying pressure once again. As the second bump vanished, yet another one emerged. Ha ha ha, exclaimed Kogoro Mouri, his laughter so hearty that it seemed his tongue might bend with joy. You've cracked me up, kids. Are you playing whack-a-mole? Conan retorted, what a ridiculous notion. He rolled his eyes, the corners of his mouth twitching as he addressed Tamuki. Hey, Tamuki, are you not bored out of your mind? With an adorably innocent expression, Tamuki replied, meow meow meow. This scene struck a chord with Ran Mouri, who suddenly burst into fits of laughter. Conan, you are truly amusing. Conan sighed, I'm exhausted. Let this world, which only harbors my sorrow, be obliterated. Rolling his eyes, he retrieved the route map of the Heisei Express, beginning his search while internally lamenting. You foolish mortals, indulge in your laughter while I, in pursuit of solving this case, relish the thrill of deduction. How could you, mere mortals, oh, and one more mortal, ever comprehend this sensation? Moments later, a spark of realization lit up Conan's eyes. He had indeed identified a location that mirrored the course of the river. Uncle Mouri. We shall investigate this place tomorrow. Conan pointed to a specific spot on the map. Kogoro Mouri and Ran leaned in to take a closer look. You've really found something. Conan, could you enlighten me? Aren't we supposed to be at the crime scene? Why are all these children here? Kogoro Mouri questioned. His expression clouded with confusion as he glanced at the young members of the detective boys seated in the back. Conan found himself at a loss for words. How could he not rid himself of this obnoxious habit of boasting? Last night, the members of the Junior Detective League called to chat. And while discussing the case from the previous day, he, in a moment of pride, inadvertently revealed the conclusion of his reasoning. Consequently, these three young friends rushed over early in the morning. Goodness! Exclaimed Kogoro Mouri, his face etched with anger. Ran, make sure to keep an eye on those little rascals and prevent them from disembarking. Tamuki gazed at the motley crew in the vehicle, momentarily at a loss for words. I must say, you lot are remarkably audacious, he remarked. You are but one adult, a high school girl, and 4 elementary school students, unarmed, daring to investigate a group of armed criminals. This is hardly the way to deliver supplies. Suddenly, Tamuki felt a twinge of reluctance to proceed. He glanced at the still open car door, and a spark ignited in his eyes. With a powerful push of his legs, he leaped toward the door. However, while he was still suspended in midair, Ran Mouri, quick as lightning, seized the scruff of his neck. You cannot jump out of the car, Tamuki, she admonished sternly. This is perilous. Perilous? What could possibly be more dangerous than accompanying you all in the pursuit of armed miscreants? Meow. Tamuki let out a piercing scream, thrashing wildly. Mouri gripped the nape of Tamuki's neck with one hand while effortlessly closing the car door with the other. The vehicle roared to life and shot off like an arrow released from a bow. Stop the car. Open the door. This is not a ride to Cat Planet. I want to get out. As the car sped further away, Tamuki resigned himself to his fate. He lay down on Rand's lap, an expression of utter desolation on his face. At that moment, Rand turned to Mitsuhiko and said, "You must stay in the car and behave. Do not get out." Mitsuhiko's face lit up with delight. "Sister Rand, how did you know I caught a 10-pound fish yesterday?" Huh? Rand was taken aback. What 10-pound fish? Yes. When we were fishing by the river yesterday, I caught a 10-pound fish. 10 pounds. How impressive. Rand exclaimed, astonished. A child like you managed to catch a 10-pound fish? Hearing their conversation, Jinna felt a surge of jealousy. Mitsuhiko, enough already. Since yesterday, you've been bragging about it to everyone. Don't you get tired of it? Jinta knew all too well that upon returning home, Mitsuhiko had paraded the fish around the neighborhood, boasting to anyone who would listen. Indeed, a 10-pound fish caught by me. Tamuki, listening to their exchange, sank deeper into his gloom. After all, he had been the only one who came back empty-handed. He felt he had brought shame upon himself as an angler. How could a true fisherman return without a catch? But I did catch a 10-pound fish. Mitsuhiko feigned innocence, yet internally reveled in his triumph. Jinta, unable to contain himself, raised his fists, ready to teach Mitsuhiko a lesson. After all, with a physique as robust as a small mountain, he firmly believed in the adage that if one could resort to physical confrontation, it was best to avoid needless chatter. Don't. Rand interjected, blocking Jinta. You must not raise your fist against your friends. However, Yuan Tai wished to argue further, only to see Mao Lilan resolutely shake her head. Very well, I understand. Yuan Tai sulkily took his seat, visibly displeased. Yesterday, when I was fishing, Kei-Goro had just begun to boast about his illustrious achievements. But he failed to notice that Ayumi, the little girl, had already furrowed her brow. Kei-Goro, if you mention your fishing exploits one more time, I shall never speak to you again. Kei-Goro promptly fell silent. Any moment of hesitation would be a sign of my disrespect towards the charming maiden. Observing Kei-Goro's silence on the fishing matter, Ayumi then gazed at the luxurious and exquisite interior of the car, pondering its impressive stature. Upon hearing this, Kei-Goro beamed with pride, exclaiming, "Isn't it remarkable? I personally selected this automobile." Impressive. Kohiko and Jinta gazed with sparkling eyes at the luxurious interior of the car, savoring the comfortable experience of the ride. Uncle, you are truly remarkable to be able to afford such a high-end automobile. Indeed. At that moment, Tamuki, who had been listening to the conversation, turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. This automobile was purchased with my money. If it weren't for Kagoro Mouri driving, he would have been tempted to extend his claws and add a few colorful marks to Kagoro's face. Why does Tamuki look so glum? Jinta noticed Tamuki's expression. With a chuckle, Mouri, holding on to Tamuki, remarked, he is sulking. Sulking? Why? Because this car was bought with Tamuki's money. Of course he is not happy. Bought with Tamuki's money? Exclaimed the three members of the detective boys, excluding Conan, in astonishment. Hiroshi, Tamuki's money was enough to buy a car? How impressive. Jinta, if I had that much money taken to buy a car, I'd be unhappy too. A car can't compare to the delight of unagi rice. Ayumi, Uncle Mouri actually used someone else's money to buy a car. How disgraceful. Kagoro Mouri, driving the car, nearly stumbled upon hearing this. You little brats? What do you know? Why would one need so much money? The vehicle sped along, and before long, they arrived near the location they had pinpointed on the map. There, they encountered an S-shaped railway bridge that mirrored the course of the river where they had fished yesterday. Most importantly, directly across from the railway bridge stood an abandoned building. Conan had already exited the car, surveying the terrain, and a smile involuntarily crept across his lips. Yes, this is the place. The culprit is most likely in that derelict building. Uncle Mouri, this is it. Quickly contact Inspector Magyar. Eh? Kagoro Mouri exclaimed with astonishment. Shouldn't we search inside that building? Conan gazed at Kagoro with a look of incredulity. Search inside? How could you even think of that? Those criminals are armed. And look at our current lineup. Kagoro cast a glance at the serene Ran, who was seated calmly, cradling a child in her arms, and then at the lively group of young detectives creating a ruckus. The thought of entering to investigate with such a team was indeed absurd. With a sudden burst of frustration, Kagoro delivered a light punch to Conan's forehead. It's all your fault, you little rascal. Why did you let that slip? Ouch, 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 Conan exclaimed, hopping on one foot while clutching his forehead, silently cursing to himself. Damn it, being struck on the head incessantly is making me feel utterly foolish. No wonder, lately, he had been struggling to grasp the key points during his investigations. At times, even his deductive reasoning seemed to lag behind that of Uncle Mouri. If it weren't for the fact that you are my future father-in-law, I would certainly have a bone to pick with you. Father, Mouri interjected. Unable to bear it any longer, let's promptly contact Officer Magyar. Indeed, Mouri finally realized. He took out his phone, and just before making the call, he couldn't resist threatening Conan. Kid, I'll settle the score with you later. Conan replied, what? You mean you have deciphered the information left by that calculator and even located the suspect's scene? Officer Magyar's voice came through the receiver. Of course. All of this is thanks to my deduction, Mouri Koger exclaimed with evident excitement. Conan remarked, this time, it truly is the deduction of that disheveled uncle. Indeed. Officer Magyar's voice resonated through the receiver, and our police department had extracted fingerprints from that calculator. They belonged to a colleague named Koichi Yamabe, who had vanished while out on an excursion with his girlfriend. Koichi Yamabe was once an athlete who participated in the Olympic shooting competition, and I suspect he has been coerced. Is that how it is? Thus, this case revolves around the continuous exchange of information between Kogoro Mouri and Inspector Magyar. Conan was intently listening to all of this. The more information he acquired, the more advantageous it would be for subsequent actions. At that moment, Conan noticed that 3 of his young detective companions had quietly opened the car door and exited. Meanwhile, Mouri and Kogoro Mouri were engrossed in their conversation with Officer Magyar, completely oblivious to the children's actions. What were these little rascals up to? With a sense of curiosity, Conan stealthily followed meow, meow, meow. Tamuki lazily reclined in Moreland's embrace, raising a paw to point towards a particular direction outside the window, letting out a few sounds. Are you suggesting that those little rascals have gone into that abandoned building? Moreland furrowed her brows as she followed Tamuki's pointed paw. Isn't that the building where Dad suspects the criminals' hideout? What could they possibly be doing there? Moreland Kogoro also caught on. Could it be that those youngsters are attempting to capture the suspect? Moreland replied, it's quite possible. Conan has always aspired to be a detective. He often indulges in detective games. I heard from Dr. Agasa that the 4 of them are members of the Junior Detective League. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted indeed. Malilon raised both hands in agreement. Especially regarding the decision made by Conan, the young detective team's leader, it must have been Conan's doing, for he is remarkably mature for his age. Conan, what a hefty burden to bear. Indeed. Kogoro Mouri clenched his fist, opened the car door, and strode resolutely towards the abandoned building. Tokiwa watched the unwavering determination of Kogoro Mouri and mused to himself. This scruffy, eccentric uncle, when he gets serious, is surprisingly dependable. With this thought, he leaped forward and followed Kogoro Mouri in his pursuit. As Tangmu, Maoli Ran reached out to stop her, but it was too late. Just as she intended to pursue, she recalled her own mission and had no choice but to relent. Within the confines of the abandoned building, the members of the young detective corps were stealthily advancing. Conan cautiously led the way, with Jinta closely following behind, and Ayumi positioned in the middle, while Mitsuhiko brought up the rear. Although Conan was opposed to the idea of venturing into such a perilous location, he had been forcibly drawn in by his companions and could only proceed step by step. At that moment, he found himself contemplating turning back more than once. However, glancing at the serious expressions of Jinta, Ayumi, and Mitsuhiko behind him, he realized that retreating was not an option. It would only incite conflict among them. Such discord in the suspect's lair would inevitably create noise, hastening their discovery by the malevolent assailant and rendering their situation even more precarious. At present, Conan was not focused on apprehending any suspects. Rather, he yearned for a relatively safe refuge. After all, Uncle Mouri and the others were already in contact with Inspector Magyar. Soon, the officers from the police headquarters would surely apprehend these culprits in one fell swoop. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room within the abandoned building, the suspect Ding observed the monitors they had set up to oversee critical junctures of the structure, his brow furrowing as he remarked, "Boss, someone has entered." "Who are you?" a few mischievous little spirits inquired. "Little devils?" Observing their behavioral characteristics, They appear to be engaged in some form of exploration or adventure. Henceforth, the suspect, designated as Subject A, queried, his gaze flitting between Koichi Yamabe, who was engrossed in the manipulation of a sniper rifle, and Yamabe's girlfriend, who was currently restrained. He continued, stipulating that as long as those children remained oblivious to their presence, they were to be disregarded. Boss, exclaimed Suspect A, his face a mask of disbelief. It seemed rather unfortunate that those children had meandered their way towards us. After a moment of stunned silence, a sinister expression crossed his face as he proclaimed, if they seek their demise, we cannot be held accountable. He turned to Suspect B, instructing, you shall lie in wait at the door of this room. If those children approach, eliminate them with your firearm. Understood. I guarantee a swift kill, Suspect B declared, picking up his handgun and checking the magazine before positioning himself behind the door to lie in ambush. Witnessing this, Koichi Yamabe was filled with dread. Those children must change course and not come this way. Otherwise, it would be truly perilous. His grip tightened around his sniper rifle, his face paling with concern. Suspect A, observing Yamabu's expression, casually raised his pistol and aimed it at him. I advise against harboring any erroneous thoughts. You are aware that your weapon contains but a single bullet. While we are 4 in number, should you display any suspicious behavior, your girlfriend will suffer the consequences. At that moment, Suspect C raised his own handgun, directing it towards Yamabu's girlfriend, who was bound in the corner. Damn it! Yamabu cursed silently, gradually releasing his tight grip, and resignedly stated, I understand. Boss, the children have reached the doorway. It appears they are about to open this room's door, Suspect D reported. Truly courting death. Suspect A's face broke into a cruel smile. Eliminate them. Wait, boss, someone else has entered the building. Suspect D observed another figure on the monitor. Oh, another child, perhaps? This time, a tall man had entered, accompanied by A. The suspect, taken aback, thought, forget about the animal. Keep a close watch on that man. If necessary, eliminate him. Understood. At that moment, the strong-willed Yuenta struggled to open the somewhat rusted door, and the 4 young detectives peered into the hall. What awaited them was the ominous muzzle of a gun. Yuenta, Ayumi, and Mitsuhiko were taken aback. Indeed, they were confronted with a case of armed kidnapping. The second suspect regarded the young detective group with a cruel smile, tauntingly saying, well, little ones, don't be so oblivious in your next life. This was perilous. Conan instinctively lowered his head, reaching down to activate the switch on his power-enhanced sneakers. Bang! A gunshot rang out, narrowly dodged by the bowing Conan. How dangerous! Conan felt a wave of fear wash over him. He noticed a nearby soda can, took aim, and with a swift kick, sent the can flying at breakneck speed, striking the second suspect squarely in the face. The suspect staggered and collapsed, dropping the handgun to the ground. Damn kids! The first suspect fumed, as he and the fourth suspect raised their guns, aiming at the entrance. Danger! Conan exclaimed, his expression shifting dramatically. The number of armed assailants far exceeded his capacity to confront. At the instant the gunfire erupted, the other 3 members of the Junior Detective League were already paralyzed with fear, standing frozen in place. In despair, Conan closed his eyes. This time, it was truly over. Just when the situation seemed dire, Kagoro Mouri finally arrived. With remarkable agility, he swiftly retrieved a discarded firearm from the ground. Before suspects A and D could fire again, he raised his weapon and shot. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots rang out, striking the arms of the 3 assailants and forcing their weapons to the ground. He then coolly blew a puff of air at the barrel of his gun and declared, before I left the police force, I was a sharpshooter. The Junior Detective League gazed at Conan with starry eyes. So cool. Mr. Koichi Yamabu, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and subdue these ruffians. Hi. The astonished Koichi Yamabe quickly regained his composure and hurriedly fetched some rope, securely binding the 4 assailants. Only then did he rush to his girlfriend, freeing her from her restraints, and they embraced tenderly. At that moment, Takumi also stepped into the scene. Just moments before, when the 2 criminals had pointed their guns at Conan, Takumi had been poised to intervene. However, he was taken aback by the astounding marksmanship of Kagoro Mouri. It is undeniable that when family is involved, this fellow proves to be remarkably reliable. Had he known of Mouri's prowess earlier, he would not have ventured here at all. Wasn't it more comforting to be in Rant's embrace? Meanwhile, Conan, relieved to see the assailants subdued, was preparing to make a swift exit, unaware that Kagoro Mouri had been observing his every move. Conan! Kagoro Mouri bellowed, his voice resonating through the room, causing dust to rain down from the ceiling. Ahoy! Conan recoiled, startled. He immediately straightened up, his legs trembling. I instructed you to remain in the vehicle. How dare you disobey and bring your juvenile companions out here surreptitiously? Kogoro Mouri uttered, his voice laced with glacial severity as he advanced toward Conan and the trio of children. Are you imps prepared to face the consequences of your actions? Conan promptly pivoted, a sheepish, ingratiating smile plastered across his face, and scratched the back of his head, feigning innocence. We shall endeavor to refrain from such transgressions in the future. Is that so? Mouri Kogoro clearly expressed his disbelief. Absolutely. Conan, just wait a moment. I will deal with those little rascals first, and then I shall focus on you. Uncle Mouri, we swear we won't dare again. The young detectives trembled in fear as they beheld the icy expression of Kogoro Mouri, who approached them step by step. They hurried to Conan's side and exclaimed in unison. We, the young detective corps, are a united front. If punishment is to be meted out, let it be shared among us. Conan exclaimed. What the heck? Why bring up the young detective corps now? Isn't that asking for trouble? Indeed, Kogoro Mouri's expression darkened further. So, the young detective corps, is it? You enjoy engaging in perilous deductions, do you? Let me show you how I shall discipline you. Conan thought, I can't believe I fell for your nonsense. Don't expect me to participate in your foolish activities anymore. Kogoro Mouri fixed his gaze firmly on Conan. Especially you, Conan. Who else? Apart from this little detective who relishes deduction games, would eagerly rush to the crime scene? You have a history. This time, it truly wasn't me. Conan protested. But it was futile. You could jump into the Yellow River, and it still wouldn't cleanse you of this. Prepare to receive my heartfelt iron fist. Kogoro Mouri bellowed as he swung a punch at Conan's forehead. A sizable bump rapidly formed on Conan's head, glowing red and pulsating. Tamuki gazed at Kogoro Mouri in horror. This uncle truly strikes hard, it seems. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Conan clutched his forehead, hopping in pain. Internally, he cursed. Damn that disheveled uncle. How many times has he struck my forehead in such a short span? My deductive abilities have certainly declined due to his blows. The young detective corps trembled at the sight of the swelling on Conan's head. Thud, thud, thud. Kogoro Mouri dealt a hefty punch to each of the three little ones. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed as Officer Magyar rushed in, brandishing his pistol. Where's the criminal? Where are they? Upon surveying the room and realizing the situation, he exclaimed in astonishment. Huh? How come all the criminals have been subdued? Yamabu. It's a relief to see you unharmed. He then turned to Kogoro Mouri, his expression stern. Mouri, can't you be a bit more reliable? You can't even handle a few children. Is it wise to bring them to such a dangerous place? Kogoro Mouri scratched the back of his head, looking embarrassed. It was an accident, a mere mishap. I'll be more cautious next time, honestly. Then Magyar looked towards Koichi Yamabu. Yamabu, did you subdue these criminals all by yourself? No. Koichi Yamabe repeatedly waved his hands. The criminals were subdued by Mr. Mouri. I merely tied them up with ropes. Indeed. Officer Mukuro furrowed his brow and inquired, Mouri, from where did you acquire that firearm? Mouri appeared taken aback. Mukuro, surely you cannot suspect me of harboring a concealed weapon? The gun I possess was, without a doubt, retrieved from the ground. Had it not been for the pressing circumstances. Do you truly believe I would resort to wielding a firearm? Is it truly retrieved from the ground? At that moment, Koichi Yamabe stepped forward. Officer Mukuro. I can attest that the firearm utilized by Mr. Mouri was indeed picked up from the ground. For further clarification, I suggest you review the surveillance footage. This room is equipped with monitoring devices. Are there surveillance cameras? Magyar exclaimed with delight. I shall inspect the footage forthwith. Subsequently, the group hastened to review the surveillance recordings. Upon viewing the footage, a collective astonishment washed over them, and their gazes converged upon Conan. The dexterity of the lad's can-kicking was truly remarkable. Could it be that a single, well-aimed kick had incapacitated a perpetrator? Furthermore, the fallen assailant's firearm had providentially landed within the grasp of Kogoro Mouri. Regarding Kogoro Mouri's marksmanship, Inspector Magyar was far from surprised. As a former colleague, he was well acquainted with Mouri's exceptional skill with a firearm. Mouri, your marksmanship remains as sharp as ever, Magyar remarked. Have you considered rejoining the police force? Never mind, said Kogoro Mouri as he extracted a cigarette, lit it, took a puff, and exhaled a smoke ring. His face etched with despondency. Being a detective suits me just fine. After uttering these words, he seemed to recall something, his expression turning wistful. Magyar, recognizing the gravity of the situation, refrained from offering any consolation, understanding that Kogoro harbored a deep-seated concern within. The atmosphere around them grew heavy with silence. At that moment, Mouri burst into the scene. She quickly scanned her surroundings before rushing to Conan's side, enveloping him in a warm embrace as she began to examine him from head to toe. "Conan, are you all right?" "Ran, I'm fine," he replied. "Don't be ridiculous. How could you possibly be fine with such a large bump on your head?" "It was an accident," Conan protested, inwardly lamenting. "How could I possibly explain that your father did this?" Meanwhile, Kogoro Mouri stealthily approached Conan from behind, his face betraying a mix of jealousy and displeasure. "That's my daughter," he thought, and the first thing she does upon entering is to disregard her old man in favor of that little brat. "This doesn't sit well with me. Little rascal," Mouri exclaimed as he struck Conan on the forehead once more. At Tien Elementary School, Tamuki languidly reclined on the windowsill. The afternoon sun bathed him in a warm glow, instilling within him a sense of drowsiness. Today, Conan had brought him to Tien Elementary. As he observed Conan approaching, Tamuki glanced up briefly before resting his head on the windowsill once more. At this moment, the activity room of Tien Elementary was devoid of anyone except for the young members of the detective boys. Genta, Ayumi, and Mitsuhiko busied themselves with their detective badges, while Conan, balancing a ball, made his way to the window. This little slice of school life was indeed delightful. It was only 3:30 in the afternoon, and they were already free to roam. "Tamuki, what do you think of our school?" Conan inquired softly. "Isn't it marvelous? Remarkable?" Conan exclaimed in bewilderment. "What is so extraordinary? I have been at your school for an entire day and have yet to encounter any of your teachers." Conan rolled his eyes and added, "Why are you staring at me like that? Since the moment you arrived at school this morning, you have been indulging in a deep slumber, only just awakening moments ago. It would indeed be strange if you had actually seen our teachers." "Is that so?" Tangmu licked his paw and rubbed it across his face. "Indeed," Conan declared with utmost certainty. "That is of no consequence." Tamuki responded nonchalantly, "As you are aware, I am a creature of the night. It is entirely normal for one such as I to be lively in the evening and to slumber during the day." Normal? It does seem quite ordinary. Yet, your current manner of speaking to me hardly resembles that of a typical cat. When have you ever encountered a feline that converses?" At that moment, a young boy entered the room. "Is this the place of the Young Detective League? I have a case to entrust." Genta, Ayumi, and Mitsuhiko exclaimed, "A case? The Young Detective League can once again showcase their prowess." Conan mused, what serious case could possibly arise from the request of a mere child? However, he noticed that Genta, Ayumi, and Mitsuhiko had already gathered around the boy, Hiroki. "What is the case? To commit murder?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, scam? The three of them chattered incessantly. Upon hearing this, Conan and Tamuki nearly stumbled to the ground. Are the ideas of children today truly this explosive? No, it's just that my Akira has gone missing. Missing case? Hiko exclaimed with excitement. Conan furrowed his brow. If it were indeed a missing case, his interest would be piqued. No, Akira is one of our pets. Here is a photo. Instantly, the trio lost interest. What was the point of searching? It would return on its own in a few days. There is pain. I'm a ninja, and I'm looking for it. My throat is dry. Right. The three departed without a backward glance. At that moment, Hiroki produced several cards, contemplating using them as a reward. The trio immediately turned, their eyes fixated on the cards in Hiroki's hands. With a flurry of movement, each took one card. They were cards of Kamen Rider. Moreover, they were the ultra-rare golden cards. Meanwhile, the previously squinting Takugi also spotted a card that captivated him, the very last card still in Hiroki's possession. It was not a Kamen Rider card. "Conan, go fetch the card from Hiroki. This commission must be accepted." Conan gasped in shock as he gazed at Takugi. "What are you talking about? What is the point of a commission for something lost? That creature, judging by the photo, appears to be a female. Could it possibly be you?" Takugi retorted, "What nonsense is this? Although I still possess the body of a creature, my preference lies with the fair-skinned, beautiful, long-legged sisters. Stop rambling. I have my eyes set on that card." "Card?" Conan looked at Tamuki with evident disdain. "You can't possibly be fond of something like Kamen Rider, can you?" "What Kamen Rider?" "I was referring to the card that Hiroki is currently holding." "Huh. It's not a Kamen Rider card. Then what kind of card is it?" "Never mind what kind of card it is. Hurry and accept the commission. I will explain everything later." "Fine. I'll reluctantly agree for your sake," Conan replied. He put away his soccer ball and approached Hiroki, taking the last card from his hands. Before Genta, Ayumi, and Kazunari could respond, Conan declared, "We, the Junior Detective League, will take on your commission." With that, he scrutinized the card in his hand, turning it over repeatedly. "It doesn't seem particularly special," he mused. "What kind of card is this?" As they ventured forth in search, Conan remained unable to discern any unique qualities about the card. At that moment, they parted ways with Jinta, Ayumi, and Kazunari. "Give it to me." Conan promptly handed the card to Tamuki. Tamuki reverently tucked it away, exclaiming, "I am rich. I am rich." The card of the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon is indeed a special edition. It remains a mystery who transformed the original artist's hand-drawn creation into this exquisite card. In fact, it possesses a value surpassing that of the much-publicized, exorbitantly priced pure gold Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon card. What exactly is this card? Tamuki gazed at Conan. "You must be aware that the money Kagoro Mouri used to purchase his car originated from me, correct?" Is there a connection between the two? You merely need to comprehend that the true worth of this card could procure 80 of those cars. How much? Conan could hardly believe his ears. 80 vehicles. Scoundrel! Conan exclaimed as he swiftly seized Tamuki by the neck, returning the card to Hiroki. "How dare you monopolize such a valuable item? You mustn't even think about it." Tamuki struggled, proclaiming that anything that entered his pockets could never be retrieved again. "You are nothing but a thief." "Thief? What thief? This card is hardly worth much now. At most a few dozen yen. This is an investment. Do you comprehend?" "Huh?" Conan was momentarily taken aback, loosening his grip on Tamuki's neck. "Not worth anything now?" "Of course not. How can you be certain that this card won't appreciate in value in the future?" "I possess both strength and foresight," Conan thought to himself, feeling an unsettling sense that he was merely deceiving himself. "Since you value this card so highly, the task of finding it shall fall upon you." "Certainly," Tangmu responded without a moment's hesitation. Such decisiveness? Conan gazed at Tamuki, realizing that capturing a fleeting target was far from effortless. "Trust me, head over there." Tamuki gestured toward a specific direction. A narrow alley littered with refuse? Upon arriving at the designated spot indicated by Tamuki, Conan was taken aback. "What are we doing here? Do you see what is most abundant here? To wander aimlessly." "Exactly," Tangmu exclaimed, patting his chest with a paw. "I, too, am a member of this realm. Enlisting their help will be a breeze." Meow, meow, meow. Tangmu engaged in conversation with his fellow feline wanderer. "Come, let us follow this one." "Is this all there is?" Conan exclaimed with a look of astonishment. "How fortuitous," remarked Tangmu. "I initially intended to enlist other feline companions to assist in the search, yet unexpectedly. The very cat we had encountered not long ago, Akira, appeared." Conan found himself at a loss for words. He suddenly realized that being a cat had its advantages. Certain matters that were cumbersome or impossible for a human to manage might yield astonishing results when entrusted to a feline. Thus, Tangmu and Conan followed the cat in a particular direction. Half an hour later, they arrived in front of a house, where Conan observed that Jinta, Ayumi, and Mitsuhiko were also present. "Conan-kun, you made it here too?" Ayumi exclaimed, her delicate features radiating joy. Yes, what brings you here?" "We've been searching with this photograph and coincidentally arrived at this location," explained Mitsuhiko, holding up the picture. Conan and Tangmu exchanged glances, pondering the sheer luck of these youngsters. It was remarkable that they had a cat that had previously encountered Akira guiding them here. Meanwhile, these three little ones had been scurrying about like headless chickens on the streets, yet they managed to arrive at the same place. Was it possible that the protagonists were inherently blessed with such fortune? Were they indeed the fabled children of destiny? Just as the young detective league was about to exchange information with Conan, a piercing meow echoed through the air. Upon hearing that sound, Hiroshi instantly perked up. "It can't be mistaken, that's definitely Akira's voice." Jenna exclaimed with excitement. "Where is that sound coming from?" "The house." With his keen sense of hearing, Conan was the first to dash towards a quaint villa, peering inside through the entrance. The members of the young detective corps and Haoshu hastily followed suit, while Tamuki approached with an air of elegance. At that moment, they all caught sight of a creature identical to the one in the photograph Haoshu had provided, leaping down from a windowsill. Meow! Akira's signature, piercing cry resonated through the air. Upon closer inspection, the group was taken aback to see that Akira was adorned with numerous streaks of blood. "Akira, come here." At the sound of Haoshu's call, Akira swiftly ran over. Soon arriving at their side, Conan quickly scooped up Akira and, after a brief examination, realized that the cat was uninjured. The blood on its fur was merely a stain. This revelation sparked a possibility in Conan's mind. He hurriedly bounded over the gate and plunged into the residence. "Hey, Conan, The others, upon witnessing this, hastily scrambled to follow. Observing the scene, Tamuki deftly slipped through the apertures between the iron bars of the gate. Vaulting over the gate? Such an act would befit only a barbarian, and would scarcely align with the persona of a refined feline such as myself. Naturally, I shall proceed with measured grace, sauntering forth with elegant strides. Scarcely had Tamuki entered the premises when Conan and his companions were already peering through the windows. Ah! The 4 young members of the detective boys exclaimed in fright. The bathroom was splattered with blood, and there lay a lifeless body submerged in the bathtub, drenched in crimson. The 3 children hastily fled the yard in terror, while Conan remained composed, swiftly proceeding to call the authorities. Tamuki stood momentarily stunned. Approaching the window, he observed a figure's head protruding from within. Peering curiously in the direction where Conan and the others had departed, an expression of unease etched upon their face. This individual must be the perpetrator, he mused. As Tamuki continued to gaze at the person, he made his way towards the window, eager to witness the scene of the crime. However, in his distracted state, he inadvertently stepped on a dry twig, producing a sharp crack. Who goes there? The individual, visibly shaken, peered downward. Upon recognizing Tom, a wave of relief washed over him. Oh, it's just a cat, he muttered. He wiped the perspiration from his brow, thinking, I must expedite the cleanup of this scene. The authorities will be here imminently. Should they discover this, the consequences would be dire. He hastily retreated from the bathroom to retrieve cleaning implements. Meanwhile, Tom had ascended to the windowsill. He cast a glance at the gruesome tableau within the bathroom. A rather savage scene, indeed, he mused. With a flick of his paw, he conjured a Polaroid camera from the magical artifacts gifted to him by Akako Kazumi. Click. A snapshot of the crime scene was captured. Subsequently, as the man scurried about, engrossed in the fervent task of sanitizing the scene, Tom seized the opportunity to surreptitiously snap another photograph. Securing both images, along with the Polaroid camera, within his magical repository, Tom gracefully departed the premises. At that moment, he observed Conan struggling to ascend a telephone booth, while the Junior Detective League trio stood below. Tom elegantly leaped onto the roof of the telephone booth, just as Conan clambered up. Seeing this, Tom tapped out a coded message on Conan's arm with his paw, inquiring, What brings you here? To keep watch on the house, naturally, and prevent the perpetrator from absconding with the remains. Tom, right? The lad's foresight is commendable, albeit unnecessary. The culprit has no intention of fleeing. In fact, he's preparing a spectacle for you. There's no need for surveillance. The fellow isn't going anywhere. Regardless, I must preclude that possibility. I shall not avert my gaze until Inspector Magyar arrives. Tom, as you wish. Before long, Inspector Magyar indeed arrived with his retinue. Were you the ones who reported this incident? Undoubtedly, Inspector Magyar. Conan? Inspector Magyar's countenance shifted, betraying a hint of unease. It seemed the boy was invariably present at the scene of these recent incidents. Could he possibly possess a constitution as remarkably uncanny as that of Mouri's? Conan, however, remained fixated on the house, his gaze unwavering. Furthermore, since the discovery of the supposed cadaver, no one had emerged from within its walls. Consequently, Mouri, with alacrity, ushered Conan and the others into the dwelling. Yet, upon reaching the bathroom, they found it immaculate, devoid of any corpse. Inspector Magyar, accompanied by his subordinates, scoured the entire residence for what seemed an eternity, yet their efforts proved fruitless. The homeowner, Tanaka, feigned derision, offering sardonic remarks. Despite repeated searches, nothing was unearthed. Before long, Tanaka's younger brother, Tomofumi Tanaka, also arrived. After a further period of investigation, Magyar's patience waned, and he prepared to withdraw his team. Casting a scrutinizing glance at Conan, he questioned, Are you sure you're not fabricating this? I am calling off the search. Wait, Conan shouted, only to discover that Officer Magyar was already about to open the car door. At that moment, Conan suddenly felt a tug at his pant leg. Looking down, he saw Tamuki, who was holding out 2 photographs towards him. Upon receiving them, Conan's eyes widened with astonishment. He swiftly dashed to the front of Officer Magyar's car, blocking his path. Startled as he started the engine, Magyar slammed on the brakes. Once the car was turned off and parked, he bellowed at Conan, What are you doing? Do you have any idea how dangerous this is? Conan covered his ears. After Magyar's tirade subsided, he brandished the 2 photographs in his hand, a triumphant expression on his face, and declared, Officer Magyar, I have photographs. Photographs? Officer Magyar questioned, taking the 2 images with a puzzled look. After a brief glance, his expression shifted dramatically. One depicted a blood-soaked bathroom, with a lifeless body sprawled in the bathtub. The other showed a man frantically cleaning in the bathroom. While the body remained in the tub, Officer Magyar, stunned, continued to gaze at the photographs, completely oblivious to the fact that the young detectives had gathered around him. Yes, we saw this scene earlier, Jinta exclaimed, pointing directly at the first photograph. Jinta is right, Hiroshi chimed in to confirm. Humph. The little girl, Bume, let out a displeased snort. Just moments ago, Officer Moku did not believe us. His head was about to explode with frustration. A homicide had occurred in his jurisdiction, which was already a considerable source of stress. Now, he had to contend with a group of raucous children. If I am in the wrong, let the law or the deity Amaterasu judge me. Please, do not send this rowdy bunch of little ones to torment me. Although he was feeling quite anxious inside, Moku, who was always gentle with children, managed to wear a warm smile and said to the little ones, "It is my fault. I should not have doubted you. You are all kind-hearted children." Humph. The three members of the young detective corps simultaneously snorted and turned their heads away, their hearts brimming with joy at having received praise. Muro glanced at the trio, whose faces radiated delight, and understood that this was a form of flattery. He then cast his gaze upon the photograph before him and looked toward Conan, who stood with his arms crossed, exuding an air of arrogance. Conan was momentarily taken aback. Huh, if you had the photograph, why didn't you present it sooner? You made us waste so much time. Conan retorted. Is it my fault that you were unable to locate the body? Why are you shifting the blame onto me? I can't help but notice that your mannerisms are increasingly reminiscent of Uncle Mouri. Every time something goes awry, the blame falls on my shoulders. I must teach you a lesson. As Muro spoke, he landed a punch on Conan's head. Conan, with a deadpan expression and twitching eyebrows, looked at Muro. Are you really Officer Muro? You seem to have been possessed by Uncle Mouri. With a resounding thud, another punch struck Conan's head. How could I possibly be Uncle Mouri? Conan, clutching his forehead and hopping in frustration, declared, there is no doubt about it. Even if Officer Muro isn't possessed by Uncle Mouri, he has certainly been greatly influenced by him. Tamuki observed Muro, who was entangled with the young detective corps and then bickering with Conan, momentarily speechless. What on earth is wrong with Officer Muro? Did a donkey kick him in the head? Just because he couldn't find a body or gather evidence earlier was one thing, but now, with photographs of the crime scene before the body was handled, why on earth is he busy squabbling with a bunch of kids instead of searching for the corpse? Chief, when are we heading back? One of Muro's subordinates, unable to bear it any longer, approached with a question. Heading back? Muro was taken aback, only to quickly realize his folly. His face flushed with embarrassment, wondering how he had gotten caught up in a ruckus with these children. What do you mean heading back? We must continue searching for the body. Shall we continue the search? Of course. Officer Magyar handed over the two photographs. Take a look at these. Upon seeing them, the officer's demeanor instantly turned serious. I will head over right away. Knock, knock, knock. Tanaka Tomofumi opened the door, staring in surprise at the returning officers. What brings you here? Mr. Tanaka, we need to conduct another search. We hope for your cooperation. Tanaka, momentarily flustered, forced himself to remain calm. Of course, please proceed. With that, he fully opened the door, gesturing for them to enter. Quickly, search the premises. The officers from the police headquarters streamed inside. Shortly thereafter, Magyar, along with Conan and several young detectives, once again entered the house. However, despite knowing that a murder had occurred here, their search yielded no results. How peculiar. Where could the body have gone? Officer Magyar pondered, his confusion evident. Conan, who had been tirelessly searching for evidence, was equally baffled. In such a spacious room, where could the body possibly be hidden? After the officers inspected the surroundings, they concluded that it was impossible for the body to have been removed from the house. Such a large corpse could not simply vanish into thin air, could it? Could someone have chopped it into pieces and flushed it down the drain? Conan paused, contemplating the possibility, but quickly dismissed the thought. The time frame simply did not align. From the moment they discovered the body to Magyar's arrival, there had not been enough time. At this moment, Magyar was left with but one option. He glanced at Tanaka, who was still in the room. Mr. Tanaka, can you explain the contents of these two photographs? Tanaka looked at the photographs in Magyar's hand with a puzzled expression. Upon seeing the content, his face drained of color. This. After a long silence, he struggled to make sense of it. If you cannot provide us with a reasonable explanation, I will have no choice but to ask you to accompany us to the police headquarters, Magyar stated firmly. Tanaka was taken aback. They had yet to find the body, and now they were pressing further. He approached Conan and tapped his claw on Conan's arm. What are you doing? Don't disrupt my investigation. Ignoring him, Tanaka continued to tap a signal on Conan's arm. You haven't found the body? If I had found it, I wouldn't be standing here contemplating. Conan replied. At that moment, Tanaka truly wished to shout, Are you all blind? Such a large body, and you can't see it? Could it be that these detectives, accustomed to uncovering truths and subtle details, overlooked the obvious? Tanaka resumed tapping on Conan's arm. Have you really not found the body? Of course I haven't. Did you? Conan, what are you mumbling about? Ayumi asked as she approached. Nothing, just pondering where the body might be, Conan replied, feeling Tanaka still tapping on his arm. The signal suggested. You haven't noticed the large body sitting in that chair? Sitting in the chair? Conan mechanically turned to look. His gaze landed on the figure Tanaka had insisted was merely sleeping, and he instantly comprehended everything. He walked over to the chair and called out loudly, Uncle, why have you been sleeping for so long? Megur's eyes lit up with realization. Sleeping, you say? He hurried over to investigate, and indeed, it was a body. How audacious of the criminal to toy with us like this. Mr. Tanaka, do you have anything left to say? Tanaka immediately collapsed to the ground, leading to the classic confession of his motives. Conan stared at the fish pond, puzzled as to why Uncle Mouri had taken him along for an extramarital investigation. It seemed odd for a detective to bring a child along for such inquiries. As he watched the fish jumping in the pond, Conan felt an odd irritation, as if the fish were mocking him. At that moment, Ran suddenly leaped up, clapping her hands in delight. Tanaka, you're amazing. Conan turned to see Tanaka, having caught a fish using the tip of his tail. Using your tail to fish? How creative. Conan watched in astonishment. This was peculiar. Considering the last time they went fishing, Tanaka had brought all the gear but ended up empty-handed. Now, he was successfully catching fish with just his tail. Tanaka was equally thrilled. The previous failure was surely an anomaly. A true fishing expert could not possibly fail so spectacularly. Just then, Mouri Kagoro burst into the room, shouting, Enough noise. Do you not realize I'm trying to conduct business here? Keep it down. Tanaka stuck out his tongue at Mouri, making a face as he internally grumbled about the unprofessional work of extramarital investigations. That's less than what you've taken from me, he thought, tears welling up at the thought of his hard-earned money. I understand, Dad. We'll be quiet now, Ran responded obediently, then turned to Conan and Tanaka. You mustn't make noise. Dad is working. Tanaka retorted, I'm quietly fishing. Where's the noise? Conan added, I'm merely observing the koi in the pond. No noise here. Both stared at Ran in silence, who suddenly seemed taken aback. Earlier, she had been the one making all the noise, and now she felt embarrassed, lowering her head and fidgeting with her fingers. I'm sorry. I'll be quiet from now on. With that, the two turned away. One continued to fish, while the other gazed into the pond, lost in thought. Before long, Maru Tsujiro left the meeting room to attend to another appointment, leaving Mouri Kagoro waiting idly. Had it not been for the generous fee paid by Maru, he would not have lingered. With a flick of his tail, Tanaka caught yet another koi. Conan glanced over, then returned to his trance, watching the fish. Tanaka was ecstatic. This is the right way to fish. Who needs fancy gear when you have your own tail? Tanaka, you do realize these are ornamental fish in someone's pond? Isn't it a bit inappropriate to catch them like this? Meow, Tamuki responded, deftly grasping the two fish with his paw and casually tossing them back into the fish pond. The angler revels in the process of fishing, savoring the thrill of the catch. The fate of the fish is of little consequence at that moment. Suddenly, Tamuki's ears perked up, as if he had perceived a sound. Conan, who had been lost in thought while gazing at the pond, also became alert, sensing the same disturbance. In a swift leap, Tamuki vanished from the sight of Ran, Mouri, and Conan, heading towards the source of the noise. Before long, he arrived at another reception room in the Maruchi Jiro residence. What did you say? Kikuchiyo has been sold. Suwa Yuji regarded Maruchi Jiro with incredulity. It's merely a worthless piece of rusted metal. Consider it the interest on your loan. Enraged by this remark, Suwa Yuji's fury ignited, compelling him to draw his sword and charge at Maruchi Jiro, aiming a decisive strike. This blow, surely, would claim the life of that detestable scoundrel. Clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed as his anticipated strike was parried. Startled, he glanced up to see a blue and white British Shorthair wielding a slender fencing sword. Could it truly wield a sword? Moreover, this elongated blade, while sharp in attack, had somehow managed to deflect the onslaught of his katana. How could such a feat be possible? Even a moderately sturdy sword would have been cleaved by his full-force strike, let alone this delicate weapon. At that moment, Maruchi Jiro regained his composure, stashing the money in his pocket and turning to witness the spectacle. What did he behold? Suwa Yuji, brandishing his katana, was being held at bay by a creature wielding a slender sword. His eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "A monster!" Overcome, he gasped for breath and fainted. Observing the unconscious Maruchijiro, Soyuji spat derisively. "How dare such a cowardly wretch sell my family's treasured sword, Kikuchiyo?" His gaze then shifted to Tamuki, striking a dramatic pose with the slender sword, igniting a spark of competitive spirit within him. The head of a kendo dojo being thwarted in combat by a mere creature? This was utterly unacceptable. He did not sheath his sword. Instead, he raised it, angling for a diagonal strike at the feline. Tamuki was taken aback. What was this lunatic doing? His earlier intervention to save Maruchijiro had merely been an attempt to vex Conan, hoping to reduce his cases and inadvertently prevent this skilled swordsman from becoming a murderer. He had never anticipated that this fellow would be so ungrateful as to retaliate. Glimpsing the slender sword in his grasp, Tamuki realized that if he relied on defense, his delicate weapon would soon be shattered by Soyuji's katana. Such a strategy was far from optimal. Thus, he resolved to attack. Offensive maneuvers represented the best defense. With this thought, Tamuki thrust the slender sword forward. Its tip aimed at Soyuji's throat. Impressive reflexes, indeed. Soyuji swept his blade horizontally, deflecting the slender sword with an exhilarated expression. "Let us have a contest." Tamuki understood the situation. This man was simply eager for a challenge, his hands itching for action. "Meow meow meow, bring it on." Tamuki assumed a posture, and thus. One brandished a katana while the other wielded a rapier, engaging in a spirited duel within the drawing room of the Marizendro residence. The clashing of their blades resonated throughout the space, creating a symphony of clangs and clashes. After an extensive contest between Tamuki and Soyuji, the drawing room bore the scars of their combat, marked by countless cuts and punctures. While one fighter gasped for breath, the other remained composed and leisurely. "Let us cease for now. Though you may be but a single individual, your prowess is indeed commendable. I invite you to my kendo dojo for further sparring." "You are not so bad yourself," Soyuji exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. "You can speak?" "Shoo." Tiki gestured for silence, indicating the need for discretion. Soyuji nodded slightly in acknowledgement. He then turned his gaze towards the unconscious Marudinger beside them, contemplating whether to take this scoundrel's life. "Hold on." Tamuki intercepted Soyuji. "You wish to slay him solely because of Kikuchiyo, do you not?" "Indeed. Kikuchiyo is a treasured blade passed down through my family for generations. It was only due to the mismanagement of the dojo that I was compelled to pawn it. Now that I have gathered enough funds to redeem my debt, that scoundrel dares to sell Kikuchiyo outright. Therefore, I am resolute in my intent to end his life." "Fool." Tamuki exclaimed in anger, "You are utterly foolish. Do you think killing Maruchijiro will bring back Kikuchiyo? Not only will you fail to retrieve Kikuchiyo, but you may also lose yourself in the process. What am I to do then?" Soyuji lamented, covering his face in despair as he slumped to the ground. "I have no idea where Kikuchiyo has been sold. That is quite simple. I shall find an acquaintance who can swiftly uncover Kikuchiyo's whereabouts." "So, do you still intend to kill this man?" "Absolutely not." Soyuji immediately perked up. "I will strive to earn money and endeavor to redeem Kikuchiyo as soon as possible. Now that is the right attitude. If I require your assistance in the future, you must not refuse. That is a certainty. Not only are you my savior, but you have also promised to help me locate Kikuchiyo. Should you have any requests, I will not hesitate to go through fire and water for you." With that, they both departed from the meeting room. Tamuki returned to the fish pond, using his tail to fish, while Soyuji returned to his kendo dojo, awaiting news from Tamuki. Meanwhile, Kagoro Mouri was growing increasingly bored in his room, still waiting for Maruchijiro to return. Just as he contemplated leaving to search for Maruchijiro in the meeting room, the door swung open and Maruchijiro entered, grumbling to himself about the mess made in his meeting room. Upon noticing Kagoro Mouri seated at the table, he offered an apology. "I am sorry, Detective Mouri. I truly appreciate your patience. Let us continue our previous discussion. In fact, I have recently observed some peculiar behavior from my wife. I cannot shake the feeling that she may be unfaithful, hence my need for your assistance." Ahem. Kagoro Mouri cleared his throat twice. "Based on the 2 photographs you provided and the one I discovered, it is evident that your wife has indeed been unfaithful. Observe these 2 images, despite the meticulous embellishments. The mole in this particular location is identical. Without a shadow of a doubt, the woman in both photographs is your spouse, Mrs. Marinadako." "What?" Maruchijiro exclaimed, his anger palpable as he trembled while holding the 2 photographs, scrutinizing them with disbelief. "How dare she?" As his emotions surged, he suddenly collapsed. Kagoro Mouri was taken aback. Are you all right, Mr. Maru Tsunejiro? Please do not frighten me. Seeing Maru Tsunejiro unresponsive, Kagoro rushed over, checking for his breath and pulse. Only to be struck with horror. Is he dead? Kagoro was momentarily dazed. How could this happen? Learning of his wife's infidelity had led to such a dire consequence? He dashed outside, calling to Mouri. Ran, hurry and call the police. Mr. Maru Tsunejiro has died. Maru Tsunejiro is dead? Taki, who had been fishing with the tip of his tail, was stunned. I intercepted Suoi Yuji, who sought to take his life, yet he still perished. Is this truly what they call the end of one's lifespan? Hark! Mouri hastened to the telephone, promptly alerting the authorities. Conan, who had been idly contemplating the fish pond, was instantly galvanized by the news of a demise, his eyes widening like saucers. The prospect of a perplexing case ignited the deductive fire within the young prodigy. He cautiously approached the doorway of the room in question, peering inside with keen interest, meticulously assessing the scene. If his memory served him correctly, Kagoro Mouri was the sole individual engaged in conversation with Maru Denjiro within those very walls. Now, with Maru Denjiro deceased within the confines of the room, suspicion inevitably fell upon Rant's father, his future father-in-law, Shinichi Kudo. Yet, based on his intimate understanding of Kagoro Mouri's character, he found it difficult to conceive of him as a perpetrator. It seemed prudent to await the arrival of the Metropolitan Police Department, allowing Kagoro Mouri to recount the events as they transpired, thus facilitating a more informed judgment. Before long, Inspector Magyar, accompanied by officers from the Metropolitan Police Department, arrived at the scene. Upon laying eyes on the Mouri family, he was visibly dismayed. Mouri, old boy, not you again? He exclaimed with a weary sigh. Kagoro Mouri, scratching the back of his head, offered a sheepish grin. Inspector Magyar, choosing to ignore Kagoro Mouri's presence, directed his subordinates, begin by thoroughly examining the crime scene. Turning his attention to the assembled group, he inquired, who reported the incident. Provide a detailed account of the situation. Kagoro Mouri promptly raised his hand. Inspector Magyar, it was I who instructed Rand to contact the police. The circumstances were as follows. Kagoro proceeded to elaborate on the events. As Magyar listened, his eyes grew wider with disbelief. So, you're saying that you and the deceased were the only two individuals present in the room, and that you were conveying the findings of your investigation to him. As a result, Mr. Maru Denjiro, upon hearing the results, succumbed to shock and passed away? Precisely, Kagoro affirmed. Inspector Magyar cast a skeptical glance at Kagoro Mouri, his expression conveying profound doubt. Do you take me for a fool? Such a flimsy excuse? To be so easily shocked to death by investigative findings? One would have to be remarkably thin-skinned to meet such an end. Mouri, old boy, unless you provide a more credible explanation, I shall be compelled to dispense with courtesy, Magyar warned. Kagoro Mouri stammered, taken aback. What do you mean? Surely, I'm not being considered a suspect? Inspector Magyar, you know me well. When have I ever been known to fabricate the truth? Kagoro Mouri earnestly protested, I assure you. The events unfolded precisely as I have described them. Magyar paused, momentarily taken aback. Still unwilling to divulge the truth? With a decisive gesture, he commanded, take Kagoro Mouri into custody as the primary suspect. Yes. Two officers from the Metropolitan Police Department immediately flanked Kagoro Mouri. Mouri was utterly bewildered. I merely came to investigate an affair, and now I'm a murder suspect? Is being a detective this perilous? Yet, that brat Shinichi Kudo seemed to handle it with such ease as a high schooler, encountering no danger at all. If Conan, furrowing his brow in thought, were privy to Mouri's musings, he would undoubtedly retort. Indeed, it's perfectly safe, devoid of any peril whatsoever, so safe that it transformed me into a child. At that moment, having listened to Mouri's account of the scene, Conan's brow furrowed deeply. According to Uncle Mouri's description, the situation was exceedingly unfavorable for him, even if his account were corroborated. And the suspicion of murder dispelled, the charge of manslaughter, due to the investigation leading to the demise of Mr. Maru Tsujiro from shock, would be unavoidable. Reporting. An officer from the Metropolitan Police Department approached Inspector Magyar and rendered a salute. Behold, the preliminary autopsy divulged that the deceased's demise was precipitated by an acute myocardial infarction. A myocardial infarction? Inspector Magyar paused, taken aback. Could it be that the man was truly incensed to death? Could it be that the narrative recounted by Mouri Kagoro, which seemed like a mere anecdote, was indeed veracious? Was Maru Denjiro truly incensed to death by the revelation of his extramarital affair? If so, the old man was indeed unfortunate. Report. This was discovered on the deceased's person. An officer produced a black notebook. Inspector Magyar received it and perused its contents. Upon reaching the most recent entry, he recited aloud, "Appointments for today. Mouri Kagoro, Suayuji, Akutsu, Dr. Hitano Kia. Go and summon all of these individuals for questioning." Having spoken, Magyar turned his gaze towards Mouri Kagoro. "Please recount everything that transpired this afternoon after your arrival at the Maru residence." "Hi, sighed Kagoro Mouri. Fully aware that this was a necessary step to clear his own suspicions, Conan glanced at the room where the deceased lay, noting that only a member of the police was stationed at the entrance. Seizing the opportunity, he stealthily slipped into the room from the guard's blind spot. Only by witnessing the corpse with his own eyes could he ascertain the truth of the matter. Before long, he stood before the deceased, observing the body, which was clutching its chest. He was convinced that the individual had indeed succumbed to a myocardial infarction. A cursory examination revealed no other marks on the body, save for a tiny puncture on the bicep. Conan's gaze immediately fixated on the pinprick. Could it be that someone had injected Maru Tsujiro with a substance that induced the heart attack? If the injection was administered so openly without arousing suspicion, it could only point to that Dr. Hitano. However, this was merely conjecture. He needed further evidence to substantiate his theory. With this thought in mind, Conan stealthily exited the room and ventured into the courtyard, where he discovered Suayuji, Akutsu, Hitano, and Maru Tsujiro's wife, Mrs. Maru Inako, all present at the scene. At that moment, Officer Magyar was questioning Suayuji. Just as Conan was about to inquire with Mrs. Maru, he suddenly heard a call. Turning to look, he saw Takagi making eye contact with him, gesturing for him to come over. What could Takagi possibly want? Had he discovered a clue? Following Takagi to a secluded spot, Conan asked, "What did you want me for?" Takagi pointed discreetly towards Dr. Hitano, who was waiting to be questioned. "Could you ask him something for me? That doctor?" Conan followed Takagi's gaze. Was Takagi also suspicious of him? It seemed that Takagi, like himself, possessed a keen sense of observation. Perhaps he had uncovered some other evidence that necessitated his inquiry. Leaning closer, Takagi whispered, "Could you ask that doctor if he knows someone of the same sex named Yui?" "Yui?" Conan was taken aback. "You mean Yui Hitano?" He shot a puzzled glance at Takagi. "Is this really important?" "Extremely important. If it weren't for my reluctance to reveal my ability to speak in front of the police, I would have asked him myself." Given its significance, Conan resolved to act on Takagi's behalf. Despite his lingering doubts, he believed Takagi had a reason for this question. With the case at stake, Conan felt it imperative to proceed without delay. He promptly approached Dr. Hitano. "Excuse me, doctor, do you know someone of the same sex named Yui?" "Yui?" "Doctor." Hitano appeared startled, lowering his gaze to the elegantly dressed young boy beside him. "That is my daughter. She is only 9 years old. Do you know her?" Takagi, who had been eavesdropping intently, was taken aback. "Daughter?" This meant that the most influential teacher from his studies, who had yet to enter this world, was now just a little girl. He scrutinized Dr. Hitano, sensing an unusual aura about him. "Your daughter will surely become an exceptional teacher in the future." Suddenly, Takagi seemed to recall something, his mood shifting to one of melancholy. This was the world of Conan. Amidst this chaotic timeline, even 20 years later, Conan would still be an elementary student. Did this imply that he would never have the chance to encounter the classic works of that enlightening teacher? It was profoundly disheartening. At that moment, Conan approached. "How's it going? Any new discoveries?" "No," Tamuki shook his head. "Conan, then why did you solemnly prompt me to ask that peculiar question?" "You do not understand." Tamuki shook his head with a melancholic gaze. "My dreams have been shattered." "Indeed, your dreams have crumbled. And it seems that reliance on others is not particularly dependable. I shall depend on myself instead." With this thought, he hurriedly approached Ms. Maru Inashur and inquired, "Beautiful elder sister, has Mr. Marujiro experienced any ailments before? Did Dr. Hitano administer any injections to him?" Ms. Maru Inashur glanced down and saw a charming little boy. "There is no such matter," she replied gently, stroking Conan's small head. "My husband frequently practices kendo and is in excellent health. Dr. Hitano's visit today is merely a routine checkup." "Eh?" Conan was taken aback. Could I have misjudged? Was that injection mark not the work of Dr. Hitano? I had a nagging feeling that the injection site was rather rough. A seasoned physician wouldn't exhibit such poor technique, would they? What a bother. Conan scrunched his nose, pondering why this scent felt so familiar. Ah, it's identical to that of Dr. Hitano. Could it be that Uncle Mouri's investigation into the affair involves these two? If that were the case, Dr. Hitano's suspicion could not be dismissed. After all, he possesses ample motive. A love rival's vendetta? What a peculiar notion. In such circumstances, Ms. Maru Inashi's suspicion could not be overlooked either. The most critical issue now is my lack of evidence. If only I could locate that syringe and extract fingerprints. Might the syringe still be on Dr. Hitano? Conan found himself in a state of utter frustration. What sort of pretext could I employ to search Dr. Hitano? At that moment, Tamuki approached Conan's side. Little rascal, you appear to be quite troubled. Considering your previous assistance to me, I can lend you a hand as well. With a sigh, Conan lamented, I harbor suspicions towards that doctor, and I suspect that the crucial piece of evidence, the syringe, is in the possession of Dr. Hitano. Is there a way to search him? A search, you say? A mischievous grin spread across Toma's face. Simple enough. I'll see to it immediately. With that, he leaped onto the shoulders of Suwa Yuji, who had already finished his questioning. Suwa Yuji, about to draw his katana, paused, recognizing the peculiar blue and white British Shorthair. He inquired softly, is there something you require? That doctor over there? See him? Yes, yes, yes. Suwa Yuji nodded repeatedly. Search him. See if he has any syringes on him. Suwa Yuji was taken aback. Search a doctor for no reason? I'm not a member of the Metropolitan Police Department. Wouldn't that be impolite? Suwa Yuji hesitated, torn. Hearing this, Tomu frowned. Didn't you just say you'd go through fire and water for me? Are you a man of your word or not? Suwa Yuji exclaimed, very well. I'll risk it all today. With that, to the astonishment of everyone present, Suwa Yuji swiftly approached Dr. Hitano Kinya. Is there something I can help you with, Mr. Suwa Yuji? Dr. Hitano asked with a gentle smile. Suwa Yuji, without a word, seized Dr. Hitano's collar. What are you doing? Dr. Hitano exclaimed, beginning to resist. However, as an ordinary doctor, he was no match for Suwa Yuji, who regularly practiced kendo. In a flash, Suwa Yuji hoisted Dr. Hitano and stripped him bare. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Mouri ran, mortified, covered her eyes, inwardly scolding. How could he do such a thing? What a pervert. Conan's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets in shock. So that's what you meant by simple, Tomu. Then he stared intently. But there was no sign of any syringes. Could I be wrong? Tomu, too, watched curiously, then shook his head slightly. How could a beautiful and sophisticated woman like Maru Inako be having an affair with such a man? Unless she has a predilection for the insignificant? Finally, the crowd snapped out of their shock. Inspector Megure quickly approached Suwa Yuji. Mr. Suwa Yuji, what are you doing? If you don't release Dr. Hitano immediately, the Metropolitan Police Department will be forced to take action. Hearing this, Suwa Yuji released his grip, and Dr. Hitano fell to the ground. He even brushed the dust from his clothes, soiled by Dr. Hitano's struggles. Dr. Hitano, on the ground, hastily scrambled to put on his clothes, then glared at Suwa Yuji. That damned fellow. What's wrong with him? Mr. Suwa Yuji, can you tell me why you did this? If you cannot provide a valid reason, the Metropolitan Police Department will have to take action against you. It's nothing. Suwa Yuji glanced at Taki, then closed his eyes and calmly remarked. I merely believe that those with the surname Hitano are unworthy of wearing clothes. Hitano Kanzuya? Muguruma Jusen? What on earth is this absurd excuse? What does it mean that those with the surname Hitano are unworthy of clothing? Have they consumed your family's rice? This justification utterly fails to convince me. Just as Muguruma Jusen was about to instruct his subordinates to restrain Suwa Yuji, an officer from the police department hurriedly approached, exclaiming, Inspector Muguruma. A discovery has been made in another reception room of this establishment. Oh, Muro Jusen's eyes sparkled with intrigue, prompting him to hasten forward. Conan, who had been struggling with the lack of new evidence, felt a surge of hope as well. Perhaps there lay vital clues awaiting discovery. Thus, everyone hurriedly made their way to another meeting room. Upon opening the door, all except Suwa Yuji and Takagi stood in astonishment. The room, in disarray from a fierce clash, bore witness to a breathtaking battle that had once unfolded within its walls. Kagoro Mouri stepped forward, contemplating whether such chaos could have been orchestrated by the perpetrator. Muro Jusen stroked his chin, acknowledging the possibility. These scars from the swordsmanship, they are my doing, Suwa Yuji stated calmly, arms crossed. What? Inspector Megure exclaimed, taken aback. Why would you do such a thing, Mr. Suwa? It was nothing more than a fleeting impulse, Suwa Yuji replied, his eyes still closed and arms crossed, maintaining an air of serene composure. In that moment, I simply desired to end the life of Maru Denjiro. Nan. At that moment, the atmosphere shifted dramatically as everyone present turned pale. Mumu Jusen's expression instantly grew solemn, and his subordinates instinctively reached for their waists, bracing themselves for any potential conflict. Did this individual dare to utter such words? Was he provoking the police department? Kagoro Mouri stepped forward assertively, one hand on his hip while the other pointed accusingly at Yuji Suwa, exclaiming that this man harbored murderous intentions and had left the room in such disarray. He must be the perpetrator. He then added, I, Kagoro Mouri, am certainly not a suspect. Jusen was momentarily taken aback, rolling his eyes as he regarded Kagoro Mouri. If it weren't for your final remark revealing your thoughts, I might have actually entertained your wild claims. Mr. Suwa, do you have any explanations to offer? Explain what? Suwa Yuji opened his eyes, and a striking flash of electricity emanated from his pupils. May I inquire if Maru Tsujiro succumbed to a sword wound? Huh. Moro Jusen and Mouri Kaguru were simultaneously bewildered. Indeed, the preliminary autopsy results indicate that Maru Tsujiro perished from a myocardial infarction, with not a single trace of a sword injury on his body. Then why did you abandon the notion of killing Maru Tsujiro? Moro Jusen continued to question. Well, Suwa Yuji glanced at the composed Tamuki and casually remarked, it is undoubtedly due to Maru Tsujiro's commendable swordsmanship. We engaged in a prolonged duel, neither able to gain the upper hand. In fact, we ended up devastating this room. Upon regaining my composure, I realized that it was unwise to kill him. Thus I abandoned the thought. At this moment, all eyes were fixed upon Suwa Yuji. Only Conan was quietly moving around the room, hoping to uncover some evidence. Suddenly, Conan's eyes lit up. There it was. He stared intently at a fragment, his eyes wide as saucers. With a flash of insight, he exclaimed, Aha! Conan cautiously wrapped the fragment in a handkerchief and scrutinized it closely. It was wooden. What could it possibly be? Completely absorbed in his thoughts, he failed to notice that Tamuki had stepped closer to him, lost in contemplation as well. What is it? Conan inquired promptly. Ah, yes. It dawns on me. A sudden epiphany struck Tamuki, as if a radiant beacon had illuminated his mind. This is a fragment of a wooden sculpture that once resided in this very room. Tomoki gazed skyward, reminiscing. I recall, during a spirited swordsmanship contest with Suwa Yuji, I inadvertently cleaved it into several pieces. All the fragments should still be within this room. How is it that only this meager shard remains? Conan exclaimed, You and Suwa Yuji engaged in a swordsmanship duel? I knew that Suwa Yuji wasn't being forthright. It became clear why he was able to persuade Suwa Yuji. He cast a peculiar glance at Tomoki. You and Suwa Yuji crossed swords in this room. Meaning you are implicated in this incident? What? Do you intend to report me? Conan retorted, I caution you. Refrain from threatening me in the future. Should you dare, I shall report you. Go ahead. Do it now. See if Inspector Magyar will believe you. Conan was instantly dispirited. It was self-evident that Magyar would not only disbelieve him but also regard him as a fanciful child. Perhaps it is best to refrain. Conan refocused his attention on the fragment in his hand. Given that this object is a shard of a sculpture, and the other fragments that were once here have vanished, it suggests that someone has collected them. Quite right, Conan remarked, casting a glance at Tamuki. Who could have taken it? Only someone who held great admiration for this sculpture. Furrowing his brow, Conan suddenly had a thought. Of course, it could only be that individual. Akiyama, the sculptor. The pressing issue now is how to uncover the fragments of the sculpture that this artist has concealed. Furthermore, even if we do find them, they would merely serve as supplementary evidence. The true, definitive proof lies in locating that syringe. A search? How could a mere child like himself conduct such an examination? He directed a peculiar gaze towards Tamuki, who had just instructed Suwa Yuji to strip Dr. Hitano Kiya of his clothing. Now, entrusting the troublesome task of a search to him seemed rather sensible. Upon meeting Conan's gaze, Tamuki felt an inexplicable chill, instinctively curling up into a tight ball, transforming into a veritable sphere. Tamuki, I refuse to listen. I refuse to listen. Tamuki covered his ears as the entire ball rolled about. Conan, why is this suddenly akin to a sulking girl throwing a tantrum? Must I coax this stubborn creature just as I would placate an angry ran? The very thought is nauseating. Tamuki, I hope you can devise a method to search the sculptor, Akiyoshi. Search him? Tamuki, curled up like a ball, instantly perked up. If that's what you're suggesting, I am no longer sleepy. He stretched his limbs and, in the blink of an eye, transformed from a ball into an elegant blue and white British Shorthair. No problem. Leave the search to me. Rest assured. Conan stared at Tamuki in bewilderment. What on earth has ignited this creature's enthusiasm? Suwa Yuji, listening to Tamuki's instructions, stood frozen in place. Search him? I've just stripped that scoundrel, how to do, and now I'm being labeled a pervert. Going for another search seems rather precarious. This isn't good, is it? Suwa Yuji hesitated. Your kendo dojo must be quite challenging to manage, yes? Tamuki's whispers penetrated Suwa Yuji's ears like a spell. Surely, you do not wish to see your dojo collapse? What do you mean? Suwa Yuji's expression shifted slightly. He found those words eerily familiar. Nothing much. Just follow my instructions. And I will provide you with 2 million yen, enough to sustain your dojo for another year. Suwayuji, to hell with what's right or wrong, what's perverse or not. To ensure the success of my dojo, I shall comply. Just wait, I'm going to search him now. He rushed over to sculptor Akiyoshi in a flurry of steps. Amid Akiyoshi's bewildered gaze and the incredulous stares of those present, he stripped Akiyoshi bare in an instant. Goodness! Megure Jiza was taken aback by Suwayuji's peculiar behavior. Why must he undress every man he encounters? This individual, could he possess some unusual proclive TCH? Suwayuji sheathed his katana and turned towards Inspector Megure. As Megure watched Suwayuji approach, he wondered, why is he coming towards me? Surely he doesn't intend to strip me naked, does he? I am Megure Jizen, an inspector from the 1st Investigative Division of the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department. Can't possibly be disrobed in front of everyone, can I? He eyed Suwayuji warily, inwardly shouting, stay away from me. However, Suwayuji drew nearer and nearer. Seeing this, Megure clutched his chest with both hands and retreated a couple of steps, exclaiming, what do you want? I'm warning you. But then, Suwayuji, upon reaching Megure, bowed deeply at 90 degrees and said, Hantu and I Mason. I accept any and all punishment. Huh. Megure was taken aback. He wasn't going to strip me? He breathed a sigh of relief, while simultaneously experiencing a strange sense of disappointment. Cough, cough. Moro Juzen stood upright, his resolute countenance radiating determination. Mr. Suwakoji, your actions today have been exceedingly inappropriate. Are you prepared to accept the consequences? I am willing to pay the fine, Suwakoji declared outright. Moro Juzen replied. That may not suffice. I shall pay double the fine, Suwakoji insisted. I concede that my previous remarks were somewhat loud, Moro Juzen admitted. Meanwhile, Conan gazed at the meticulously arranged sculptures and the syringe, a profound sense of satisfaction swelling within him. I, the great detective Conan, have finally unraveled all the intricacies of this case. Now, it is time for my moment of brilliance. He glanced at Kagoro Mouri's position and stealthily approached from behind. Subsequently, he opened the cover of his wristwatch, aimed at Kagoro's neck, and pressed the launch button with fervor. Click! Conan's expression shifted dramatically. The sound was not that of a tranquilizer dart being fired, but rather the click of a camera shutter. Turning in a daze, he beheld Tamuki, who had captured his every move with a Polaroid camera. How infuriating! Conan nearly lost his composure. The sense of accomplishment from solving the case was instantaneously diminished by that singular click. Tamuki tucked the camera away into his magical apparatus and ambled over to Conan. What are you dawdling for? Get on with it. Conan was utterly disheartened. Do you know what I intend to do? I merely plan to administer a tranquilizer to your father-in-law, Kagoro, and then you would assume his role in the deductions. Is that such a monumental task? Tamuki said, extending his hand, the implication clear. Please, commence your performance. Conan glanced at Kagoro Mouri, who was slumped against the wall, already in a deep slumber, then back at Tamuki. Very well. The case is of utmost importance. He donned the bow-tie voice changer and began to speak in Kagoro's tone. Ahem, Inspector Muro. I have comprehended the entirety of the case. Tamuki observed Conan behind the wall and Kagoro in front of it, a look of intrigue gracing his features. The slumbering Kagoro Mouri is indeed quite fascinating. Upon hearing Mouri, Muro Juzen perked up instantly. He turned eagerly, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he stared at Kagoro. Is it true? Mouri, have you truly figured it out? Indeed, the case unfolded as follows. Conan began to analyze in Kagoro's voice, but was interrupted by Muro Juzen. Wait a moment, Mouri. Muro Juzen furrowed his brow. Conan paused, bewildered. What is it? I was about to deliver my most riveting deduction. Why must I be interrupted? If memory serves, the victim perished while conversing with you. Thus, you are the prime suspect. Could it be that your reasoning is merely an attempt to exonerate yourself? Conan was rendered speechless, his eyes widening in shock, a flurry of questions swirling in his mind. How could he have overlooked such a crucial detail? In his fervor to solve the case, he completely forgot that Uncle Mouri was a suspect. To deduce from Uncle Mouri's perspective was, without a doubt, a grievous misstep. Cough. Cough. The voice of Kagoro Mouri echoed. You are right, Inspector Megure. I am indeed unsuitable for making inferences. Thus, Conan, imitating Kagoro Mouri's voice, retrieved a tranquilizer needle from his ever-present pen, expertly affixing it to his wristwatch. He then took aim at the dazed Ran Mouri nearby. Ran, I am truly sorry. For the sake of solving this case, I, Shinichi Kudo, must resort to this. With a silent incantation in his heart, Conan closed his eyes and pressed the launch button. The tranquilizer needle struck Mouri's neck with precision. Subsequently, she swayed and settled into a chair. Tamuki gazed at this scene in astonishment. This little rascal is a ruthless one. For the sake of unraveling the mystery, he is capable of anything, even shooting his beautiful girlfriend with a tranquilizer. Mouri, you haven't yet explained the situation, Inspector Magyar reminded. Inspector Magyar, allow me to deduce this case. I have unraveled the underlying logic, Conan declared. The slumbering Mouri made her appearance, while the unconscious Kagoro Mouri exited the stage. The slumbering Kagoro Mouri thought, shouldn't I be the protagonist? Why have I barely begun only to be sidelined again? This is unacceptable. Inspector Magyar scrutinized Mouri. Have you truly grasped the essence of deduction from your father and classmate Kudo? The sleeping Mouri replied, I am Shinichi Kudo, okay? Without further elaboration, she commenced her deductions. Here's the scenario. My father, Conan mused, a father-in-law is still a father, met with Maru Tsujiro for the first time in the afternoon. After their meeting, Maru Tsujiro departed to another reception room, where he encountered the Kendo Dojo master, Yuji Suwa, leading to a heated argument. In a moment of fury, Yuji Suwa intended to kill Maru Tsujiro. However, both wielded considerable kendo skills, rendering neither capable of overpowering the other. Ultimately, Yuji Suwa chose to withdraw. After which Maru Tsujiro was attended by his personal physician, Kiya Hitano. All eyes turned to Kiya Hitano. Could it be that this fellow is the culprit? Doctor. Kiya Hitano is not only Maru Tsujiro's personal physician but also the illicit lover of Madame Maru. Earlier that day, he had spent time with her at a hotel and harbored murderous intent towards Maru Tsujiro, equipped with a syringe containing an excessive dose of phenol sulfonate. At this moment, Inspector Magyar's gaze toward Dr. Hitano had grown exceedingly grave, poised to make an arrest. Yet, for reasons unknown, just as he was about to act, he hesitated, leaving the syringe abandoned in the corner of the room. How did you know? A look of sheer terror crossed the face of Batatoji as he gazed at Mouri. This time, he was genuinely frightened. The beautiful girl, though absent from the scene, seemed to recount the events as if she had witnessed them firsthand. Batatoji received no answer. Shortly thereafter, the sculptor Akutsumi arrived. Upon entering the chaotic reception room, he beheld his cherished sculpture, pledged as collateral, reduced to fragments by the earlier clash between Mr. Suwa Yuji and Mr. Maru Tsujiro. Overcome with rage, he found himself embroiled in a heated argument with Mr. Maru Tsujiro. In a fit of fury, he seized the syringe inadvertently left by Dr. Batatoji at the scene, plunged it into Maru Tsujiro's forearm, and administered the injection. The assembled crowd fell into stunned silence after hearing the deduction. All three individuals had harbored murderous intent towards Maru Tsujiro. His character, it seemed, left much to be desired, though two of them had ultimately relented for various reasons. The true culprit stood alone, Akutsumi. You all, Officer Magyar was just about to speak. Here you go. Suwa Yuji and Dr. Hitano Kiya simultaneously submitted their fines. At this moment, they had not truly committed murder. Hitano Kiya was internally elated. Maru Tsujiro was dead, and it was not due to his own actions. The estate of Ms. Maru Inako and the vast fortune he had acquired now belonged to him. A mere fine was trivial compared to the wealth of the Mouri Detective Agency. It was truly astonishing. Takagi mused. What is so astonishing? Your future father-in-law's investigative findings were clearly one of the factors leading to Maru Tsujiro's demise, yet he faced no repercussions. Is this how the law operates in your country? Conan rolled his eyes. Uncle Mouri had not taken any initiative, and even the investigation was commissioned by Mr. Maru Tsujiro, thus having no connection to Uncle Mouri. Huh? Conan suddenly paused, realizing something. You just mentioned your country's law. Could it be that you are not from this nation? This little rascal is remarkably perceptive. With just that one statement, he uncovered the flaw. Of course, Tangmu arrogantly lifted his chin. Conan perked up his ears, fixating intently on Tangmu, eagerly awaiting his next words. At long last, would he finally uncover the origins of this enigmatic creature? After all, I hail from the Cat Star. Duong. Conan tumbled to the ground, rising to his feet. He rubbed his head and continued to gaze at Tangmu with his lifeless fish eyes. Indeed, this creature was not so easily inclined to reveal its origins. To unravel the mystery, he would need to observe closely during their interactions. At the very least, it was now certain that this being did not belong to this country. Tangmu felt somewhat uncomfortable under Conan's scrutinizing gaze. He hastily changed the subject, inquiring why Suwa Yuji and Hitano Kiya had not faced any repercussions. Both possessed motives for murder and had taken action, albeit momentarily halted. Surely, that could be classified as attempted murder? As for Suwa Yuji, He could simply pay a fine due to the lack of evidence. Although the scene was littered with knife marks, he could easily claim they were the result of a sparring session with Marutsujiro. Who could ascertain his intent besides himself? That makes sense, Conan mused. Dr. Hatanokiya was in a similar predicament. He merely needed to assert that the syringe he brought was intended for other purposes, especially since he hadn't actually injected Marutsujiro. At that moment, it seemed as if a door to a new world had swung open for Tangmu. Is it truly possible to operate in such a manner? So this is how evidence and law are interpreted in the realm of Conan? If so, could he not indulge freely in his pursuits? After all, the ultimate authority of interpretation lies with this little rascal, Conan. Wait a minute. This cat currently wishes to frolic as it pleases. Even with the final say resting with this little imp, he could not single out himself as a suspect. Does this mean I am the greatest bug in this world? Just as he contemplated letting out an exhilarated meow, he suddenly recalled that little devil, Kuzumi Akiko. Never mind. That which is the true bug. Wielding city-level magic in this age of decline. Such a reality is utterly unreasonable. Well, as long as he refrains from provoking her, there should be no major issues. Besides, that fellow has weaknesses too, Kaido Kuroba, the phantom thief kid. Hehehe. Just as Tangmu was about to utter something, the doorbell rang abruptly. Conan. Go answer the door, called out Ran Mouri from the kitchen. Hi. Conan exclaimed in a delightful tone as he opened the door. Hello, said Sonoko. Observing the noticeable excitement emanating from the girl before him, Conan quickly added 2 words, sister. Instantly, Sonoko's face lit up with joy. That's more like it. Conan, when you see a beautiful girl, you should call her sister. Conan rolled his eyes, internally scoffing, sister? More like a younger sister. Wait a moment. Suddenly, Conan was taken aback. Calling that silly Sonoko younger sister? How could such a terrifying thought cross my mind? It must be the influence of that deadweight. Conan's shifting expression inadvertently caught Sonoko's attention. Ran, don't you think Conan is quite the little rascal? What happened? Malilon peered out from the kitchen. Her expression and demeanor strikingly reminiscent of that detective genius, Kudo Shinichi. Conan, what? In a moment of distraction, danger has approached? Malilon furrowed her brow. UNZ. Do you feel the same way? Yayoi continuously nodded, suspecting that this little rascal must have some connection with that fellow, Shinichi Kudo. Upon hearing this, Conan attempted to quietly slip away, seeking to evade the spotlight. However, he was unexpectedly seized by Sonoko Suzuki, who firmly grasped the collar of his shirt, exclaiming, Where do you think you're going, little one? Let me go. Let me go. Conan protested, his short legs flailing in the air in a frantic struggle. Mahaha. Mouri Ren suddenly burst into a refreshing laughter. Yukiko, perhaps it's time to let go of Conan. Eh? Suzuki Yukiko looked at Mouri Ren with a puzzled expression. Noticing Yukiko's bewildered gaze, Mouri Ren was beaming with delight. Yukiko, you've also been deceived by this little rascal. He is merely a fan of Shinichi. Enjoying the act of imitating him, Conan silently applauded. Well done, Ren. This will be my excuse moving forward. Really? Suzuki Sonoko gazed at Conan with a look of skepticism. She had an inkling that matters were not as straightforward as they appeared. There must be aspects unknown to her, the Lady Sonoko. After scrutinizing him for a considerable time without discerning any clarity, she eventually dismissed Conan. By the way, Ran, why did you call me here? It wasn't me who summoned you. It was Tamuki from my house who wanted to invite you. Tamuki? Initially, Sonoko felt a surge of delight, only to be followed by a look of deep conflict. Tamuki was indeed quite intriguing. However, recalling the events that transpired when she brought Tamuki home for the first time filled her with trepidation, the all-night dance party that had spiraled into a supernatural uproar. Such thrilling experiences made Sonoko apprehensive about her ability to handle Tamuki. What business do you have in summoning me? Mew, 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 said Ran, having washed her hands as she emerged from the kitchen, assuming the role of a translator. Tamuki expressed his desire for assistance in locating a katana known as Kikuchiyo. Sonoko Suzuki inquired, a katana? Why? Tamuki replied, mew, 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 to which Ran explained, Tamuki mentioned that he practices kendo. Do you practice kendo? Suzuki Sonoko's eyes widened in disbelief. Tamuki practices kendo? Mouri Ran also gazed at Tamuki with astonishment. You can wield a sword? In truth, Mouri Ran had previously heard the children from the Junior Detective League mention that someone in her family practiced kendo, but she had dismissed it as mere childlike fantasy. Now, Tamuki had boldly confirmed it himself. Without further ado, Tamuki brandished a wooden practice sword, skillfully demonstrating his prowess. Mouri Ran and Suzuki Sonoko watched with sparkling eyes as Tamuki showcased his kendo skills. After finishing his performance, Tamuki waved his hand, and the wooden sword vanished. Meow, meow. Meow? What did he say? Suzuki Sonoko turned to look at Ran. He not only practices kendo, but also performs magic. Suzuki Sonoko exclaimed, magic, charm. And playing the piano, I was aware of those. But when did he master kendo? Sonoko, regarding the matter of Kikuchiyo, stood hesitantly at the entrance of the Mouri detective agency, her gaze fixed on Ran. Leave it to me, Yuzi declared with unwavering confidence. For her, the mere possession of a traditional samurai sword was an utterly trivial matter. As the second daughter of the Suzuki family, she found it to be a task of little complexity. In contrast, she perceived Tamuki's prowess in kendo to be far more intriguing. Tamuki was not only skilled in dance, but could also transform a wooden board into a helicopter around her neck, alongside her martial arts capabilities. Remarkable and astonishing. How vexing it was that such an extraordinary individual belonged to the Shaolon family. Were it not for the fact that Shaolon was her dear friend, she would have contemplated stealthily appropriating Tamuki for herself. Once settled in the vehicle, she promptly instructed, Butler, I shall return home now. Please remember to gather information on a samurai sword named Kikuchiyo. I have a use for it. Very well, the butler replied promptly. In truth, the butler understood that the young Yoko, still a student, needed to consult her family before making many decisions. However, this occasion was different. The pursuit of a heritage samurai sword could be regarded as acquiring an antique, seen as a form of investment. Such a modest financial commitment would certainly be supported by the Suzuki family, regardless of the potential for profit. It served as a means of nurturing the capabilities of the next generation. Meanwhile, at the Mouri detective agency, Conan let out a sigh of relief as he watched Yoko depart. That meddlesome girl has finally left. Conan felt that he and this girl were truly incompatible. Every encounter seemed to bring misfortune, much like just now, when he almost aroused Ran's suspicion. Ran? He looked up to see Ran Mouri standing with her hands on her hips, gazing at him. Conan. Hello? Conan was taken aback, abruptly coming to a halt. Could it be that Ran intended to settle the score with him? Look at this mess. I merely went to escort Sonoko for a moment. And you've turned the house into such disarray. I'm not the new Conan, he denied, momentarily stunned. Huh, wasn't he this about my relationship with Shinichi Kudo? He glanced around the office. Where on earth did all this rubbish come from? Wait a moment. The only explanation for this trash, given that I was daydreaming just now, could only be that deadbeat. Damn it. Now I'm the one getting blamed. Sister Ran, listen to me. This is Tamuki. Don't you dare cast aspersions on Tamuki. He is innocent and would never do something so outrageous. Conan, isn't it true that the outrageous things are endless with that deadbeat? Realizing that arguing would lead nowhere, Conan obediently stated, I will clean this up right away. With determination, Conan bent down to tidy the room. Well, at least you recognize your mistake. Ran watched him diligently cleaning up the mess and felt a surge of compassion. I will help you, Conan exclaimed. Is this really happening? As long as it's with Ran, he suddenly felt that cleaning wasn't so intolerable after all. Conan felt an unexpected surge of energy coursing through his small arms and legs. Perhaps this is what youth is all about? Or maybe it could be love. Energized. Conan moved swiftly, quickly finishing the cleaning. However, he soon felt utterly exhausted. His hands and feet seemed to betray him. The thrill of the moment faded, leaving him feeling drained. Are you worn out, Conan? Ran approached with a gentle smile, presenting him with his favorite soda. Conan numbly accepted the drink, his heart a whirlwind of emotions. Ran is so close, so very close. Noticing the tremor in his arm as he held the soda, Ran softly asked, Is your arm numb? Allow me to massage it for you. As she began to knead his arm, Tamuki stood by, utterly astonished. This truly is a destined pair. Even though one is merely a 17 or 18-year-old high school girl, and the other has transformed into a 6 or 7-year-old boy, they still manage to share such moments, feeding Tamuki a hearty dose of relationship envy. Suddenly, he found himself yearning for a lifelong partner. Meanwhile, Conan, basking in Ran's gentle massage, felt his eyes sparkle with renewed vigor. It seemed as if his limbs, which felt so foreign moments ago, were once again brimming with strength. How embarrassing, Conan exclaimed, astonished to discover this facet of himself. He mechanically turned his head in disbelief. It was none other than that wretched junior detective League. What business do these rascals have here? A sense of foreboding washed over him, as he thought, It's you all. Meanwhile, Ran Mouri released her grip on Conan's arm, which she had been massaging, and inquired, Have you come to play with Conan? Indeed, exclaimed the trio of young detectives in unison. Mao Lilong gazed at the three young detectives and clarified, You have misunderstood. Conan was merely assisting me in tidying up the house and became quite fatigued. That is why I offered him a massage. If you all frequently help with household chores, I shall also be inclined to offer you a massage, dear little ones. Hi. Ran. The three little ones chimed in unison. You are truly wonderful. What brings you here? Of course, we are headed to the department store, where an event is taking place today featuring a performance by Kamen Rider. Conan, he replied, I am no longer a child. I have no interest in such Kamen Rider performances. It turns out you are inviting Conan to watch the Kamen Rider show. I have agreed. So please remember to return on time. Thank you, Ran. I shall not go. Conan turned his head away. How dare they interrupt the precious moments I share with Ran, and then expect me to attend some masquerade superhero performance? How presumptuous. You will enjoy it. Jinta and Hakuba approached Conan, each grasping one of his arms, guiding him towards the door. Let me go. Conan struggled, only to find that his limbs had lost all strength. The earlier sensation of power was merely an illusion. Mouri Ran gazed at Conan and the other children with a smile, murmuring to herself, their bond is truly delightful. Has that little rascal Conan been taken away? Well, for now, the warm embrace of Mouri Ran belongs to me, Lord Tamuki. Tamuki was overjoyed. Just as he was about to leap into Mouri Ran's arms, he heard Conan, already dragged to the entrance, cry out with all his heart, Take Tamuki with you. Tamuki was taken aback. Is your suffering not enough? Must you drag me along? Then, Ayumi exclaimed excitedly, Yes. And Tamuki, our adorable Tamuki, will surely love Kamen Rider too. Tamuki responded, I'm not particularly fond of Kamen Rider. I prefer Ultraman. Do you believe in light? Conan observed the Kamen Rider performance on stage, rolling his eyes. Live performances were the most tedious, especially when it came to special effects shows. The limited space of a stage could never compare to the excitement of watching television. Without any stunts, what kind of special effects show was this? He sighed deeply. Looking at the two exuberant children, Jinta and Hikaru, who were enthusiastically waving their fists and shouting praises for Kamen Rider. These two little ones were indeed his loyal companions. His left and right arms. Glancing a little further, he noticed Tamuki, blissfully asleep in the arms of a little girl. This only intensified Conan's frustration. Why was there such a disparity in enjoyment, even when they were all watching the same show? Suddenly, the little girl, Ayumi, paused in her viewing and turned to Conan. Noticing the lack of joy on his face, she gently stroked the sleeping Tamuki and leaned closer, asking, Conan, don't you like Kamen Rider? At that moment, Jinta and Hikaru ceased their cheers, their eyes fixed on Conan with intense scrutiny. Feeling the pressure, Conan raised his hands and shouted, I love Kamen Rider. Kamen Rider is truly amazing. Tamuki opened his eyes, glanced at Conan, then at the Kamen Rider on stage, and promptly fell back asleep. Seeing Conan's enthusiasm, the trio shifted their focus back to the performance. After the show concluded, the detective boys wandered the department store for quite some time, and as darkness fell, they prepared to head home. At that moment, Tamuki, who had been peacefully dozing in the little girl's embrace, awakened with a stretch. As night approached, it was time for Lord Tamuki to make his move. He opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings, spotting a baseball pitching machine. Lord Tamuki, excel at baseball. He sprang from Ayumi's arms and dashed to the machine. With a flick of his hand, a baseball bat appeared in his grip. The detective boy's eyes lit up in awe. Magic! 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 Who is there? Several individuals abruptly turned their heads, only to behold an elegant blue and white British Shorthair gracefully emerging. What a relief. It was merely a cat. They collectively exhaled, resuming their task of stowing away the jewels into their bags. At that moment, a voice crackled through their earpieces. What is happening? Is there danger? Boss, it's just a cat. There's no threat. Very well, continue your operation, but remain vigilant. Understood, boss. With his keen hearing, Tamu distinctly caught the exchange between the group and their leader. From their conversation, it was evident that aside from these men, there was a boss controlling the situation. If all were here gathering jewels, surely the boss resided in the surveillance room of the department store, overseeing everything. With a graceful stride, Tamu ambled towards the monitoring room. Meanwhile, Conan and his companions sauntered over. Jinta, Kagoro, and Conan all clasped their fore indeed. Yuantai exclaimed, Could it be that we have encountered something fortuitous? It is quite possible. Conan replied. What should we do? Ayumi inquired anxiously. The department store is locked at this hour. Escape is not an option. Thus, we must locate a telephone within this building and alert the authorities. Ayumi raised her small hand. I remember, there is a telephone in that location. With determination, the young detective league sprang into action, racing toward the direction of the telephone. A moment later, frustration set in. Damn it. The external communication lines have been severed. The criminals must have taken control of the communication room. What should we do now? Little Ayumi was on the verge of tears. You all hide here. I will investigate the situation, Conan declared boldly, heedless of whether the others consented. He turned and sprinted toward the source of the noise emanating from above. How infuriating! Yuan Tai exclaimed, his face a picture of indignation. Conan must once again be taking matters into his own hands, claiming all the glory for himself. We could certainly join in as well, the clever little trickster, Guang Yin, suddenly proposed with astuteness. However, the little girl, Bume, was filled with concern. That's a group of robbers. Are we really going to be all right? With Conan here, we have nothing to fear. We are the Junior Detective League. Hey? The Junior Detective League. The three of them were instantly invigorated and took off in the direction Conan had run. Conan observed the individuals frantically stuffing jewelry into bags, his pupils narrowing slightly. They were the same people who had portrayed the masked superhero during the performance, still clad in their costumes. As he furrowed his brow, contemplating his next move, he suddenly felt a tap on his shoulder. Oh no, I've been discovered. He quickly turned around to find three little faces smiling back at him. Seriously, Conan was at a loss for words. Do these kids want me to be in danger? He whispered. Wasn't I supposed to tell you to hide? The trio, however, completely ignored him, their faces brimming with indignation as they glared at the individuals stuffing jewelry into their bags. How infuriating. To think my favorite masked superhero would engage in such robberies. Jinna gritted his teeth. They have tarnished the name of the masked superhero. Hikaru and Bume chimed in. Conan interjected, this is a robbery scene. Is it really wise to shout like that? Aren't you afraid of being discovered? As expected, the four robbers immediately turned their heads and spotted Conan and his companions. The masked robbers and the young detectives exchanged incredulous glances. Conan raised his hand high and shouted, Run! The four little detectives immediately sprinted away on their short legs, fleeing the scene. The robbers were left bewildered. Chase. For little spirits fled, pursued by four robbers. In an instant, the entire department store was in a state of chaos. What is happening? A voice crackled through the headset of the first robber. Boss, there are a few kids who have already caught sight of our faces. We must seize them at once and eliminate the threat. Move swiftly. Our time is running short. Hi. Conan and his companions had hidden themselves in a corner. Ayumi trembled with fear. Conan, I am so scared. Conan replied, when you stealthily followed me here. Why weren't you afraid? Jinta and Hakuba remained silent, unsure of how to respond. Sensing the decline in morale, Conan understood that they would eventually be caught if this continued. Listen, those individuals have completely strayed from the noble principles of Kamen Rider's mission to combat evil. Upon noticing the attention of the little ones, Conan continued. As both fans of Kamen Rider and members of the Junior Detective Corps, we cannot allow those people to tarnish Kamen Rider's reputation. The three children were momentarily taken aback. Indeed, we are the Junior Detective Corps, and we are also fans of Kamen Rider. Instantly, their spirits ignited. Junior Detective Corps. Seeing their morale restored, Conan nodded approvingly. He then stated, now, let us discuss our action plan. Moments later, the four children raised their fists in unison, shouting, Junior Detective Corps, let's go. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tamuki observed the person directing from the surveillance room. A striking woman donned in a red suit and pencil skirt, complemented by white stockings, boasted an alluring figure and a fiercely captivating expression. This woman was simply mesmerizing. Tamuki stepped forward confidently. Who? The woman swiftly turned around. Upon seeing Tangmu, she let out a sigh of relief, realizing it was merely a person. Then, to her astonishment, Tangmu stood upright, hands clasped behind his back, and gazed at her, saying, You were once a beauty, but alas, why have you turned to thievery? The female boss exclaimed, What the hell? A monster. In a flurry, she drew a handgun from her pocket, aiming it at Tangmu. He merely shook his head, waved his hand, and summoned a Gatling gun from his magical arsenal. The female boss glanced at her small handgun, and then at the imposing Gatling gun in his grasp, caught in a moment of existential doubt. One might ponder, how could a mere handgun hope to triumph over a Gatling gun? Tangmu, observing the dazed expression of the female boss, remarked, Is a small handgun sufficient to lead a band of robbers? If you wish to grow strong and achieve greatness, you must equip yourself with something far more formidable.